Chapter 1. The Trainee from Dortmund. The Awakening of Su Bai. September 2010. The radiant and warm sunlight cascaded upon the earth, illuminating a young man with dark hair and a sun-kissed complexion. He diligently repeated the monotonous pole training, a soccer ball at his feet. Although he appeared somewhat unsteady, the youth approached each movement with utmost seriousness. 973. 974. While training, he continued to count aloud. Meanwhile, a group of blonde, blue-eyed foreigners observed the black-haired youth with a mixture of curiosity and skepticism. Where does this guy get such energy? The final assessment is just around the corner. He is destined to be eliminated. Why is he still practicing? Well, the people from Yin country are decent at table tennis, but soccer? I don't understand why he is so earnest he lacks any talent for this sport. One must admit, I do admire this fellow at the very least. Among our team, he is the most diligent. Haha, Steven, stop it. No matter how much he practices, he will never match your skill. You are undoubtedly our most exceptional talent in the Dortmund U18 team. Perhaps you'll even make it to the Bundesliga this season. Exactly, Steven. When you sign your professional contract in the Bundesliga, don't forget us, your old friends. Indeed, Steven, when you sign that contract, you must treat us all. The complimented blonde youth smiled, but chose not to respond. The corners of his mouth curled upward, revealing the profound joy within Steven, the young talent. His gaze drifted toward the trial player from the land of Yin, or rather, the youth who had come to Borussia Dortmund in pursuit of glory through financial means. At that moment, the Yin youth was fervently practicing the simplest of skills, dribbling around the cones. 997, 998, 999, 1000. As the final round of cone drills concluded, the young man stood still, fatigue evident on his face as he began to rest. Hey, Su, are you done? Could you fetch us some water? Noticing the Yin youth had paused his training, the group on the sidelines resumed their playful taunts directed at him. Although they understood that the Yin youth was unlikely to oblige, they continued to jest. However, as the boy cast a fierce glare in their direction, Ham, who had been laughing among the crowd, promptly silenced himself. It seemed he recalled something. Ham, are you out of your mind? Don't provoke that lunatic. Have you forgotten how Friss ended up in the hospital last time? Exactly. That kid may not be good at football, but he certainly packs a punch. Neither Friss nor Jan could withstand his flurry of blows. It's clear that the people from Yin possess formidable skills. Ham, do keep your mouth shut if you get punched. Don't expect us to come to your aid. Chastised, Ham quickly fell silent. The young man was known as Su Bai, a native son of the land of Yin. The opportunity to participate in the War Chariot Nation was entirely orchestrated by the Football Association of Yin Kingdom through some collaborative project, which involved a time-wide selection of 10 young talents sent to Europe to trial at 10 prestigious clubs. The duration of this endeavor was 3 months. Ultimately, the outcome rested solely in the hands of the clubs. Naturally, for the selected youths, being integrated into the elite teams of these grand clubs proved to be a formidable challenge. Su Bai, in particular, found himself substituted less than 5 minutes into a training match by the head coach. His foundational skills, tactical awareness, and even the most rudimentary positioning were starkly inadequate compared to those who had undergone systematic training. Consequently, Su Bai became an invisible presence within the U18 team of Borussia Dortmund. Apart from receiving a meager sustenance from the club, he was utterly overlooked. Today marked the final day of the 3-month period. All U18 players awaited their coach, anticipating a perfunctory moment where Su Bai would be allowed to play briefly before being dismissed. After training concluded, Su Bai quietly settled on the sidelines, eyes closed, appearing as if he were asleep. The so-called teammates cast furtive glances at him, stifling their laughter. However, unbeknownst to them, at that moment, Su Bai was experiencing something entirely different. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for completing the foundational training of navigating the poles 100,000 times. The live football system has been successfully activated. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for receiving the novice gift package. The live attributes panel has been activated. In truth, the Su Bai before us was not the Su Bai of this world. Strictly speaking, originally watching the Winter Olympics at home, Su Bai leapt with excitement upon witnessing a foul from the Korean team, only to unexpectedly slip and fall to the ground, meeting his untimely demise. Upon awakening, Su Bai found himself transformed into the current version of himself, a traveler. Su Bai possessed a system akin to that of all others who have traversed dimensions. However, this system was inexplicably locked and would only activate after he completed a staggering 100,000 basic pole drills. This posed a significant challenge for Su Bai. For 3 arduous months, he toiled day and night, practicing the most fundamental of pole drills. Finally, on the very last day, he accomplished the monumental task of completing 100,000 repetitions, and the system at last activated. In a state of anxious anticipation, Su Bai opened his attribute panel. Offense, 69. Ball control, 64. Passing, 63. Shooting, 65. Heading, 68. Set pieces, 66. Curve shot, 66. Speed, 80. Shot power, 75. Jumping, 74. Physical contact, 72. Stamina, 88. Defense, 58. Tackling, 65. Overall rating, 67. Age, 17. Alas, upon reviewing the attributes, Su Bai's heart sank. With such statistics, not only could he not hope to join Borussia Dortmund's U18 team, but even a place in the Chinese soup. Our league, or the China League 1, seemed out of reach. He felt utterly worthless. In a moment of despair, the system, displaying a surprisingly considerate nature, announced, "The beginner's gift pack has been credited. Please check host." This brought Su Bai some solace. Indeed, he still had the grand gift pack to look forward to. Perhaps when the grand gift pack is opened, it will bestow upon him maximum attributes, enabling him to dominate the world of football. He could overpower Cristiano Ronaldo and trample over Messi. With that thought in mind, Su Bai hurriedly clicked to open the gift pack. Congratulations, host. You have received 1 attribute card at maximum level. You may elevate any one of your attributes to its utmost level. At this moment, Su Bai felt a mix of dizziness and exhilaration, but he quickly turned his attention to his attributes. Shooting, that attribute is already at its peak, which means he would be unstoppable on the field. With the thought of scoring goals in mind, Su Bai hastily activated the attribute card, focusing on shooting. However, just then, the head coach of the Dortmund U18 team arrived. After calling out Su Bai's name several times, Su Bai remained with his head down, unmoving. The assistant coach, growing impatient, approached and nudged Su Bai. That gentle push unexpectedly jolted Su Bai out of the system. By sheer misfortune, Su Bai, in a moment of distraction, did not allocate the coveted maximum attribute card to shooting, but rather absurdly applied it to passing. Su Bai gazed blankly at the eyes of everyone around him, all fixed upon him. Simultaneously, the system's voice chimed in. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. Your passing attribute is now at maximum level. Training points have been unlocked. Su Bai was left bewildered. After all, he is a forward. What use does he have for a useless passing attribute? Chapter 2. An assist in disguise? Observing the bewildered Su Bai, North George wore an expression of palpable annoyance. Su Bai was nothing more than a burden thrust upon him by the team. The first team had accepted funds from the Yen National Football Association. Yet the task of managing this inept individual had fallen squarely on his shoulders. For 3 months, despite never making it onto the roster or participating in any training matches, Su Bai was subjected to the media's incessant scrutiny, showcasing his so-called popularity at Borussia Dortmund. It was nothing but a distasteful facade orchestrated by the club's merchants, aimed at maximizing profit from the yen market. Though North George harbored disdain for Su Bai, an utterly talentless amateur, he cast a glance toward the reporters on the sidelines and mustered his most charming smile, addressing Su Bai with feigned sincerity. Su, your trial with our Dortmund U18 team is coming to an end. Today marks the final trial match specially arranged by the club for you. I sincerely hope you can pass the evaluation and remain a part of our Dortmund family. Su Bai returned the insincere smile of the coach. Fully aware of his own capabilities, he recognized that the old man's smile was artificially cultivated, a mere performance for the watching journalists. After 3 months, his only glimmer of hope had been squandered, as his aim had faltered, mistaking a shot for a pass. At this moment, Su Bai had come to terms with his situation. With the system at his disposal, whether he remained at Dortmund or not had little bearing on him. Moreover, his notorious temper had led to numerous confrontations with the team, rendering any prospect of staying utterly meaningless. Ding. System task initiated. In just 7 days, the first apprentice contract could be obtained. The task reward remained a mystery. Just as Su Bai contemplated departing directly, the system unexpectedly chimed. An apprentice contract? Su Bai was bewildered. To be honest, given his current level, he harbored little hope of securing an apprentice contract at Dortmund. It was evident that they wished to rid themselves of him. Tempted by the allure of the unknown reward, Su Bai steeled himself to stay. After all, there was one final match left. Perhaps he could stumble upon a task reward. Meanwhile, North George observed Su Bai's determination to play the last game and nodded in approval. At his level, with so many journalists present, he truly was a young man devoid of shame. Were he in Su Bai's position, he would have gracefully declined, preserving at least a modicum of dignity. North George signaled to the assistant coach, and soon the U18 players were assembled on the field. Su Bai stood among them. "Let us divide into Team A and Team B," North George announced. "Su, you will advance with Team A, and as for Steven, you will join Team B." The teams were swiftly organized. As the U18 captain, Dortmund's prodigious forward Steven found himself placed in the symbolic substitute Team B. However, the players felt no discontent. They understood this was merely a performance arranged to appease the journalists on the sidelines. They would pass the ball a few extra times to this young lad from the scorching nation, just to acknowledge him, as it was merely the final match. At that moment, however, the primary defensive midfielder, Ham, who had just received a stern glance from Su Bai, raised his hand. "Boss, I wish to join Team B as well." As Ham suddenly stood up, North George nodded, and then turned to head to the sidelines. Ham glanced at Su Bai, also casting a look at the camera position nearby, accompanied by a smile. That damn kid from Yin country had just made him look foolish. Soon, he would rectify this on the field, making it clear that football was not a game for the likes of Yin nationals. Su Bai was well aware of Ham's intentions in moving to the B team, but he could only accept that Ham was openly aiming to challenge him on the pitch. Before long, the assistant coach separated the two teams. North George, expressionless, observed the field and nodded to assistant coach Jeffrey. With a sharp whistle from Jeffrey, the farewell match organized for Su Bai commenced. Numerous journalists on the sidelines raised their cameras, focusing on Su Bai. Most of these reporters were dispatched by the Yin Country Football Association. They understood Su Bai's level all too well. If they had called in reporters from CTV5, they would likely have declined to attend. They had to account for the expenses of this event, and without any footage from the journalists, that would be impossible. Thus, for the sake of funding, many reporters endeavored to capture Su Bai in an appealing light, as one official from the Yin Country Football Association had suggested before their arrival. They aimed to make the footage presentable for their official website. However, it soon became apparent to the journalists that this Yin lad was indeed playing terribly. As a forward, he lacked understanding of positioning and exhibited poor ball control. In a span of 5 minutes, he flitted about the penalty area like a headless fly, utterly outclassed by the players of the Dortmund squad. At this moment, Su Bai on the field was suffering immensely, despite his earnest efforts. His positioning was invariably either premature or belated. The head coach on the sidelines gestured for more passes to be directed his way, yet he remained unable to receive the ball. After 2 missed opportunities, Su Bai had effectively become invisible on the pitch. Particularly, the defender from Team B, Ham, looked down upon him with derision, mocking Su Bai's aspirations to remain with Dortmund, deeming them utterly fanciful. In the 6th minute of the match, Ham intercepted a diagonal pass from Team A's right winger, House, before Su Bai could react. With a swift long pass, he delivered the ball to Team B's forward, Steven, who, positioned sideways, skillfully controlled it with his chest. Without waiting for the ball to descend, he unleashed a powerful volley that rocketed into Team A's net like a cannonball. Beep. The assistant coach, acting as a temporary referee, blew the whistle. Team B leads 1-0 against Team A. The reporters on the sidelines, in unison, turned their cameras towards the Dortmund prodigy, Steven, who had just scored a spectacular goal. Su Bai stood despondently in the forward position as Ham, the architect of the assist, walked past him with a smirk. House, who had just passed the ball to Su Bai, sighed in silence, realizing that his pass had been flawless. It was simply that the young man from Yin country had missed the opportunity. House shook his head in resignation and turned back to his own half. After this moment, Team A commenced their own offensive, having completely abandoned any hope for Su Bai. For a full 10 minutes, Su Bai did not make contact with the ball even once. Instead, that rascal Ham had the audacity to abandon his task of marking Su Bai and charged forward to attack. Observing the lack of action in the front line, Su Bai reluctantly retreated to the midfield to participate in defense. On the sidelines, Coach North George watched Su Bai's performance and could only shake his head in exasperation. This fellow was truly an untalented waste. Even in midfield, Su Bai, with his lackluster defense, contributed nothing of significance. The journalists on the sidelines, witnessing Su Bai's fruitless endeavor to touch the ball for over 10 minutes, were equally distressed. They exchanged glances, pondering how they could capture a good photograph of someone who hardly engaged with the ball. However, at that moment on the field, Su Bai, who had been persistently fighting for possession, unexpectedly received a pass from a team's midfielder Montari. The instant he received the ball at midfield, a surge of electricity coursed through his body. He deftly controlled the ball and turned. Before him unfolded a peculiar sight. It was as if countless lines appeared, each accompanied by a success probability index, as if meticulously calculated. Almost instantaneously upon controlling the ball, Su Bai sprang into action. With a powerful strike from his right foot, he struck the ball's underside. The ball, spinning with force, surged towards B team's defensive half. As it spun, it traced an uncanny arc in the air, resembling a rainbow. Effortlessly soaring over B team's backline, it landed between the goalkeeper and the two central defenders of B team. At the moment the ball touched the ground, a team's right winger, House, miraculously appeared at that spot. Without pausing to control the ball, House struck it with his right foot towards the far corner. The football struck fiercely into the corner of the goal. 1-1. Team A has leveled the score. Su Bai provided the assist. Several journalists immediately turned their cameras towards Su Bai, eager to capture a couple of shots. They marveled at the boy's fortune, as he managed to secure an assist with a rather aimless kick. However, among the reporters, an elderly man with a head of white hair suddenly gazed intently at Su Bai, who remained lost in thought at midfield. His eyes reflected a hint of astonishment, even a touch of confusion. Yet, none of the others seemed to notice this. Even Dortmund's head coach, North George, glanced at his watch in boredom. He was fully aware of Su Bai's capabilities. This goal was merely a fluke. Chapter 3. To Schalke 04? The 30-minute inter-squad training match concluded swiftly. Apart from the assist, Su Bai had made no significant contributions. As a forward, his 0 shots on goal did not come as a surprise, and North George offered him a few comforting words. Watching the members of the Dortmund U18 team leave the field, Su Bai turned back to the sidelines, resigned, and began to pack away his jersey and boots. He had arrived at Dortmund with this very bag. Before heading to the training ground that morning, he had already organized his passport and other belongings. While the dormitory was situated within the club, it was a fair distance away. The training ground, however, was conveniently located at the club's entrance. Su Bai had long anticipated this outcome and had no intention of returning to the dormitory. Just like Uncle Lee, who had contacted him from the association, he had purchased a flight ticket back home the previous evening. Now, the training ground lay empty, with Su Bai standing alone amidst the silence. He removed the Borussia Dortmund jersey he was wearing, even shedding his shorts. Although he was leaving in a rather dejected manner, he had no desire to take anything from the club, not even the jersey itself. Shouldering his backpack, Su Bai donned the sneakers he had brought from his homeland and strolled leisurely away from the opulent Dortmund club. The guard at the entrance didn't even spare him a glance. Su Bai took out the bread he had purchased earlier and savored a piece while sipping on some mineral water. Perhaps, without the system, he might have felt a twinge of disappointment at this moment. However, ever since the system had activated, he had been free of worries. If Dortmund did not want him, it was not his loss. One day, he would make them regret their decision. Yet, after walking a short distance, an unfamiliar elderly man blocked his path. "Is this how you're leaving?" the old man inquired in impeccable English. Su Bai looked up in confusion. What? He did not recognize this old man at all, and it seemed rather nonsensical. Initially, Su Bai intended to ignore him and continued eating his bread. How about trying out for Schalke 04? Schalke 04? Su Bai turned around, scrutinizing the man more closely. The old man was dressed in worn clothing, yet his hair was impeccably styled, and his shoes were polished to a shine. "What is this about, old man?" Noticing Su Bai's budding interest, the elderly man smiled. "Are you really going to return home in such a disheartened state? And what other choice do I have? I've already purchased my ticket. If I miss it, I won't even be able to return home. What time is your flight?" "At 7 in the evening." The old man glanced at his watch. It was 10:50 in the morning. There was still plenty of time until 7. Should he give Schalke a try? Su Bai hesitated. His mind was consumed by his current task, the reward of which was undeniably enticing. He wondered if it might be yet another fully leveled attribute card, allowing him to enhance his desired shooting skill. I don't know anyone. Would they offer me an opportunity? Moreover, I lack funds. Don't expect to receive any referral fees. And don't even think about harvesting my kidneys. I am proficient in martial arts. Su Bai was no fool. He was well aware of the numerous con artists preying on the youth. Despite his youthful appearance, he had once been a formidable keyboard warrior in his previous life. The old man chuckled at Su Bai's concerns. Rest assured, I won't charge you a penny. Nor do I wish to take your kidneys. Do I look like a fraud? Not necessarily, he replied with a grin. My car is over there. Schalke 04 is nearby. And their training should still be ongoing. Why not give it a shot? Without waiting for Su Bai's response, he turned and ambled toward his vintage car. Su Bai glanced at the bread in his hand, wrapped it up, wiped his hands, and followed suit. For the sake of the task reward, he decided to take the plunge. If things went awry, he could always knock the old man out first. However, once he entered the car, he felt reassured. A camera was mounted in the back, and the old man's press credentials lay casually on the seat. Are you a journalist? Well, sort of. An amateur journalist. An amateur scout. Let us just say, everything is on an amateur level. The old man gestured for Su Bai to open the storage compartment beside him, revealing a scout's certificate within. Su Bai was taken aback. This old man certainly knew how to play the game, recruiting talent right under the noses of their local rivals. As a scout, possessing the identity of a journalist proved to be quite advantageous at times. Observing the old man's smug demeanor, Su Bai found himself at a loss for words. The car, much like its driver, ambled forward leisurely. Bored, Su Bai glanced out the window. Having grown accustomed to the era of smartphones, he found himself somewhat out of place in the year 2010. There were no TikTok videos to scroll through, nor any live streams to watch. As a keyboard warrior, Su Bai's only pastime was indulging in a game of Pro Evolution Soccer. However, at this time, the game was still in its 2010 version, and the lack of high-definition graphics left him disinterested. You've always played as a forward? The old man inquired, noticing Su Bai's boredom. Yes. In Yin country, I was always a forward on my school team. Su Bai replied. He was aware of his own limitations. Upon his arrival in this world, he had already found himself at Borussia Dortmund, and he had no idea why the original Su Bai had been among the selected few. As he recalled, it seemed that the original's wealthy father had played a significant role. That explains it. You've never received formal football training, the old man exclaimed, as if a light had dawned upon him. The old man's words elicited a resigned sigh from Su Bai. At 18, the prospects for mastering the fundamentals seemed bleak. Yet, contemplating the system he possessed, Su Bai felt a renewed sense of hope. There appeared to be some training modes available, which could undoubtedly enhance his skills. Upon this realization, Su Bai sat up straight with excitement. Have you ever considered changing positions? Perhaps to play as a central midfielder or an attacking midfielder? The old man's words left Su Bai feeling somewhat dejected. What is so entertaining about passing? I relish the sensation of scoring goals. Passing the ball to others for them to score. Suddenly, Su Bai recalled his recent assist. It seemed that after maxing out his passing stats, his passing ability had become distinct from others. While everyone claimed that his pass was merely luck, he knew that such a pass was one he could replicate endlessly. In truth, I sense that you possess more talent in the midfield than in other positions. The old man's eyes were sharp. Everyone had just declared Su Bai's pass as fortunate, but that kind of pass, with its unique angle and technique, go ahead and try to replicate it by chance. This lad isn't lacking in skill. He is simply mispositioned. If he could execute such passes consistently, he would have struck gold. With this thought in mind, the old man excitedly pressed down harder on the accelerator. The car sputtered in protest, seemingly displeased with his aggressive handling, producing a few angry roars without any responsive acceleration. Ultimately, the old man resignedly continued at his current speed, gradually making his way toward the Schalke 04 club building. Schalke 04? Su Bai leaned against the car window, gazing blankly ahead. Chapter 4. The old master has connections, damn it. Hylam, did you expend all your strength on a woman's belly last night? Pass the ball quicker. Fuck. You'd better run 10 laps later. Curse you, Joy. Where's your positioning? I instructed you to drift wide when receiving the ball. What in the world are you doing in the center? And you, Hughes. You absolute. On the training grounds of Schalke 04 U18, a burly man with a full beard was furiously bellowing. Despite the torrent of expletives, the players on the field remained obedient as quails, not daring to retort. Who would dare to speak back to the formidable Giles Daniel? No one would challenge him unless they wished to court disaster. As the head coach of the U18 youth team, Giles Daniel had held this position for 5 years, and dissent was simply not an option. However, just as he was venting his frustration over his players' performance, the assistant coach approached him. "Boss, old Jess has arrived." At the mention of old Jess, Giles Daniel furrowed his brow. Old Jess was no ordinary individual. He was a renowned scout for Borussia Dortmund, having served for nearly 2 decades and discovered more than 10 prodigious talents under his stewardship. Consequently, all teams treated old Jess with the utmost respect. What could he possibly want? "We are in the middle of training. Boss." He brought along a dark-haired Asian, likely a prodigy he unearthed somewhere. An Asian? Giles Daniel was taken aback. It was worth noting that old Jess, being an experienced scout, typically would not bring a player directly to the training ground under such circumstances. Originally, Giles Daniel intended to meet him later. However, after some contemplation, he decided to have the assistant coach lead old Jace onto the training ground. Upon his first glance, Giles Daniel's eyes were immediately drawn to Su Bai, as if he were a scanner meticulously assessing him from head to toe. Standing at 1.8 meters, Su Bai possessed a somewhat slender physique and exhibited a lack of physical resilience. This was the initial impression Giles Daniel formed of him. Nonetheless, he remained unperturbed, for he recognized that players from the nations of Fusan and Gaoli in the Bundesliga were often quite similar. "Hi, Daniel. I heard you cursing at the entrance." Old Jace did not afford Daniel any courtesy. Despite old Jace's remarks, Daniel extended his hand, engaging in a handshake with him. After all, he held great respect for someone who had dedicated 20 years to the club. "What brings you here? Have you brought me another prodigious talent?" Daniel inquired with a smile. "Indeed, let us give this young lad a try. He was just dismissed by Dortmund, but I suspect we may have stumbled upon a hidden gem." With that, old Jace presented Su Bai before Daniel. "Good day, sir. My name is Su Bai, hailing from Yen country." Upon hearing Su Bai's nationality, Daniel was somewhat taken aback. He was familiar with players from Yen country, especially since there was already a Yen national on the first team, a fellow named Hao Jun-min. Although that individual had experienced only sporadic playtime, it was said that he was the most outstanding player from Yen country. "This lad has a commendable passing ability. Shall we let him showcase his skills?" Old Jess candidly articulated Su Bai's characteristics. However, upon hearing old Jess's self-introduction, Su Bai felt a tinge of frustration. Passing. He was supposed to score. After all, as a forward, being asked to pass was rather absurd. Daniel, intrigued, observed that he had no shortage of forwards or speedy players. But a proficient passer was indeed what he was keenly searching for. Just moments ago, he had been vociferously criticizing his own star attacking midfielder, Halim O'Shea. That fellow, despite his robust physique, exhibited lamentable passing skills. "What position do you usually play?" Daniel inquired, directing his gaze at Su Bai. "Forward, sir." This response caused old Jess to bury his face in his hands, lamenting the futility of his earnest coaching efforts. How could this fellow still insist on identifying as a forward? Daniel, however, chuckled. "A forward skilled in passing?" Contemplating Daniel's mirth and his own enticing system rewards, Su Bai, resigned, adjusted his tone. "Sir, in truth, my greatest strength lies in midfield. Being a forward is merely my aspiration." Without further ado, Daniel halted the match between the two teams. "You, go on the field. Halim O'Shea, step aside and hand your vest to this young man," he bellowed, addressing Halim on the field. Upon hearing his coach's command, Halim O'Shea promptly exited the pitch without a word, swiftly passing his vest to Su Bai while casting him a grateful glance. Su Bai was taken aback. Having usurped this fellow's position, why did he appear so appreciative? "Ben Kaysher, please inform this young man about the strategy." At that moment, a strikingly handsome young man with blonde hair approached. "Greetings. I am Ben Kaysher, and we shall be temporary teammates." Su Bai grasped the hand extended by Ben Kaysher. "We are Team A. Do you see that tall, muscular fellow ahead? He is our right winger, Joey Franchise, known for his swift speed and robust physique. And that bald gentleman over there is our forward, Whit Benedict. I play as an attacking midfielder, and we are set up in a 4-3-3 formation. Shortly, I will pass the ball to you, and you will be responsible for orchestrating the offense." It was evident that Ben Kaysher was well versed in this role, as he swiftly elaborated on the player's attributes in the gameplay to Su Bai. Clearly, he understood the coach's instructions. After all, this was merely a straightforward trial. Soon, They would assess the young man's capabilities. If he excelled, someone would undoubtedly reach out to Su Bai, but if not, he would remain a stranger. On the sidelines, old Jess silently observed Su Bai while Daniel maintained a stoic expression. Su Bai stood on the field, somewhat surprised by the situation, perhaps due to the completed passing drills. Unlike standing as a forward, he sensed faint lines and various numbers appearing around him. Was this a data-driven visualization of passing routes? This system is remarkably impressive. Beep. With the referee's whistle signaling the start, the internal training match that would determine Su Bai's fate commenced. Ben Casey was no novice. He looked at his head coach with a desire to swiftly dismiss the unimpressive young lad from the Flame Nation. Thus, with the sound of the whistle, upon receiving a pass from the forward Whit Benedict, Ben directly transferred the ball to the figure of Su Bai before him. However, the pass was rather abrupt. To his astonishment, the young man from the Flame Nation failed to secure the ball. Well, not entirely. It was just that his reception was somewhat awkward, as he allowed the ball to come to a halt 2 meters away from him. What a disgraceful display of fundamentals. Not only was Ben Casey exasperated, but even the head coach on the sidelines, Giles Daniel, wore a look of disbelief. He turned to the scout, old Jess, beside him, whose expression also betrayed a hint of embarrassment. Nevertheless, having endured many years at Schalke 04, old Jess calmly averted his gaze. This lad was likely nervous, and having played a match earlier in the morning, he must be fatigued. Giles Daniel smiled brightly, choosing to remain silent. What does fatigue mean? This clearly signifies a lack of ability. At this level, he might as well be playing amateur football. What business does he have in professional soccer? Meanwhile, Su Bai felt a tinge of embarrassment on the field. However, given his thick skin and bold heart, despite the ball being a distance away, he promptly surged forward, seizing control before the B-team forwards could advance. Observing the approaching B-team players, the passing lanes before Su Bai transformed into a sea of red. Without hesitation, he deftly maneuvered the ball and passed it to the defensive midfielder, Lloyd and Cairo, who stood behind him. Chapter 5. The astonishing pass Lloyd and Cairo observed as Su Bai passed the ball to him, devoid of any extraneous thoughts. He received the ball, pivoted, and executed a deft push with his right foot. Lloyd then relayed the ball to the left back, Sidney Parker. The offensive strategy of Team A commenced from the flanks. On the sidelines, the head coach watched Su Bai's initial touch with an expression that betrayed no superfluous emotion. However, old Jess feigned composure, continuing to scrutinize the unfolding scene. Had he perhaps misjudged the situation? Given Su Bai's recent performance, old Jess found himself uncertain. Perhaps this individual truly was inexperienced, and his prior exploits at Dortmund had merely been fortuitous. Yet, that seemed implausible. Such a play could not be merely luck. Meanwhile, the match pressed on. Su Bai darted around the midfield. Having never played in that position, he was, to be honest, rather unclear about positioning. In the ensuing 3 minutes, witnessing Su Bai struggle with even the most fundamental of placements, Ben Casey lost interest and initiated his own offensive maneuver. Observing Ben Casey advance, Su Bai hastily followed. However, as he sprinted forward, he was taken aback to notice the lines before him suddenly shifting. Moreover, with each stride, the values along those lines were in constant flux. It appeared that the threat level of the passes was also adapting to his movements. This system is extraordinarily powerful. Just then, Ben Casey received a lateral pass from the left winger, preparing to loft the ball into the penalty area. Suddenly, a shout pierced the air. "Over here." The voice was somewhat unfamiliar, yet it soon became clear to Ben K that it was the young man with dark hair calling out to him. Turning his head, Ben spotted the fellow standing just behind him, waving for the ball. Initially reluctant to pass, he contemplated that this match was, after all, an opportunity to assess the young man before him. With a deft push of his left foot, he sent the ball rolling towards Su Bai. The ball swiftly traversed the ground towards Su Bai, catching the attention of Giles Daniel on the sidelines, who was somewhat surprised to see Su Bai actively seeking the ball. After all, given the few minutes of playtime, Su Bai appeared to be nothing more than an amateur player, and not even a particularly distinguished one among the amateurs. It was unexpected to witness such audacity. He had the nerve to request the ball, which was a rather remarkable trait for a player from Yen country. He was well aware that even the national team player, Hao Jun-min, was timid on the field, never daring to ask for the ball. At that moment, the most anxious individual was undoubtedly the slightly disheveled old Jess on the sidelines. He surmised that this might be the final opportunity for the young Yen player he had brought along. Should there be another fumbled touch? It was likely that Daniel would not have the time to assist him in practicing his ball control. In the blink of an eye, the ball rolled to Su Bai's feet. The defensive midfielder from Team B rushed towards Su Bai, intent on intercepting. However, just as everyone anticipated Su Bai to control the ball, he surprisingly struck it with the outside of his foot. Yet, the force he applied was somewhat lacking. A shot on goal. Daniel on the sidelines chuckled and shook his head. This fellow was indeed quite amateurish. Before him surged the defensive midfielder, accompanied by a central defender within the penalty area. The direct shot offered virtually no angle for a strike, rendering such a hard attempt a sheer waste of a scoring opportunity. He turned to glance at his companion, the seasoned veteran, old Jace. Indeed, witnessing Su Bai's attempt, a wave of disappointment washed over old Jace's face. Perhaps not merely disappointment, but even a hint of embarrassment. Daniel was already contemplating how to console old Jace, for the old fellow had merely meant well, seeing the young talent approach him. Yet, this time he had misjudged. Suddenly, to Daniel's astonishment, old Jace leaped up as if possessed. What was happening? Judging by the old man's demeanor, had this young lad from Yin country actually scored? Daniel hastily turned to observe the field. Not a goal. A pass? At that moment, within Team B's penalty area, Team A's forward, Whit Benedict, had already maneuvered the ball in front of the goalkeeper. As expected, Whit Benedict struck with his right foot towards the far corner. The ball rolled effortlessly into the net. 1 o'clock. Team A had secured the first goal. With a broad smile, Whit Benedict approached Su Bai, who stood at the top of the penalty arc. That was a brilliant pass, young lad from Yin country. Not only Whit Benedict, but even Ben Casey, who had just provided the ball to Su Bai, wore an expression of admiration. As for the B team midfielder, who had intended to intercept Su Bai moments ago, he now stood in shock, staring at the dark-haired youth before him. Even now, he could not comprehend how that ball had slipped past. It was noteworthy that Team B's defense had shown no flaws at all, although his strides were somewhat exaggerated, resulting in an unfortunate encounter. He was still supported by 2 central defenders. How did the ball make its way directly into the penalty area? The attacking players from Team A approached Su Bai, affectionately ruffling his hair in celebration. Meanwhile, Daniel turned to his coaching staff, perplexed by the unfolding events. What had just occurred? As he posed the question, a bespectacled middle-aged man approached. Boss, that young player from Yin country didn't tee-shoot. He delivered a superbly executed outside-of-the-foot curling pass. The ball had slipped through Beasley's legs, initially skimming the grass, and after swiftly passing him, it evaded the 2 central defenders of Team B as well. Upon landing, the ball, due to its intense spin, veered toward the advancing Whit Benedict. Daniel was momentarily stunned. It was inconceivable that someone so seemingly inept could produce such an extraordinarily difficult outside-of-the-foot curling pass. It is widely recognized that among all types of passes, the outside-of-the-foot curl is the most challenging. In contemporary football, there is no player who can guarantee successful outside-of-the-foot passes every time. The complexity of such a maneuver is evident. Missing Su Bai's pass had genuinely piqued Daniel's interest. I told you this guy is a passing prodigy. Haha, Daniel, you've struck gold. Old Jess, who had earlier felt a tinge of embarrassment, was now beaming with pride and satisfaction. Daniel, however, remained silent, turning his gaze back to the field. Let us give the ball more often to that young lad from Yin country. He shouted, let the game continue. In truth, there was no need for Daniel to utter those words. Su Bai's recent assist had already garnered the trust of his teammates on the field. Moreover, Su Bai had finally mastered the utilization of the system. He no longer required to stop the ball. Whenever the football approached, he would strike it with precision. Thanks to the system, every passing route before him was clearly marked with its success rate. Consequently, the A-team's offense began to flow seamlessly. Remarkably, due to Su Bai's precise passing, the Schalke 04 U18 A-team exhibited the speed akin to that of a Bundesliga squad. Ben K would receive the ball and pass it straight to Su Bai, who, in turn, consistently followed the system's designated passing routes. The small-scale combinations were reciprocated with finesse. Upon receiving another lateral pass from Ben K, a vivid red passing line appeared before Su Bai once more. The vibrant hue signified an assist. Without pausing for the ball, he executed a powerful strike with the outside of his foot. The football traced a beautiful arc across Schalke 04's training ground. It sailed over the B team's defensive midfielder and the twin center backs. Miraculously, the forward, Whit Benedict, who had been poised to make a run, found himself perfectly positioned behind the ball's trajectory. Another one-on-one opportunity. Whit Benedict, upon receiving the pass, deftly slotted the ball into the net with his right foot. It pierced through the grasp of the B team's goalkeeper. 2-0. Su Bai had assisted for the second time, and Daniel was watching intently. Jesse, does this guy have a contract? Where's his agent? Where is his agent? I must sign him. Immediately. Right now. At this moment, Su Bai on the field, having assisted in a splendid double goal, couldn't help but smile. However, on the sidelines, old Jess laughed even louder. Chapter 6. Is the contract signed? As the head coach of Schalke 04 U18, Daniel has recently been beset by worry. Although the U18 team currently competes in the fourth tier of German football, it is crucial to note that his squad has failed to supply a single player to the first team for 2 consecutive seasons. Many within the club have begun clamoring for Daniel's dismissal, which has left him quite anxious. After all, despite being merely a youth team coach, Schalke 04 offers a substantial salary. If he departs from here, his future remains uncertain. At this moment, he gazes excitedly at Su Bai on the field. Jess, why has this talent not been discovered by Dortmund? With such a kick, there is no way Dortmund would let him slip away. Old Jess turned to the elated Daniel, stating, I have no idea. Perhaps Dortmund has too many prodigies. Unbeknownst to old Jess, Su Bai's performance at Dortmund had been utterly dismal, and his system had only just been activated. Thus, Dortmund remained unaware that they had overlooked a player with such exceptional passing ability. As the second goal was scored, the match reached a temporary halt. However, the way everyone looked at Su Bai had transformed dramatically from initial mockery to an intense seriousness. In a brief span of merely 20 minutes, Su Bai had already garnered the recognition of this talented group from Schalke. What exquisite passes! Exclaimed the Schalke forward, Whit Benedict, who promptly approached with a smile and extended his hand. For a forward, a midfielder like Su Bai is truly the embodiment of one's aspirations. Observing Whit Benedict's outstretched hand, Su Bai returned the gesture with a smile. Look, the boss over there seems anxious. He probably wishes to sign you swiftly. With that, Whit Benedict playfully winked at Su Bai. Not only Whit Benedict, but even Ben K, who had just collaborated well with Su Bai, approached him. Su, those 2 passes were indeed splendid. Ben K expressed his admiration for Su Bai's brilliant assists. In the realm of football, it is always talent that prevails. Su Bai had long been aware of this truth. Compared to the indifference he experienced with Dortmund, the atmosphere among this group from Schalke felt far more amiable. At the very least, he sensed none of the arrogance typically associated with Dortmund's youth team. Hi, Su, come over here, called out old Jess from the sidelines as the match concluded. See, I told you, give Schalke a try. Are you interested in signing with Schalke 04? Old Jess remarked with a grin. Upon hearing this, Su Bai felt a sense of reassurance. After all, the task within the system still loomed before him. If he were to leave the national team in disgrace, who knows when he might fulfill that mission. Schalke 04 can be regarded as a prominent club in the Bundesliga. Although it does lag slightly behind Borussia Dortmund, nonetheless, it is still quite respectable. Old Jace had initially thought that Su Bai would be thrilled upon hearing the possibility of signing, but to his astonishment, the young lad remained utterly composed. This is Schalke 04 we are speaking of. Does he not feel even a hint of excitement? Daniel, observing Su Bai's tranquility, was equally taken aback. It is well known that players of Su Bai's age are plentiful in the national team, with countless individuals vying for a chance to join Schalke 04. Su, do you have an agent? Daniel inquired, though he was somewhat perplexed. His primary focus was on securing Su Bai's signature. Such a promising talent. If he were to walk out the door, other clubs would surely be clamoring to sign him. No, sir. An agent is something a novice like me could hardly possess. Just then, he called out, Hank. Hank. Upon hearing the coach's call, a young man with golden hair hurried over. Take him to sign the contract. Certainly, boss. Which type? At that moment, Daniel found himself uncertain. After all, Su Bai had only demonstrated his skills with a couple of passes. His performance in other areas was truly lacking. Signing a professional contract seemed hasty. Furthermore, he lacked the authority to finalize a formal contract that would require the approval of the club's manager, Janice. However, he had the final say on an apprentice contract. Yet, if he were to sign an apprentice contract, should Su Bai attract attention, he could easily be poached away. In due time, he would find himself bereft of even a place to weep. I shall call Janice. Observing Daniel's perplexity, old Jess chuckled softly as he retrieved his phone. Old Jess's words instantaneously alleviated Daniel's distress. He was well aware of the camaraderie between Old Jess and Daniel. These two seasoned gentlemen had embarked on their journey as scouts together, though Janice had proven to be more adaptable, ultimately ascending to the managerial position over the years. Meanwhile, the obstinately traditional Old Jess remained a mere scout. Admittedly, his salary eclipsed that of his peers, yet he remained, in essence, just a scout. In no time, Old Jess dialed the number. Within mere seconds, the call was answered. "Hello? You old fool, what prompts you to call me? Have you squandered your money again on those old hags?" Janice's initial remark left many in the vicinity feeling somewhat embarrassed. It became apparent, as they observed the silver-haired figure, that Old Jess had an affinity for such banter. "Damn it, when did I ever take a liking to those old hags? I have a matter of significance to discuss. I bring forth a promising talent whom I wish to sign. The youth team affairs are not my concern. If you wish to sign someone, go consult Daniel. He handles the apprentice contracts. I am presently beside Daniel, but this is not about an apprentice contract. I seek to secure a formal player contract." Old Jess's words evidently caught Hamt on the other end by surprise. In recent years, although Old Jess has been tirelessly searching for suitable players for Schalke, the rise of the internet has posed significant challenges for traditional scouts. The advanced network has rendered the once enigmatic talents from around the globe far less mysterious than before. Thus, the era of scouts traversing the world to unearth superstars has long since concluded. Even when a potential talent is identified, they often merely make an appearance in the youth team before fading away. However, it is a rarity to have someone who can directly negotiate a formal contract, as is the case today. This piqued Hammond's interest. Who could this individual be that compelled Old Jess to take action and secure a formal contract? Undoubtedly, this person is an exceptional talent, and trust me on that. Upon hearing Jess's unwavering confidence, Hammond smiled. Formal player contracts come in various forms, some high and some low. Considering Old Jess's stubborn nature, Hammond was reluctant to pursue the matter further. "Very well. Your judgment is indeed sharp. Have Daniel take him to sign, and I will arrange the call." Upon hearing Hammond's agreement, Old Jess beamed with joy. After ending the call, Jess winked at Su Bai. Daniel, standing nearby, felt a sense of relief. "Congratulations, young man. Soon, you will be a part of Schalke 04. Su Bai smiled, saying nothing. His thoughts were solely focused on completing the task, curious about what the reward would entail. Chapter 7. What is happening? Why is Raoul here? Although Old Jess mentioned a formal player contract. However, when the contract was presented before Su Bai, he felt no surprise whatsoever. A weekly salary of €175. This could be regarded as the lowest contract within the entire team. Naturally, as a newcomer, this contract was somewhat to be expected. Daniel, who had brought Su Bai along, felt indifferent about it. Yet, the old Jace beside them appeared somewhat embarrassed. After all, he was the one who had called the club's general manager, and he had not anticipated that this old fellow would offer Su Bai the minimum contract. To be frank, this contract bore little difference from the apprentice contract Daniel had just mentioned, except for the fact that the apprentice contract lacked a penalty clause, while Su Bai's contract included a termination fee of €500,000. "Su, this is merely the beginning. Do not be disheartened. As long as you can partake in the matches and perform admirably, Schalke will undoubtedly increase your weekly salary in no time," Jace remarked, casting a glance at Daniel. Yes, Su, do not fret." For Daniel, who was in dire need of a playmaking midfielder, the paramount concern was to secure Su Bai's presence at Schalke. However, it seemed that Su Bai was entirely oblivious to the two individuals beside him. Ding dong. "Congratulations, host. Task: obtain your first apprentice contract within 7 days, completed. Completion level, SSS. System reward, golden treasure chest. Exceeding task requirements triggers a random high-level reward." At this moment, Su Bai was exhilarated by the notification of his task completion reward. Were it not for these two individuals, Su Bai would likely have immediately delved into the system to discover the splendid rewards it had in store for him. This was a random high-level reward for surpassing the task, a golden chest. One could easily infer that it contained something extraordinarily remarkable. "Hey, Su, do not be disheartened." Daniel observed the young man from Yin Nation, who appeared somewhat dazed by the recent events, and began to feel a wave of concern. It was a rare opportunity to cultivate a promising talent. If he were to become despondent, where would Daniel seek solace? "Oh, it's nothing, sir. I am quite satisfied." With Su Bai finally regaining his composure, Daniel let out a sigh of relief. Upon exiting the office building, old Jace took his leave, but not before leaving his phone number with Su Bai, urging him to train diligently and to reach out should he encounter any difficulties. Watching the departing figure, Su Bai felt a surge of gratitude. This stubborn yet warm-hearted elder from the War Chariot Nation had truly become a benefactor in his life. Had it not been for his unexpected intervention, Su Bai would likely be at the airport, preparing to return home in defeat. "Come on, lad. Let us head to the training ground," Daniel said with a smile, shrugging playfully as he encouraged Su Bai to follow him. "Mr. Daniel, I have yet to secure accommodations, and I fear the dormitory in Dortmund will not accept me tonight." At that moment, Su Bai's mind was preoccupied with thoughts of his golden chest. Training seemed a secondary concern. "Haha, do not fret. Everything will be arranged shortly. It's time to eat first, and I will have someone escort you to your dormitory afterward. Indeed, this afternoon marks the physical examination, and it seems you are rushing things a bit too hastily, neglecting even the medical tests." Pointing towards the direction of the dining hall, Daniel took his leave. Watching Daniel depart, Su Bai, with his bag slung over his shoulder, meandered toward the restaurant. At that moment, the Schalke staff, having just completed the contract signing, found themselves in a quandary. It had been nearly 5 years since Schalke had engaged in such a rudimentary formal contract. The last one was with a young lad from Africa who, however, had left in disgrace after barely 2 weeks. Should this be announced on the official website? Or perhaps it would be better to let it slide. How could a player from Yin Nation possibly remain here? Haven't you heard that Hao Junmin is on the verge of being relegated to the reserve team? How is that possible? Coach Magath still holds him in high regard. Now, with another player from Japan, who is supposedly superior to Hao Junmin, Coach Magath finds himself in a predicament. The Japanese player certainly surpasses those from Yin Nation. Never mind. This lad probably won't make much of an impact anyway. Why waste our time? With that, the group placed Su Bai's contract into a drawer and promptly left for the day. At that very moment, Su Bai had just arrived at the entrance of the restaurant. Upon stepping inside, he was momentarily taken aback. Something seemed amiss. As soon as he entered, he spotted a familiar figure with black hair seated at the entrance. Could it be? Was it not his esteemed senior, Sengo? As the finest midfielder from Yin Nation, Sengo, Hao Junmin, had been active until 2022. In my recollection, he was already the captain of the national team at that time. Meanwhile, as he was dining, Hao Junmin unexpectedly spotted an Asian face, black hair and dark eyes. Could it be my compatriot? At that moment, Su Bai could no longer contain himself and spoke up. Upon hearing the familiar Mandarin, Hao Junmin immediately rose and approached him. "Who are you?" "Hello, I am Su Bai. I just signed with Schalke." Hao Junmin was filled with excitement. After all, this was a Bundesliga team. His presence here undoubtedly indicated that the young man had secured a contract. However, he couldn't help but wonder why he had never heard of the name Su Bai before. "Which club did you transfer from?" The warm familiarity of encountering a fellow countryman abroad sparked immediate enthusiasm in Hao Junmin. Having spent half a season at Schalke, his opportunities to play had been limited. Yet he still managed to earn some time under Magath, allowing numerous fans back home to catch glimpses of their national player on television. At that moment, he was the sole representative of his country in one of the top 5 leagues. How could he not be thrilled by the sudden appearance of a compatriot? "I didn't belong to any club before," Su Bai admitted, revealing that he had no prior affiliation with the team, having emerged from informal grassroots selections. He had not undergone formal training. In essence, he was a product of the Football Association's initiatives. "What? Then who are you?" Hao Junmin inquired, puzzled. The notion of someone without a club was perplexing. Could he be a Chinese descendant from a different country? "I just signed a formal contract, but it's only with the U18 youth team." Although it is somewhat regrettable, Hao Junmin still encouragingly remarked, "U18? The youth team is quite commendable as well. They can at least secure a spot in the top 10 of the 3rd division. Keep up the good work. By the way, what brings you here?" Observing Su Bai carrying his bag, Hao Junmin assumed that Su Bai had lost his way. "Mr. Daniel just instructed me to have lunch first and directed me this way, so I came to eat," Su Bai replied. "However, this is the first team's dining area. Little Bai, the U18 dining hall, is downstairs." At that moment, Su Bai realized that sitting at Hao Junmin's table was none other than Raul, the legendary Real Madrid star, revered as the greatest number 7 of the club. And there was Huntelaar, not to mention the national team player Metzelder seated nearby. Goodness, These are all bona fide football stars. Chapter 8. Has Raul come to watch Su Bai's training? Dazed, Su Bai was gently guided by Hao Junmin to take a seat. Although Su Bai had indeed made an error, being a fellow townsman, Hao Junmin still kindly urged him to sit down. In a short while, Hao Junmin presented a sumptuous lunch to Su Bai. Hurry and eat. Once you're finished, we can have a good chat. Su Bai had participated in 2 training matches since morning and was feeling quite hungry at that moment. After a whirlwind of consumption, Su Bai finally reclined comfortably, patting his stomach. Aside from Hao Junmin, the other players paid no heed to Su Bai. He felt a mere curiosity towards those football stars and did not foolishly approach them. Seeing that Su Bai had finished his meal, Hao Junmin left his phone number for Su Bai and turned to join his teammates. Originally, I intended to engage in a meaningful conversation with Su Bai. However, the elderly Magath has grown accustomed to conducting tactical briefings after meals. Thus, Hao Junmin had no choice but to bid farewell to Su Bai with a heavy heart. After finishing their meal, Su Bai gathered his belongings and set off in search of Daniel. The fellow was in quite a rush, leading him to the first team's dining area. Had it not been for Hao Junmin's presence, he might have been unceremoniously escorted out by the staff within. Upon descending the stairs, Su Bai quickly encountered a familiar face. "Hi, Su, hurry up and eat. Why are you only just arriving?" Ben Kaisher greeted him with a smile. "Oh, thank you, but I've already eaten. Where is Mr. Daniel?" Su Bai was eager to resolve his dormitory issues, feeling quite fatigued after the morning's events. "Hey, Su, I called you over for a meal. Why didn't you come?" At that moment, Daniel emerged from the dining area, eyeing Su Bai's bag with curiosity. "Sir, you directed me to that location, and I inadvertently ended up at the first team's dining hall." Su Bai replied, feeling somewhat exasperated. "Haha, my mistake. You haven't eaten yet, so go ahead and grab a meal. I've already eaten. I just want to find a bed to lie down for a bit." Observing Su Bai's evident weariness, Daniel wasted no time. "Ben Kaisher, take Su Bai to the dormitory. He'll stay with you. Haven't you always been alone?" Upon hearing that Daniel had assigned Su Bai to his dormitory, Ben Kaisher nodded in agreement. As the captain, his roommates had changed more frequently than anyone else in the youth team. There is no alternative, as long as someone arrives. His sociable nature makes him an invaluable asset to the team. At the very least, with him around, he can promptly elucidate the unique characteristics of each player to new teammates. However, it is essential to recognize that not everyone possesses the ability to remain at Schalke 04 indefinitely. It is noteworthy that this season he has already had 2 roommates, both of whom have since departed. One wonders if this unexpected lad from the fiery land can establish himself at Schalke 04. Well, it should be more accurately stated as Schalke 04 U18. The first team? That seems a distant dream. Even he has yet to set foot there. Presently, the obstinate manager of the first team is singularly focused on securing the Bundesliga championship. This season, the club has sold 12 players and welcomed several formidable reinforcements, including Metzelder, Hjlund, Uchida, Ral, and Escudero. Contemplating this, Ben Kaisi could only shake his head in resignation. Although everyone proclaims him to be a prodigy of Schalke's youth academy, he is acutely aware of the extent of that talent's potential. "Let us go." Observing the weary expression on Su Bai's face, Ben Kaisi did not linger. Su Bai nodded and followed suit. The Schalke 04 club occupies an extensive area, yet most of it is designated for the first team. Out of the 12 training fields, the 4 finest are reserved for the first team, while the U18, competing in the 3rd division, has been allocated 2 respectable ones. As for the dormitory building, compared to the luxurious single rooms of the first team, the U18 dormitory can only be described as satisfactory. A somewhat dilapidated 3-story building stood before them, adorned with a large Schalke logo, albeit obscured by grime and wear. The conditions were rather rudimentary, yet one should not be dismissive. "I do not reside here often." Ben Kaisher led Su Bai into the dormitory. Fortunately, despite its shabby exterior, the interior was quite pristine, a result of Mr. Daniel's initiative to enhance the club's facilities this season. The previous environment was so uninviting that even a dog would hesitate to enter. Here we are. Ben Kaishi's dormitory was the first room on the 2nd floor. After ushering Su Bai into the room, Ben Kaisher swiftly departed, reminding Su Bai to make himself at home and to reach out if he needed anything. After bidding farewell to Ben Kaisher, Su Bai finally exhaled in relief and reclined on the bed. The dormitory was tidy, and it was evident that Ben Kaishi's bed had seen little use, suggesting he was likely a local. Closing the door, Su Bai joyfully accessed the system, eager to unveil his golden treasure chest, which he had yet to open. He wondered what delightful surprises awaited him. Upon entering the system, his lackluster attributes materialized before him. Aside from a red indicator for passing, the rest appeared dismal in shades of gray and white. Yet, behind the grayish data lay a glittering golden treasure chest. How does one utilize this? Gazing at the chest, Su Bai hastily inquired. The host may open it directly. Rewards unknown. The system remained as succinct and straightforward as ever. Su Bai, unable to ponder further, promptly tapped the golden treasure chest with his right hand. At the very moment he made contact with the chest, the entire system space was instantly enveloped in a golden radiance, startling Su Bai. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a golden star player skill card 1. A golden skill card? Su Bai was immediately elated. This sounded incredibly impressive. Whose could it be? Ronaldo's dribbling? Maradona's solo charge? Or Zidane's breathtaking volley? With excitement, Su Bai opened the skill card. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. You have received the legendary player Iniesta's fried meatball skill. The skill card has been automatically bound to the host. At the moment the skill card was bound to him, Su Bai felt as if an electric current coursed through his body. Scenes of Iniesta executing the fried meatball in matches flashed through his mind like a slideshow. Was it over? Waiting for the slideshow to conclude, Su Bai inquired, but it seemed the system had drifted back into slumber, leaving him without any response. Seeing the system unresponsive, Su Bai lost interest and shifted his focus to his training points. After all, the system had only just activated, and his training points were at a mere 0. Su Bai was uncertain of the purpose of these training points. When he asked the system, it remained silent. It appeared that he could only await gradual progress. After exiting the system, Su Bai lay on his bed and closed his eyes for a brief rest. However, it wasn't long before Ben Kashi called him to the training ground. This fellow Daniel had no regard for rest periods in training. In preparation for the upcoming weekend's regional league match, Daniel had not afforded his players any moments of respite these past few days. Su Bai hastily wiped his face and donned the team uniform that Kaishi had just brought him, number 38. This number was not of Su Bai's choosing, but belonged to the unfortunate fellow who had previously occupied this dormitory. After quickly putting on the uniform, Su Bai rushed downstairs. At that moment, the tactical lecture for the first team had just concluded. Hao Junmin could hardly contain his eagerness to call Su Bai. After all, he was his fellow townsman, and he wished to look out for him. Hi, Hao, where are you going? Just as Hao Junmin was about to turn and leave, someone called out to him. Turning around, he saw Raul. Oh, Gonzalez, I was planning to check on the U18 team. For some reason, since arriving at Schalke, Raul found that the only person he could readily converse with was Hao Junmin. As a star of Real Madrid, Raul Gonzalez had come to Schalke in the twilight of his career. To be honest, he felt little regard for Magath's fervent desire for championships, having won enough titles. He had little interest in a Bundesliga championship. Is that the little guy we just saw at dinner? Is he also from your country? Raul had indeed spotted Su Bai during dinner, but he initially thought Su Bai was a relative of Hao Junmin, not realizing he was actually a U18 player. Well, since I have nothing else to do, shall we go together? Upon hearing that Raul was interested in accompanying him, Hao Junmin shyly smiled and nodded in agreement. Be more confident, my friend. Laughter should accompany your journey in European football. You must dare to showcase your talents, and this begins with the lessons life imparts. Observing the bashful demeanor of Hao Junmin, Raul chuckled as he spoke. Nevertheless, despite his words, Raul took it upon himself to embrace Hao Junmin, and together they exited the room. Perhaps what drew Raul to him was that very shyness and humility. He certainly did not fancy the burly figures of the other players at Schalke. Ahem. This attraction is undoubtedly a natural one. The distance between the U18 training ground and the first team is still considerable. After a lengthy stroll, the two finally arrived at the training field. Control the midfield. Keep the ball at your feet, Hai Lim O'Shea. For heaven's sake, can you manage to keep the ball under control instead of launching it aimlessly? Look where you've passed it. Daniel's booming voice echoed in their ears as they reached the training ground. Observing the irritable Daniel, Hao Junmin could only roll his eyes. Is this the typical demeanor of the national team's coach? Magath also possessed a voice like this on the training field, though he was somewhat more civilized and rarely resorted to common expressions. Where's your little brother? Raul inquired, Noticing the lack of action on the field, Hao Junmin scanned the area and, upon closer inspection, realized that Su Bai was warming up off the field. Clearly, there was no place for Su Bai even in the U18B team. Is that Raul? Wow, Raul has come to our U18 team. Is the first team scouting for talent? Indeed, I had not heard of any shortages in the first team. What is the situation? The presence of RAL and Hao Junmin on the sidelines quickly captured the player's attention, as RAL's reputation precedes him. At this moment, Daniel also noticed RAL and Hao Junmin. Mr. RAL. Daniel approached RAL, greeting him warmly. Hello. I wonder if your presence here is at the request of Mr. Magath? Clearly, RAL's arrival led Daniel to misinterpret the situation, and he felt a surge of joy. After all, it had been a year. Magath had finally come to observe his U18 team. Although not in person, RAL's presence carried even greater weight. My apologies. I am here accompanying Hao to see his fellow townsman, but it seems that fellow has yet to take the field, RAL remarked, glancing at Su Bai with a smile. Upon hearing this, Daniel looked at Hao Junmin beside RAL and immediately understood. Haha, he just signed today. Let him warm up. He should go on now. The astute Daniel understood RAL's implication. Accompanying a player on the fringes of the first team clearly indicated a desire for him to take special notice of Su Bai. Moreover, Daniel had already intended to substitute Su Bai in, so this was a fortuitous alignment of interests. With that, Daniel turned to the field. What are you looking at? Su, you're up. Replace Hylam. Following Daniel's command, Su Bai promptly entered the game. However, the player being substituted, Hylam, did not display any enthusiasm about the change. It is common knowledge that Raul's presence here holds significance. At such a critical moment, to think that he would be substituted for a newcomer. Halim, murmuring quietly, cast a glance at Su Bai, who also exited the field. Thank you, Gonzalez. Naturally, Hao Junmin understood that Su Bai's rapid entrance onto the pitch was due to Raul's influence, and he promptly expressed his gratitude. Haha, let us see how your compatriot performs. Raul smiled enigmatically, turning his gaze back to the game. Hao Junmin recognized that Raul wished to avoid making him feel indebted. Nonetheless, Hao Junmin felt quite moved. Su, remember, your task is to pass the ball to that eager young lad ahead. As Su Bai stepped onto the field, Daniel didn't forget to shout a reminder. The moment he entered the game, the pathways for passing immediately reappeared before Su Bai's eyes. Glancing at Hao Junmin, who was cheering him on from the sidelines, Su Bai offered a subtle smile. Schalke 04. Here I come. Chapter 9. Fried Meatballs. Raul was taken aback. The Schalke 04 U18 team boasts a considerable roster, with at least 35 individuals, including those on apprentice contracts. This is significantly more than the first team. Consequently, during training sessions, aside from the core group of A-team players, the remaining players are all squeezed into the B team. At least the A-team players have formal contracts, with weekly wages sufficient to sustain themselves. The plight of those on apprentice contracts is far more dire. Many of these young players must seek part-time jobs outside of football to make ends meet. After all, Schalke 04 is not affluent. An optional U18 team is simply beyond the club's financial means to support. Upon Raul's arrival, Su Bai was swiftly promoted from the B team to the A team, leaving many substitutes on the sidelines, eagerly awaiting their chance, filled with envy. They had witnessed Su Bai's fundamental skills, deeming him merely an amateur player. Yet, unexpectedly, he soared to prominence after just a few fortunate passes. Jennings, the defensive midfielder from the B team, watched as Su Bai positioned himself before him, feeling a surge of discontent. His gaze was fixed on Su Bai, brimming with jealousy. As Su Bai took his place, the training match officially commenced. Having played once already, Ben Keish was familiar with Su Bai's characteristics. At the start, he refrained from passing the ball to him, opting instead to advance with the ball himself. Su Bai closely followed Ben Keish's side, ever ready to support. However, it was peculiar that, despite Ben Keish being the ball carrier, the towering defensive midfielder Jennings from the B team was directing his defense towards Su Bai. Ultimately, Daniel aimed to enhance the A team's offense. Thus, during the division, the A group adopted a dual attacking midfielder strategy, reminiscent of the 4-3-3 formation employed by U18 during their time in the third division. Conversely, the B team, under Daniel's guidance, implemented a 4-5-1 formation, featuring two wide midfielders and dual defensive midfielders, clearly prioritizing defense. The previously substituted attacking midfielder, Halim O'Shea, often faced criticism for his inability to distribute the ball effectively. Nonetheless, at that time, the B team's defensive pressure was primarily shouldered by the technically skilled Ben Keish. Observing Su Bai being closely marked while unarmed with the ball, Daniel on the sidelines swiftly grasped the underlying reason. It was evidently due to the B team's players' dissatisfaction. However, Daniel felt no inclination to comment. He was rather curious to see whether Su Bai could manage to pass the ball under such constraints. "It appears your young friend has made an enemy," Raul remarked quietly to Hao Junmin as he watched Su Bai being shadowed on the field. Such matters were immediately apparent to the seasoned Raul. One could only wonder if this fellow would manage to perform well. As Su Bai was closely monitored by a burly figure towering at nearly 2 meters, Hao Junmin couldn't help but feel a twinge of concern. Frankly speaking, considering Su Bai's slender physique, it seemed nearly impossible for him to display any prowess if that robust man were to stick to him closely. Hao Junmin was inevitably reminded of his own current predicament in the Bundesliga, letting out a resigned sigh. At that moment on the field, Su Bai found himself somewhat exasperated by the B team's defensive midfielder, who was firmly positioned before him, obstructing the passing lane to Ben Keish. With no alternatives, Su Bai had no choice but to maneuver around him and approach Ben Keish to receive the ball. Noticing Su Bai's arrival, Ben Keish promptly passed the ball sideways. He was already feeling the pressure. Although his footwork was decent, the B team had begun their double teaming, with not only the other B team's midfielder but also their right winger closing in. Securing possession amid such rough tactics, especially in a country known for its physicality, was no easy feat. Thus, Su Bai's presence provided him with a much-needed relief. However, the moment Ben Keish passed the ball to Su Bai, the right midfielder and 2 defensive midfielders from Team B surged toward him, forming a trio in pursuit. Su Bai, gazing at the incoming ball, lightly tapped it with his right foot. However, this action revealed a hint of urgency, as the football nearly slipped from his control. On the sidelines, Hao Junmin, witnessing Su Bai's first touch amidst the oncoming trio, could only shake his head in resignation, especially as he observed the somewhat awkward manner in which Su Bai had halted the ball. This elicited a sense of discomfort within Hao Junmin, highlighting a common ailment among players from Yin country, a lack of solid foundational skills. Not only Hao Junmin, but even Raul, who had initially been filled with enthusiasm, furrowed his brow upon witnessing Su Bai's clumsy first touch. Truly amateurish was Raul's assessment of Su Bai's initial engagement with the ball. Accustomed to the exquisitely refined techniques of players from the bullfighting nation, Raul clearly held little regard for Su Bai's abilities. He turned to offer a comforting pat on Hao Junmin's shoulder, who appeared somewhat embarrassed. The encirclement of 3 players proved to be quite daunting for Su Bai at that moment. His fundamental attributes were woefully inadequate. Both his dribbling and attacking instincts paled in comparison to those of seasoned professionals. Thus, as he observed the trio advancing towards him, Su Bai found himself at a loss on how to respond. Ben Keish, who had just delivered the ball to Su Bai, noticed his teammate being cornered and felt a twinge of urgency. He quickly repositioned himself, ready to provide support to Su Bai. However, it was unfortunate that the 3 players from Team B had no intention of granting him that opportunity. They effectively blocked all passing lanes between him and Su Bai, leaving Su Bai on the verge of losing possession. Ben Keish, without a moment's hesitation, surged forward, acutely aware of the pressing need to fortify his defense. Today was unlike any other. Raul was present on the sidelines, presenting a splendid opportunity to showcase his talents. Just as everyone anticipated that Su Bai would falter, the young player sandwiched between 3 opponents made the first move. With remarkable agility, he deftly nudged the ball to the left with his right foot, skillfully evading the outstretched left foot of the advancing right midfielder from Team B. In an instant, Su Bai switched the ball back to the right with his left foot. But this was merely the beginning. After eluding the interception from Team B's defensive midfielder, Su Bai astonishingly redirected the ball once more to the left, performing a balletic maneuver amidst the 3 players' attempts to seize him. With a swift push of his left foot, he propelled the ball forward, slipping seamlessly between the 2 defensive midfielders of Team B. What a wondrous croqueta! This was no mere flick. Everyone recognized the significance of this move. It was the signature skill of the legendary midfielder Andres Iniesta, who had once dominated the grandest teams in Barcelona with this very technique. In the blink of an eye, Su Bai extracted the ball from the clutches of his 3 challengers. On the sidelines, Hao Junmin was left in utter disbelief. Not just Hao Junmin, even Raul, who had intended to console him moments ago, stood astonished. How could it be? In the U18 youth team of Schalke 04, there existed a player capable of executing the croceta with such finesse. This was indeed in the rugged realm of the war chariots. Yet, Su Bai's display was far from over. After maneuvering past 3 opponents, Su Bai displayed no hesitation as he focused on the advancing A-team forward, Whit Benedict. With a swift motion, he struck the ball with the outside of his right foot, delivering a powerful kick to its base. On the sidelines, Daniel eagerly awaited the arrival of that familiar arc, his excitement palpable. Chapter 10. Raul's Anticipation. Schalke desperately needed an engine like this. Prior to executing the pass, Su Bai had already envisioned the familiar red line before him, marked by an impressive 87% success rate. His fully developed passing attributes rendered every movement as precise as if calculated by a computer. The moment the ball met Su Bai's touch, it soared into the air like a cannonball. This shot was executed with tremendous force, and the trajectory clearly indicated that he intended to pass to the left winger. On the sidelines, Raul was taken aback by the ball's direction. Initially, he had assumed Su Bai would attempt a direct shot from 40 meters away, expecting a stunning long-range strike. However, as he observed the ball's flight, Raul's initial excitement waned. The execution seemed conventional, even somewhat lackluster. A skilled midfielder would not relinquish possession so hastily when unmarked in front of goal. This pass evidently lacked the potential for a clear breakaway. At this moment, he ought to have surged forward with the ball. Yet, Raul's perception soon shifted. Although the ball initially veered to the left, it astonishingly altered its course as it reached its apex. Moreover, he was astonished to discover that the soccer ball was accompanied by a fierce spin. Just as the ball reached its zenith, it abruptly began its rapid descent, and astonishingly, the trajectory was directed towards the arc at the top of Team B's penalty area. A moment ago, the A-team forward, Whit Benedict, who had been beside Team B's central defender, burst forth like a wild stallion. Without a hint of doubt, as the ball touched the ground, Whit Benedict executed a right-footed strike under no interference. Beep. The temporary referee on the field blew the whistle, signaling the goal was valid. In that instant, the previously bustling U18 training ground fell into an eerie silence. Apart from the jubilant Whit Benedict, who turned to Su Bai and gave a thumbs up, everyone else stared in exaggerated disbelief at the dark-haired young man standing at the center circle. U18 coach Daniel was also left speechless, gazing at Su Bai in awe. It was utterly shocking. The dazzling maneuver of bypassing 3 opponents, followed by an exquisite outside foot curved long pass assist. This was simply outrageous. Even during training, it was beyond comprehension. Could this individual truly be one of his players? In that moment, Daniel suddenly felt a surge of confidence in clinching the Regional Liga championship. With such a formidable midfield playmaker, how could those lesser teams stand a chance against his squad? Meanwhile, the B-team substitutes, who had previously harbored jealousy towards Su Bai, now lowered their heads in acknowledgement. They had no choice but to concede that this newcomer from the Far East possessed the caliber to belong to the A-team. Wow, this guy is incredible, Raul exclaimed, swallowing hard, as the words unexpectedly slipped from his lips. Indeed, indeed. Unlike Raul, Hao Junmin was truly taken aback at this moment. He was acutely aware of the caliber of players from Yen Nation. Even if he were to take the field, he could not replicate that dazzling sequence of moves. He is, after all, the most formidable midfielder in Yen Nation at present, albeit positioned as a full-back by Magath. Yet, he has consistently played as an attacking midfielder throughout his career, having participated in the Yen Nation Football Super League for 5 or 6 years. He knew that not a single one of those high-paid foreign players could deliver such a spectacular performance. At this moment, a sense of exhilaration surged within Hao Junmin. Perhaps, within 2 years, Yen Nation would witness the emergence of a super midfielder. The World Cup of 2014? That seemingly unattainable dream might just become a reality? Hao Junmin spotted a staff member on the sidelines wielding a small camera and hastened towards him. Did you capture that just now? Yes, indeed. Could you possibly provide me with a copy? Hao Junmin was eager to preserve a video of Su Bai's astonishing display. However, the obstinate staff member was clearly unwilling to grant Hao Junmin this favor. At that moment, Daniel approached. Give it to him. After all, we have plenty of footage of extraordinary moments like Su Bai's. Witnessing the first-team player's interest in the video, Daniel felt a surge of delight within. Wasn't this the perfect opportunity to showcase his work? What would the video be for if not to present it to Magath, the first-team coach? Although the likelihood of Su Bai making it to the Bundesliga seems slim at present, this nonetheless serves to enlighten Magath about the potential players within his U18 team who could contribute to Schalke 04. In the end, Hao Junmin joyfully received the video footage of Su Bai's recent long pass. With Su Bai's assist, the training match became rather mundane. After a short while, Daniel called a halt to the training session. Given that many players had part-time jobs to attend to in the afternoon, Daniel decided not to prolong the session and promptly announced its conclusion. Su Bai hurried to Hao Junmin's side. "You were impressive," remarked Hao Junmin, eliciting a slight blush from Su Bai. When confronted by three defenders, he was surprised by a sudden surge of instinct, as if his body had moved of its own accord, effortlessly executing the maneuver reminiscent of a fried meatball. Upon reflection, he attributed this to the system's influence, which filled him with exhilaration. This was merely the first card. With an unending stream of tasks, the continuous influx of skill card enhancements would undoubtedly render him invincible. "What are your plans for the afternoon?" Hao Junmin inquired, glancing at the clock, which indicated it was only 3 o'clock. "Training, of course. There's still much to improve," Su Bai responded. Hao Junmin nodded in satisfaction at his answer. With such talent and diligence, this young lad's future is truly limitless. "Keep it up. I'll invite you to dinner in a couple of days. And remember, if you need anything, don't hesitate to call me." Having said that, Hao Junmin prepared to depart. After all, tomorrow marks the Bundesliga match day, and he could not afford to linger for too long, as Magath's training session was imminent. "Best of luck, Su. I eagerly anticipate your ascent to the first team. When that time comes, you must deliver such exquisite passes to me." At that moment, Raoul smiled and patted Su Bai on the shoulder. His words were far from perfunctory. Su Bai's recent display had genuinely astonished him. A mere 17-year-old boy possessed such remarkable passing talent. Gaining entry into the first team was indeed a possibility. If Schalke 04's midfield boasted a playmaker of his caliber, combined with his prowess in the penalty area, Magath's aspirations for a Bundesliga championship might not be as far-fetched as they seemed. Contemplating this, Raoul's once dormant heart appeared to flicker back to life. Chapter 11. The end, exposed this time. Raoul and Hao Junmin had departed. Watching them leave, Su Bai resolved to return to the training ground. He had yet to fully grasp the situation regarding the training value within the system, but it evidently pertained to his own training. He had little time to ponder other matters. As for Raoul's earlier comment about joining the first team, that notion was merely a jest. Su Bai was acutely aware of his own limitations. Even making it to the U18 team in the regional Liga seemed a daunting challenge, let alone the vast chasm that was the Bundesliga. Daniel, observing Su Bai turn away, called out to him. "Hey Su, where are you off to?" "Training, sir." "Don't call me sir. Just refer to me as boss." Listening to Su Bai's awkward way of addressing him, Daniel insisted that Su Bai change his form of address. "All right. Sir." Very well, boss." At last, Daniel was satisfied. "Do not head to training just yet. Although you have signed, your medical examination has not been completed. You should attend to that first. Wycliffe, take this young man for his medical checkup and also assess his other data." After issuing these instructions, Daniel leisurely returned to his office. The medical facility was not far from the training ground where Su Bai and his team practiced. Following the assistant coach, Su Bai soon arrived. Although they were part of the U18 squad, Schalke's medical center was still accessible to them. However, the services they received paled in comparison to those afforded to the first team. Wycliffe expertly guided Su Bai into the building. "House, are you there? We have a task," Wycliffe called softly. Shortly thereafter, a middle-aged man with a fierce demeanor and a thick beard, clad in a white coat, emerged. He glanced at Su Bai and furrowed his brow. "A newcomer?" "Yes. Recommended by old Jess. He just signed, but time is tight, and he hasn't had his medical yet. Could you take care of that?" Upon hearing Wycliffe's words, House nodded in agreement. He observed Su Bai, noting his slender frame, and pondered whether he would be able to withstand the rigors of the regional Liga. With such a slight build, I doubt he can take a hit. Despite his mutterings, House quickly prepared the necessary equipment. "Take off your shirt." With a deft press of several buttons, House turned to Su Bai and inquired, "Undress?" Observing that the door was ajar, Su Bai felt a twinge of frustration. He had never experienced the embarrassment of disrobing in front of two large men. However, seeing House's eager gaze fixed upon him, Su Bai reluctantly shed his clothing and reclined upon the apparatus. Yet this fellow's physique seemed rather inadequate. The muscle mass was far below the standards expected of a professional athlete. Furthermore, the strength of his muscles appeared lacking. Clearly, his diet had been neglected. How had old Jace managed to recruit such an individual? Wasn't he typically discerning in his choices? While House continued to ramble on, Su Bai was oblivious to his words. Despite his slender frame, this lad possessed an extraordinary passing ability. You cannot fathom how exquisite his passes are. And at merely 17 years of age, he still has the potential to build his physique, but the instinct for passing is an innate gift. Noticing House's dismissive attitude towards Su Bai, Wycliffe immediately stepped forward. After all, this was a talent he intended to nurture. House's loose tongue was notorious among the club's members. If he were not corrected, it would not be long before the entire club, even the cleaning lady, would know that Coach Daniel had signed a dud without conducting a physical examination. Is that true? House appeared utterly unconvinced. Dr. House, this is the data from the first team's recent medical examination. Should we send it to them now? At that moment, a young female doctor with golden hair and glasses entered the room. Coincidentally, Su Bai had just finished his own examination. With a creaking sound, the previously shut diagnostic equipment powered back on, revealing the bare Su Bai before the young doctor. A sharp scream pierced the air. However, it was not the doctor who cried out. It was Su Bai himself. Those two wretched old men had not only stripped him bare, but also sent in a female doctor. Where could he possibly show his face now? What was he to do? Yet, the doctor merely glanced at Su Bai, nonchalantly dropped her files, and turned to leave. With no choice, Su Bai donned his clothes once more. This scene sent both Wilkley and House into fits of laughter. Lisa remained as composed as ever. How amusing. Lisa? Su Bai had just learned the name of the golden-haired woman who was the first to see through him since his arrival in this world. At that moment, Lisa, having just exited the room, stood in the corner, taking deep breaths. Once she had regained her composure, she turned to enter another room, clearly having feigned her calmness. The thought of those infuriating magazines made her cheeks flush. That lad was rather handsome. After leaving House's room, Wilkley led Su Bai to the examination room once more. They toiled for over an hour. Wycliffe finally departed the building with Su Bai, thoroughly satisfied with all the data he had acquired. After bidding farewell to Su Bai, Wycliffe promptly knocked on Daniel's door, eager to present the findings. The data is in, he announced. Observing Daniel reclining in his chair, half asleep, Wycliffe placed Su Bai's dossier on Daniel's desk. Let me take a look, Daniel replied, immediately rising to examine the data. 14 seconds for 100 meters? Such a sluggish pace? And a shuttle run. Sigh. After reviewing Su Bai's statistics, Daniel's expression shifted to one of resignation. Initially, he had hoped to uncover a hidden gem, but upon closer inspection, he realized that the decision by Dortmund to release Su Bai was indeed justified. Although at 17 years old, there remains time for improvement. Even the most talented individuals cannot enhance their abilities significantly. Particularly concerning was Su Bai's muscular strength. At that moment, Daniel felt a tinge of despondency. Given his physique, he genuinely worried that Su Bai might shy away from the game, fearing collisions on the rough fields of the German third division. Let us not be too pessimistic. This kid's passing abilities are truly elite. Wycliffe quickly interjected, noticing the gloomy demeanor of his superior. Indeed, there is still room for enhancement, yet this lad possesses remarkable talent in passing. How about this, Wycliffe? From now on, keep a close watch on him, especially regarding his diet. Do not allow him to indulge in greasy Chinese cuisine any longer. I shall seek out House shortly to procure a meal plan for Su Bai. As this thought crossed his mind, Daniel sat up and grasped his phone. Observing the head coach's evident concern for Su Bai, Wycliffe chuckled and rose to depart. Although he spoke casually, the assistant coach's special attention surely indicated something more profound. It was already past 4 in the afternoon, and Wycliffe was tidying his belongings in preparation for leaving work. One of the advantages of the U18 team is the ample time they possess. The players enjoy considerable freedom in the afternoons, and this privilege extends to the coaching staff as well. Upon exiting the building, Wycliffe heard voices emanating from the training ground. Typically at this hour, the field would be deserted. Turning around, Wycliffe spotted a figure with black hair tirelessly engaged in dribbling exercises across the expansive training area. This lad, he is truly dedicated. Yet, one wonders if this fervor will prove to be merely a fleeting enthusiasm. Chapter 12. The training value unleashed, a new hope from 4 to 7 o'clock. For a full 3 hours, Su Bai relentlessly practiced alone on the desolate training field. During his time at Dortmund, the team had their afternoon training sessions, yet he was never included. Thus, he had long since grown accustomed to this solitary regimen. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Su Bai gathered his belongings, preparing to seek nourishment. However, as he arrived at the restaurant, Su Bai regrettably discovered that it had already closed its doors. With no other option, he turned back to his dormitory. Starving, Su Bai opened his bag upon returning. Fortunately, as he had to catch a flight, he had packed a considerable amount of bread in advance. Accompanied by water, he managed to hastily resolve his dinner. It was only at this moment that Su Bai found time to examine the system. Lying on his bed, he once again accessed the system. The attributes still appeared dismal. He then shifted his gaze to the training points. To his surprise, what once was an empty space now displayed a small segment of green. What is this? System? What does this green signify? Observing the change in training points, Su Bai eagerly inquired of the system. Training points can be converted into system attribute points. The current host's overall attributes are too low. Training points are calculated based on time. For every 10 hours of training, the host can earn 1 attribute point. 10 hours. Su Bai instantly felt elated. Indeed, his initial thoughts were correct. This training value is a miraculous tool. Accumulating 1 point every 10 hours means that in approximately a day, he could enhance 1 attribute point. Glancing at his inadequate attributes, hope surged within him. What he desperately needed to improve was his ball control. Although he possessed a skill card for fried meatballs, his ball control attribute remained exceedingly low. Once he bolstered this attribute, wouldn't his abilities in stopping the ball and dribbling improve correspondingly? At that time, he would possess advanced ball control. Complemented by exceptional passing skills, he would undoubtedly establish himself within the U18 ranks. After careful consideration, he assessed the proportion of the green segment. Su Bai abruptly rose and dashed out of the room. Only 4 more hours remained until his training points would be fully accumulated. He was filled with anticipation to see how he could allocate those points once they were maximized. Daniel stifled a yawn before closing his notebook. The first round of the regional league was approaching this weekend. Although he had the afternoon off, training would resume tomorrow. Just 4 days left. At last, he had solidified his strategy for the new season, finalizing the starting positions for each role. Gazing out at the moon already ascended in the sky, Daniel closed the door and descended the stairs at a leisurely pace. Upon reaching the ground floor, he immediately heard sounds emanating from the training ground. Glancing at his watch, he noted it was 11 o'clock. What could possibly be happening on the training field at such a late hour? Moreover, the club had long since turned off the lights. Who would still be out there? Driven by curiosity, Daniel turned and walked toward the source of the noise. Soon, under the moonlight, a young boy with dark hair appeared before him, glistening with beads of sweat. Even at night, the droplets falling to the ground were vividly illuminated in Daniel's sight. Was this the boy from Yin Nation, working so hard? At that moment, even the seasoned Daniel found himself momentarily speechless. It was 11 o'clock, and this boy was tirelessly practicing in the dark, diligently engaged in the most fundamental ball handling drills. Daniel found himself at a loss for words. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, he silently turned away and left. Meanwhile, Su Bai was still meticulously calculating the duration of his training. It was 11:04. Enough. 10 hours. Indeed, as the time struck, the system emitted a crisp chime. At that moment, Su Bai was utterly exhausted, sprawled on the ground. However, the melodious chime brought a smile to his fatigued face. Gathering his belongings, Su Bai dragged his weary feet back to the dormitory. Collapsing onto his bed, he promptly accessed the system. The familiar interface greeted him, but the experience bar beneath his training value was now full. Furthermore, a yellow plus sign appeared next to the experience bar. Without hesitation, Su Bai clicked on it. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have gained 1 attribute point. At that moment, a green plus sign emerged beside his attributes. Without a second thought, Su Bai allocated it to ball control. In that instant, it felt as though an electric current surged through him. His previously fatigued body rejuvenated in an instant. Feeling revitalized once again, Su Bai was filled with excitement. System, does this point allocation also alleviate fatigue? Host, each time you allocate points, the system resets, eliminating all negative states. Indeed, a bold idea sparked in Su Bai's mind. Since he had already trained for 10 hours, he could reset his status. However, the reset could only be triggered once a day. However, the system soon doused Su Bai's hopes with a splash of cold water. He had been contemplating the possibility of exploiting a bug, imagining that with continuous training, he could effortlessly earn 2 attribute points each day. Yet, it appeared that the system had long been prepared to thwart any such attempts at trickery. Resigned, Su Bai had no choice but to abandon his audacious aspirations. He glanced at his updated statistics. Offense, 69 ball control, 65 passing, 100 shooting, 65 heading, 68 set pieces, 66 curveball, 66 speed, 80 foot strength, 75 jumping, 74 body contact, 72 stamina, 88 defense, 58 tackling, 65 overall rating, 67 age, 17 with a heavy heart. Su Bai exited the system. Aside from his stamina, his attributes were undeniably lackluster. The road ahead was daunting. Unbeknownst to Su Bai, at that very moment, an anonymous account on the Yin Country Football Forum had suddenly posted a thread titled, "The Remarkable Passing of the Young Star from Yin Country." Beneath this title was a link to a video. Upon clicking the link, one would be greeted with the sight of Su Bai's dazzling fried meatball and rainbow pass during a training match with Schalke. Chapter 13. Suddenly Famous? In the year 2010, the Yin Country had yet to witness the widespread adoption of smartphones, leaving the vast majority of internet users confined to various online forums. Hao Junmin, sitting at home, chuckled as he surveyed the post he had just shared. "What are you doing, dear? You come home and sit by the computer, grinning like a fool." At that moment, Hao Junmin's wife approached, carrying a plate of fruit. Unlike other athletes who often seek companionship with models, Hao Junmin's wife is his middle school classmate. Their relationship has blossomed since their early years, culminating in a marriage that has garnered admiration from many for its steadfastness over the years. Upon Hao Junmin's transfer to Schalke 04, his newlywed wife, Li Qian, resigned from her job to accompany him to Germany. Today, the team welcomed a talented young player from our homeland, and I was compelled to share my excitement on the forum. Yet, I find myself disheartened after each visit to the forum, where the criticisms aimed at you and the national team linger for days. Why do you even bother to read that? Listening to Hao Junmin's remarks, Li Qian helplessly picked up the pre-cut fruit and handed it to him. Alas, we cannot deny the struggles of our national team. It has been 8 years since the dismal performance in 2002, and now even qualifying for the top 10 seems elusive. We should have made it to the 2014 World Cup. With the Football Association's current state, can we really expect any change? Didn't you say enough? Such discussions must be avoided. Hao Junmin interjected, furrowing his brow as he interrupted Li Qian to prevent her from voicing inappropriate sentiments. "Who cares to discuss it?" she retorted, snatching the fruit from his mouth and storming off downstairs in frustration. Even the toy poodle that Yang Qian had raised barked furiously at Hao Junmin before following Li Qian down the stairs. With a resigned shake of his head, Hao Junmin sighed as he watched her retreat. It is perplexing how, despite her once charming demeanor, marriage seems to have transformed her into a more irritable version of herself. In a soft murmur, Hao Junmin turned his gaze once more towards the post he had just published. To his astonishment, he found that his recent post had been pinned at the top of the Yin Country Football Forum, and within merely 5 minutes, it had garnered over 300 comments. "Wow, this fried meatball is astonishing. It's clear that this individual is no ordinary player. Damn, this level is akin to that of Iniesta, especially with those outside foot passes. This is truly intimidating. Are you sure this player is from Yin Country? He doesn't quite resemble one. With his black hair and such exquisite footwork, he seems a bit like he hails from Fusang. Just because his footwork is delicate doesn't mean he's from Fusang. Who says we, Yin Country nationals, cannot exhibit finesse? Apart from the national team, I believe we do have players with refined skills." "Really? Can you provide an example?" "Ahem. All right, forget I said anything. To be fair, this play is indeed remarkable. The vision and passing are undeniably top tier, and the ball control resembles that of Barcelona. This young man has an unlimited future ahead." Hao Junmin never anticipated that his casual post would evoke such a significant response. Although he often frequented football forums, he usually only engaged when confronted with criticism. Offering a few retorts, his intention today was simply to inform those who incessantly praised Fusang's level of football that Yin Country also possesses its own talents. To his surprise, the post was not only well received but also prominently featured. The most amusing aspect was that Hao Junmin, despite perusing from beginning to end, did not utter a single curse against Su Bai. This is quite a rarity in Yen country. It is worth noting that during the 2008 Olympics, even the men's basketball team faced criticism for their ineptitude. Yet, years later, as the Yen national team finds itself unable to qualify for the Olympics, it becomes evident that the men's basketball team of 2008 had indeed reached the pinnacle of excellence. Enthralled, Su Bai reluctantly shut down his computer in the dead of night. At 5 in the morning, the alarm Su Bai had set blared. Time to rise and freshen up. Within a mere 10 minutes, Su Bai had prepared himself and stepped out. The system's status reset left him devoid of any fatigue. With 10 hours of training each day, although he could only reset his physical stamina once, it did not imply that he could not increase his training values multiple times. Upon returning to the dormitory the previous night, Su Bai had already resolved that he would rise every morning at 5 o'clock. From 5:30 to 8:30, he would dedicate 3 hours to self-training. The team's training during the day would total around 5 to 6 hours. He planned to utilize all of the afternoon's rest time for additional practice. In total, he could train for up to 12 hours a day. Although it might be somewhat exhausting, Su Bai's initial stamina attribute was a remarkable 88. This stamina level was more than sufficient to endure the rigorous schedule. He envisioned attaining 6 basic attribute points in just 5 days, and this thought filled him with confidence. By September, the weather in the War Chariot Nation had begun to turn cool. The training ground was currently deserted. Su Bai once again embarked on his solitary training journey. Bang, bang, bang. In the early morning of Schalke 04, a dream-filled youth diligently engaged in the most fundamental of training exercises. Twice. As the head coach of the U18 team, Daniel has always maintained the commendable habit of rising early. His residence is conveniently located adjacent to the Schalke club. After enjoying a hearty breakfast, Daniel strolled to the club. The doorman greeted him with a warm smile. As usual, Daniel lit a cigar and leisurely made his way to his office. A cigar, followed by a cup of freshly brewed coffee. This was the essence of Daniel's morning. Suddenly, the tranquility of his routine was disrupted by a series of loud knocks. So early? Who could it be? Daniel turned his head towards the source of the noise. At that moment, a dark-haired youth was drenched in sweat, relentlessly practicing his shooting on the training ground. Him again? Daniel glanced at his watch. 7 o'clock. This was unusual. In his years at the club, he had encountered many diligent players, but most of them commenced their additional training at least half an hour later. At 7 o'clock, he had only seen a few restaurant staff preparing breakfast. He had hardly ever witnessed anyone training at such an hour. Moreover, that boy from the fiery land had been practicing even at 11 o'clock the previous night. Daniel paused to scrutinize Su Bai. His technique was unrefined, particularly in shooting. Even without a goalkeeper, he managed to miss the target half the time when aiming at an open goal. While his industriousness was commendable, the lad seemed remarkably lacking in other areas aside from passing. Shaking his head, Daniel turned back towards his office. Yet, even from within, he found himself periodically glancing out the window to observe that solitary figure on the training field. Chapter 14. The early bird catches the worm at 7:50 a.m. Su Bai, despite possessing an impressive stamina level of 88, found himself somewhat fatigued after over 2 hours of uninterrupted training on an empty stomach. His belly grumbled audibly, prompting him to reluctantly cease his practice. The previous night's meager meal of bread, though devoid of negative effects as per the system, could not alleviate the persistent sensation of hunger. Glancing at the clock, he noted that there was still an hour until the training session began and hastily gathered his belongings, intending to seek sustenance in the dining hall. Just as Su Bai departed, other team members began to arrive at the training ground. Ben Kaisher, observing the vacant field, was reminded of his roommate and swiftly picked up the phone, eager to urge Su Bai to arrive at training promptly. Their head coach had a particular aversion to lethargic players. His former roommate, who had been disinclined to train, had ultimately faced dismissal. Upon connecting the call, Su Bai assured him he would arrive shortly, though his voice suggested he was currently eating. Noticing the time, Ben Kaisher frowned. Breakfast at this hour might lead to potential tardiness. Having already made the necessary call, he decided to focus on his own warm-up routine. By 8:30 a.m., more than 30 players were neatly lined up on the training field. Daniel strode in confidently alongside Wycliffe, who began to check off names from the roster. Ben Kaisher surveyed his surroundings and sighed in resignation. Indeed, that individual had yet to make an appearance. Soon, Wycliffe realized that the entire team was present except for Su Bai. He promptly informed Daniel of the situation. At that moment, Su Bai hurriedly dashed onto the training ground. Feeling the gaze of everyone upon him, he couldn't help but feel a tad embarrassed. It seemed that the bread he had stashed in his bag last night had gone a bit bad, resulting in an unexpected bout of diarrhea that made him late for the first training session. Oh dear, this fellow is bound to face some reprimand. Heaven forbid it involves running 10 laps for the entire team. Indeed, who doesn't know to arrive earlier? No wonder the football in Yin country is so dismal. Despite having some talent, this laziness will surely hinder his potential. Just look at Mr. Daniel's glare. It seems he is ready to devour this guy. Let us hope we aren't dragged into this mess. It's certain that punishment is imminent. Damn that Yin country lad. This is all his fault. At that moment, even Ben Casey cast a worried glance towards Su Bai. He had called him, so how could this fellow still be late? Hurry inside, but don't overexert yourself. While diligence in youth is commendable, one must not jeopardize their health. To everyone's astonishment, the usually fierce Daniel uttered such a statement with a smile. Countless individuals stood in disbelief, including assistant coach Wycliffe, who widened his eyes in surprise at his head coach's unexpected demeanor. What was happening? Despite the tardiness, he was advocating for moderation and diligence. Not only Wycliffe, but many teammates also cast envious glances at Su Bai. This fellow was indeed favored. Were it not for the distinct differences in skin tone and hair color between the two, they might have suspected that Su Bai was Daniel's illegitimate child. Returning to the group, Su Bai also joined the training squad. After all, he is merely U18. Daniel did not delve into any profound tactical analyses. After leading the players through their warm-up, they continued with a practice match. However, this time, Su Bai was not assigned to the A team. Fortunately, Daniel placed him in the middle of the B team. In this iteration, Su Bai assumed the role of the sole attacking midfielder for the B team. It was perplexing. Observing Su Bai on the field, who frequently made mistakes yet consistently executed dazzling flicks, Daniel shook his head in bewilderment. It was not just Daniel, even his companion, Wycliffe, found it hard to comprehend. At times, Su Bai resembled a master of ball control, while at others, he appeared akin to an elementary school student. Who was the real him? As they spoke, Su Bai once again displayed his exquisite flick amidst the crowd, followed by a cheeky, over-the-top pass. Unfortunately, the B team's forward, lacking in speed, squandered a splendid assist, allowing the defender to make an impressive clearance instead. The B team forward, rising to his feet, sheepishly gave Su Bai a thumbs up. Su Bai smiled in response, acknowledging, "You still make beautiful passes." Ben, who was matched up against Su Bai, witnessed the brilliance of that recent pass firsthand. Both the placement and velocity were nothing short of perfect for a one-on-one opportunity. However, the B team's forward was simply too slow to react. Had it been Whit Benedict in that position, he surely would have scored. "Boss, what do you think about letting this guy have a go in the weekend league?" Wycliffe remarked, unable to contain his admiration for Su Bai's remarkable display. In the first round of the regional league, they intend to let this young lad play? Although Daniel himself feels a twinge of desire, he still believes it is rather premature. After all, this boy has been with Schalke for less than 2 days. With less than 3 days remaining until the weekend match, 5 days in total. To thrust a newcomer who has never played a match directly onto the field of the regional league seems rather excessive, while the audience may be sparse. At the very least, the local elder residents will be present to witness the game. Those gentlemen are known for their candid remarks. How resilient is this lad's mentality? It remains uncertain. What if he falters during the match? In that moment, Daniel resembles a mother sending her child off to kindergarten for the very first time. "Boss, I merely suggested allowing him to experience the atmosphere of the regional league for a few minutes at the end. It wouldn't significantly impact the team. Moreover, haven't you always aspired to transform the team? If we could showcase tiki-taka in the regional league, who knows? Perhaps other teams from the second or even the first division might come knocking at your door." Noticing Daniel's reluctance, Wycliffe decided to intensify his persuasion. He is well aware that his head coach's long-standing dream is to become a genuine manager, even if it is for a second division team. He yearns to lead a squad of his own rather than merely serving as a caretaker at Schalke. Very well. Keep a close eye on that fellow Su Bai these days. Feel free to share some tidbits with him to prepare his mindset. Also, remind him not to overexert himself in training. We wouldn't want him to be unfit when his time to shine arrives. Wycliffe nodded. At that moment, He realized that Su Bai's relentless training the previous day had not gone unnoticed. Their head coach had also observed it. Unbeknownst to Su Bai, who was currently entangled with the midfielders of Team A on the training field, his diligence had already secured him a spot in the starting lineup for the opening round of the regional league this weekend. Chapter 15. The harsh realities of professional football. For a full 3 days, Su Bai operated like a machine, adhering strictly to a regimen of training, eating, training, and sleeping. His existence had become exceedingly monotonous. Even when Ben Kelsey invited him for a drink, Su Bai politely declined. His mind was solely focused on swiftly enhancing his ball control skills. Moreover, he recognized that offensive awareness and speed were attributes that also required improvement. In short, for Su Bai at this moment, training was the only thing occupying his thoughts. On Friday morning, Su Bai, as was his routine, rose early at 5 to commence training. However, after Ben Kelsey inadvertently learned through the assistant coach about Su Bai's exceptional dedication, he decided to join Su Bai in his training endeavors. Ben Kelsey found it somewhat perplexing that Su Bai was tirelessly practicing the most fundamental skills day in and day out. He even devoted time to juggling the ball, a pastime Ben Kelsey had enjoyed during his own childhood. Yet, despite being roommates, Ben Kelsey had rarely resided in Gelsenkirchen, his hometown. To speak candidly, he was not particularly acquainted with Su Bai. Although he had risen early on account of Su Bai, their paths had scarcely crossed on the training ground. Each was engaged in their own practice. At 8:30, Su Bai and his teammates stood quietly on the training field, awaiting Daniel's arrival. Today marked a significant occasion for the current season, as Saturday would herald the inaugural match of the Regional Liga. Furthermore, the head coach was set to finalize tomorrow's starting lineup during the scrimmage. As the hour struck, Daniel and Wycliffe entered the training field punctually. The players' speculations proved accurate. Wycliffe held a black notebook, a tome that would determine the 18-man roster for the forthcoming match. It is worth noting that Schalke 04 U18 boasted a squad of 32 players. This roster could be regarded as the definitive list for those who might rotate into the team this season. Should one find themselves absent from this list, it would be regrettable. Schalke 04 would have no further need for them, leaving them to navigate their own paths, particularly for those bound only by apprentice contracts. All eyes were fixed on the notebook in Wycliffe's hands, many trembling with anticipation. They were reluctant to depart in such a disheartening manner. Tomorrow afternoon marked the commencement of our league campaign. Last season, we finished 4th in the league, a commendable achievement. However, our primary striker and attacking midfielder have since departed, now competing in the Bundesliga. As long as you can perform, even if Schalke does not have a position for you, they will undoubtedly send you to a team that suits your talents. Even if you are not on the main roster, do not be disheartened. As long as you continue to strive, the path ahead is undoubtedly bright. Daniel's words were grandiose, yet none of the listeners took them to heart. What is professional football? It is no mere matter of effort guaranteeing a radiant future. Such notions are mere deceptions for the naive. Without talent, no amount of practice will alter your fate. After this impassioned speech, Daniel turned and made his way to the sidelines. As the head coach, he bore no obligation to call each of these individuals by name. With Daniel's departure, Wycliffe opened his notebook and stepped forward. A cart filled with yellow vests was pushed beside him by the staff. Wycliffe looked up at the crowd and began to read the names from his notebook. Bobby Edgar, a tall figure, standing at 6 feet 3 inches, expressionless, stepped forward to receive the yellow vest. As the starting goalkeeper from the previous season, Bobby Edgar had worried about his position from the very beginning. Esther Scott, the team's main central defender. Webster Jeffrey, also a principal central defender for the team. Morton Jim, the starting left back. Sidney Parker, the starting right back. Lloyd Ancairo, the primary defensive midfielder. Hardy Hunt, the left midfielder. Wheeler Ancairo, the right midfielder. Ben Casey, the attacking midfielder. Hylam O'Shea is also a central attacking midfielder. Forward Whit Benedict. The starting 11 has been announced. Those whose names were called stood across from the team. Among the 32, only 21 remain. Now is the most brutal moment. Out of these 21, only 7 shall make it to the final roster. The rest may choose to stay or leave. With a stroke of luck, perhaps one among these 18 may succumb to injury or poor form, allowing for a substitution. But one must wait. Wycliffe adjusted his glasses, lifting his gaze to the other players opposite him. He had witnessed this scene countless times. There was nothing to lament. Smedley Leaf. Upon hearing his name, Smedley clenched his fists tightly. The flush on his face revealed the extent of his excitement. As a goalkeeper, being selected for the roster meant that, at the very least, he still had a chance to represent Schalke 04 this season. In stark contrast, another goalkeeper, Hancock, lowered his head in disappointment. At 20 years of age, despite his efforts, his height of 185 meters had rendered him inferior in the battle for the goalkeeping position. Unlike other positions, as a goalkeeper, even being the second choice offers scant opportunities to play, let alone aspire to be the third choice. Subsequently, one name after another was called. Some were elated, while others were sorrowful. After the sixth name was announced, the remaining 15 awaited eagerly for the final name. At this moment, Wycliffe paused dramatically, raising his head as he deliberately cast his gaze towards Su Bai, who stood at the back of the line. It is uncertain whether that young lad from the Yin nation is feeling an overwhelming sense of anxiety at this moment. However, to one's disappointment, the young man from Yin appears utterly indifferent, prompting Wycliffe to shake his head in resignation. It seems that those endowed with talent remain perpetually self-assured. Su Bai? Wycliffe, without further hesitation, called out Su Bai's name. At that instant, many in the arena expressed their astonishment. Although Su Bai possesses considerable talent, he has been with the team for less than 5 days. How could one possibly allow someone so new to be included in the main roster? Could it be that this individual is about to take the field directly? The players who were not selected began to murmur amongst themselves, yet their chatter bore no weight. After announcing the names, Daniel stepped forward once more. This constitutes the official roster for the first match. Those wishing to depart may do so immediately, as the registration for the lower division has not yet concluded. Perhaps in other teams, one may find an opportunity, provided that arrangements are made. The club can readily release you in accordance with the contract. This serves as a final ultimatum. At this moment, should you choose to leave the team, there remains a chance to find a position with some lesser teams in the lower division. Conversely, if you choose to stay, you must faithfully endure the season, even if it means languishing on the bench. The remaining players exchanged glances, and ultimately, 2 individuals stepped forward. Daniel said nothing further. After sharing a smile and a handshake, he turned his attention elsewhere. Su Bai gazed at his former teammates, now departing with their backpacks, and couldn't help but feel a pang of sentiment. The world of professional football is indeed unforgiving. Chapter 16. The invitation from Hao Jun Min. Young people must endure loneliness after 3 days of rigorous training. Su Bai accumulated 3 free attribute points. Without much deliberation, he allocated all of them to enhance his ball control attribute. A control score of 68 remains woefully inadequate. However, at the level of the regional league, it at least signifies a semblance of foundational competency in basic maneuvers. As the 2 teams parted ways, the internal training matches commenced. Being part of the B team, Su Bai emerged as the sole player on the official roster among the midfielders, naturally positioning him as the organizational nucleus of the B team. Nonetheless, being the core is no easy endeavor. All offensive responsibilities rested squarely on his shoulders, receiving the ball and delivering uninterrupted passes. Su Bai transitioned from clumsiness to gradually becoming familiar with his teammates. With the aid of the fried meatball skill card, he began to flourish in the midfield. "Hey, it seems this lad is making progress," Daniel remarked with a hint of surprise, observing Su Bai orchestrating the B team's plays with remarkable precision. Standing beside Daniel, Wycliffe noted, "This kid's improvement was to be expected. He is the most diligent player on the team. Moreover, he has adhered strictly to the diet I prescribed, with the most unpalatable chicken breast now constituting his main meal." Watching Su Bai's performance, Wycliffe nodded in approval. A genius is admired by all, and a diligent genius is even more cherished. Observing the performance, "It is evident that this young man is fully capable of taking the field," Daniel remarked. Upon hearing Daniel's words, Wycliffe chuckled softly but refrained from responding. He was well aware of the character of their head coach. It was apparent that there was already an intention to proceed, yet it seemed necessary for Daniel to voice it, as if he were compelling the coach to act. Noticing Wycliffe's silence, Daniel cast a playful glare at him. The 30-minute scrimmage concluded swiftly. The result, 3-0. Naturally, Team A triumphed effortlessly. Team B had several opportunities, yet their forwards were lackluster. Even a clear pass from Su Bai was squandered. Daniel found himself at a loss for words. This was the reality of the U18 scene. The starting lineup could easily compete in the second division, but the substitutes were woefully inadequate. Unfortunately, if the substitutes possessed the caliber of the starters, they would have already sought greener pastures. Those who remain on Team B, awaiting their chance, lack any substantial talent. After the training match, Daniel arranged for the players to engage in light recovery exercises and announced the cancellation of the afternoon practice. After all, the match was scheduled for the following day, and it was crucial not to overexert the players. However, while the others took a rest, Su Bai had no intention of pausing his training. With the prospect of earning another attribute point, he felt no inclination to rest. Yet, around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, his phone rang. At this hour, it was still the dead of night back home, and considering his few acquaintances in the country of war chariots, his phone had never rung before. Su Bai approached the sidelines and picked up the call. To his surprise, it was Hao Junmin. Tomorrow, the Bundesliga will commence, and why has Hao Junmin called him? With a sense of bewilderment, he answered the call. Su Bai. Yes, it's me, Hao Gu. Oh, come over to my house for dinner tonight. I have asked your sister-in-law to prepare some hometown dishes. I will wait for you at the entrance of the club. Hao Junmin, in a rush, ended the call after exchanging just a few words. A warmth spread through Su Bai's heart. Despite Hao Junmin's own struggles within the team, he still regarded Su Bai as a compatriot in this unfamiliar land. Glancing at the time, Su Bai gathered his belongings and turned back to his dormitory. He was drenched in sweat, and it would be inappropriate to visit someone else's home in such a state. After taking a shower and tidying his hair, he hurriedly departed. Fortunately, Schalke 04's club was still located within the city. As soon as he stepped out, he found a supermarket and casually bought some fruit. Just in time to head out. Upon arriving at the club's entrance, he found Hao Junmin already waiting there with his bag. Su Bai, why are you still shopping? Seeing Su Bai carrying a pile of fruit, Hao Junmin quickly approached to help carry a bag. Hao Gu, it's my first visit to your home. It would feel rude to come empty-handed. The fruits are quite expensive. You probably haven't received your salary yet, and you shouldn't waste your money. Hao Junmin replied. There are only Li Qian and me at home. We won't be able to finish all this fruit. You can leave some at your dorm. As he spoke, Hao Junmin began to turn back towards the club. Hao Gu, do you consider me an outsider? It's a custom among our fellow countrymen to never enter someone's home empty-handed. Observing Su Bai's tenacious demeanor, Hao Junmin could only smile helplessly. All right, let's go, he remarked, leading Su Bai to his vehicle. It was not a luxury car, but a Volkswagen Passat, a common means of transportation for many households in the land of war chariots. Noticing Su Bai's scrutiny of his car, Hao Junmin chuckled wryly. This is actually second-hand. To be honest, I wouldn't dare to purchase an extravagant vehicle here. You know how our fans can be. They are merciless in their criticism. Su Bai smiled in return, nodding in agreement. He recalled how Dong Fangzhua, after his brief stint at Manchester United, had faced nearly a decade of scorn for acquiring a luxury car. Hao Junmin had always maintained a low profile, which rendered him one of the few reliable players in the hearts of fans in the land of flames. Although his skills were average, at least no one criticized him. Before long, they arrived at the apartment building where Hao Junmin was renting a unit. The 13th floor housed several apartments. The rent was somewhat steep, yet it offered a sense of security, as most residents were of middle to upper middle income in the land of war chariots. The area was also relatively tranquil. If you're interested, I can help you find a place. If you're short on funds, I can cover the initial costs for you, Hao Junmin offered. Observing Su Bai's assessment of the apartments, Su Bai quickly replied, No need, brother Hao. I prefer to stay in the dormitory for now. My salary only just covers my meals. I'll consider it once I've made a name for myself. Such determination is the hallmark of youth. The two exchanged light-hearted banter as they entered Hao Junmin's home, a duplex apartment with a meticulously clean living room. As soon as the door opened, Li Qian was waiting at the threshold. Oh dear, what have you bought? Come in quickly. Li Qian, appearing to be in her 20s, was not exceptionally beautiful, but she possessed a certain charm, embodying the quintessential features of an Eastern woman. After accepting the fruit from Su Bai, she poured him a glass of water before heading to the kitchen. Su Bai and Hao Junmin settled onto the sofa. Su Bai, just focus on training diligently from the start. Don't rush. After all, you've only been in Schalke for a few days. It took me a month before I had the opportunity to play. Hao Junmin continued. The U18 team is quite strong. If it weren't for the fact that it's a developmental team that cannot be promoted, they might have already ascended to the second division. Just concentrate on your training. The other day, Raul praised your passing skills and mentioned to the first team that I have a little brother whose passing is exceptional. Noticing Su Bai's slight nervousness, Hao Junmin opened up. Brother Hao, it seems I've made it to the 18-man roster. Su Bai spoke up. Just then, Hao Junmin, having just swallowed his tea, sputtered it out in shock. What? Chapter 17. The opening of the regional league. Su Bai's debut. Hao Junmin was taken aback by Su Bai's statement. At that moment, Li Qian emerged from the kitchen with a dish in hand. Observing her husband spraying tea everywhere, she picked up a mop while chiding him. Drink slowly. We have guests. Why are you in such a hurry? No, Qianer, do you know? This kid Su Bai has made it onto the roster. I was just about to boast about my inclusion in the roster when someone hit me with that remark. Hao Junmin's words clearly took Li Qian by surprise as well. Huh, didn't Xiao Bai just sign a contract? It's only been a few days, and he has already made it into the roster? Having followed Hao Junmin for over a decade, Li Qian is intimately familiar with football. It typically takes at least a month for newcomers to integrate into a team and even step onto the field. Of course, there are exceptions for the stars, but even they seldom make their debut just days after signing. This fellow Su Bai has only been with Schalke for a mere 5 days and has somehow made it onto the roster. I must admit I'm somewhat disappointed that he isn't starting. Observing the expressions on their faces, Su Bai mistakenly believed they were offering him consolation. Xiao Bai, you have yet to grasp this. The playing style of a team, particularly at the beginning of the season, is already established. The 18-player roster is meticulously crafted by the coach, taking into account all potential contingencies. Being included in the roster at the very least signifies that you have a chance to play. For a newcomer, especially one who has never participated in an official match, this is truly remarkable. It indicates that Daniel is confident in your ability to perform. After dinner, make sure to return early and rest. You might find it hard to sleep tonight. I remember when I was at Luaning, the exhilaration I felt upon making my debut in the roster for the first time. Oh, and before I forget, let me show you something wonderful. Upon hearing this, Hao Junmin rose directly and retrieved his laptop from the study, then seated himself before Su Bai. Behold, upon opening the computer, there lay the very post he had shared on the Yen Nation forum. Boasting over 4,700 comments and more than 30,000 shares pinned to the top, Su Bai was momentarily taken aback. The title read Schalke 04's young star from the Yen Nation. At a glance, Su Bai recognized it was referring to him. Haha, I posted that pass on the forum. Look at how many people are praising you. Su Bai scrutinized the comments with great interest. Wow, this fried meatball, this pass, goodness. It's undoubtedly superior to our national team's efforts. Please, tell us more. I checked Schalke's official website, and apart from Hao Junmin, there are no other players from the Yen Nation. This pass is truly exquisite. It exudes the essence of Barcelona. Haha, I dare say. No one from our nation could execute such a play. There's no denying it. This pass showcases not only skill, but also an exceptional vision and awareness of the game. Truly first-rate. This is innate talent, something that cannot be cultivated. With just this one kick, I must assert that none of our national players could replicate such a feat. Su Bai himself felt a twinge of embarrassment upon reading these comments. Was it really that outrageous? The fans from the Yen Nation truly deserve sympathy, seeing a pass from abroad eliciting such exaggerated praise. Haha, Xiao Bai, you are now the beacon of hope for our Yen Nation. No, I must add another comment. The young star from the Yen Nation has officially entered Schalke 04's roster for the first round of the regional Liga. Hao Junmin, brimming with enthusiasm, eagerly pulled over a computer and began to type away. Soon, the pinned post regained its fervent popularity. Satisfied with his accomplishments, Hao Junmin closed the laptop. Let's go. It's time for dinner. Without regard for Su Bai's thoughts, he dragged Su Bai to the dining hall. Being in the land of war chariots, Su Bai had not savored authentic Chinese cuisine for quite some time. Moreover, with Li Qian being a Sichuan native, her culinary skills in Sichuan cuisine were nothing short of extraordinary. From the moment Su Bai sat at the table, he did not cease his use of chopsticks. Observing Su Bai devour his meal with such gusto, both Li Qian and Hao Junmin could hardly contain their laughter. Eat slowly, there's plenty more. If you crave it later, just give your sister-in-law a call, and you'll be well fed. After departing from Hao Junmin's home, it was already past 7. Hao Junmin initially intended to drive Su Bai back, but Su Bai declined. Having indulged a bit too much this evening, he opted for a leisurely stroll home. Considering it a form of training, the distance from Hao Junmin's residence to the club was not too far. After approximately an hour, Su Bai ambled back to the club. He tidied up casually in his dormitory before heading to the training ground. Under the bright moonlight, Su Bai trained diligently in solitude. Meanwhile, not far away, Daniel occasionally approached the windowsill to gaze down. When he looked up, he saw the moon. When he looked down, he glimpsed hope. Schalke 04 was established on May 4, 1904, with the club located in the Schalke district of Gelsenkirchen, hence its name, Schalke 04. In 1963, the Bundesliga was officially established, and Schalke 04 was one of its founding members. Although Schalke 04 has never clinched the Bundesliga championship due to limitations in their capabilities, they boast a devoted fanbase. As the clock approached noon, a group gathered at the entrance of the Gartenstadion, eager to witness the Schalke youth team compete in the regional Liga. Among them were ragged homeless individuals alongside well-dressed professionals. Despite their apparent contrasts, the moment they entered the stadium, they united in a singular chant. Su, hurry inside. Su Bai, observing the sparse crowd of fans, was abruptly pulled by a teammate. Everything was starkly different from his expectations. There was no warm welcome from the fans, nor any banners to greet them. The stands held fewer than 1,000 spectators, a rather disheartening sight in a stadium designed to accommodate 61,524. The starting players had already entered the field alongside the referee, leaving him to occupy the substitute bench. The evening belonged to the first team. Thus their match was scheduled for midday. Such is the nature of the regional Liga. In cities lacking Bundesliga teams, perhaps attendance might be higher. Yet even the U18 matches of other teams do not draw as many spectators as this. Noticing Su Bai's bewilderment, Wycliffe took the time to explain the situation. Thank you, sir. Confronted with the goodwill of Wycliffe, Su Bai promptly expressed his gratitude. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Wycliffe had recently shown him considerable kindness, not only providing him with a customized meal plan, but also instructing the restaurant to prepare a special breakfast for him. These gestures were precisely what Su Bai needed at this moment. Observing Su Bai's polite demeanor, Wycliffe smiled and turned his gaze toward the field. Chapter 18. Brutality, Collision. Long passes and high balls. Is this the essence of the third division? There was no formal opening ceremony. Even in the first round, the two teams approached the match as if it were a friendly game. After a simple group photograph, both teams took their positions at the sidelines. Schalke 04's opponent today was Hansa Rostock, a team that had been relegated from the second division last season. Once a dominant force in East Germany, Rostock boasts a glorious history. In the 1990-91 season, they clinched the last league and cup double in East Germany, thereby securing their place in the Bundesliga following reunification. After the merger of the East and West German football systems, they played only one season before being relegated to the second division. After 3 seasons of struggle, they finally returned to the Bundesliga in 1995, temporarily securing their position. However, this was followed by several years of battling relegation, unfortunately due to a lack of financial resources. The team faced relegation again in the 2004-05 season. The subsequent loss of key players made it exceedingly difficult for them to compete even in the second division, let alone aspire for promotion. Last season marked a historic low for Rostock as they plummeted into the third division, leading to resignations within the club's upper management and the sale of the team. Ultimately, it was the dedicated fans of Rostock who rallied together to ensure the survival of their beloved team. Nevertheless, the prowess of Rostock should not be underestimated, for the current squad boasts players of Bundesliga caliber. Although they belong to the twilight of their careers, their experience and skill truly reflect the standards of the top tier. As the match commenced, Daniel on the sidelines already wore a frown. Schalke 04 retained their familiar 4-3-3 formation, with Whit Benedict spearheading the attack. The midfield comprised of Hiram Ozi and Ben Kashi. Yet, they were up against Rostock's seasoned midfield duo, the 36-year-old Chetkovic and the 35-year-old Bienlich. The youthful Ben Kashi and the impatient Hiram Ozi were no match for their rivals. From the outset, the eager Schalke 04 surged forward, intent on asserting their dominance. In anticipation of facing the aging Rostock side, Daniel had clearly stated that they would rely on speed to penetrate and use stamina to wear them down. Thus, upon receiving a pass from Whit Benedict, the attacking midfielder Hiram Ozi rushed forward. However, after only a few strides, he was unceremoniously brought down by Rostock's Bienlich, who tackled him with both ball and body. Moreover, the nearby referee, witnessing Ozi's fall, made no indication of a foul, gesturing instead for the game to continue. Without hesitation, Bienlich, upon regaining his footing, executed a sweeping pass, distributing the ball to the young and fervent Bartz, who surged forward on the right flank. After a graceful stop with his right foot, the young talent from Rostock, known for his speed, Bartz, commenced his performance along the right flank. Confronted by the advancing Schalke left-back, Morten Jim, Bartz deftly nudged the ball to the right, then accelerated past the momentarily unprepared Morten Jim. Consequently, Schalke's defense was thrown into disarray. It is worth noting that Rostock's forward was none other than the seasoned veteran Hong, who had recently transferred for free from Hamburg last season. Standing at a towering height of 192 meters, he had frequently utilized his aerial prowess to aid his team in conquering opponents during his tenure at Hamburg, let alone against these inexperienced youngsters from Schalke 04 in the third division. As anticipated, Rostock's young Bartz, after taking a couple of strides, unleashed a powerful strike with his right foot upon the ball. Within the penalty area, he faced Hong, who was vastly superior in height, skill, and experience. The naive Schalke center-backs, Esther Scott and Webster Jeffrey, were utterly incapable of mounting any resistance. The formidable Hong effortlessly dominated them, directing the ball towards the goal. Beep. The whistle blew. Nearly 1 minute and 3 seconds into the match, the home team Schalke 04 found their net breached by Rostock. On the Rostock bench, all the substitute players and coaches embraced each other in excitement. Meanwhile, Hong, who had scored the goal, displayed no celebratory gestures. He cast a cold glance at the Schalke defenders, Webster Jeffrey and Esther Scott, who lay on the ground, before slowly turning to make his way back to his half of the pitch. Damn that high limb. Is his mind filled with nonsense? How many times must I reiterate the need for speed and swift passing to overwhelm them? Yet, he insists on recklessly charging forward to his doom. Daniel, witnessing the team concede a goal so swiftly, furiously hurled his water bottle to the ground. What the hell are we playing? This is utter rubbish. Is this still Schalke 04? Though the tickets may be inexpensive, this is unacceptable, just 1 minute in, against a bunch of washed-up players from Rostock. What were the defenders doing last night? They exhibited no physicality whatsoever. That player, although he is from the Bundesliga, is 37 years old. Can't we even contend with an old man? What the hell are we playing? The rapid concession of a goal ignited not only the coach's fury, but also provoked the few fans at the sidelines to vocally express their disdain. Su Bai glanced at the vulgarity of his fellow supporters with surprise. It is worth noting that his previous encounters with the Bundesliga were through television, where fans donned their team's jerseys and waved their scarves, unwavering in their loyalty. This stark contrast to the rowdy crowd behind him was shocking. Su, this is the third division. It's one thing to curse, but sometimes, when the play is particularly abysmal, these fellows might even resort to physical altercations. The substitute goalkeeper, Smedley, quietly remarked. The thought of such violence sent a chill down Su Bai's spine. Indeed, this truly reflects the level of a warrior's nation. Meanwhile, Daniel continued to berate from the sidelines, while the opposing coach wore a beaming smile. Su Bai turned to glance at the glaring scoreboard, an eye-watering 1 o'clock. Is this truly the Regional Liga? It is far more rugged than I had imagined. As the match progressed, both teams began to showcase their respective offensive strategies. The ball soared back and forth between them, causing Su Bai's eyes to ache. For a full 30 minutes, it seemed the ball barely grazed the ground. A powerful kick to receive the ball, followed by a run down the flank, and then a cross into the box. There was hardly any penetration through the center. The football appeared utterly disconnected from the midfield. The encounter was excruciatingly dull, save for the brutish tackles and the occasional shrill of the referee's whistle. This opening match of the Regional Liga left Su Bai utterly astounded. Chapter 19. Is it time to take the field? Su Bai's debut. The average age of the players on the Rostock team is nearing 32. Among the 11, 6 players are retired individuals who previously played for Rostock in the Bundesliga or 2. Bundesliga. To put it kindly, they are retired athletes. To put it bluntly, they are the aged and ailing cast off by various clubs. Yet, even these seasoned players are decisively overpowering the youthful squad of Schalke 04, particularly in the midfield. The duo of Czekovic and Raskub, stationed as defensive midfielders, effectively stifled the efforts of Ben, Kesh, and Hailem O'Shea. Passes and through balls were non-existent, and even the simplest advancement proved to be an arduous task. Despite his lack of speed, Rostock's defensive midfielder Czekovic utilized his formidable physique and extensive defensive experience to render Hailem O'Shea utterly helpless. The tactical maneuvers that typically prevail were rendered futile in the face of such raw physicality, It was merely a matter of close marking and a decisive challenge. Halim Osh found his football effortlessly intercepted beneath his feet. Within the opening 20 minutes, Schalke 04 failed to mount a single substantial attack. Had it not been for the commendable performances of the two fullbacks, the scoreline might have swiftly escalated to 2-0 or even 3-0. Daniel, fervently gesticulating from the sidelines, incessantly directed his players. Yet, despite his fervent efforts, the situation on the field remained unchanged. Confronted by the seasoned Rostock, Schalke appeared like an U18 team, utterly powerless against the onslaught. In the 35th minute, continuous midfield errors ultimately afforded Rostock the opportunity they craved. The tenacious Halim Osh, in yet another attempt to outmaneuver the resolute Chetkovic with a simple change of direction, found himself thwarted as Chetkovic executed a precise positional play and effortlessly lifted the ball from Osh's feet. Immediately following this, Chetkovic executed a sweeping pass to the left flank, finding Stein, who employed the same tactic. Stein delivered a diagonal long ball from just outside the penalty area, locating the towering Rostock forward, Hanger, who leapt majestically to head the ball into Schalke's net. Unquestionably, the imposing Hanger continued to dominate Schalke's central defenders, forcefully scoring to make it 2-0. Boo! Boo! What utter rubbish! What caliber do these defenders and that attacking midfielder possess? For heaven's sake, do not disgrace yourselves at the Garden Stadium. Just leave. Accompanying Rostock's celebration were the derisive jeers and insults from the stands. Damn it! Halim, are you deaf? Pass the ball quickly to the flanks. Can't you hear me? Daniel shouted furiously, disregarding any potential embarrassment for Halim. On the sidelines, he was in a frenzy of rage. On the field, Halim hung his head in despondency, silent after the lost possession. It wasn't just Halim. On the other side, the lackluster Ben and the listless Kai were equally dispirited. The entire Schalke 04 squad resembled wilting flowers, defeated and forlorn. At this moment in Yen country, Li Shua was fervently searching for a live broadcast of the regional Liga on his computer, having closely followed the Yen country football forum. Regrettably, there was no coverage of the match. Many fans shared his sentiment, having engaged with the post made by Hao Junmin. Presently, in the 5 major leagues, only Hao Junmin was still playing in the Bundesliga, and he stood as the sole representative of Yen country in mainstream overseas football. As for the youth, Yen country had seen a dearth of exceptional young talent in recent years. In stark contrast to the abundant talent in Goryeo and Fusong, Yen country's situation seemed rather bleak. Thus, the sudden emergence of a player in the regional Liga sparked a glimmer of hope among these fervent fans. Beneath Hao Junmin's post, many left comments, pleading for a broadcast of the regional Liga. I'm at the venue. There's a black-haired player on the bench, but he hasn't taken the field. He looks just like the guy in the video. Wow, what a great guy. Hurry up with the live updates. Exactly. Please start the broadcast. I've searched for half an hour and found no stream. Regrettably, Schalke finds itself trailing 0-2, clearly outmatched by Rostock, particularly in the midfield, which has been abysmal. The number 9 player exhibits both sluggish speed and a cumbersome turning ability, yet he insists on attempting to dribble past opponents. He was recently dispossessed, only to have the opposing team score again with a header. It is exasperating. If the midfield is ineffective, why not field our capable young talent? I believe his dribbling and passing skills would easily suffice for the regional league. Indeed, one must wonder if these foreigners harbor some form of prejudice, despite possessing talent. They remain on the bench. Bro, we're counting on you. Please stream the game. At last, there is a way to stay informed. At this moment, Li Shua quietly observes the posts, refreshing the page repeatedly. His eagerness to witness the match in person is palpable, driven solely by the desire to see if our talented compatriots can thrive abroad. The disheartening match continues. The 2-0 scoreline allows Rostock to play with increasing relaxation. After several attempts to dribble past defenders, Halim finally had a moment of clarity, deciding against direct confrontations with Rostock's defensive midfield. He and Ben Kasai began to explore passing to the wings. However, alas, even the flanks, with right midfielder Wheeler Ankelu and left midfielder Hardy Hand, found themselves isolated and overwhelmed by Rostock's pressing. Thus, the painful first half concluded with the referee's whistle. Daniel, filled with frustration, was the first to turn and head towards the locker room, followed closely by the substitutes, each intent on retreating. As Daniel passed by Su Bai, he cast a fleeting glance at him. What are you doing? Go warm up. With that, Daniel strode into the players' tunnel without a backward glance. Su Bai was taken aback. Warm up? What was the purpose of warming up during halftime? Congratulations. Congratulations. Just as Su Bai was engulfed in confusion, the substitute goalkeeper, Smedley, patted him on the shoulder and smiled. What are we celebrating? Su Bai inquired, puzzled. Don't you know? You're coming on in the second half. And it's straight onto the pitch. Smedley's words filled Su Bai with astonishment. Although he had made it onto the roster, he had never truly anticipated stepping onto the field. As Hao Jimin had said, it was impossible for a newcomer to play without a couple of months of adaptation. He never expected his debut to arrive so swiftly. What Su Bai was unaware of was that Daniel, already dissatisfied with Halem's ball control, had grown weary of his abysmal performance in the first half. Rather than allow that individual to continue embarrassing himself, he preferred to give Su Bai a chance. At the very least, Su Bai might be able to deliver a few threatening passes to Schalke. A dismal 0 shots in the first half. This was Daniel's most humiliating match. Chapter 20. The Golden 100 Line. A sign of goals. Wow, great news. That kid from our country is warming up. It looks like he's about to take the field, brothers. Is that for real? Wasn't it halftime just moments ago? Why is he suddenly warming up? Wow, I have no idea. As the second half commenced, players preparing for substitution typically have no time to retreat to the locker room. Instead, they utilize these 15 minutes to properly warm up. Haha, indeed. It's exhilarating. I wonder if that lad will perform well. Brothers upstairs, do capture some footage. Once the match concludes, share it on the forum. Exactly. Just film our guy. But if he plays poorly, let's forget it. I fear it would be embarrassing. Haha, no worries. This is the Regional Liga, and the level is akin to the Chinese Super League. From what I've seen of that lad's skills, he should manage just fine in the Regional Liga. I share your sentiments. The quality in the Regional Liga is rather mediocre. However, the Bundesliga is a notch higher. At this moment, the Yen Nation Forum was abuzz with countless fans focusing their attention on Su Bai. Meanwhile, in the locker room, Daniel, filled with fury, kicked over the tactics board that stood defiantly within. The teammates trailing behind him resembled quails, huddling with their necks withdrawn, hardly daring to breathe. Tactics? Movement? Running? Have you all lost your minds? Do you not comprehend what I have articulated? Do you understand wide-ranging movement? Quick passes and connections in the midfield and defense must be established. Have I not made myself clear? What have you all been doing? Hiram, is there excrement in your brain? Enough. You shall be substituted. Daniel's wrath was akin to that of a roaring lion. Despite his immense reluctance, Hiram dared not utter a single word of protest. He was acutely aware of Daniel's uncompromising temperament. Challenging Daniel at this juncture would undoubtedly lead to a most dismal outcome. Before long, the 15-minute halftime interval had elapsed, and the players from both teams began to make their way onto the pitch. Daniel summoned Su Bai to the sidelines. Su, your task is to deliver the passes. I've already informed Wit, Benedict, and the others. You must distribute the ball at the earliest opportunity. Remember, do not hold on to the ball. Su Bai nodded in acknowledgement. At that moment, the staff on the sidelines raised the substitution board, and Su Bai stepped onto the field, taking his position in midfield. Haha. Yes on the field. Yes on the field, brothers. An exuberant young man from the Yen Nation, wearing sunglasses, excitedly took out his phone and hurriedly posted a new reply on the forum. As Wu Chong, studying abroad in the War Chariot Nation, he had come today to witness the Bundesliga match between Schalke and Stuttgart. However, having arrived early with nothing to occupy his time, he unexpectedly found himself in the stadium, ready to watch a match in the third division to pass the time, only to discover that he would also be witnessing a game featuring his fellow countrymen. At that moment, he became the live commentator for the match. The Yen Nation Football Forum transformed into the live broadcast platform for Su Bai's inaugural match. Yet, Su Bai remained blissfully unaware of the considerable attention his game was garnering in the Yen Nation. At present, his mind was solely occupied by the system's voice. As soon as he stepped onto the grass, the system activated a new mission. Ding. System task acquired. Perfect debut. Task level D success. Rewards will be granted based on the level of task completion. Observing his teammates on the field, Su Bai was already contemplating what performance would elevate his task completion level. With a sharp whistle from the referee, the second half of the match in the first round of the German Regional Liga, featuring Schalke 04 versus Rostock, commenced. Initially, Rostock claimed possession. Forward Hangen immediately passed the ball back to the attacking midfielder, Bainlich, and then surged towards Schalke's defensive zone. Bainlich, receiving the ball, wasted no time and advanced with determination. Faced with the pressing wit, Benedict, Bainlich deftly nudged the ball to his left with his right foot and effortlessly maneuvered past. Now, he was confronted by Su Bai. Noting Bainlich's towering stature, Su Bai charged forward. However, regrettably, Su Bai's defensive attributes stood at a mere 58. This figure was akin to that of a stationary post. Thus, with just a change of direction, Bainlich glided past him. Fortunately, during halftime, Daniel had advised the team's defensive midfielder, Lloyd Ankelu, to remain vigilant of Su Bai and assist him in defense. Witnessing Su Bai being easily bypassed, Lloyd Ankelu swiftly executed a sliding tackle, bringing Bainlich down along with the ball. Naturally, such a lateral tackle was promptly flagged as a foul by the referee. Yet no card was issued. At that moment, Daniel on the sidelines wore a look of concern. Having recently substituted Su Bai, he felt a twinge of frustration. Now, seeing Su Bai being so effortlessly surpassed, his worry intensified. If this fellow fails to deliver the ball, Schalke's central defense will be utterly paralyzed. What is happening? That fool was just substituted? Now, another wooden figure with dark hair has come on? Is he from Japan? Or perhaps Korea? When did the team acquire such a character? Just look at his physique. What kind of football can he play? He gets knocked over with the slightest contact, completely devoid of any competitive ability. Alas, Schalke is truly rotten to the core, recruiting anyone and everyone. That last fellow was nothing but a lumbering fool. Indeed, even if that previous oaf was incapable of passing or dribbling, at least he could withstand a few hits. Now, with this new player on the field, the midfield has become entirely devoid of resistance. We are doomed. We are doomed. Damn it. The first team is hopelessly inept, and the U18 team is equally unremarkable. The fans in the stands have begun to murmur incessantly. They cannot comprehend why Schalke has such a penchant for Asian players. Last year's edition was utterly ineffective. And now another has been brought in from the land of the rising sun. To the fans in the land of the war chariots, what does football represent? Football is a man's sport, characterized by fierce physical confrontations and exhilarating collisions. That is what football is all about. Bringing in a scrawny Asian to play football? Surely, this is nothing short of a joke. On the field, the free kick taken by Rostock was met with a powerful punch from Schalke's goalkeeper, sending the ball soaring out of the penalty area. By sheer coincidence, it landed at the feet of Ben Caish, just outside the penalty area. Ben Caish received the ball, quickly turned around, and was about to initiate a counterattack when he realized that Rostock's right midfielder, Barths, had already dashed in front of him. In a moment of desperation, he had no choice but to pass the ball to Su Bai, who stood at the right side of the center circle. As the ball approached, Su Bai hurried forward to receive it. However, just as he was about to make contact, he was astonished to see a golden trajectory of the pass materialize before him. Along this path glimmered an unprecedented 100% success rate. Raising his gaze slightly, he realized that the endpoint of this golden line led straight to the Rostock goal. With the allure of the golden trajectory and its flawless probability, Su Bai hesitated no longer. Without any intention of stopping the ball, he struck it fiercely with his right foot. Chapter 21, A Goal to Fame. A super long-range lob from 65 meters away. Is this fellow trying to be humorous? With no one in front, he just randomly passes and kicks wildly? Indeed, Schalke 04 is descending into chaos. Players as brainless as this can still take the field. From that distance, does he think he is Beckham? Curse it, Daniel is becoming increasingly useless. Players like this have no business being on the pitch. That ball completely. Just as the Schalke fans in the stands were vociferously criticizing, a sudden hush enveloped them. Not only them, Daniel, who had been vehemently shouting at his teammates from the sidelines, widened his eyes in disbelief. Meanwhile, on the Rostock bench, the previously chattering and laughing group fell silent, their gazes transfixed on the unfolding scene on the field. Suddenly, Su Bai struck the football with tremendous force, sending it soaring over the halfway line, only to begin a rapid descent just above the edge of Rostock's penalty area. The goalkeeper, Hanks, stationed at the forefront of the box, was evidently flustered at that moment. Having faced no shots from Schalke in the first half, he had completely let his guard down. Consequently, his positioning had become increasingly advanced. Most importantly, there had just been a free kick opportunity for Rostock, and he was still waiting to celebrate a goal for his team. Little did he expect that someone from Schalke 04 would opt for a lob shot from that position. This was in the third division, Surely he was overestimating his opponents. Initially, as he observed the height of Su Bai's shot, Hanks wore a mocking expression. With such technique, he thought, the power was only passable. The ball was still so high as it approached the penalty area, it was destined to fly out of bounds. However, it was only when the football sailed over his head that panic set in. An alarming sight unfolded before him as the ball, spinning violently, began its swift descent. In that instant, Hanks sprinted desperately towards the goal. Alas, despite his utmost effort, the football glided past him like a meteor, slipping through his fingertips and into the net. Beep. The referee at the center circle unhesitatingly blew his whistle, signaling the goal was valid. At that moment, the Garden Stadium stood in stunned silence. All eyes fixed on the ball that had just entered the net. Did it really go in? Spectacular. The goal counted. Ultimately, it was Wycliffe, standing beside Daniel, who first raised his arms in triumph, exclaiming in exhilaration. Meanwhile, on the pitch, standing beside Su Bai, Ben Kaisher was the first to excitedly rush forward and embrace him. Su, that was exquisite. What a magnificent goal. Following closely were Schalke's defensive midfielder Lloyd Ancairo and winger Hardy Hunt. Nearly all of his teammates surged towards Su Bai, enveloping him in a jubilant embrace, playfully tousling his hair. However, Su Bai remained momentarily bewildered. He scored? This was his very first touch in his professional career. Who would have imagined that his inaugural touch would result in a goal? The sensation was not as exhilarating as he had envisioned. In fact, it felt somewhat lackluster. Meanwhile, on the sidelines, Daniel was clutching his head, utterly incredulous. This fellow is simply astonishing. He actually took a shot from that distance? That must be around 65 meters. He mumbled to himself. Beside him, assistant coach Wycliffe wore an exuberant smile. Boss, your substitution was nothing short of miraculous. We just equalized right after the kickoff. Wycliffe's words suddenly clarified things for Daniel, who was still processing the moment. Indeed, the fact that this young lad could score was a testament to his discerning eye for talent. In that instant, Daniel realized he was beginning to appreciate this diligent young man from Yin country. Initially, he had felt that bringing this lad on was somewhat haphazard, but now, this was far from trivial. This remarkable substitution embodied the very essence of Daniel's purpose. He turned his head with a hint of pride towards the group of fans behind him, who had been incessantly criticizing Schalke 04 moments ago. Did you see that? This is the magic of a remarkable coach. A single substitution can miraculously equalize the score. However, it appeared that the fans had yet to grasp the moment. With no live broadcast, the large screen offered no replay. Apart from a few journalists excitedly snapping photographs, there were only staff members on the stands wielding their cameras. A portion of the crowd erupted in jubilant celebration for the home team's goal, while another segment wore puzzled expressions, inquiring amongst themselves. Damn, did you see that goal? That kid is phenomenal. It was even farther than Beckham's famed kick. I swear to God, that strike was truly magnificent. I've been watching Schalke's first team and youth matches for nearly 30 years, and this is the greatest goal I've ever witnessed. Cursed be you, Hulk. You had me distracted with that wretched woman on your phone, and I missed a monumental goal with no replay. I apologize. I was just criticizing that kid for being useless, but that goal alone makes him far superior to the other 10 players on the field. What is that kid's name? I don't even know. I think it's Bai. Su. Judging by the name, he must be from the land of flames. The few fans present were also exhilaratedly gazing at Su Bai, who was encircled in the middle of the field. The best way to make oneself known to the fans is by scoring, and in that moment, Su Bai had accomplished just that. Moreover, it is certain that the fans present will long remember Su Bai's extraordinary 65-meter lob shot. Amidst the crowd, Wu Chong was fervently capturing Su Bai's every move with his phone. Just at the moment Su Bai scored, he became the most exuberant celebrant in the stands. This was indeed a remarkable lob from 65 meters away, although it was in the third division. This goal undeniably deserves a place among the top 10 goals of the week in the prestigious War Chariot Nation football rankings. Typically, the weekly top 10 goals are dominated by strikes from the Bundesliga, yet Wu Chong firmly believes that Su Bai's goal is worthy of selection. A goal that brings fame. It brings to mind the legendary David Beckham, who rose to prominence through a stunning lob shot. Who knows? The bashful young man from Yin country on the field could very well become Yin country's own David Beckham. Our player, Su Bai, just stepped onto the field, and with his very first touch, he scored an incredible lob from 65 meters away. I recorded it on my phone, Once I get home, I will upload it to my computer. It was simply magnificent. Wu Chong posted a message, and in an instant, the Yen Country Football Forum erupted. 10 comments. 20 comments. 100 comments. Countless responses flooded in. No way. Is this for real? 65 meters? Don't kid me. If you have the video, hurry up and share it. Damn, I knew this guy could deliver. Did you see that? It was just the first match, his first touch. Oh my goodness. A goal that brings fame. If it is true, tomorrow every newspaper in the world will feature the name Su Bai, although it is in the German third division. Such an extraordinary long-range strike will undoubtedly not go unnoticed. It might even lead to instant fame. I am eagerly anticipating a media outlet to broadcast the German third division live because my excitement is unbearable. A sensational 65-meter long-range shot. Though I have yet to see the video, merely hearing this news has ignited a fervor within me. Chapter 22. The Frenzied Su Bai. The fried meatball shines in the German third division on the bench of Rostock. Head coach Akama gazed dramatically at Su Bai, who was surrounded by admirers on the field. He witnessed Su Bai's recent shot in its entirety. While many on the bench were exclaiming that Su Bai was merely lucky, he held a different opinion. Before taking the shot, Su Bai had clearly lifted his head to observe the situation ahead. It was merely the blink of an eye. Yet that fleeting moment revealed the extraordinary talent of this player. Such skill cannot be feigned. If it could, the world would be filled with Beckhams. Especially notable was the way he struck the ball. His right foot exerted force at a downward angle, and most importantly, he utilized the power of the outside of his foot. Mastering the technique of striking with the outside of the foot is no simple feat, particularly when executed at such a distance and at an angle. The spin he imparted was intended to cause the ball to plummet rapidly from a high point. Glancing over at the smug Schalke coach Daniel, Akama could not help but feel a pang of jealousy. This fellow has truly struck gold by discovering such a remarkable talent. At the age of 41, Akama has recently assumed the role of head coach following Rostock's relegation last season. Although he lacks prior coaching experience, his background is quite impressive. Since the age of 25, he has been a part of the esteemed coaching staff at Manchester United. He possesses an intimate understanding of how that legendary squad, known as the Class of '92, transformed into the formidable Red Devils that instilled fear worldwide. In recent years, he had already begun to make a name for himself within the youth ranks at Manchester United. Had he not been a local of Rostock? Coupled with the club's warm invitation, he might not have abruptly transitioned to coaching in the third division. As the two teams resumed their positions on the field, Akama looked expectantly towards Su Bai, intrigued by the young player's exceptional skills, eager to discover what further surprises he might unveil. With the match underway once more, both teams engaged fiercely in midfield. Scoring immediately upon entering the pitch bolstered his teammates' trust in Su Bai. Consequently, after regaining possession, forward Whit Benedict promptly turned and passed the ball to Su Bai. Su Bai expertly received the ball, then deftly handed it off to his teammate Ben Casey, while he himself swiftly advanced forward. Historically, even during training sessions, Su Bai was not one to dominate the ball. So Ben Casey was not taken aback when Su Bai passed it to him. Upon receiving the ball, Ben Casey deftly maneuvered it forward with his right foot and charged ahead. Rostock's attacking midfielder, Bienlich, quickly closed in to apply pressure. However, before he could reach him, Ben Casey nimbly flicked the ball back to the awaiting Su Bai, simultaneously maneuvering around the approaching Bienlich as he surged forward. As the football rolled toward him, Su Bai showed no intention of stopping it. With a slight forward movement of his right foot, he forcefully struck the bottom of the ball with the instep of his foot. Following this deft maneuver, the ball obediently curved past the approaching Rostock right midfielder, Baltas, who was attempting to defend from the flank. Remarkably, the ball flew diagonally right in front of Baltas. After evading Baltas, the ball landed perfectly at the feet of Ben Casey, who had circumvented Bienlich. What a splendid play! Daniel, who had been closely observing Su Bai from the sidelines, couldn't help but exclaim in excitement. Not only Daniel, but even the Rostock coach, Akama, was unable to restrain his admiration. The height and landing point of the ball were executed with such precision that it seemed meticulously calculated. Ben Casey, in full stride, required no adjustments whatsoever. He simply continued in his direction, guiding the ball forward with his right foot, launching an attack deep into Rostock's territory. This was a true reflection of Su Bai's exceptional skill. At this moment, the Rostock defense began to feel the pressure. Ben Casey's pace was swift, and he was rapidly approaching the edge of Rostock's penalty area. Sensing the imminent threat posed by Kessie, Rostock's defensive midfielder, Lashka, immediately closed in. However, having developed a seamless understanding with Su Bai during training, Kessie had no intention of engaging with Lashka. With a deft flick of his left foot, he guided the ball to Su Bai, who had made a run on the left. Su Bai skillfully controlled the ball with his right foot, preparing to make his next move. However, at this moment, the astute Ben Kesh was poised to pass the ball to Su Bai, while Rostock's midfielder, Chetkovic, lunged forward with ferocity. Not only Chetkovic, but even Bartz, who had just been skillfully evaded by Su Bai, rushed forward to join the fray. A dual assault. On the sidelines, Daniel had just raised his right hand in excitement, only to feel disheartened and let it drop upon witnessing the encroaching double team. Su Bai was still too young. He should not have paused to control the ball, but rather passed it directly. Now, caught in the squeeze, his chances appeared bleak. On the field, confronted by the charging Chetkovic, Su Bai acted without hesitation, as if the movement were etched into his very bones. With a deft touch of his right foot, he nudged the ball to the left, evading the grasp of Chetkovic's outstretched right foot, while simultaneously using his left foot to pull the ball back, deftly slipping past the oncoming Bartz. As he reclaimed possession, Su Bai's right foot made contact once more, gently pushing the ball forward, which obediently darted past Chetkovic's left side. Chetkovic was momentarily stunned, his expression one of disbelief as he turned to watch Su Bai glide past him. This fellow, he could execute such a maneuver, and his speed and ball control were astonishing. This was reminiscent of a deep-fried meatball. Chetkovic was no stranger to this trick, having transferred from La Liga. He had once faced Barcelona when Mallorca had not yet been relegated. The prodigious Barcelona midfielder had toyed with the entire Mallorca midfield using that very same move. The peculiar yet artistically graceful movement rendered that individual the most formidable midfielder in the world. Why, in the third tier of German football, did he perceive the shadow of Iniesta in a dark-haired Asian? On the field, Su Bai skillfully controlled the ball and surged towards the edge of Rostock's penalty area. In the blink of an eye, not only was Daniel on the sidelines left in awe, but the Schalke fans in the stands were already leaping to their feet in exhilaration. Beautiful. That lad from the Far East is dazzling. Keep it up. Let these Rostock bumpkins know the might of Schalke 04. Score another, and send these country folk packing. Su Bai's performance was far from over. After deftly maneuvering past Chetkovic, he hesitated no longer and struck the ball with the instep of his right foot. The ball sped towards the penalty area. At that moment, the Schalke forward, Witt Benedict, lurking within the box, suddenly erupted from behind a Rostock defender. Without hesitation, Witt Benedict raised his right leg high. His foot struck the ball with tremendous force. Despite Rostock's goalkeeper Hangster's desperate attempt to block it with outstretched arms, the ball inevitably found its way into the net. Beep. The referee pointed towards the center circle, signaling the goal's validity. 2-2. Su Bai had barely been on the field for 5 minutes. With 1 assist and 1 goal, he had helped Schalke 04 equalize the score. At that moment, the Schalke 04 fans, who had just risen, erupted into a frenzy of cheers. Chapter 23. Close marking? Frozen Su Bai. Oh my god, what's that kid's name? I mean the one who just made that pass. Incredible. I've never seen such an instinctive young player before. His dribbling, those feints, and most importantly, his passing. It's utterly astonishing for someone of his age. Truly remarkable. Goodness. Schalke has unearthed such a gem. Indeed, splendid. Old Jack. I shall be his fan from now on. You old coot, you always switch allegiances. Weren't you just saying you were a fan of Halem last time, and you criticized him the hardest? That was merely the result of inebriation. It doesn't count. This time, I truly believe in this dark-haired lad. From now on, I shall be his devoted supporter. Uft, you drunkard. You say that every time. To make a name for oneself among fans, the simplest method is to score or assist. Clearly, the newly introduced Su Bai has already accomplished this. Almost single-handedly. He has invigorated the entire midfield of Schalke 04. Such a superstar-like performance has already captivated the 1,000-strong Schalke supporters present. Wuchang excitedly listened to the seasoned fans' evaluations of Su Bai, relaying every word verbatim to the fervently awaiting group of Yingguo fans online. Su Bai just executed a beautiful nutmeg in front of Rostock's penalty area, followed by a precise through ball, assisting Schalke's forward. Now, Su Bai boasts a goal and an assist. I exclaimed, what did I say? I knew this young lad would deliver. Just look at that. absolutely remarkable. He has hardly been on the field for 10 minutes, and his statistics are astounding. Indeed, there's no denying it. The through ball following the fried meatballs was nothing short of spectacular. My dear friend, do you have any footage? You absolutely must share it so we can all revel in the experience. Exactly. It is imperative to capture the moment. This is unbearable to watch without seeing it. I am filled with anticipation. Our nation has finally produced a promising talent. Thank heavens. I recorded everything. I have it all on tape. Once I return home, I will compile a highlight reel of Su Bai for everyone. Please, you must make it happen. I am eternally grateful. Grateful indeed. Let us maintain this momentum. Swiftly transition the ball from midfield, ultimately delivering it to Su. Lloyd and Cairo, I have faith in you. After intercepting, promptly pass the ball to Su. Daniel, witnessing the equalizing score, stands at the sidelines, fervently shouting and directing. From 0-2 to 2-2. Schalke 04 accomplished this remarkable turnaround in under 10 minutes. At this moment, all the players are invigorated as if they have been infused with adrenaline. Whit Benedict, having scored, is tirelessly running back and forth, eagerly searching for any weaknesses as soon as Schalke gains possession. Unbeknownst to him, he has already placed his trust in the young lad from our nation, who is participating in his first professional match. Unlike Daniel, at this moment, Rostock's coach Akama displayed no signs of the anticipated turmoil on his face, despite his team having suddenly equalized the score. In fact, Akama appeared remarkably composed. He calmly approached the sidelines and shouted a few instructions to his players, urging them to contain that fiery young lad from the opposing team. Instantly, the players of Rostock began to adjust their formation. Both the left and right wingers subtly moved inward, while one of the defensive midfielders, Chetkovic, advanced his position, transforming from a defensive midfielder into an attacking one, his sole focus being the player named Su Bai. In the 57th minute of the match, Schalke 04, who had just clawed their way back into contention, found themselves reverting to their previous struggles. The Rostock wingers, now reinforced by Chetkovic's vigilant marking of Su Bai, stifled Schalke's fluid play, leaving them as bewildered as a snake caught by its vulnerable spot. The astute Chetkovic consistently positioned himself in front of Su Bai, thwarting any potential reception of the ball. With the passing lanes effectively shut down, Su Bai's influence on the game evaporated, while Rostock began to launch relentless assaults on Schalke 04's defense. In the 62nd minute, Rostock mounted another assault from the right flank. After evading the challenge from Ben, Rostock's attacking midfielder Bienlich executed a deft diagonal pass to the right winger, Baltas. The young Baltas seized the ball and embarked on a spirited sprint down the right wing. With a swift change of direction, he deftly evaded the advancing Schalke 04 fullback, and Baltas unleashed a powerful strike with his right foot towards the center. The towering Rostock forward, Hong, leapt high to deliver a header of exceptional quality. However, this time, Schalke's goalkeeper, Bobby Edgar, positioned well, managed to deflect Hong's header off the goal line at the last moment. Schalke 04 narrowly escaped disaster. On the sidelines, Daniel watched with bated breath. Damn it, keep up. Don't let him strike so easily. If all else fails, foul him. Are you made of wood? Frustrated at how effortlessly the right flank had been penetrated, Daniel vented his ire at Morton Jim. Observing his superior's anger, Morton Jim bowed his head in silence. Rostock earned a corner kick. The imposing forward Hong, relying solely on his physicality and heading prowess, overwhelmed Schalke 04's defense. During this corner kick defense, Schalke's central defenders remained fixated on Hong. Yet, during the leap, they found themselves utterly powerless against him. Fortunately, Hong's header, though formidable, was not insurmountable. He merely directed the ball out of play. Thus began the shift in momentum. In the 69th minute, the beleaguered Schalke 04 finally garnered an opportunity for a counterattack. However, Ben Kessie's long pass lacked precision and was directly intercepted by the opposing central defender, Pierce. Daniel, seething with anger, violently tossed aside his water bottle on the sidelines, earning a reprimand from the referee for his outburst. Fortunately, fortune seemed to favor Schalke during this period. Despite Rostock's relentless offensive assaults, they found themselves unable to convert any opportunities into goals, registering 6 attempts yet failing to score even a single point. Su Bai glanced at the immovable Chetkovic beside him, feeling somewhat exasperated. The man, whose hair had turned completely white, seemed to embody a sense of defeat. In that moment, Su Bai suddenly grasped the significance of Chetkovic's demeanor. From that instant onward, Chetkovic realized that the once docile Su Bai had begun to dart around the field like a frantic mouse. Chapter 24. A lightning strike of offense. Originating from the land of flames, Chetkovic, now 34 years of age, still possessed a decent level of stamina. But that was merely a relative statement for someone in their 30s. If his endurance had truly been sufficient, he would not have been cast aside by Mallorca, ultimately finding himself at the struggling Rostock in the regional Liga. Since Su Bai's entrance onto the field, Chetkovic had taken notice of him. Although he appeared rather unremarkable at first glance, his initial long-range shot had genuinely astonished Chetkovic. Especially impressive was the subsequent audacious attempt just outside the penalty area. The precision of his through ball and ability to maneuver past defenders were feats not easily accomplished by the average player. However, the young lad still lacked experience. Following Akama's signal for him to advance, Chetkovic had managed to completely immobilize him for a full 10 minutes. In the span of just a few minutes, the young lad flitted about like a headless fly, encountering obstacles at every turn. Whenever an opportunity to receive the ball arose, he invariably managed to intercept it ahead of time, drawing upon his experience. Gradually, Chetkovic's perception of Su Bai underwent a transformation. Although he possessed talent, his intellect seemed rather lacking. Yet, considering the lad's tender age, it was hardly surprising. To be present in the German third division at such a young age, and to perform so commendably, was already a remarkable feat that surpassed many of his peers. Exceptional talents like Messi do not simply emerge by chance. All of this constituted Chetkovic's personal reflections. However, he was soon astonished to observe that the seemingly aimless youth from Yen country appeared to have an epiphany. Suddenly, Su Bai began to dart about with abandon, abandoning his position in the center and racing towards the flanks. This left Chetkovic in a bit of a quandary, as he was a central midfielder. Surely, he could not be expected to follow the lad to the wing. If he did, what would become of Rostock's central area? Watching the cunning Su Bai, Chetkovic could only grit his teeth and remain rooted in place. Meanwhile, Su Bai reached the sideline and called for the ball from his own full-back, Sidney Parker. Initially perplexed as to why Su Bai had suddenly ventured to his wing, Parker nonetheless complied without hesitation, passing the ball to the eager Su Bai. After all, the coach had instructed them to deliver the ball to Su Bai and to follow those orders without question. Upon receiving the ball in his own half, Su Bai lifted his gaze, only to find, regrettably, that there were no threatening passing lanes ahead of him. After all, the distance from here to Rostock's defensive zone is considerable. However, Su Bai remains unhurried, leisurely advancing with the ball. To his left, Ben Kaisher observes Su Bai's dribbling and promptly approaches. He is well aware that Su Bai's ball handling skills are rather lacking. As Ben Kaisher draws near, Su Bai, without hesitation, relinquishes the ball. He then embarks on his extraordinary movement. As Su Bai returns to the center, Chetkovic chuckles, realizing that this fellow is indeed running about aimlessly. Chetkovic immediately closes the gap to Su Bai, but just as he arrives, Su Bai changes direction yet again. Without a glance at Ben Kaishi's position, he charges forward. At this moment, even Chetkovic finds himself perplexed. What on earth is this fellow up to? He faces a dilemma. Should he intercept the ball carrier Ben Kaisher, or follow the erratic movements of Su Bai? While he hesitates, Ben Kaisher seizes the moment, delivering a precise lofted pass that sails over the bewildered Chetkovic. Alarmed, Chetkovic swiftly pivots to pursue Su Bai. Yet, at his age, turning around offers him little agility, akin to the sluggish maneuvering of an aircraft carrier. By the time Chetkovic manages to turn, he despairingly realizes that the cunning young lad from Yen Nation is already on the verge of receiving the ball. Benedict. The ball has yet to touch the ground. Su Bai calls out to Benedict as he hastens forward. Upon hearing Su Bai's call, Benedict immediately sprang into action, charging toward the Rostock defense. What was this fellow planning? Could it be? The Rostock coach, Akama, had been intently observing Su Bai's every move, from his sideline dribble to his frantic dash, culminating in a 1-2 with his teammate. Akama had witnessed it all. Especially after hearing Su Bai's shout, he finally grasped the situation. He exaggeratedly turned his gaze towards Su Bai, who had lifted his right leg high in midfield. That posture, it resembled a shot. Yet, the goal was still 50 meters away. Such distance was insurmountable. Bang! Without the slightest hesitation, on the field, Su Bai's right foot came crashing down upon the soccer ball. In that very instant, Benedict surged forward, breaking free from the defenders. There was no offside. The ball, struck fiercely by Su Bai, sped towards the advancing Benedict. Although Rostock's squad comprised seasoned Bundesliga veterans, their greatest weaknesses lay in their agility and speed. Young, vigorous, and remarkably swift, Benedict was their nemesis. His previous lack of impact was merely due to the absence of a midfielder capable of delivering a lofted pass. The unshackled Su Bai had become the proverbial last straw that broke the camel's back. On the sidelines, Daniel raised his arms in exhilaration as the ball landed perfectly at Benedict's feet. A clear opportunity. Not just him, but the fans in the stands also leapt to their feet in excitement. Their eyes were fixated on Benedict, who faced the goalkeeper head-on. No surprises awaited. The elegance of Su Bai's pass was truly remarkable. For the fleet-footed Benedict, Su Bai's delivery required no adjustments whatsoever. With a vigorous spin, the ball seemed to roll forward effortlessly, sparing the hassle of any recalibration. Aiming for the lower right corner, unleashed a powerful strike with his right foot. The ball zipped into the Rostock net. 3-2. It was the 70th minute of the match. Schalke 04 had taken the lead. As the referee signaled the goal was valid by pointing to the center circle, in a fit of exhilaration, tore off his jersey and sprinted towards the stands. A brace. Indeed, a brace. Although he had netted 3 goals in the previous season's third division, he had never before achieved the glory of a brace. Splendid. On the sidelines, Daniel shouted with joy, leaping into the air. Meanwhile, the fans in the stands erupted into a frenzy of cheers. Although it was the third division, this lightning-fast and fervent attack had undoubtedly captivated the crowd. Su Bai, who had provided the second assist, now wore a beaming smile as he rushed towards This was the mastery and thrill of controlling the game and sealing the match that Su Bai had yearned for. At that moment, he found himself enamored with this exhilarating sensation. Chapter 25. Corner kick tactics? Do we not all hail from the Bundesliga? George, yes. It's me. Damn it. Save me some space on the sports front page. I've stumbled upon a major scoop. I have recorded it. A lad from the Yen Nation. I have inquired and discovered that he was the one eliminated by Dortmund, now a substitute for Schalke 04. With merely over 20 minutes played, he has already contributed 2 assists and scored a goal. Yes, the very one who was eliminated. Haha, this is undoubtedly captivating, especially as his first touch was a stunning 65-meter long-range lob. Goodness, it was exquisite. In the stands, Jennings, a reporter from the Gelsenkirchen Sports Gazette, excitedly speaks on the phone. As a rather mediocre intern journalist, coverage of the Bundesliga matches is naturally beyond his reach. Thus, he finds himself here, observing a seemingly unremarkable 3-Liga match. Yet now, he is as exhilarated as Columbus discovering a new world. A Yen Nation player, eliminated by Dortmund, a 65-meter super lob. Each detail is worthy of attention for news coverage. Who would have imagined that so many thrilling moments would converge upon this one individual? Alongside him, several other journalists share the same expression. They frantically press the shutters of their cameras, fearing they might miss something. Were it not for the ongoing match, they would undoubtedly swarm around the protagonist of this story. At this moment on the field, Su Bai has undeniably become the focal point of Schalke 04's offense. His impressive tally of 2 goals and an assist has fostered a deep trust among all his teammates. Not only the players of Schalke 04, but even those from Rostock are fixated on Su Bai. Chetkovic has finally ceased to concern himself with appearances. At this instant, he resembles an indefatigable beast, relentlessly trailing Su Bai. However, it must be said that he has indeed aged. The young lad from Yen State before him is exceedingly cunning. From the moment he began to follow him, this fellow has been incessantly darting about. Initially, with his vast experience, Chetkovic was able to keep pace, but gradually, his legs felt as if they were encumbered by lead. Chetkovic's speed diminished significantly. In contrast, Su Bai, at this juncture, appeared increasingly exhilarated. Having grown fond of the sensation of orchestrating the rhythm of the entire team, Su Bai realized just how extraordinary the system was. With his continuous movement, various passing lanes unfolded like radar screens of fighter jets. His task was remarkably simple: to deliver the ball to the forward player the moment the most threatening passing lane emerged. In the 75th minute of the match, Su Bai received a diagonal pass from the defensive midfielder, Lloyd Ancairo, and executed a sweeping transfer to the left flank, where the team's left winger, Hardy Hunt, was already surging with fervor. As a team from the German third division, it was not solely Rostock that employed long balls. As a traditional forward from the War Chariot Nation, Whit Benedict possessed exceptional heading skills as well. The rapidly advancing Hardy Hunt deftly maneuvered past Rostock's right back, then struck the ball fiercely with his left foot. Whit Benedict leapt high, outpacing the somewhat weary Rostock center back, and powerfully directed his header towards the goal. However, the ball was directed too centrally, and the Rostock goalkeeper, Henk Stur, managed to deflect it away with both hands, thwarting the attempt just in front of the goalpost. On the sidelines, Daniel watched in dismay as a goal opportunity vanished before his eyes, his frustration evident as he stomped his feet. That lad's vision is truly remarkable. That sweeping pass was simply exceptional. Indeed, he executed it without any preliminary movement, striking the ball cleanly and accurately. This young man is extraordinary. When did Schalke discover such a gem? What does it matter? With a bit more practice over the next year or so, we might just witness a Beckham emerging from the Schalke first team. Beckham? You're not wrong. That 65-meter wonder strike was reminiscent of Beckham's signature style. What a fortunate day this is. When I return home, I must regale those who chose not to come about our Schalke youth team's newfound prodigy. The Schalke fans in the stands continued to lavish praise upon Su Bai. In the midst of the crowd, Wu Chang was ecstatic. It was the first time so many had celebrated a compatriot in the realm of football. At this moment, Wu Chang felt a surge of pride in his nationality. He immediately transformed into an online broadcaster, streaming the fans' reactions and the on-field happenings to the forum. Su, go take that corner kick. At this moment, Su Bai, still standing in the front line in a daze, suddenly heard Daniel's call. The corner kicks and free kicks had all been predetermined prior to the match. In the current match, Ben Kaysher, with his commendable footwork, is the primary choice for all free kicks and corner kicks. Typically, substitute players like Su Bai have little opportunity to shine. However, unexpectedly, Daniel began directing from the sidelines. Ben Kaysher, who had already approached the corner area, heard Daniel's call. With no sign of reluctance, he promptly set down the ball and sprinted towards the penalty area. Although he was the first option, he was acutely aware that Su Bai's passing prowess far surpassed his own. With Ben Kaysher's departure, Su Bai wasted no time and dashed to the corner area. At that moment, the players from both teams were tightly clustered together in the penalty area. Whit Benedict, standing at 6 feet tall, seemed to escape notice, especially since Rostock's two central defenders towered nearly 6 feet 3 inches. Conversely, Schalke's center back, Webster Jeffrey, was under intense scrutiny. In an instant, the players resembled a tightly knit group. Su Bai raised his right hand, signaling a covert cue, then took a few steps back before sprinting forward. With a powerful strike of his right foot, he connected with the ball. Even before making the pass, he discerned the most exquisite trajectory. Observing Su Bai's signal towards the far post, all Schalke players surged backward. Nevertheless, the Rostock defenders were not to be outdone, albeit a step behind. They closely marked their assigned opponents. The ball soared over the front post. As it descended, nearly everyone charged forward with fervor. The Rostock center back, Pierce, maneuvered past the Schalke player beside him and leaped high into the air. As the approaching football drew nearer, a smile spread across Pierce's face. The lad was still quite youthful, naively kicking the ball into a throng of players. Did he not realize that this group from Rostock had descended from the Bundesliga? With confidence surging through him, Pierce engaged his core, preparing to direct the ball forward. However, in that fleeting moment, an astonishing scene unfolded. Chapter 26. The most dazzling dark-haired boy in Gelsenkirchen as he gazed at the ball within arm's reach. Pierce was horrified to discover that it was spinning violently. The ball, which was destined to soar directly in front of him, suddenly veered dramatically as if it had encountered an unseen force. It bizarrely evaded all of them and flew straight towards the edge of the penalty area. That very spot. It was devoid of any Rostock players. Yet, there stood a figure clad in the blue Schalke jersey. In that instant, his expression mirrored disbelief. The football, akin to a precision-guided missile, landed perfectly at his feet. In an instant, as if jolted back to reality, Ben Kaysher, stationed at the edge of the penalty area, made no attempt to control the ball. With a powerful strike of his right foot, he unleashed a magnificent volley. The force behind the shot was immense. All within the penalty area watched in awe as Ben Kaysher executed a stunning strike right before their eyes. After Kaysher's second burst of energy, the football shot forth like a meteor, hurtling toward the goal defended by Hanks. No obstacles remained. After the football nestled into the net, Hanks realized in despair. Obscured from view, that the ball had indeed crossed the line. 4-2. Beep. The referee's whistle confirmed the goal's validity. This sound ignited the fervor of the Schalke supporters in the stands. They erupted in ecstatic shouts, a primal roar emanating from their very souls. Wild and exhilarating. On the sidelines, Daniel was beside himself with excitement. He embraced his companion, Wycliffe, exclaiming incoherently, "Did you see that? I knew it. This guy is a genius." To think he would pass the ball to Ben Keshi in such an astonishing manner. Observing Daniel's exuberance, Wycliffe could only respond with a smile, "All thanks to your guidance." Hearing such praise from Wycliffe, Daniel felt a rare blush creep onto his cheeks. Meanwhile, Ben Keshi, who had executed a spectacular volley, along with Whit Benedict, celebrated as they watched the ball find the back of the net. In a surge of excitement, he tore off his jersey. This time, he had no intention of celebrating alone. He dashed towards Su Bai, still stationed at the corner, and without a word, toppled him. Following him were Whit Benedict, Wheeler, Ankerall, Hardy, and even the defender, Sidney Parker, joining the fray. Like a human tower, the Schalke players piled onto Su Bai. "You passed that ball with such audacity. You should have seen the astonished faces of those Rostock bumpkins. I simply struck the ball, and to my astonishment, it found the back of the net. It was utterly insane. I believe I may secure a spot in this week's top 10 highlights. Good heavens. It is beyond belief." The exhilarated Ben Casey continued to chatter away, while the unfortunate Su Bai, trapped beneath the pile, could hardly muster any enthusiasm. "Damn it. Don't these fellows consider their own weight? Why are they still piling on? Damn it. Get off me. I'm nearly suffocated." Yet, Su Bai's groans went entirely unnoticed. His teammates were captivated by the score displayed on the large screen beside the field, 4-2. The 80th minute of the match. It was utterly astonishing. They had triumphed over a team comprised of Bundesliga players. It sounds unbelievable. In front of Rostock's penalty area, several Rostock players, already fatigued, were slumped on the grass. Despite being in the third division, these Schalke lads were utterly tireless. Throughout the match, they seemed oblivious to the concept of exhaustion. Gasping for breath, Chetkovic intently observed Su Bai, who was buried beneath his teammates. His expression reflected sheer disbelief. He could hardly fathom encountering such an extraordinary player in the third division. This guy is a genius. Undeniably a prodigy. Every pass he delivered was lethal, and his success rate stood at an astounding 100. What an outrageous statistic. In just 35 minutes on the pitch, he had 1 goal and 3 assists. It was simply extraordinary. Even a seasoned Bundesliga player in their prime would find it hard to achieve a more dazzling performance. After a considerable amount of time, the head referee could no longer bear to watch and ultimately rescued Su Bai. Observing his teammates leaving one by one, Su Bai finally managed to catch his breath and rise. "Haha, Su, you must acclimate to this. Take your time, and you will come to relish it." The mischievous Ben Cash teased, relishing Su Bai's predicament. "Just you wait." Su Bai, who held grudges, would not easily forgive the mischief-maker Ben Cash. The teammates, witnessing Su Bai's resentful expression, burst into laughter. The score of 4-2 rendered the subsequent match rather tedious. Given their lack of stamina, Rostock naturally conceded defeat. With abundant experience came the burden of physical limitations. On the sidelines, Akama, facing his first defeat of the season, maintained a stoic demeanor, his gaze fixated on Su Bai. Although he was now the head coach of Rostock, his heart was predominantly filled with memories of the Red he could never forget. Once a Red Devil, always a Red Devil. Like all Manchester United fans, Akama had spent his youth immersed in that fervor, and his eyes now radiated with passion. Manchester United would forever require a Beckham. At that moment, Su Bai, orchestrating the match with his exquisite passes, was the new Beckham he had discovered for Manchester United. He could hardly wait to conclude the match and dial Sir's number. An 18-year-old Beckham, no Red Devil fan could resist such a lure. As for Rostock, they had already pushed their limits. The issue of stamina was one that simply could not be altered. Fortunately, teams like Schalke 04 are not prevalent in the third division of German football. Relying on this seasoned squad, advancing to the second division posed no challenge. Finally, the referee's whistle signaled the conclusion of the match. The Schalke 04 U18 team triumphed over the relegated veterans from Rostock with a score of 4-2. Thanks to Su Bai's remarkable performance, which included 1 goal and 3 assists. As the final whistle blew, the players of Schalke 04 lifted Su Bai in celebration. welcoming him in their own unique way. Meanwhile, the ecstatic Schalke fans in the stands began to cheer for their new prince. Though it was merely a match, more accurately, a half, a young man from the fiery nation had utterly captivated this easily pleased crowd with his dazzling display. Among the throng, Wu Chang captured every moment on his phone, be it Su Bai elevated by his teammates or the fervent fans chanting his name. At that instant, the entire Garden Stadium belonged to that extraordinary young man with dark hair. Meanwhile, Jennings, a sports journalist from Gelsenkirchen, had dashed down from the stands, brandishing his press credentials as he raced towards the star of the moment. He was not alone. Several other journalists followed suit, equally fervent in their pursuit. They recognized that regardless of the outcomes in the Bundesliga, for at least this week, the young man before them would undoubtedly shine as Gelsenkirchen's brightest new star. Chapter 27. The Bundesliga is the true stage. Su. I am Jennings, a reporter from Gelsenkirchen sports newspaper. May I have the pleasure of interviewing you? Jennings squeezed his way to Su Bai, who was surrounded by his teammates. Haha, Su, you've achieved fame with that goal. A reporter is here to interview you, Ben Case remarked, amused by the unexpected attention on Su Bai. Indeed, Su, you must treat us. It's your first match, and already a reporter is seeking your insights. However, before Su Bai could respond, Wycliffe rushed over, pushing Jennings aside. I'm sorry, but Su Bai will not be granting interviews at this time. Watching Wycliffe intervene, Su Bai felt indifferent. He was aware that the head coach typically forbade youth players from engaging with the media. After all, they were still quite young, and premature exposure to the press often brought no benefits. Many young prodigies had their careers derailed by the relentless scrutiny of journalists. Moreover, Su Bai was preoccupied with the sound of the system signaling the completion of his task. His primary concern was the assessment of his performance in this match. Having witnessed the system's formidable capabilities, he wondered if he might receive a maximum attribute reward. He had come to realize that rather than charging forward to shoot, it was far more advantageous to first enhance his ball control. The sensation of commanding the entire team's play from the midfield was simply exhilarating. While Su Bai was unfazed by the interruption, Jennings could hardly contain his frustration. Although Jennings is merely an intern journalist, he is nonetheless affiliated with the Gelsenkirchen sports newspaper. He had just dashed from the stands onto the field, his trousers torn in the process, only to be thwarted from conducting an interview. However, watching Su Bai, who was now surrounded by teammates as he made his way into the players' tunnel, Jennings could only turn away in resignation. Nevertheless, he had gathered sufficient material. Composing a report on this individual should pose no difficulty. With the first match resulting in a resounding success, the head coach, Daniel, was in high spirits. Upon entering the locker room, he lavished praise upon all his players, applauding this one and complimenting that one. All right, tomorrow is a day off. You boys have been absolutely marvelous, so enjoy your well-deserved rest. Long live the boss. Long live the boss. Long live the boss. Upon hearing the announcement of a day off, the players erupted in jubilant cheers for Daniel. After all, it was merely the regional league. Even with a victory, it was merely a reward of respite. As for post-match press conferences, such luxuries were far too extravagant for the regional league. Meanwhile, taking advantage of the time while showering, Su Bai hurriedly entered the system. As soon as he accessed it, a melodious task notification chimed. Congratulations, host, on completing the task of a perfect debut. Task completion rate, SSS. Congratulations, host, on receiving a golden treasure chest reward. Please check. Gazing at the resplendent treasure chest nestled within the system, Su Bai was filled with exuberant joy. Eagerly, Su Bai immediately opened the treasure chest. A dazzling burst of golden light revealed a shimmering golden card before him. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the ultimate card, Injury Immunity Card. Upon reading the card's description, Su Bai nearly fainted from excitement. This was undoubtedly a divine artifact. Injuries. This is the most dreaded affliction for any athlete. Regardless of how gifted a player may be, injuries can effortlessly bring them to their knees. The legendary Ronaldo, who once dominated the football world, failed to surpass Maradona's achievements solely due to injuries. His peculiar yet fragile knees granted him the nickname of an alien while also endowing him with the fragility of glass. Such instances are countless in the realm of football. Gazing at the resplendent card, Su Bai hesitated no longer and promptly clicked to use it. With another flash of golden light, Su Bai's attributes underwent an immediate transformation. Amidst the previously singular data, a new attribute emerged, injury resistance, 100. After a considerable period, Su Bai finally emerged from his overwhelming excitement. After hastily finishing his shower, he boarded the team bus back to the club. However, the bus had not traveled far before his teammates began to disembark one by one. Soon, apart from him and Wycliffe, there was no one left on the bus. Ben, Casey, and the others had gone off to find a place to celebrate. As they exited, they persistently urged Su Bai to join them, but he found himself financially constrained. The money sent from home had already been exhausted. The club's salary has yet to be disbursed, and even if it were, a mere €100 a week hardly suffices for indulging in leisure. He is well aware of those individuals who, after an evening of revelry, find solace at the street corner. Furthermore, he harbors no desire to frequent such establishments, relinquishing his precious first experience. The bus meanders leisurely towards the club when Wycliffe, with curiosity, inquires, "Su, why haven't you joined those fellows in celebration?" "Well, Su Bai found himself momentarily speechless. Observing Su Bai's perplexity, Wycliffe surmised the situation. "Do not fret about finances. You earned quite a bit from this match. €300 for a goal, 200 for an assist, and a victory bonus of €500. You amassed a total of €1,400 from this game." Wycliffe cheerfully calculated for Su Bai, who was just realizing the extent of the bonuses available. "So much? This is merely because we played in the 3rd division. If it were the Bundesliga, you would have struck it rich overnight." Clearly, Su Bai was genuinely unaware of such matters. "Tomorrow, the funds should be transferred to your account. By the way, are you comfortable in the team dormitory?" Wycliffe, usually sparing with words, became quite loquacious in the presence of this earnest and diligent youth. "I am quite comfortable, sir. Moreover, it is conveniently close to the training ground. I am satisfied with my current life, though solitude may linger." Su Bai genuinely revels in this fulfilling life. "Should any challenges arise, do not hesitate to share them with me." With that, Wycliffe turned away, falling into silence. Su Bai chuckled softly and gazed out the window. The streets of Gelsenkirchen were already teeming with people before 5 o'clock. Numerous fans clad in blue Schalke 04 jerseys were exuberantly heading in the opposite direction of the bus. In this city, steeped in a rich football culture, weekends are akin to sacred festivals. Su Bai cast a lingering glance at the distant Veltins arena, his face brimming with longing. He pondered when he might truly stand there, basking in the adoration of the fans. Bundesliga, the first team, that would be the stage that rightfully belonged to him. Chapter 28, a sensation at home. Will the Sports Weekly be broadcasting? Upon returning to the club, Wycliffe headed straight to the office. Unlike Daniel, as an assistant coach, he needed to meticulously organize the match records related to today's game. As for Su Bai, he hurried back to his dormitory as soon as he arrived at the club. After checking the time, he dialed his home phone. While traversing this new world, Su Bai seamlessly integrated the memories of this incarnation. Hence, he harbored a deep affection for his parents in this realm. From a small county town, his father seemed relatively affluent, yet such wealth was modest compared to the opulence found in major cities. "Dear Su Bai, you haven't called in days, and your sister misses you terribly. She wishes to reach out, but fears she might disturb you." Thinking of that tearful sister, Su Bai also finds herself yearning for her. "By the way, mother, I will receive my bonus tomorrow. Each competition brings in nearly 14,000 RMB. I will transfer it to you. And since my sister desires a mobile phone, I shall purchase her the finest one. Alas, the family is well off. Your father bought that spoiled girl a phone. What does a high school student need such an extravagant device for? Meanwhile, you are abroad, where expenses abound. I have many more competitions ahead, and I will earn even more in the future, so do not worry. I must end this call. International long-distance charges are quite steep. Goodbye." "Oh, my child." Su Bai clearly heard a hitch in her mother's voice. "I must go now, Mom. My teammates are calling me out for dinner tonight. We are enjoying a French feast." After saying this, Su Bai hurriedly ended the call. Yet, despite her usual strong demeanor, she felt a pang in her heart. Glancing at the time, she wiped her face and rushed off to the dining hall. Thanks to Daniel's special consideration, even on the club's days off, Su Bai's meals are consistently provided. Although it was merely simple boiled chicken, she savored every bite. The flavor may be ordinary, but it indeed aids in muscle growth. While the data may not reflect it, Su Bai can feel that her body has become significantly stronger. After finishing her meal, she wasted no time returning to the training ground. It was already 11 o'clock at night. After finishing his work, Wycliffe finally emerged from the office building. stretching lazily. The familiar sound caught his attention. He turned to see Su Bai tirelessly training on the field, repeating his drills again and again. Not wanting to interrupt, Wycliffe smiled and turned away. Meanwhile, in the hotel where Rostock was stationed, Akama had finally completed his tasks and poured himself a cup of coffee. He closed the door and took out his phone, dialing a familiar number. "Hello? Why are you calling me at this late hour?" The call connected swiftly, and a gentle voice came through. "Sir, I have some exciting news." "Oh, what is it? Have you had a triumphant start to the season?" "It's just the third division." "Don't get too cocky. We lost. Lost to Schalke 04 U18? How is that possible? I recall you scouring the globe for experienced players. How could you lose to a U18 team?" The disbelief was palpable on the other end of the line. "It wasn't Schalke that defeated us. We lost to a young talent." "Stop with the suspense. Are you planning to recommend someone to me?" "You won't be able to guess, sir. A player from the Yen country, 1 goal and 3 assists, and his very first touch was a magnificent lob like Beckham's." Even now, the memory of Su Bai left Akama in disbelief. "A player from the Yen country? I understand. I will send someone to scout him." With that, Ferguson on the other end hung up the phone. Sighing, Akama couldn't help but smile wryly at the disconnected call. As he feared, ever since Ferguson acquired Dongfangzhou, his appreciation for players from the land of fire has waned. Despite possessing extraordinary talent, Dong lacks the ambition that Ferguson deems essential. It appears that Su Bai's fortunes have taken a downer. Nonetheless, he has fulfilled his obligations, and the outcome is no longer a concern for Akama. That evening, Schalke 04's first team faced their Bundesliga opener, yet in front of over 50,000 home supporters, they suffered a humiliating 3-0 defeat to Stuttgart. Although they fielded a formidable attacking line with Huntelaar and Ral, Schalke's midfield was utterly stifled by Stuttgart's relentless defense. Throughout the match, Schalke managed a mere 3 shots, none of which were on target. This disastrous midfield performance incited discontent among the Schalke fans present, who could not contain their boos directed at their own team. Ultimately, Magath, who was eager to embark on a successful new season, had to accept this painful loss. Hajimin sat on the bench for the entire 90 minutes, leaving many fans from the land of fire watching on television deeply disappointed. However, this disappointment was short-lived. Soon after, highlights of Su Bai's performance were uploaded by Wu Chong on the fan forum. Within no time, Wu Chong's new post was pinned to the top of the forum, with comments and shares rapidly increasing. The video commenced with Su Bai entering the field, and in a mere few seconds, he executed an exquisitely lofty long-range shot that shattered the Rostock goal. Following this was Su Bai's effortlessly skillful display of fried meatballs, along with a series of exquisitely beautiful through balls and connections. Wu Chong even accompanied the video with the passionate music from world football. "Wow, incredible! What level is this to be playing in the German Regional Liga? Damn it, I've finally waited for a super midfielder from our Yen country. This kid is undoubtedly capable. His skill is exceptional. I've been watching football for over 20 years, and this is the first time I've seen such a talented player from our Yen country. He surpasses Chun Tao from the 2005 U20 World Cup by leaps and bounds." Indeed, back then, Chun Tao was among the top 10 rising stars alongside Messi, but he later faded from view. Yet, Su Bai seems far more impressive. Notice how this kid always chooses the perfect line for his passes. His football intelligence is unparalleled. I waited all night for Hao Jun-min, and not seeing him on the pitch left me utterly frustrated. But now, watching Su Bai play is a sheer delight. Well, I think we should stick to watching the Regional Liga. The Bundesliga doesn't feature any players from our Yen country. The Regional Liga isn't even broadcasted. What can you watch? At that moment, at the headquarters of the Magic City Sports Daily, the editor-in-chief of the football column, Wan Hai, was ecstatically watching Su Bai's highlight reel. After watching it countless times, he excitedly picked up the phone. "Li Shua, are you still in the war chariot country? Go. Head to Schalke 04 U18 and conduct an exclusive interview." "Yes, it is U18, not Hao Jun-min. Go to U18 and find a young lad named Su Bai. I require all his information. By the way, do not rush back. Stay there for a week. Regarding next week's Regional Liga, I wish to obtain the broadcasting rights for Schalke. I will send someone to negotiate." Wan Hai hung up the phone and then dialed the editor-in-chief of Sports Weekly. Chapter 29. An exclusive interview with Sports Weekly? Damn it, in the middle of the night. I wonder if the boss has lost his mind. Listening to the other party hang up, Li Shua, far away in the country of war machines, began to grumble. Li Gu, what's going on? The boss is calling at this hour. Little Wang, who was seated at the computer compiling materials for Bayern Munich's match, also raised his head to inquire. The boss wants me to find a young man named Su Bai at Schalke 04. Am I supposed to interview him? I am supposed to be interviewing Bayern superstars. And now I am being sent to interview an obscure young player from U18. As the ace reporter for Sports Weekly, Li Shua felt somewhat underappreciated. Such matters could easily be delegated to a newcomer. Are we going or not? Observing his boss's disgruntled demeanor, Little Wang couldn't help but chuckle. What do you think? If we don't go, we might end up getting fired. After saying this, Li Shua cursed under his breath and turned to leave. Li Gu, you haven't reviewed the manuscript yet? Just send it off. I can't be bothered to look at it. Gazing at the closed door, Xiao Wang helplessly sent the recently completed interview manuscript without further ado. However, driven by curiosity, he ventured onto the official website of the German 3rd Division. Upon entering, he was immediately startled by a headline that read, "The Rising Star of Yen Nation. Bai's spectacular shot, instant fame." The homepage of the site showcased a strikingly large photograph of Su Bai side-footing a shot, capturing his attention entirely. The following day at 5 in the morning, Su Bai adhered to his usual routine, groggily splashing water on his face before turning to step outside. The early September air in the realm of the war chariots had already begun to carry a hint of chill. Observing the empty training ground, Su Bai resolutely walked in. With practiced ease, he flicked on the training lights and charged towards his aspirations, ball at his feet. Meanwhile, in Munich, due to a flight scheduled for 6:30 in the morning, Li Shua and Xiao Wang rose early, laden with bags. Before they had a chance to converse, Xiao Wang hopped into the car alongside Li Shua. "Brotherly, I have some thrilling news. Last night, I researched that player named Su Bai. He is now undoubtedly the most talked-about prodigy in the German 3rd Division, or rather, the most renowned in the city of Gelsenkirchen. In yesterday's opening match of the German 3rd Division, Su Bai scored 1 goal and assisted 3. Xiao Wang exclaimed, swiftly handing his phone to Li Shua. Initially bleary-eyed, Li Shua's curiosity was piqued by Xiao Wang's words. Although it was the 3rd tier of German football, its caliber was comparable to that of the Chinese Super League. Such an extraordinary performance in the German 3rd Division undoubtedly signifies elite prowess within our domestic realm. It is no wonder that the management there is urging with such fervor. Speaking of which, the most popular topic on our nation's football forum is indeed this Su Bai. I downloaded this highlight reel straight from the forum. Upon hearing Xiao Wang's words, Li Shua promptly clicked on the video. Within a mere 5 minutes, his expression transformed from skepticism to sheer astonishment. Xiao Wang, observing his superior's reaction, couldn't help but stifle a chuckle. This individual is truly exceptional. At this level, one could envision him competing in the Bundesliga. However, there are some fundamental flaws in his game, yet his passing and overall vision are undoubtedly of world-class caliber. Having devoted a lifetime to football, Li Shua's perspective is far superior to that of an ordinary fan. Indeed, I share this sentiment. Just yesterday, I visited the official website of the German 3rd Division, and Su Bai graced the homepage. Furthermore, the fans below were unanimously praising him. This marks the first time a player from our nation has exhibited such remarkable prowess in a foreign youth team. Engaged in conversation, the two soon arrived at the airport. The journey from Munich to Gelsenkirchen takes merely an hour. While seated on the plane, enjoying their breakfast, the pair arrived at Gelsenkirchen Airport before 8 o'clock. They hailed a taxi and swiftly reached the entrance of Schalke 04 club, only to encounter an unfortunate turn of events. The league had just concluded, and the team was on break, leading the security guard to deny them entry. Even Li Shua's press credentials from the Sports Weekly proved futile in this situation. Observing the two individuals on the verge of a quarrel, Xiao Wang shook his head and approached them. "Hello, my friend. We are looking for that lad from Yen Nation. The one from the youth team. I would appreciate your cooperation." With that, he discreetly slipped a €100 note into the bald gatekeeper's pocket. "Ah, why didn't you say so earlier? So, you're a friend of Su from Yen Nation. You may enter. That fellow should still be on the training field at this hour." The bald gatekeeper was quite familiar with Su Bai, who spent all day on the training grounds. He patted his pocket and opened the gate with a smile, kindly directing Li Shua and his companion towards the location of Su Bai's training. "Damn it, that old foreigner is only in it for the money." Li Shua observed the scene with clarity. Turning around, he promptly greeted the money-driven gatekeeper in Mandarin. "Boss, you must reimburse this amount." Xiao chimed in, reminding Li Shua to ensure he gets reimbursed as well. "Understood," You're quite clever. Li Shua chuckled. If I weren't, would you still want to take me along wherever you go? With a smile, Li Shua chose not to elaborate further. Before long, they arrived at the training field where Su Bai was practicing. Bang, bang. Even before stepping onto the field, the sound of Su Bai shooting reached their ears. Li Shua glanced over at Su Bai. He wasn't particularly tall, and his physique appeared rather slender. Frankly speaking, surviving in the rough-and-tumble German league with such a build would be nothing short of miraculous. Yet, what was most astonishing was how impressively the young man performed. As he observed Su Bai on the field, who seemed oblivious to his presence, Xiao Wang was ready to call out to him. However, Li Shua restrained him, signaling for Xiao Wang to set up the camera instead. This was indeed excellent material. Watching Su Bai, drenched in sweat, it was evident he had been training diligently for an extended period. Thus, the focused Su Bai continued his practice, while the two onlookers settled onto the grass, filming away. After approximately 10 minutes, Su Bai finally noticed the unfamiliar figures by the sidelines, particularly one with a camera. Who are you? Su Bai inquired as Li Shua promptly stood and approached him. Li Shua extended his hand while presenting his press credentials. Hello, Su Bai. I am Li Shua, a reporter from the Sports Weekly. I apologize for interrupting your training. I was captivated by your dedication and hesitated to disturb you. If you prefer, I will delete the footage I just recorded. Taking the press card from Li Shua, Su Bai furrowed his brow. He was not fond of being filmed without consent. Nevertheless, considering they were compatriots, he soon found peace with the situation. Hello, he replied politely, extending his right hand. Meanwhile, the camera captured the moment of Su Bai's first ever interview, forever preserved in memory. Chapter 30, Contract Signing. The birth of the first German third division broadcaster. Noticing Li Shua's gesture, Xiao Wang eagerly rushed over with his camera, exclaiming, Hello, Teacher Su. Xiao Wang's most notable trait was his eagerness to please. Initially, I contemplated addressing Su Bai as Brother Su or Brother Bai, but upon observing his age, I felt a certain reluctance to use the term brother. Instead, the respectful title Teacher Su slipped effortlessly from my lips. Su Bai, upon hearing this, appeared somewhat embarrassed. It seemed quite incongruous. Shall we begin directly? Noticing Su Bai's forehead glistening with sweat, Li Shua quickly chimed in. The morning breeze was cool, and if his perspiration were to dry, the quality of the interview would undoubtedly diminish. Young Wang promptly set up the equipment and handed the microphone to Li Shua. Hello, Su Bai. I am a reporter from Sports Weekly, and it is a pleasure to be the first to interview you. Hello. The two shook hands before the camera and commenced the interview. To begin with, I believe what domestic fans are most eager to learn is how you became an official player for Schalke 04 U18. With that, Li Shua brought the microphone closer to Su Bai. He recounted his journey from the Football Association's open selection to his experiences with Dortmund, and subsequently, how he was persuaded by Coach Jace to join Schalke 04. To everyone's surprise, the initially reserved Su Bai spoke eloquently as the conversation unfolded. After a considerable duration, Li Shua's interview finally reached its conclusion. Su Bai even took a moment to mention the care he received from Hao Junmin. The interview, thus, came to a temporary halt. However, Li Shua had no intention of concluding the session so abruptly. He aspired to capture footage of Su Bai training with his teammates or moments from his daily life. These endeavors could wait for another time, as the manager had no plans to send him away and there was no rush. After completing their tasks, Li Shua and his companion planned to find a place to stay. Observing their eagerness to depart, Su Bai made a token effort to retain them, yet he knew his training must continue, as he was anxious to enhance his skills and had no time to attend to their needs. Upon exiting the Schalke club, Li Shua couldn't help but express his admiration, exclaiming, Damn, unlike others, this kid is bound to succeed. Turning to glance at the Schalke emblem at the entrance, he remarked casually, Haha, boss, I share your sentiment. He possesses talent and works diligently. The entire club had only this lad training tirelessly, seemingly unaware of the need for rest. Stop rambling. Let us find a place to stay. I'm exhausted and need a nap. You can prepare the interview notes for me to send to the boss later. Li Shua playfully kicked at Xiao Wang, who was unabashedly flattering him. Within the confines of the club, Su Bai practiced intermittently until 11 o'clock. Finally, after exhausting his last ounce of energy, he contentedly returned to his dormitory. As soon as he entered, he laid down on his bed without even wiping off his sweat and accessed the system. Following his last enhancement of the ball control attribute to 68, training points had stagnated due to recent matches. The unyielding system had not granted any points for the games, leaving Su Bai, who had harbored hopeful fantasies, somewhat disheartened. He had originally thought that training would yield points, and perhaps the matches would provide even more. The morning's training, however, restored his training points to full capacity. With a crisp chime, Su Bai's ball control value has reached 69. There are 6 days until the next match. If he exerts himself during these 6 days, he might just accumulate enough points to reach 75. At that point, he could confidently tackle the German 3rd Division League without even relying on fried meatballs. As his attributes reset, the fatigue that had previously beset Su Bai vanished in an instant. Consequently, an astonishing scene unfolded before the watchful gaze of the dormitory guard, Mr. Hams. The young man, who had just greeted him like a worn-out dog, suddenly burst forth with renewed vigor. Mr. Hams hurried outside, concerned for Su Bai, who he regarded as the most industrious youth he had ever encountered. He wished to prevent any potential mishap from Su Bai's overzealousness on the field. However, upon stepping out, he found Su Bai already immersed in his training. Shaking his head, Mr. Hams chose to refrain from further comment. Reflecting on the other members of the youth team, he let out a resigned sigh. Meanwhile, under the blazing sun, as Su Bai drenched the training ground with his sweat, Li Shua emerged from the hotel bedding, grumbling once again. "Damn it, can't I catch a little sleep?" "Boss, at least you've had 2 hours." "I haven't closed my eyes at all," replied Xiao Wang, who couldn't help but tease him. "You're still young. Why waste time sleeping? Have you finished the interview draft?" "It's done, just waiting for your review." "All right then, let's go get that chubby guy." The frustration of the editor was palpable as he lamented the absurdity of his boss's decision to involve him in discussions regarding broadcasting rights. Despite his lack of acumen in business matters, his disdain for Zhao Dong, the corpulent deputy manager, was unmistakable. The man's incessant lewd demeanor irked him to no end. If not for Zhao's position, he would have utterly disregarded him. Meanwhile, the quiet Wang listened in silence as his superior vented. Upon arriving at the airport, they encountered a balding, middle-aged man, perspiring profusely and appearing quite flustered, accompanied by an elegant secretary. The previously irritable Li Shua instantly donned a facade of congeniality upon seeing the portly figure. As they exited the vehicle, Li Shua exclaimed, "Ah, Manager Zhao, I never anticipated your personal presence. Indeed, it has been arduous, editorly. Let us be off. The heat of this battleground is quite stifling. Nana, please, enter the vehicle." Zhao Dong, opting for the back seat to avoid crowding his alluring secretary between 2 scruffy individuals, settled in the rear. As Nana entered the car, Li Shua followed suit. "Direct us to Schalke Club," he instructed, having already made the necessary arrangements via phone. Zhao Dong, with authority, prompted Li Shua to relay the destination to the taxi driver. Soon, they arrived at the club's entrance, where the bald security guard, evidently aware of their impending arrival, granted them swift access. They were greeted by the vice president of Schalke 04, Mr. Pritzker, a fellow businessman. Upon their first meeting, Zhao Dong and York exchanged warm glances, evoking a sense of envy in Li Shua. How exasperating it is, he thought, to witness someone being treated merely as a translator. After all, this was merely the German Regional Liga, and it pertained to their own youth team. Schalke welcomed this unexpected influx of funds with open arms, and soon, a preliminary agreement was reached, 100,000 euros. The broadcasting rights for Schalke's U18 home matches this season were confirmed to be sold to a sports publication. Naturally, Schalke had no obligations. They simply granted permission for the broadcast. Once the contract was concluded and signed, Li Shua intended to invite Zhao Dong to dinner. However, Zhao Dong, eager to embark on an inspection in Munich, whisked away his beautiful secretary. Observing their hasty departure, Li Shua promptly escorted them to the airport. Thus, due to a pinned video on a forum, a groundbreaking broadcasting partner for the German Regional Liga emerged in Yin country. Meanwhile, Su Bai remained blissfully unaware of these developments. From afternoon until night, aside from mealtime, Su Bai dedicated himself to rigorous training, driven by his aspirations to grace the stage of the Bundesliga. The dismal defeat of Schalke 04's first team placed Magath in a precarious position. Prior to the season, Schalke had invested nearly 30 million euros in acquiring 8 new players, only to suffer such a devastating loss. This was an incomprehensible blow to the fans, particularly concerning the high-profile signing of Raul, the Prince of the Bernabeu, who had been eliminated by Real Madrid. RAL, who failed to register a single shot throughout the entire match, has drawn considerable criticism from Schalke fans. Meanwhile, several other players who have not seen any action in recent games have faced even harsher rebuke. This is a customary practice among the fans of the national team. Regardless of the team's performance, berating the head coach or players has become a favorite pastime. However, amidst the fans' ire directed at the first team, the remarkable performance of the U18 youth squad has brought much joy to the supporters, particularly with the emergence of the prodigious talent, Su Bai. Although the fans remain perplexed about the sudden rise of this young player, his astonishing 65-meter long-range lob was undeniably impressive. You should have witnessed it live. That young lad from the east entered the field and delivered an extraordinary strike. The players from Rostock were left utterly astonished. When has there ever been such a sensational goal in the regional Liga? This was not an isolated incident. Thereafter, the young Su Bai essentially dominated the match. His finesse on the ball, especially his dribbling, was reminiscent of Barcelona's Iniesta. He provided 3 assists, even while being closely marked. In a corner pub in Gelsenkirchen, a group of fans who had just been vociferously criticizing the first team now gathered around the loquacious and intoxicated Fries. Huh, Fries, you can't be serious. Are you drunk? If what you say is true, this youth team is superior to our first team, considering Rostock comprises seasoned veterans recently relegated from the Bundesliga. Indeed, Fries had clearly had one too many. Such miracles are hard to believe. As he noticed the skepticism from others, the disheveled Fries stood up in indignation. The match is scheduled for noon. How could I possibly go there and indulge in alcohol? Truly, that lad possesses remarkable talent. If you doubt it, join me this weekend to watch the youth team's match. Such scenes have been witnessed in numerous locales around Gelsenkirchen. Like a shipwrecked sailor adrift at sea, the first team's dismal defeat has left these fans clinging desperately to the youth team as their lifeline. Furthermore, the local newspapers have provided special coverage on Su Bai's stunning performance in this match. Unbeknownst to him, many Schalke 04 supporters have begun to take an interest in this young talent from the Far East, who has made a remarkable debut in the regional Liga. Consequently, the previously overlooked tickets for the regional Liga have suddenly seen sales multiply several times over. Su Bai remains oblivious to the fact that, after just one match, he has already gained a modicum of fame in Gelsenkirchen. His thoughts are consumed by his training points, as his life continues in a monotonous routine. His teammates have begun to admire this fervent young man from the Far East, who dedicates all his time to training and self-improvement. This admiration is most evident in Ben Kesh. Upon returning from vacation, he immediately moved back into the dormitory. Although he said little, his expression revealed that he too has been inspired by Su Bai's relentless drive. At 5 in the morning, Su Bai rose as usual and set out. However, it wasn't long before Ben Kesh, in an unprecedented turn of events, joined Su Bai at the training ground. Boss, have you noticed? Su Bai improves every single day. Observing the remarkably adept Su Bai in the training ground, Wycliffe turned to Daniel with a hint of perplexity. Indeed, especially his footwork. It feels as though he has transformed entirely in just a few days. At the very least, every touch he makes is now flawlessly executed. Little do these two gentlemen realize that in a mere span of 5 days, Su Bai is tirelessly trained, leveraging the accumulation of 6 skill points to elevate his once meager ball control from 68 to an impressive 74. Moreover, he has amassed a significant portion of his training quota. With a little extra effort tonight, he will be able to reach the coveted score of 75 by tomorrow. This milestone is indeed pivotal. Typically, the midfield core of lower-tier Bundesliga teams, or the top few in the two Bundesliga, hover around a control value of 75 to 80. By raising his ball control to 75, Su Bai has positioned himself among the elite in the regional Liga. Consequently, on the training field, he now exerts a dominating presence over his teammates. What about the weekend match? Wycliffe inquired, contemplating the very question that occupied Daniel's thoughts. In the opening match, Su Bai's performance was nothing short of breathtaking. It is no longer just Wycliffe who recognizes Su Bai. Other teams in the regional Liga have begun to take note as well. He should start. I've given too many chances to that clumsy Hailem O'Shea. With a firm resolution upon observing the still inept Hailem O'Shea, Daniel made up his mind. During lunchtime, Su Bai received a call from Hao Jumin. After the last match of the Derby, Hao Jumin lavished praise on Su Bai over the phone, making Su Bai quite bashful. Hao Jumin also invited Su Bai to his home after the afternoon training session. as Li Qian had brought back some hairy crabs from Yin country, and considering that Su Bai was alone with little to eat, he thought it would be nice for Su Bai to join them. It must be said that in this unfamiliar land, only Hao Junmin's family could provide Su Bai with a semblance of warmth. That evening, Su Bai hopped into Hao Junmin's old car. "Hey, you're becoming quite the celebrity in Gelsenkirchen. Many fans are talking about you." As soon as they were in the car, Hao Junmin began. "Come on, Hao. It's just luck. Enough of that." "What do you mean luck? Why don't I have your fortune? But honestly, you really are something. I've seen your match videos. Those passes were indeed exquisite." "Haha, I think so too." "Oh, you little rascal, getting all huffy when I call you chubby. Moreover, there are people in the first team talking about you. Perform well. The midfielders in the first team are truly lacking, and who knows? One day the old man might take an interest and promote you directly." "You're joking, right, Hao? The first team is still light years away from me. Don't be skeptical. To be frank, look at the current first team. Amine Harid is aging and struggling, and as for Bajelub, honestly, he can't hold a candle to you. In the last match, Raul created so many opportunities, and that guy was just wandering around aimlessly, unable to make a single pass. As for the others, the substitutes are truly of inferior caliber." Hao Junmin, driving, chattered about the first team. Initially, Su Bai felt encouraged by Hao's words, but as the conversation progressed, a fervent ambition ignited within him. The Bundesliga. If he could exert himself a bit more, achieving over 80 in ball control, mastering his passing, and maintaining his stamina, perhaps he could secure a substitute position in the Bundesliga. After all, it is the Bundesliga, a league of a vastly superior tier compared to the third division. By the way, Raul even complained to me, stating that some of those inept midfielders in the first team are truly not as skilled as you. Well, that remark genuinely struck a chord with Su Bai, who doesn't harbor an optimistic spirit. If he could fight alongside Raul on the pitch, considering Raul's scoring prowess in the penalty area, as long as he could deliver the ball to Raul, assists would surely be guaranteed. Observing Su Bai's silence, Hao Junmin began to wonder if he had misspoken. "Su Bai, do not lose heart. Your starting point is already far superior to those young lads back home. As long as you continue to strive, I firmly believe you will achieve success." Upon returning from Hao Junmin's home, Su Bai hastily made his way back to the training ground. Initially perplexed by Su Bai's absence from the dormitory, Ben Kashi followed him out, noticing the extraordinary vigor radiating from Su Bai. From 7 in the morning until 11, they pushed themselves to the very last breath. At last, Su Bai returned to the dormitory, utterly content. "You are truly a maniac. You train like this every day. Aren't you afraid of overexerting yourself?" Gazing at Su Bai, who lay languidly on the bed, Ben Kaisi expressed his admiration, remarking, "I am still young. I aspire for a higher stage." With that, the exhausted Su Bai succumbed to slumber. Observing the rhythmic sounds of his breathing, Ben Kaisi, a prodigious talent nurtured by Schalke's youth academy, fell into a contemplative silence. It dawned on him for the first time that in a nation often described as a football desert, there existed an individual who would forsake everything for the sake of his dreams. At 5 o'clock the following morning, the alarm clock rang punctually. Despite the soreness coursing through his body, Su Bai gritted his teeth and forced himself to rise. The training bar had reached 74 after the morning session. It was likely to be maxed out, and with the system's refreshing effect, his fatigue would be swiftly alleviated. However, Ben Kaisi, fatigued to the point of oblivion, failed to hear the alarm. When he finally awoke, it was already 8 in the morning. Had it not been for Su Bai's call, he might have slept through the conclusion of training. Observing Su Bai, brimming with vitality while he himself still felt unwell, left Ben Kaisi utterly astounded. This individual truly possessed an extraordinary tenacity. Chapter 32. Entering the starting lineup. The second round of the Regional League approaches Friday. Once again, the most crucial moment of the week had arrived. Although the team's main lineup had long been established, for the substitute players, this day still held a glimmer of hope. There was a chance, however slim, of being fortunate enough to make it onto the official roster. Securing a spot on the list would at least guarantee a modest winning bonus. €300 may not be a considerable sum, yet it surpassed the weekly wage of many, especially for someone like Su Bai, whose earnings barely exceeded €100. Amidst the eager gazes of all present, Daniel entered the training ground, accompanied by Wycliffe, who was pushing a small cart. Approaching the line of players who had long awaited their turn, Daniel cast a glance over his team. Without uttering a word, He simply observed Wycliffe by his side. Wycliffe nodded and produced a black notebook that held the key to the forthcoming match. A team. Goalkeeper, Bobby Edgar. Left back, Morton Jim. The familiar names were called out one by one. However, when the 10th name was announced, Wycliffe hesitated. This pause sent a wave of anxiety through Hylam O'Shea, who had yet to hear his own name. Since being substituted in the last match, an ominous premonition had settled over him, a feeling that grew stronger. Especially after witnessing Su Bai's commanding performance on the field. In that moment, despair enveloped Hylam O'Shea. He understood that his position as a starter had been forfeited. Su Bai? Indeed, when Wycliffe finally announced the last name for Team A, Hylam O'Shea turned despondently towards the slender figure behind him. There was no hint of resentment. Even if there was, he dared not express it. Mr. Daniel was not as gentle as he appeared. Should anyone dare to be a troublemaker? Daniel would undoubtedly be the first to eradicate such dissent, and he would do so with great severity. Amidst the envious gazes of his teammates, Su Bai stepped forward to receive the training vest that symbolized his starting position. Simultaneously, Daniel revealed the tactical board. The strategy remained unchanged, initiating from the center and spreading outwards. Su, your dribbling possesses an almost eccentric quality, thus. It is advisable to refrain from excessive ball handling and instead position yourself around Ben Kaisher. Ben, whenever Su Bai finds himself in a moment of space, endeavor to pass the ball to him. Both wings must remain vigilant regarding their positioning. Seize any opportunity to make forward runs. I am confident that Su's passes will swiftly reach you. And you, Benedict, refrain from merely waiting for headers. Should an opportunity arise to break through, act decisively. As for Daniel, his remarks have left many astonished. It is not merely his tactics that astound, but rather the implication of entrusting the entire team to Su Bai. Henceforth, the very engine of Schalke 04 U18 will be this individual. Every offensive maneuver will originate from him, whether through the flanks or penetrating centrally. Su Bai will be at the helm. This fellow has only been with the team for mere days, just over 10, perhaps. The most excruciating human emotion is undoubtedly jealousy. At this moment, Hylam experiences this sentiment in its fullest intensity. He has been with the U18 team for 2 years, and yet, in that time, he finds himself eclipsed by this newcomer within a mere few days. He glanced at the relaxed visage of Su Bai and let out a resigned sigh. Such is the harsh reality of professional football. During the scrimmage, Team A executed Daniel's intentions with complete fidelity. This approach, which places all pressure upon Su Bai, surprisingly alleviates the burdens of the other players. Su Bai does not maintain a fixed position on the field. Wherever there is space, he ventures forth. As soon as Su Bai received the ball, he seized the opportunity, delivering it to the most perilous position in the briefest of moments. Observing Team A's fluid and elegant offense, even Daniel found himself momentarily entranced. Could this dazzling display of attack truly belong to his team? It seemed as though Su Bai had grown even more formidable. Particularly remarkable was his handling of the ball at his feet. Witnessing the core of his team, Daniel was engulfed in confusion. Just a few days had passed, yet Su Bai had undergone a visibly transformative evolution. It was astonishing. Beside Daniel, Wycliffe bore a similarly astonished expression. Meanwhile, at the Garden Stadium, Li Shua was guiding the newly arrived commentator from Sports Weekly through the makeshift live broadcast studio he and Xiao Wang had painstakingly assembled over the past few days. Teacher Wang Tao, the conditions are a bit rudimentary, but please bear with us, Li Shua said, feeling a bit embarrassed as he surveyed the modest setup. Oh, this is quite all right. No worries. Wang Tao, who had left his position at the sports channel to venture into entrepreneurship, had not anticipated that for a mere 500,000. He would find himself journeying to the distant land of War Chariot Nation to commentate on the German 3rd Division matches. It was a moment of impulsive folly. After a year of grueling effort to establish his own company, he ultimately found himself selling his house to repay debts. Such was the outcome of his endeavors. While he had never formally commentated on matches at the 5th channel, he was at least a well-known reporter at the main station, having lent his voice to numerous segments on world football. As for the most renowned Chinese commentary for Pro Evolution Soccer, several generations have been recorded. Life, with its inevitable lows, has taken a sudden downturn for him. Observing the cramped and outdated broadcasting room, Wang Tao set aside all pretenses and dignity, preparing himself by taking a seat. The 3rd division of German football, he truly felt unfamiliar with it. Most importantly, He was acutely aware that a considerable audience would be watching this live broadcast. Currently, the most popular football figure in Yin country is Su Bai. Particularly, Su Bai's astonishing long-range shots have caused an uproar among the citizens of the War Chariot Nation. He was oblivious to their reactions. But the people of Yin were nearly beside themselves, proclaiming that the spring of Yin football had arrived. Nicknames such as the Beckham of Yin and the Xavi of Yin circulated joyfully across the internet. However, as someone who genuinely understands football, Wang Tao knew that the third division was not as straightforward as it seemed. Its notoriety lay not in skill, but rather in its ruthless fouls. No matter how skilled Su Bai might be, his physique would not withstand the brutal tackles from the robust players of the War Chariot Nation. Thus, Wang Tao was filled with apprehension for this suddenly emerging talent from Yin. Teacher Wang, here is the information for tomorrow's match, including details about the Magdeburg team and its players. I managed to gather this with great difficulty, so there may be some inaccuracies. I hope you can overlook them. Wang Tao gratefully accepted the materials, recognizing that this was precisely what he needed. While he could effortlessly discuss the Bundesliga with its numerous teams, he had to admit that he was at a loss regarding the third division. Who truly cares about the players of the German Third League? After offering a few apologies to Li Shua and others, Wang Tao began to delve into the materials, densely jotting down notes in his notebook. Commentary on football is not as effortless as one might imagine. Chapter 33, the first broadcast of the German Third League in Yin country. Is Su Bai destined for fame? After all, there is a match in the afternoon. Uncharacteristically, Su Bai did not rise early on that Saturday morning. It was only at 8 o'clock that he stirred from his slumber. I thought you, being such a weirdo, would wake up early today, said Ben Kaishi, who was already brushing his teeth. There's a match today. If I exhaust myself in training, won't the boss have my head? Indeed, you're right. Let's hurry. We can't miss the 8:30 training session. With that, Su Bai quickly got up, tidied himself, and the two headed to the cafeteria. Breakfast consisted of bread and milk. After hastily finishing their meal, Su Bai and Ben Kaishi rushed to the training ground, mindful of the time. Due to the impending match, the morning training was merely a warm-up. Daniel took the opportunity to address some important points regarding the team, particularly emphasizing the ferocious style of their opponents, Magdeburg. Renowned as the most wild team in the German Third League, Magdeburg is infamous for their aggressive play. There has never been a match involving them without a card being shown. Hailing from a small town in the eastern part of the War Machine country, Magdeburg is celebrated as descendants of pirates. Here, star players are not plentiful. The most famous figure is the Butcher. Each year, several talented players find their careers cut short at the feet of Magdeburg. Looking at the slender Su Bai, Daniel was also filled with concern. However, observing Su Bai's impassive expression, he felt it inappropriate to say much. At that moment, Su Bai truly felt nothing. Had he encountered such a team in his previous match, he might have experienced a flicker of fear. Yet now, armed with the system's injury immunity card, how could he possibly be intimidated by malicious fouls? In his past life, Su Bai often studied the materials from La Masia Film School. He had masterfully imitated the dramatic falls and the Thomas circle roll, showcasing the quintessential techniques of La Masia. After a light lunch, the players gathered their belongings in preparation to board the team bus. At 2 in the afternoon, to be candid, this was the hottest time of the day. However, there was no alternative. The pitch was the only one available, and the first team needed it for their evening match. If they delayed, there would be no time left for cleaning. Consequently, throughout the season, playing at Schalke 04 U18's home ground proved to be the most arduous experience. Fortunately, the bus was equipped with air conditioning, and upon boarding, everyone felt a refreshing breeze. Around 1:30, the bus arrived at the stadium. After casually changing into a fresh set of clothes and organizing their gear, the players filed out of the locker room. In the players' tunnel, Su Bai finally laid eyes on the fabled Magdeburg team members. Indeed, as Ben Kaiser had mentioned, each of these individuals bore a fierce glint in their eyes as they gazed at them. Ben Kaiser was even startled into averting his gaze by a burly man, covered in tattoos and sporting a thick beard. This man was none other than their formidable captain, Rosa Marshall, the esteemed leader of the Magdeburg team. Rosa Marshall epitomizes the quintessence of this group of fervent players. During last season's third division match, he infamously severed the right leg of Dortmund U18's prodigy, Ove, with a reckless tackle from behind. For this heinous act, he merely faced a 15-match suspension, while the unfortunate Ove bid farewell to football due to his injuries. This brings to mind the words of Ben Casey. as Su Bai cast a disdainful glance at the self-satisfied Rosa Marshall, who reveled in the fear he instilled in Casey. Su Bai's gaze soon captured Marshall's attention, igniting a fierce exchange of glances between them. Even before the match commenced, the tension radiating from their stares filled the player tunnel with palpable animosity. Noticing that Su Bai remained unfazed by his intimidation, Marshall chuckled and turned away. "Be careful out there. This guy is their defensive midfielder," whispered Hardy Hunt, the left winger behind Su Bai, as he patted Su Bai's shoulder in a quiet warning. Unperturbed, Su Bai brushed off the comment. Soon, the staff signaled for them to take the field. However, as they emerged from the tunnel, they were taken aback to discover that today's Garden Stadium appeared markedly different from usual, as the number of fans present seemed significantly greater than in previous matches. Meanwhile, on the official website of the Sports Weekly, the live football broadcast had already attracted numerous fans to the online streaming room. After all, the Sports Weekly has invested a considerable amount of money, thus the stadium generously provided them with the equipment typically used for broadcasting first-team matches. At least in terms of visual clarity, it bears no distinction from Bundesliga matches. Wow, there really is a live broadcast. Sports Weekly is impressive. This is the first Asian broadcast of the German third division. Haha, I just discovered this from an interview with Su Bai in the newspaper a few days ago. I didn't expect it to actually materialize. Go for it, Su Bai. You are not alone in this battle. Just look at the increasing number of viewers in the live stream. Of course, even though it's the third division, at the very least, you are the only one from overseas who gets to play, right? Hao Junmin sat on the bench for the entire first-team match. I wonder if he will have a chance to play in tonight's Bundesliga. Oh please, he didn't even make the 18-man squad. What are you talking about for tonight? Alas, it's unfortunate. Our level is just like that. Sangu was so impressive at Luening. Yet after going to the Bundesliga, he can't even make the 18-man roster. Don't even mention Sangu. Let us focus on Xiao Su. I wonder how he will perform in this match. As long as he gets to play, I believe Magath won't overlook him. Perhaps he might be promoted on the spot. Brother, it's the third division. Do you realize how vast the difference is from the Bundesliga? Don't be presumptuous. If Xiao Su can maintain his position for a year in the third division, it would already be remarkable for him to find a team in the second division for further experience. Exactly, what a football novice. The gap between the third division and the Bundesliga is as significant as that between the national team of Yen country and the armored vehicle team. Do you understand now? Now that you mention it, I get it. As he gazed at the barrage of comments in the live broadcast, Wang Tao let out a resigned sigh. The state of football in Yen country has been deteriorating, and the generation of players like Xiao Jia has aged considerably. As for the younger generation, there is not a single talent capable of making an impact. Good evening, dear viewers. I am your old friend, Wang Tao. It is a privilege to be invited by the Sports Weekly to provide live commentary for this pivotal match in the German third division. As a seasoned team in this league, Magdeburg boasts an impressive track record. Last season, they finished 9th in the league, and most of the players are local talents from Magdeburg. Consequently, these athletes, who have been training together since their youth, exhibit remarkable synergy in their gameplay. Notably, Magdeburg is infamous for its aggressive style. Last season, they received a total of 8 red cards and 27 yellow cards. The team captain, Rosa Marshall, has been suspended for 15 matches due to a malicious foul. In summary, Schalke 04's young squad will face a formidable challenge today. Wow, this is truly troubling, isn't it? Look at Xiao Su's physique. Can he withstand a kick from them? Forget about a kick. I reckon a mere collision would send him flying. Don't scare me. I came here to see Su Bai dominate the opposition, not to witness him get injured. At this moment, numerous fans in the stands were fervently waving their Schalke 04 flags, fervently rallying support for the young players. Amidst the crowd, a middle-aged man clad in a short-sleeved shirt gazed intently at the pitch, focusing on the young player who had just entered the field. Notably, the emblem of Manchester United was prominently displayed on his back. Chapter 34, a frenzied match. Welcome to the regional league, come on, young lad from Yen Nation. Take down these scoundrels. Damn it. Let these rascals from Magdeburg return to their pirate lair. To hell with you, pirate scum. Get lost. The Schalke fans in the stands exhibited an unusually intense enthusiasm today. The Garden Stadium, which can accommodate 50,000 spectators, boasted an attendance of over 8,000. This was unprecedented for an U18 match, particularly with the fervent salutations directed towards the Magdeburg players. In truth, These greetings were remarkably cordial for the Magdeburg squad, as at least there was no rush onto the field for a brawl. It is worth noting that last season, due to Rosa Marschall's malicious foul, the entire Dortmund fanbase had deemed Magdeburg an adversary. During the second match of the regional league, many zealous fans had relentlessly pursued the Magdeburg team bus, prompting the Football Association to intervene and mandate that their match be held without an audience. Such incidents have become the peculiar tales of the regional league. The players from both teams stood poised on their respective halves, while the referee communicated with the assistant referee, synchronizing their watches. Beep. Dear fans of Sports Weekly, the match between Schalke U18 and Magdeburg in the second round of the 2010 to 2011 season of the German Third Division has officially commenced. Allow me to present the starting lineups for both teams. Attacking from left to right in their traditional blue jerseys is Schalke 04 U18. The starting goalkeeper for Schalke is Bobby Edgar. The left back is Morton Jim, while the central defenders are Esther Scott and Webster Jeffrey. The right back is Sidney Parker. The defensive midfielder is Lloyd Ancairo. The attacking midfielders are Su Bai and Ben Kesh. The left winger is Hardy Hunt, and the right winger is Wheeler Ancairo. The lone striker is Whit Benedict. Schalke 04 adheres to their traditional 4-5-1 formation. On the other side, attacking from right to left in white jerseys is Magdeburg. Their starting goalkeeper is Hassan. The left back is Beecher Rex, with central defenders Vanny Jonas and Robinson Webster. The right back is Dewey Hamilton. The two defensive midfielders are Rosa Marschall and Tobias Felix. The attacking midfielder is Kipling Jason. The left winger is Congreve Bowen, and the right winger is Lind August. The lone striker is Matilda Neal. Magdeburg also employs their classic 4-3-3 formation. As the match kicks off, Magdeburg seizes the opportunity to launch an immediate attack. Their strategy is remarkably straightforward, devoid of any intricate central tactics. They simply exploit the flanks. Capitalizing on the speed of their two wingers and the towering presence of the 1.9-meter-tall striker, Matilda Neal, they execute traditional long passes and crosses. This approach is, in fact, the most prevalent style in the German Third Division. While simplistic, it often proves to be the most effective. Matilda Neal deftly passes the ball back to the attacking midfielder, Kipling Jason, who then swiftly pivots and charges towards Schalke's central area. Kipling Jason, quick to respond, observes the right winger, Lind August, who has already surged into action, and delivers a precise long pass. Lind August effortlessly leaps, skillfully controlling the ball with his chest. Without waiting for it to touch the ground, he nudges it forward with his right foot, immediately accelerating once more as he hurtles towards Schalke's defense. Magdeburg commenced the match with unwavering determination, bypassing any semblance of transitional play upon receiving the ball in the center, opting instead to seek the flanks directly. In today's football landscape, the formidable Barcelona and the triumphant Spanish national team have demonstrated through their numerous championships that the prevailing trend in modern football has evolved from traditional long passes to a possession-based approach that stretches opponents' defensive lines. However, such possession tactics may be somewhat too sophisticated for teams in the German Third Division. In this league, the most practical approach remains this remarkably simple traditional style. Last season, a staggering 68 of Magdeburg's goals were scored via headers from crosses delivered from the flanks, and both of their wingers are incredibly swift players. Well played. As Wang Tao elucidated the Magdeburg tactics, Magdeburg's right winger, Lind August, surged forward, skillfully maneuvering past the advancing Schalke fullback, Morton Jim, with a simple feint to the left followed by a swift cut to the right, exploiting his pace to bypass Morton Jim. As Lind August continued his aggressive advance towards the byline, he unleashed a powerful strike with his right foot, sending the ball hurtling towards the Schalke 04 penalty area. On the sidelines, Daniel, witnessing Morton Jim being so easily outpaced, felt a surge of anxiety rising in his throat. He anxiously shouted for the central players to mark their opponents. Meanwhile, within the penalty box, the towering Magdeburg striker, Matilda Neal, was already charging towards the ball's anticipated landing spot. The ball traveled with incredible speed, despite Matilda Neal's foresight in predicting its trajectory. He was unable to reach it in time. Schalke's goalkeeper, Bobby Edgar, decisively intervened, using a powerful punch to clear the ball from the penalty area. A precarious moment indeed. Matilda Neal, with his impressive height and physique, appeared significantly more formidable than Schalke's central defenders. Furthermore, from the very first attack, it was evident that Magdeburg's capabilities on the flanks were exceptionally proficient. Fortunately for Schalke, the ball's trajectory was not ideal, preventing Matilda Neal from capitalizing on the initial opportunity. Bobby Edgar's decisive action ensured that Schalke emerged unscathed from this tense situation. Wang Tao's commentary is remarkably professional. He dedicated the entire morning to memorizing the names of the players from both teams. Wow, the Magdeburg strategy may be simplistic, yet their breakthrough capability is truly commendable. Just observe that player on the right flank. His speed is genuinely impressive. This is the essence of football in the nation of the chariots, and their youth training programs have flourished in recent years. From the city to the smallest towns, nearly every locality boasts its own football team. With layers of selection, their talent pool is robust, enabling them to showcase a variety of playing styles. Fast wingers are commonplace in the chariot nation, even at the regional league level. In the third tier of German football, such pure speed on the flanks often goes unnoticed, as evidenced by that recent cross. Even without pressure, it was remarkably wild. My friend, this is the third division of German football. If one possesses great speed, exceptional dribbling skills, and can deliver superb crosses, they would certainly not remain in the third division. It is often said that the third division is on par with the Chinese Super League. Yet, to be candid, this match is at least a notch above the Super League. The football struck by Bobby Edgar fortuitously landed at the feet of Schalke 04's defensive midfielder, Lloyd Anquillo. Just as Daniel had remarked prior to the match, upon receiving the ball, Lloyd Anquillo glanced at his teammate, Su Bai, with a deft right-footed through ball. He directed it towards Su Bai, as Su Bai collected the ball and turned, lifting his gaze towards the attacking front. He was suddenly met with an overwhelming force from behind. He was promptly knocked to the ground. Beep. The referee's whistle pierced the air. Despite the presence of an injury immunity card, Su Bai still faced no significant issues. However, the sensation of pain lingered. He pressed his hand against his waist and turned to glance at Rosa Marshall, who stood beside him with a mischievous grin. Welcome to the German Third Division, little monkey. Chapter 35, The Astonishing Fried Meatballs on the Sidelines. Daniel glared at the referee, who merely called a foul without issuing any warning. His frustration erupted into a torrent of expletives. Damn it! Is that butcher trying to kill my player? How can such a foul go unpunished? This is outrageous. I knew it. Yet, Daniel's complaints fell on deaf ears, with even the spectators remaining unresponsive. Many fans began to mock Su Bai's frailness. How does he resemble a paper doll? He fell so easily from that minor collision. Isn't this guy supposed to be impressive? Is this all he's got? Uffed. Clearly, people from Yin country are ill-suited for football. With a physique like that, playing in the third division is nothing short of a joke. If you can't even stand firm, what do you think you're doing playing football? This foul should have warranted a card. Magdeburg's actions were clearly a tactical foul. The absence of any consequence for such a play was astonishing. It seemed the referee's leniency was quite pronounced today. Su Bai needed to exercise caution. In the live broadcast, Wang Tao observed the fallen Su Bai with a look of deep concern. Before the match, he had anticipated that Su Bai might encounter such difficulties. Yet he never expected that the very first touch of the ball would lead to this outcome. On the field, the fallen Su Bai was helped up by Ben Kesh and Lloyd Anquillo. Are you all right? Lloyd Anquillo inquired, observing Su Bai's furrowed brow. Just moments before, Rosa Marshall, having rushed forward to join the attack, had collided forcefully with Su Bai's waist. Such a level of impact could potentially injure even him. And seeing Su Bai grimacing with discomfort filled him with concern. After all, this was merely the beginning of the match. If the opposing team could incapacitate Schalke's central figure without even receiving a yellow card, the game would be rendered futile. On the sidelines, Daniel wore a similarly worried expression. Fortunately, Su Bai quickly regained his composure. I'm fine, just a bit of pain, Su Bai remarked, rubbing his waist and casting a cold glance at Rosa Marshall, who had returned to her half of the field. For minutes into the match, Schalke was awarded a free kick in their defensive zone. Su Bai chose not to participate, instead sprinting toward the front line. Following the referee's whistle, Lloyd Anquillo executed a powerful kick, sending the ball soaring into the offensive zone. At the landing spot, Ben Kesh leaped high, preparing for a header. However, beside him, Magdeburg's attacking midfielder, Kipling Jason, also leapt into the air. In terms of height and physical strength, Ben and Kipling Jason were simply not in the same league. Consequently, Kipling Jason easily pushed Ben aside, directing a header to the left for Magdeburg's left winger, Congrieff. Bowen. On the sidelines, Daniel watched in frustration as his team so easily relinquished possession once more, exclaiming in exasperation, "Damn it, it's all about the ball. Must we always resort to physical play?" Meanwhile, Magdeburg's coach, Jones, cast a knowing smile in Daniel's direction. Their familiarity was evident. Last season, the two teams had met twice, resulting in one victory and one draw for Magdeburg. At that time, Daniel's team had managed to secure a thrilling draw thanks to their exceptional forward. However, now, that prize striker had transferred to another club, while Magdeburg retained all their key players. After casting a glance at the irate Daniel, Jones turned his attention back to the field. At that moment, the ball reached Congreve Bowen, who surged forward with determination, charging towards Schalke's defensive line. The speed of the two wingers represented Magdeburg's sharpest weapon in their campaign through the third division of German football. Faced with the fierce onslaught from Magdeburg, Schalke's defense could not afford to be careless. The entire defensive line quickly shifted to the right. Schalke's right back, Sidney Parker, gritted his teeth and advanced. A seasoned rival of Congreve Bowen, Parker understood the challenge that lay ahead. Thus, upon confronting Congreve Bowen, he immediately lowered his center of gravity, positioning himself to block Congreve Bowen's path to the inside. Unfazed, Congreve Bowen recognized that his route was obstructed and deftly nudged the ball to his left with his left foot, simultaneously accelerating and charging towards the baseline. Parker swiftly followed suit, his right leg poised to intercept the cross from Congreve Bowen. Magdeburg displayed resolute determination, exploiting the flanks with precision. Whether it be their attacking midfielder or center forward, they possessed formidable aerial prowess. Consequently, this strategy proved particularly vexing for Schalke 04, whose aerial defense was lacking. It is imperative that Schalke 04 reevaluates their approach. Continuing on this trajectory, conceding goals is merely a matter of time. Indeed, scarcely had the words left my lips when Congreve Bowen, dashing towards the byline, feigned a left-footed cross. This feint caused Parker to instinctively lift his leg in an attempt to block. Yet, the moment he did so, regret washed over him. In the instant he raised his leg, Congreve Bowen deftly pulled the ball back with his left foot, pivoting away from him with agility. Then, with a powerful strike from his right foot, he launched the ball towards the center. In the middle, the towering Magdeburg forward, Matilda Neal, had already leapt high. Above the head of Schalke's central defender, Esther Scott, Matilda Neal delivered a thunderous header, directing the ball towards the goal. Schalke's goalkeeper, Bobby Edgar, was powerless against such a fierce close-range header. The ball surged straight into the net. 1-0. The away team, Magdeburg, struck first. Alas, a goal conceded after merely 7 minutes. Magdeburg, competing away from home, had taken the lead. The manner of the concession was utterly lamentable. Whether defending the flanks or the center, Schalke exhibited no effective defense whatsoever. This simple long pass and lob target your defensive weaknesses. The fullbacks are unable to intercept crosses, and the center backs cannot contend with headers. Thus, you find yourself utterly incapable of matching your opponents. Witnessing such an effortless concession of goals, the fans in the stands began to voice their grievances. Just moments ago, they had confidently proclaimed that their players would humiliate this group of country bumpkins. Yet astonishingly, within just 7 minutes of the kickoff, they were subjected to a crushing goal. On the sidelines, Daniel lowered his head in resignation. His players had performed admirably, yet there was little that could be done about such a goal. The center back was still too inexperienced, unable to cope with the towering Matilda Neal. On the field, the players of Schalke 04 looked dejected as they watched their opponents celebrate exuberantly within their penalty area. "Let us play the ball on the ground. Pass it to me." At this moment, the usually reticent Su Bai approached his teammates. Owing to Daniel's influence, the other players readily nodded in agreement. After all, aerial balls were not in their league. It would be wiser to abandon them altogether and engage in ground play with their adversaries. Observing Su Bai actively communicating with his teammates, Daniel nodded in approval. This is precisely how the core of the offense should behave. The celebration by Magdeburg soon came to an end, and both teams returned to their respective halves. With the sound of the referee's whistle, the match resumed. After hearing the whistle, Whitbiniette promptly turned and passed the ball to Ben Casey, then surged forward. Upon receiving the ball, Casey did not immediately pass it to Su Bai, but instead advanced with it. Faced with the pressing Matilda Neal, Ben Casey deftly flicked the ball with his right foot, gliding past Neal on her right side. As a prodigy from Schalke's youth academy, evading an opposing forward was a trivial feat for him. However, just as he maneuvered past Matilda Neal, Magdeburg's attacking midfielder Kipling Jason charged towards him. Observing the imminent threat posed by Kipling Jason, Casey decisively pushed the ball to his left, delivering it to the nearby Su Bai. Undeterred by Casey's pass, Kipling Jason swiftly pivoted and lunged towards Su Bai. Simultaneously, Magdeburg's defensive midfielder Rosa Marshall, who had been closely monitoring Su Bai, sprinted towards him with equal fervor. In an instant, Su Bai found himself confronted by a dual assault from Magdeburg's players. It was a daunting challenge. Both adversaries possessed superior physicality and experience compared to him. In the face of this encirclement, releasing the ball swiftly emerged as the optimal choice. In the live broadcast, Wang Tao began to feel anxious. After all, this was Su Bai's first genuine attempt at orchestrating an attack since the match commenced. A loss of possession or a blunder that allowed Magdeburg to score again could jeopardize the game. Most critically, it would undoubtedly deal a significant blow to Su Bai's confidence. However, it wasn't too long before Wang Tao's eyes widened in exaggerated astonishment. Not only Wang Tao, but even the Schalke fans in the stands were astounded as they gazed onto the field. On the pitch, faced with the formidable double team, Su Bai exhibited not a hint of panic, his pace with the ball unwavering. The first to close in was Kipling Jason, who extended his long leg to obstruct Su Bai's path, leaning his body toward him. In that fleeting moment, as Kipling Jason approached, Su Bai deftly flicked his right ankle to the left, the ball obediently maneuvering around Kipling Jason's outstretched leg. He then angled his body to the left, evading Kipling Jason's grasp. However, at that instant, Rosa Marshall charged forward. Unlike Kipling Jason, he lacked such patience. Upon locking eyes with Su Bai, he unleashed a powerful stomp aimed at Su Bai's right foot. This strike was executed with maximum force, and if it connected, Su Bai's slender leg would surely not withstand the impact. Just as it seemed he would send this arrogant lad from the Flame Nation crashing to the ground in agony. Su Bai deftly nudged the ball forward with his left foot, swiftly retracting his right foot to evade Rosa Marshall, and effortlessly nudged the ball slightly ahead. In a display of agility, he glided past Rosa Marshall, slipping through the gap between the two. A flawlessly executed nutmeg. Magnificent. Su Bai's maneuver was nothing short of spectacular. An astonishing nutmeg. This play was undoubtedly textbook perfection. Faced with a double team, Su Bai appeared to embody the spirit of Iniesta, seamlessly maneuvering between the towering Rosa Marshall and Kipling Jason. The commentator in the live broadcast, Wang Tao, couldn't help but exclaim in excitement. Meanwhile, in the stands, a previously expressionless middle-aged man widened his eyes in astonishment. In an instant, having evaded both Rosa Marshall and Kipling Jason, Su Bai found himself in a vast open space. Without hesitation, he propelled the ball forward with his right foot, surging toward the Magdeburg defense at a breakneck pace. At this moment, the forwards of Schalke 04 began to accelerate madly. Familiar passing routes unfolded before Su Bai's eyes, yet the probability of scoring seemed rather low. Rather than acting impulsively, Su Bai continued his relentless advance with the ball. As he approached the edge of the penalty area, Magdeburg's head coach, Jones, finally lost the smile he had maintained throughout the match. He had not anticipated the exceptional skill possessed by the young player from the N Nation. "Stop him," Jones shouted to his players on the field. However, there was no need for Jones to direct. Witnessing Su Bai's fervent drive, Magdeburg's defensive midfielder, Tobias Felix, charged toward him. Just as Tobias was about to close in, Su Bai deftly flicked the ball with his right foot, passing it to the onrushing Ben Kashi. Meanwhile, Su Bai deftly bypassed Tobias Felix Benk, who, understanding the situation, received the ball and seamlessly passed it forward. What a splendid play. A delightful one too. Su Bai was determined to deny Magdeburg any opportunity for a foul. The choice of this pass was nothing short of perfection. As Su Bai gazed at the approaching football, he raised his head and, in that fleeting moment, beheld the poised striker, Whit Benedict, ready to strike. Empowered by the system, a passing route with a striking 90 success rate materialized before Su Bai. Without a moment's hesitation, he struck the ball fiercely with his right foot. Su Bai's shot. This position seems a tad rushed. Moreover, the ball appeared to be a low, half-high shot. This is far too hasty. Although it could slip between Magdeburg's two center-backs, the speed of the ball would surely allow the goalkeeper to make a save. As Su Bai unleashed his powerful kick, the commentator Wang Tao expressed his regret. However, it was soon evident that not only Wang Tao, But everyone on the field who anticipated Su Bai's direct shot was left in disbelief. The ball skimmed the grass, spinning vigorously, just as it soared past Magdeburg's center backs. It landed on the turf, curving dramatically to the right. And there, to the right, a towering figure suddenly emerged. Benedict, having stealthily lingered within Magdeburg's penalty area. Benedict appeared like a phantom. The ball, gliding like a beautiful rainbow, found its way to Benedict's feet. This pass was nothing short of exquisite. Benedict required no adjustment whatsoever. With a swift push of his right foot, the football obediently sailed into the net of Magdeburg's goal. Magnificent. Stunning. The ball has found its mark. Within 3 minutes of scoring against Magdeburg, Su Bai executed an astonishing nutmeg to breach the midfield defense. He then delivered a breathtaking rainbow pass right in front of Magdeburg's goal. This play was utterly unfathomable. 1-1. The score has been equalized. This is the most exquisite outside-of-the-foot-through ball I have ever witnessed in my years of watching football. A rainbow. Su Bai painted the most perfect rainbow at the Garden Stadium. The referee's whistle confirming the goal ignited the fans in the stands, who erupted in a frenzy of cheers. Such a goal is truly exhilarating. An exquisite combination, complemented by an audacious through ball. It turns out that even in the rough terrain of the German 3rd Division, such flawless team football can emerge. On the sidelines, Daniel excitedly raised both hands and rushed towards his assistant coach. They embraced in exuberance. I always knew this lad had it in him. It was simply stunning. I can hardly find the words to describe this goal. Perfect. This is the Schalke 04 I aspire to create. After the goal, Benedict was the first to rush towards Su Bai, fully aware that this achievement was entirely due to Su Bai's brilliance. Not to mention him. Even if the goalkeeper had ventured forward, he would have managed to score. Su, that was magnificent. I knew you would pass the ball to me. Splendid. Su, that pass was truly exquisite. Ben Kashi rushed over to embrace Su Bai, and Hardy, Hunter, Wheeler, and even Lloyd from the back line joined in to hug Su Bai. They exuberantly ruffled Su Bai's hair. Outstanding. That play was extraordinary. There's nothing more to say. It's the most beautiful through ball I've ever witnessed. Goodness, the footwork required for that. Passing with the outside of the foot is inherently challenging. Yet to achieve such a powerful spin while maintaining a speed sufficient to slip past 2 center backs' defenses is remarkable. It's not just the speed. Look at the vision. Su Bai passed just as that tall forward was about to make his move. Indeed. That pass was stunning, no doubt about it. It's absolutely on par with a Xavi-level through ball, perhaps even surpassing Xavi's. I can hardly fathom that this was executed by one of our compatriots. This play deserves a spot in the top 10. Incredible. Su Bai is phenomenal. I'm officially a fan of Su Bai now. This regional liga is far more thrilling than that wretched Chinese Super League. Just look at the stunned expressions on those Magdeburg players. It's utterly delightful. Exactly. Who would have thought our compatriots could shine so brilliantly abroad? This is undoubtedly a star player. I initially thought Su Bai was merely here to learn, but it turns out he is a standout. In the live broadcast, Wang Tao continued to celebrate exuberantly, while the fans of the Yen Nation, glued to their computers, erupted with excitement. For fans of the Spanish football club Barcelona, who are accustomed to the exquisite artistry of their passing game, witnessing such an astonishing display of passing from a player of their own nationality is nothing short of breathtaking. What is the name of that remarkable young man? Is it Su Bai? Indeed. He just assisted a hat-trick in his latest match. I have always maintained that this lad is undoubtedly a genius. With such talent, why on earth is he languishing in the 3rd division? What is Magath thinking? Is he blind to the potential before him? Who in the first team can deliver such passes? It is utterly maddening. The midfield of the first team is severely lacking. While Su Bai has already notched up 4 assists in just 2 matches, how can such a talent be overlooked for the first team? Alas, he is still quite young. Perhaps he needs another couple of years of training. What nonsense. A talent like this should be snatched up by the first team immediately. Do they think other clubs are oblivious? The Schalke fans in the stands were completely captivated by Su Bai's performance. From his dribbles to his final passes, his skill is undeniably at the Bundesliga level. Meanwhile, a middle-aged man, burdened with a Manchester United backpack, hastily opened his notebook, inscribing, exceptional footwork, strong game awareness, and remarkable passing ability. After jotting down this observation, he took a seat, eager to uncover just how many more extraordinary talents this young prodigy from his homeland possesses. Chapter 37. The true genius in less than 10 minutes. Both teams had already scored a goal. The Schalke supporters in the stands were enthusiastically praising Su Bai for his recent assist. In the rough and tumble of the National League, such exquisite assists are indeed a rarity. The players are accustomed to the clash of muscles and various crude fouls, alongside the incessantly soaring footballs. This refreshing display of ground possession play is truly a visual delight. Moreover, in the current landscape of world football, what reigns supreme is the tiki-taka style epitomized by Barcelona. Observing Su Bai surrounded by defenders, the players of Magdeburg were visibly frustrated, particularly Rosa Marshall, who had just been outmaneuvered by Su Bai. At this moment, the irritable Rosa Marshall was seething with anger. The last person who dared to toy with him was that unfortunate soul from Dortmund, who had since departed from the realm of football. Casting a glance at the time on the sidelines, Rosa Marshall suddenly smiled. There was still ample time remaining. With the referee's insistence, both teams returned to their respective halves, and the match resumed. After each side had scored, the tempo of the game unexpectedly slowed. Schalke grew wary of Magdeburg's flanks, while Magdeburg began to focus their defensive efforts through the center. They commenced to play their possession game within their own half. It is rather futile to attempt possession play with a group of rugged players from the regional leagues. The execution often feels clumsy. Soon, unable to tolerate the monotonous rhythm, Magdeburg made the first move. Tobias Felix, receiving the ball, unleashed a powerful kick, sending the ball directly into the attacking zone. Although it was aimed towards Lind August, the execution left much to be desired. The football play has reached an absurd level, as the ball was directly passed out of bounds. Observing the overshot pass, Tobias Felix raised his right hand in apology to his teammates. Unexpectedly, Schalke 04 regained possession of the ball, and from that moment, their genuine offensive endeavor commenced. The fullback tossed the throw into the midfielder, Bankishi. Noticing the absence of nearby opponents, Bankishi boldly advanced with the ball. However, after just a few strides, Magdeburg's forward, Matilda Neal, charged forward. The towering Matilda Neal harbored no other intention than to collide directly with Bankishi. Unfazed, Bankishi deftly pulled the ball back with his right foot, evading Matilda Neal. He then executed a precise horizontal pass with his left foot, delivering the ball to the oncoming Su Bai, before swiftly sprinting forward. Su Bai, in turn, seamlessly pushed the ball back to Bankishi's feet. The two began to engage in a flurry of exchanges at midfield, executing elegant 1-2 plays and maintaining possession, which ignited excitement among the spectators on the sidelines. After all, Bankishi and Su Bai shared living quarters and had developed a remarkable synergy on the training ground. Moreover, Su Bai's passes were unfailingly precise, allowing Bankishi to forego any need for adjustment. Consequently, Magdeburg found themselves utterly helpless against the duo's seamless ball control. With no opportunity even for a foul, they simply provided no openings. The moment an opponent approached, the ball was instantly passed away. As it appeared that the two were about to carry the ball to the edge of the penalty area, the defenders from Magdeburg no longer hesitated. Rosa Marshall and Tobias Felix surged forward simultaneously, while Magdeburg's playmaker, Kipling Jason, swiftly retreated from the front line. The trio expertly coordinated their movements, effectively obstructing the passing lane between the two adversaries. Magdeburg displayed their seasoned prowess, allowing the two players to control the ball near the center circle. But as they approached the penalty area, they swiftly intensified their defensive efforts. The combined pressure from the three made it increasingly challenging to maintain possession. The ball found its way to Su Bai's feet, while Schalke's wingers advanced, creating space for Su Bai in the center. Confronted by the formidable Kipling Jason and Rosa Marshall, Su Bai did not dare to hesitate, aware that he was outmatched in both physique and experience. Just before the encirclement closed in, Su Bai keenly anticipated the passing route, his right foot striking decisively at the ball's base. Before the trio could converge, he directed it toward the center. In that very spot, the returning Whit Benedict awaited. Observing Su Bai's cunning maneuver, Rosa Marshall, who had prepared to teach Su Bai a lesson, pivoted to pursue Whit Benedict. However, Su Bai had anticipated this moment. As Whit Benedict prepared to receive the ball, he noticed Su Bai's forward movement. The direction of Su Bai's pass required no adjustment on his part. Just before Rosa Marshall could close in, he deftly pushed the ball with his left foot, sending it back to Su Bai. In that instant, as the ball approached, Su Bai arched his right foot, harnessing its momentum with precision and power. With a powerful kick, the ball was sent soaring into the penalty area. The football ascended majestically, effortlessly bypassing Magdeburg's final line of defense. Accompanied by a fierce spin, it traced an exquisite arc, landing gracefully on the left side of the penalty area. In that very spot, Schalke 04's left winger, Hardy Hunt, who had just surged forward, was poised to meet the ball. Without a moment's hesitation, Hunt struck the ball fiercely with his right foot. It deftly maneuvered past Magdeburg's goalkeeper, Ron, and nestled into the net. 2-1. Splendid. They have taken the lead. Once again, it was Su Bai providing the assist. After delivering a stunning rainbow pass with the outside of his foot to set up a teammate's goal, Su Bai once more used his right foot to deliver a decisive assist. Magnificent. First with the outside of his foot, and now with a beautifully arched strike from the instep. Incredible. This is undoubtedly a masterclass in passing. The Schalke forward is exceedingly fortunate to have Su Bai, whose extraordinary passing skills make scoring a goal the simplest of tasks as long as one can find space to run. Unbelievable. This goal is truly a work of art. In the live broadcast, Wang Tao could hardly believe his eyes. After years of watching football, this was the first time he had witnessed a player from Yin country execute such a pass. And it wasn't just a fluke. One might attribute it to luck once. But what about twice? Or thrice? Or 4 times? Including the previous match's 3 assists, Su Bai has delivered a staggering 5 perfect assists in just 2 matches. Hardy Hunt's goal ignited the atmosphere at the Garden Stadium, causing the Schalke fans in the stands to leap with excitement. Despite being merely a match in the German 3rd Division and featuring an under-18 youth team, the exhilarating offensive display sent their adrenaline soaring. On the sidelines, Daniel clutched his head in disbelief as he gazed at Su Bai on the field. It was simply outrageous. Whether it was the recent outside-of-the-foot strike or this latest shot with the instep, witnessing such feats from a U18 player was indeed astonishing. 5 assists. What a remarkable statistic. After scoring, Hardy Hunt exuberantly rushed towards Su Bai. As Schalke's left winger, he had been actively participating in the attacks, often playing the role of the facilitator. The thrill of helping the team regain the lead was exhilarating. In his excitement, Hardy Hunt lifted Su Bai off the ground in a jubilant embrace. His teammates quickly joined, surrounding Su Bai in celebration. Meanwhile, a middle-aged man in the stands refrained from opening his notebook. Instead, he pulled out his phone and made his way to the tunnel. After escaping the raucous crowd, he dialed a number. He was a genius, an undeniable genius. Such vision and passing skills cannot be cultivated. He is only 17 years old. Manchester United needs him. Chapter 38. The Frenzy of Magdeburg. Su Bai takes on the challenge? In the 23rd minute of the match, Schalke 04 took the lead. The goal commenced from the backfield, where Su Bai and Ben Kashi executed a remarkable sequence of 14 passes. Ultimately, Su Bai delivered an exquisite right-footed arc assist, enabling Hardy Hunt to score against the Magdeburg goal. The aesthetic appeal and the outcome left everyone astounded. This was no ordinary match. Even in the Bundesliga, such flawless team coordination is a rarity. Indeed, watching Su Bai's live performance proved to be an astute choice. The precision of the passing and the final delivery were simply delectable. Observably, the Schalke players received Su Bai's passes without the need for adjustment or switching feet, which is truly exceptional. Such precision is almost surreal. The speed of the passes and the trajectory of the ball seem meticulously calculated, as if the football instinctively connected with their feet. This level of passing is nothing short of masterful. It is rare to witness such artistry, even in training, let alone during a match. As the referee urged the players to resume, Schalke's celebration swiftly concluded. Following this, Schalke began to exhibit their impeccable midfield control akin to their training sessions. Every Schalke player, as Daniel noted, instinctively passed the ball to Su Bai, who appeared in every corner of the field. He functioned as the cerebral center of Schalke 04, orchestrating the movements of each team member. Meanwhile, on the opposing side, Magdeburg watched in disbelief. Accustomed to a fierce defensive style, they found themselves utterly at a loss against the rapid passing and ball control. Schalke 04, often swift to release the ball before their opponents could close in, executed their strategy with precision. In the 37th minute of the match, under the orchestration of Su Bai, Schalke 04 adeptly maneuvered the ball along the right flank, ultimately reaching the edge of the penalty area. As Magdeburg concentrated all their defensive efforts on the right side, Su Bai seized the moment, delivering a decisive long pass with the outside of his left foot. The ball soared over all the Magdeburg defenders, landing at the feet of the unmarked Hardy Hunt on the left flank. Regrettably, in his exuberance, Hardy Hunt squandered the one-on-one opportunity against the goalkeeper, sending the shot soaring high. Not only Hardy Hand himself, but also the Schalke fans in the stands could hardly believe it, covering their heads in disbelief. Oh no! How could Hardy Hand miss such a chance? Su Bai's assist, a potential hat trick, was thus lost. Such a beautiful play. How could it be squandered? From the pull on the flank to that exquisite outside foot pass, magnificent. Su Bai's presence transformed Schalke 04's offense into a spectacle of elegance. Even the defensively formidable Magdeburg was rendered helpless against such incisive passing. Each of Su Bai's passes appeared meticulously calculated, a true genius, undoubtedly deserving of the title. Wang Tao, watching the replay of the play, could not help but express his admiration. The atmosphere on the sidelines was electric. Watching Hardy Hand miss the solitary scoring opportunity, Daniel was so infuriated that he hurled the water bottle from his hands. It was utterly disheartening to witness a golden chance slip away right before their eyes. Daniel was not alone in his frustration. Numerous fans began to murmur their grievances. What a dreadful winger! How could he possibly squander such an open shot? The exquisite pass from the young lad from the fiery nation was wasted in vain. I've always said he is far too talented for the U18s. We must urge Magath to promote him to the first team, lest he be snatched away by another club. Indeed, it is baffling how Magath, that old fellow, can overlook such an outstanding midfielder. Despite the fans' complaints, the rhythm of the match remained firmly under Schalke's control, with Schalke 04 concentrating all their defensive efforts on the flanks. Magdeburg found themselves at a loss for how to mount an offensive. They struggled to break through on the wings, and attempting to penetrate through the middle seemed futile. The robust Magdeburg players could commit fouls, but playing the ball at their feet proved a daunting task. On the other side, Jones furrowed his brow as he observed the unfolding situation. He had not anticipated Schalke 04 to exhibit such a refined style of possession play. However, his expression soon relaxed as he fixed his gaze intently on Su Bai, the orchestrator of the team's offense. The first half of the match swiftly came to a close, with Schalke 04 leading 2-1 as they made their way into the players' tunnel. Su Bai was seen being embraced by Bankishi, sharing laughter as they exited the field. The Schalke fans in the stands erupted in joyous chants of Su Bai's name. Su Bai, what a splendid performance! Su, just like that. Let us score a few more in the second half. Haha. Well done, Su. The fans are never stingy with their praise, especially for players like Su Bai, who display such extraordinary talent. In the locker room, Daniel beams as he observes his disciples. Before the match, he harbored little hope for this game, for the fierceness of Magdeburg is widely recognized throughout the league. Many teams, when faced with the relentless aggression of Magdeburg, would rather forfeit than risk their key players. During halftime, Daniel seizes the moment to emphasize the importance of defensive strategy using his tactical board. Meanwhile, in the opposing locker room, Jones furiously reprimands his players. How could a group of youngsters be so shamefully behind? Possession? Are you blind? Can't you see that Schalke's possession is a mere fade? Why pursue the ball? Just keep your eye on that player from the fiery nation. Be more aggressive. Let these Schalke kids know they are up against Magdeburg. With his naturally fierce demeanor, Jones seems even more menacing as he delivers this speech, yet it brings a satisfied smile to the face of Rosa Marshall, sitting in the chair. Soon, the second half of the match commences. Daniel, brimming with enthusiasm, eagerly anticipates a resounding victory for his team in the upcoming half. However, it was not long before he realized that the seamless flow of his team's offense had vanished. From the onset of the match, the incessant sound of the referee's whistle became the dominant theme. In the 47th minute of the match, before Su Bai could even receive the ball, Magdeburg's attacking midfielder, Kipling Jason, brutally knocked him down. Although the main referee issued a token warning to Kipling Jason, it did little to deter Magdeburg from escalating their foul play. In the 52nd minute, the ball carrier Ben Kaischer was viciously tackled to the ground by Tobias Felix, who took him down along with the ball. Ben Kaischer clutched his ankle in agony, and this foul ignited the already intense hostility between the two teams. What the hell do you want? Would Benedict stormed towards the offending Tobias Felix. What do you think you're doing, kid? Yet, in the face of Whit Benedict's fierce demeanor, Tobias Felix merely approached with a nonchalant smile. At the same time, Rosa Marshall rushed over, and the players from both sides immediately began to shove one another. Su Bai was undeterred, standing firm in front of Rosa Marshall, witnessing the imminent clash between the two teams. The referee quickly intervened, pushing through the crowd, and promptly showed a yellow card to the recently fouling Tobias Felix. Seeing this, Whit Benedict, furious that such a foul warranted only a yellow card, began to vocally protest to the referee. However, his complaints bore no fruit, and instead, the referee raised his hand once more, issuing a yellow card to Whit Benedict as well. On the sidelines, Daniel was infuriated upon witnessing the events unfold. He stormed towards the fourth official, exclaiming, "What in the world is this outrageous decision? Is the referee blind? My player has been subjected to such a brutal foul, and yet the referee dares to issue a yellow card to my team." Observing Daniel's fury, the fourth official promptly relayed his words through the earpiece to the main referee. Consequently, the referee, who had just resolved the on-field discord, rushed to the sidelines. Confronting the irate Daniel, he brandished a red card. At the 53rd minute of the match, Ben Kesh was injured and substituted. Schalke's head coach, Daniel, was expelled from the field for verbally abusing the referee. The team, which had previously held a commanding advantage, was suddenly thrust into turmoil. Such a display of impatience was astonishing. Whether it was Whit Benedict's yellow card or the coach's red card, Schalke now faced a precarious situation. With the key defensive midfielder sidelined and the head coach dismissed, despite still leading by a goal, the match had become increasingly challenging. Witnessing the promising situation unravel, Wang Tao felt a surge of anxiety. What on earth is this despicable referee doing? How can such a foul go unpunished with a red card? He exclaimed. This referee must be corrupt. He has definitely taken a bribe, sending off Schalke's coach. He lamented. It's over, it's all over. How can we proceed now? Our main attacking midfielder is out, and our coach has been dismissed. He sighed indeed. This is typical of the U18 league. Such a lack of composure. Is the head coach always this volatile? This is Degbing, and I genuinely worry for Su Bai. Just look at the second half of this match. Magdeburg is utterly devoid of purpose, as if they are merely going through the motions of playing football. Su Bai should exercise caution. He must not jeopardize his career for the sake of this game. As the conflict subsides, the match resumes. Ben Kashi has been substituted by the team's backup defensive midfielder, Ward Clarence. Schalke 04 has reverted to a dual defensive midfielder formation. From this moment forth, all of Schalke 04's offensive efforts are concentrated on Su Bai. Chapter 39. The frenzied Magdeburg and Su Bai's counterattack commencing from the 55th minute. The dynamics of the match took a dramatic turn. With Daniel absent from the sidelines and the team's core player, Ben Kashi, unable to coordinate with Su Bai, Schalke 04's once fluid offense dissipated in an instant. Conversely, Magdeburg, who had been under pressure in their own half, initiated their relentless assault. In the 58th minute, the right winger of Magdeburg skillfully maneuvered past Schalke's fullback and delivered a sweeping long pass to the center, finding the towering forward, Matilda Neal. Matilda Neal soared into the air for a header of remarkable quality. Fortunately, Schalke's goalkeeper, Bobby Edgar, showcased his exceptional skills, powerfully punching the ball off the goal line. Magdeburg earned a corner on the left side. However, the corner taken by Kipling Jason lacked precision, although Matilda Neal managed to get the first touch. The header was feeble and easily gathered by Bobby Edgar. The match continues. The goalkeeper, Bobby Edgar, launched the football with great force, yet it was effortlessly intercepted by Magdeburg. The relentless assault from Magdeburg resumed. Schalke 04 appears to be utterly disorganized, having lost their key player to a red card. Since the match restarted, they have not even managed a single offensive attempt. Fortunately, Magdeburg's attacking efficiency has been less than stellar. Otherwise, the scoreline might have already changed. The paramount task now is to regain composure and establish a rhythm, necessitating a player in the forward position capable of holding onto the ball. Wang Tao observed the unfolding match with increasing anxiety, particularly as Su Bai had not seen any opportunities to touch the ball in midfield during this period. The relentless pressing from Magdeburg forced Schalke 04 to resort to long balls to conclude their attacks. As for aerial duels, Su Bai's slender physique offered him no advantage whatsoever. In the stands, Daniel was equally exasperated, but the event officials beside him remained fixated on him, leaving no opportunity even to pass a small note to Wycliffe. In the 77th minute of the match, Magdeburg finally broke the deadlock after a sustained 20-minute siege on Schalke 04. True to form, they executed a long pass strategy. On the left flank, Konrad Bowen delivered an exquisitely precise cross to Magdeburg's captain, Marshall Rosa, who surged into the center. Rosa leapt high, outmaneuvering Schalke's holding midfielder, Ward Clarence, and with a powerful header, directed the ball into the bottom corner. Although there were suspicions of a foul, the referee pointed to the center circle, declaring the goal valid. Rosa Marshall, who leveled the score for the team, was utterly exhilarated. The players from Magdeburg fervently surrounded Marshall to celebrate their goal. In stark contrast, the Schalke 04 squad appeared despondent, with the exception of Su Bai, whose expression remained impassive. Alas, they ultimately failed to maintain their lead. The issues persist. Schalke's offensive efforts have been completely crippled, and continuing to defend in such a manner is untenable. The draw is simply intolerable. Observing Schalke concede a goal, Wang Tao could only sigh in resignation. The celebration of Magdeburg was short-lived, as they had no intention of settling for a draw, with less than 10 minutes remaining. Their objective was to score again and utterly dismantle Schalke 04. As they resumed play at the center circle, Whit Benedict was also downcast. "Benedict, just make your runs forward. I will deliver the ball to you," he urged, addressing his two teammates as well. "Just find space and don't hesitate." At this moment, Su Bai called out to the three players in the forward line. Upon hearing Su Bai's words, Whit Benedict nodded, though his expression conveyed skepticism. After all, Su Bai found himself isolated in midfield, lacking any support against the formidable Magdeburg midfielders. Not only Benedict, but even the two wingers, Hardy Hunt and Wheeler Anchilo, shared the same sentiments. Football is not a solitary endeavor, especially when confronted by a midfield as ruthless as Magdeburg's. Given the current situation, even if Xavi were to arrive, it would hold little significance. Just as Whit Benedict anticipated, after the referee's whistle blew, he passed the ball to Su Bai behind him and, following Su Bai's instructions, made a direct advance. However, what he received in return was not a pass, but rather the sound of the referee's whistle. Su Bai, having just received the ball, had barely taken 2 steps before being violently tackled to the ground by Kipling Jason. This time, Su Bai clutched his right leg, writhing in agony on the ground. Although it was a frontal tackle, it was evident that Kipling Jason had not withdrawn his foot. Consequently, the referee unhesitatingly issued a yellow card to Kipling Jason. This was utterly outrageous. While such incidents are commonplace in the 3rd division, the sheer malice of this unyielding tackle merited nothing more than a yellow card. It was truly unfathomable. Damn it, these guys are ruthless. I hope Su Bai is all right. He looks to be in immense pain. Stop insisting. Just end it quickly. We are counting on Su Bai to perform. At this rate, he might not even keep his leg intact. It would be a shame to squander such a promising talent. Damn it, these bastards are infuriating. Are Schalke a bunch of cowards? After being tackled like that, won't they retaliate? Exactly, if it's about tackling. They should go for the legs. I can't comprehend this. How can the game continue like this? Per Su Bai. At this moment on the field, Su Bai, observing Kipling Jason receiving a yellow card, slowly sat up. Although he possessed an injury immunity card, the pain was undeniably real. The teammates approached with concern, but Su Bai shook his head to indicate he was fine. The match resumed. At Su Bai's behest, Schalke's free kick was not lofted into the air. Instead, it was swiftly passed directly to Su Bai. He seized the ball and charged towards Magdeburg's backline, resembling a lone warrior challenging the entire Magdeburg midfield. Rosa Marshall couldn't help but smile. Without hesitation, she hastened towards Su Bai. With the ball at his feet, Su Bai immediately noticed Rosa Marshall. However, this time, he opted not to release the ball. He was waiting for her advance. The audacious Rosa Marshall, undeterred, lunged at Su Bai with a fierce tackle. At that moment, Su Bai appeared momentarily stunned, standing still as if paralyzed. Rosa Marshall chuckled. Indeed, he was just a naive youth. She could already envision him grimacing in pain, clutching his leg. Yet, just as her foot was about to make contact with Su Bai, he leaped into the air. Rosa Marshall was taken aback. How could he react so swiftly? However, her thoughts quickly dissipated. With a sharp crack, she was suddenly struck by an excruciating pain. Both she and Su Bai collapsed to the ground. But this time, she realized she had been outmatched. She had fallen victim to this seemingly harmless young man. Moments prior, Su Bai had curled his knee mid-air as he jumped. As he landed, he inadvertently knelt directly on the ankle of Rosa Marshall with one leg. The crisp sound that echoed was the unmistakable crack of Rosa Marshall's ankle. After falling to the ground, Su Bai, like Rosa Marshall, clutched his own ankle in agony. The referee immediately halted the match and rushed to their side. Witnessing their pain, the referee promptly signaled for the team doctor to attend to them swiftly. Oh dear. Su Bai, this is perilous. The camera clearly captured the moment when Su Bai was first tackled at the ankle by Rosa Marshall. Subsequently, as Su Bai descended from the air, he accidentally knelt upon Rosa Marshall's leg. Both individuals appeared to be gravely injured. Wang Tao wore an expression of deep concern. Of course, his worry was not for the maliciously fouling Rosa Marshall. Damn it, is this football? I shall file a complaint. This is attempted murder. They are trying to annihilate my player. In the stands, Daniel watched Su Bai writhe in pain on the ground, immediately losing his composure. To lose two key players in a single match. Chapter 40. Manchester United must have him. At this moment, Rosa Marshall was also drenched in cold sweat from the pain. One who often walks by the river cannot avoid getting wet. As a notorious figure on the pitch, he had long known that one day he would share the fate of those he had previously incapacitated. Yet, he never anticipated falling victim to this Navi youth before him. However, he took solace in the fact that his tackle had been solidly executed upon the lad's leg. Not a complete loss. The team doctor observed Rosa Marshall, who was drenched in cold sweat, and after a brief examination, he shook his head towards Jones on the sidelines. Soon, a stretcher was brought onto the field. Rosa Marshall, enduring the pain, glanced at Su Bai beside him, only to be taken aback. The young man from Yin country, who moments ago was writhing in agony, was now standing as if nothing had happened. Rosa Marshall was on the verge of losing his sanity. It was simply inconceivable. There was no doubt that his kick had connected. How could this young man possibly be unscathed? At this moment, the previously pained young youth turned and smiled at him. That smile sent Rosa Marshall into a frenzy. He struggled to sit up, eager to confront this arrogant young man from Yin country. However, as he propped himself up, a piercing pain shot through his ankle once again. Don't move. Your ankle is fractured. Any further movement could lead to complications. The team doctor hastily restrained the furious Rosa Marshall. Yet, the situation was about to worsen. The relentless series of malicious fouls seemed to have pushed the referee to his breaking point. This time, Rosa Marshall had committed a foul that was purely reckless. Although he remained on the ground, the referee did not hesitate to brandish a red card. A red card. At last, the frenzied Magdeburg received the punishment they deserved. In a stroke of misfortune turned fortune, it appeared that our Su Bai was not seriously harmed. He had already risen to his feet. With one less player on the field, and both of Magdeburg's midfielders already holding yellow cards, this was indeed favorable news for Schalke 04. As Wang Tao witnessed Rosa Marshall being carried off the field, he could hardly suppress a laugh. However, as a professional commentator, he managed to restrain himself. Yet, the fans from Yin country were unabashedly reveling in the moment. Haha, what a joyous sight. This is absolutely delightful. That rascal Su Bai is indeed fortunate. After receiving such a kick, he remains unscathed and even manages to incapacitate that villain. Damn, something seems amiss. Look at Su Bai. It appears he was waiting for Rosa Marshall's tackle. Could it be that this lad acted with intent? Goodness, it truly seems so. Observe how Su Bai leapt immediately after the tackle. His knee landed squarely on Rosa Marshall's ankle. Haha, brilliant. This is undoubtedly a deliberate act by Su Bai. No, that is not right. It must have been unintentional. The blame lies with that wicked Rosa Marshall. It should be like this. If someone tackles you so harshly, how can you not retaliate? Haha, we from Yin country must be resolute in such matters. Let us put an end to these scoundrels. With Rosa Marshall being carried off the field, the match resumed. Schalke regained possession. Su Bai confidently positioned himself in front of the ball. The distance to the goal was 38 meters. Although slightly off-center, a well-placed ball into the penalty area could still pose a significant threat. Inside the penalty area, players from both teams were jostling for position. With one player down, Magdeburg found themselves in a precarious situation, especially with their captain injured. Tobias Felix and Kipling Jason were both burdened with yellow cards. One could scarcely dare to make any superfluous movements. In stark contrast, Schalke 04 appeared to unleash their full might. After all, at this moment, Magdeburg had left no player behind in their defensive formation for the free kick. With a sharp whistle from the referee, the players from both teams began to jostle fervently within the penalty area. Su Bai observed his teammates in the box, took a few steps back, and then struck the ball fiercely with his right foot. Su Bai executed the free kick using the instep of his foot, imparting a vigorous spin to the ball. Within the penalty area, players from both teams surged towards the anticipated landing spot. However, due to the intense spin, the ball veered dramatically midair. This sudden change in direction caused a momentary panic among those at the near post. The ball sailed past everyone, heading straight for the far corner of the goal. There, in that position, was the diminutive Hardy, who had not engaged in the aerial duel. Yet, it was Hunter who materialized at that precise moment. He didn't even need to exert force. The ball seemed to strike Hardy's head and ricochet towards the goal. The Magdeburg goalkeeper, Hassern, who had been focused on the near post, could only watch in despair as the ball slowly found its way into the net. 3-2. Schalke 04 regained the lead in the 84th minute. This goal ignited the atmosphere at the Garden Stadium. The fans erupted in ecstatic celebration. It was sheer madness. This thrilling match was profoundly exhilarating for a group of supporters who had harbored little hope for the U18 team. The clashes between the two teams and the incessant issuance of red and yellow cards added to the spectacle. All of this has left the fans exhilarated, particularly the thrilling comeback from adversity. Following the goal, Hardy Hunt exuberantly shed his jersey and dashed towards the sidelines. Behind him, all the Schalke players surged towards him in unrestrained jubilation. Before he could even commence his celebratory gestures, Hardy Hunt was overwhelmed by his teammates, collapsing onto the grass. Even Wycliffe, who was serving as the interim coach on the sidelines, eagerly joined the pile of bodies in celebration. Su Bai, standing in place and watching his elated teammates, exhaled in relief. Indeed, the passing route chosen by the system was impeccable. Just moments ago, that area had been devoid of any players. Yet the system indicated an 85% chance of scoring. Thus, Su Bai confidently directed the ball there. While everyone was caught up in the frenzy of celebration for taking the lead, a middle-aged man in the stands opened his notebook with an expression of disbelief. He had witnessed the goal firsthand. That position was clearly unoccupied by any players. How could this lad have passed the ball there? This was not mere precision. It was a remarkable innate talent for passing. He opted not to loft the ball into a crowded forward line, but instead chose the unoccupied back post. How could he possibly know that his teammate would make a run to that exact spot? Was it a fluke? Impossible. He had been observing Su Bai for quite some time, and this young man's passes were never random. In fact, he could even anticipate the most comfortable receiving position for his teammates amidst their movement. A player with such extraordinary passing ability would never carelessly execute a seemingly aimless pass. Truly a legendary master, endowed with exceptional talent. Upon closing his notebook, the middle-aged man was the first to exit the venue. There was no need to witness the remainder of the match. Based solely on that pass, Manchester United must secure his services. Chapter 41. Magatha's Anxiety. Manchester United scouts in a frenzy after regaining the lead. Schalke 04 retreated entirely into defense. Magdeburg, a man down, dared not risk everything in a desperate bid. In the ensuing minutes, both teams engaged in tentative attacks, yet none posed any real threat. With the sound of the referee's whistle, the match between Schalke 04 and Magdeburg in the second round of the German Third Division came to a close. The score of 3-2 remained unchanged until the final moments. Although Schalke 04 emerged victorious, their key player, Ben Kesh, suffered an injury and was rushed to the hospital. This left the team with little inclination to celebrate. After the match, Su Bai hurried with his teammates to the hospital. There, Daniel had been anxiously waiting outside the examination room. Among the team, the most concerned was undoubtedly Daniel, the head coach. After all, the new tactics had just begun to take shape, and Ben Kesh was the only player who could synchronize seamlessly with Su Bai. If Ben Kesh's injury were severe, how would Schalke fare in future matches? Before long, the doctor responsible for the examination emerged. Daniel immediately approached, inquiring, "Doctor, how is Ben Kesh?" Observing the anxious expression on Daniel's face, the doctor removed his mask and smiled, saying, "There's no significant issue. He has a slight ligament strain. With 2 weeks of rest, he will be fine." Upon the utterance of those words, a collective sigh of relief escaped the lips of all the team members. Observing that the players were uniformly present at the hospital, Daniel called out, instructing everyone to return. Su Bai stepped forward, casting a glance at the still convalescing Ben Kaishi before turning to depart. In the first team's head coach's office, Magath was diligently studying the dossier of the Cottbus team. With the Bundesliga's second-round match against Cottbus set for 8 o'clock that evening, although the formation and tactics had been established days prior, Magath continued to meticulously scrutinize every detail, searching for any potential oversight. Suddenly, a series of knocks resounded at the office door. "Come in," he called. The assistant coach, Hughes, entered with a fax in hand. "Boss, we have a transfer request from Manchester United." Hughes' words momentarily astonished Magath. While the transfer window had not yet fully closed, it was merely a matter of days until its conclusion. Moreover, although the Bundesliga commenced earlier than other leagues, the Premier League was also on the verge of starting. Adjusting his glasses, Magath accepted the document from Hughes Yif and briefly scanned its contents, growing increasingly perplexed. In his estimation, the only players in his squad who would pique Manchester United's interest were one or two of his core athletes. To his astonishment, the name on the fax was one he was entirely unfamiliar with. Su Bai. Who on earth is this? There is no such player in my team, Magath exclaimed, his expression a portrait of confusion. Hughes swiftly elucidated, "Boss, this is a young player from Yin country who recently signed with U18. A young player? An individual from U18 in Yin country? Magath's interest peaked suddenly. It is a widely acknowledged fact that the venerable Ferguson has a penchant for prodigious talents. The arrival of a transfer fax undoubtedly indicates that this young lad has caught the eye of the cunning old fox, Ferguson. Is this one of our U18 players? Are you aware? Indeed, I am aware. In the recent match in the Regional League, he scored 1 goal and assisted 3 others. Furthermore, in the recently concluded second-round match against Magdeburg, he delivered another hat-trick of assists. Hughes' remarks left Magath somewhat astonished. 6 assists across 2 matches? Such statistics are rather daunting. While it may be the Regional League, such figures are not easily achieved. Is there footage? Please bring it to me. Certainly, although it was a reserve team match. Schalke 04's technical department archives the footage of every game. Soon enough, the highlights of Su Bai's performance began playing in Magath's office. Commencing with his first touch of the ball, a divine lob shot. Magath, who had initially relaxed his right hand, now clenched it tightly. Following that, Su Bai showcased a curved assist with the outside of his foot, displayed an astonishing football IQ that overshadowed his peers, and executed a brilliantly audacious through ball. All of this caused an excited flush to appear on Magath's face. No wonder that old rascal Ferguson has taken a liking to this lad. Who would have anticipated the emergence of such a genius right beneath my gaze? Following this, the video of the recently delivered second round of matches emerged. Upon witnessing Su Bai's remarkable free-kick assist, Magath forcefully slammed his hand on the table. This is it. Hurry, quickly fetch that young lad. If Ferguson has indeed issued a transfer flyer, it stands to reason that he has privately engaged with the boy. What sort of contract could the miserly Schalke 04 possibly offer a player of whom they are unaware? Perhaps for a mere few $100,000. Ferguson could simply whisk him away with a buyout clause. Observing Magath's fervor, Hughes also began to grasp the urgency of the situation. Understood, boss. However, the league is about to commence. What shall we do? Fetch that lad immediately. The league starts at 8. And I fear he may already be on a flight to Manchester. Just as Magath feared at that moment, Su Bai was seated in a CAF at the entrance of a hospital, conversing with a middle-aged man. Su Bai felt somewhat perplexed, having played less than 2 matches. Though his performance was indeed astonishing, it seemed exaggerated for a Manchester United scout to be specifically watching him. Initially, he suspected the man might be a fraud. It was only when the man produced his credentials that Su Bai reluctantly agreed to sit down and discuss further. Hello, Su. I'm in Carl. You may call me Carl. As I mentioned earlier, I am a scout for Manchester United. Since your last match, the club has been keeping an eye on you. And your performance in this match has further convinced me that your talent is far too extraordinary to be confined to the murky depths of the 3rd division. The atmosphere here is perilous. You require a league that is more attentive to young talents. Carl's words left Su Bai somewhat bewildered. Is this fellow speaking the truth? After all, it's Manchester United. Gaining entry is not that simple. Hello, Carl. Su Bai responded politely, but after that, he ceased to engage in further conversation. This left Carl somewhat surprised. Among all the individuals he had encountered, whenever he mentioned being a scout for Manchester United, the young prospects would react as if invigorated, eager to pack their bags and depart with him. Yet, this young lad from Yin country appeared quite distinct. Regardless, a symbolic transfer request had already been sent to Manchester United. Now, it was merely a matter of persuading this young man. With this thought in mind, Carl continued to don his gentlemanly smile and engage Su Bai in conversation. You must be aware of the greatness of Manchester United. Take Cristiano Ronaldo, for instance. He joined the club at a mere teenager. From that moment, an era belonging to Ronaldo commenced. Sir Alex Ferguson is undoubtedly the finest coach in the world at unearthing the potential of young players. Under his guidance, you are bound to embark on a star-studded journey akin to Ronaldo's. After articulating this, and Carl confidently gazed at Su Bai. In his perception, no one could resist such temptation. After all, it was Sir Alex Ferguson, coupled with Ronaldo's illustrious path to fame. Though it was merely an enticing vision. All right. I will consider it. I need to return to training. Thus, Carl was taken aback. He never anticipated that anyone could withstand the allure of Manchester United. Could this individual be foolish? Chapter 42. The Revelation. I am a genius player. The vast horizon is my love. As Carl pondered how to continue the conversation with the young man before him, he was suddenly interrupted by an enchanting melody. Su Bai, feeling somewhat embarrassed, nodded and retrieved his mobile phone. Alas, that ringtone was utterly mortifying. However, this phone was a hand-me-down from his father, and the speaker was far too quiet. He could hear nothing but this particular tune. After expressing his apologies, Su Bai answered the call. Su, where are you? Mr. Magath from the first team wishes to see you. Upon the call connecting, Wycliffe's voice resonated. What on earth is happening? Su Bai found himself somewhat bewildered. On one hand, a scout claimed to be from Manchester United, inquiring if he was interested in joining, and on the other, the first team's head coach wanted to meet him. Mr. Wycliffe, I have some matters to attend to outside. Are you saying right now? Su Bai did not directly disclose that he was with a Manchester United scout, for he still had obligations to Schalke. If this scout turned out to be a fraud, and Schalke learned of his intentions to transfer, his time at Schalke would come to an end. He had only just begun to play. He was counting on the triggering of system tasks to receive enticing rewards. Just as he finished speaking, it seemed that Wycliffe's phone had been snatched away. A stranger's voice emerged. Su, I am Mr. Magath's assistant. I am aware that you are in discussions with Manchester United, but I urge you not to jump to conclusions. Mr. Magath wishes to speak with you, if possible. Right now? Su Bai was taken aback. Initially, he harbored doubts about whether this Carl was genuinely affiliated with Manchester United, but now he was certain. However, he found himself in a bit of a quandary. After a moment's contemplation, Su Bai hung up the phone. Facing Carl, he displayed a sly smile reminiscent of a cunning fox. Mr. Carl, the matter is that I have some pressing issues with my club at the moment. Shall we continue our conversation later? Oh, very well. Believe in yourself. Your talents can only be fully realized at Manchester United. Schalke is too modest. Even if you were to play in their first team, they cannot be compared to the illustrious Manchester United. At Manchester United, you could attain the Premier League title, and even the Champions League trophy is within reach. But at Schalke, perhaps the best outcome would merely be a spot in the top four, leading to a brief appearance in the Champions League group stage. Carl was not naive. He understood that Su Bai's return would likely provoke a reaction from Schalke. Nonetheless, Carl felt no concern. Since Manchester United had the audacity to send a fax, they were not worried that this young man would ultimately forsake the opportunity. After all, it was Manchester United who would turn down such an offer. After exchanging phone numbers, Su Bai left the CAF, hailed a taxi, and made his way directly to the club. At the entrance of the Schalke office building, Wycliffe stood alongside an unfamiliar individual. Upon seeing Su Bai arrive, Wycliffe smiled and patted him on the shoulder. Though he said nothing, his face radiated pride, warming Su Bai's heart. Although his time at Schalke had been brief, Wycliffe had indeed shown him considerable care. Come on, Su. I'm Hughes Eve, he said, hastily ushering Su Bai into the building. At the elevator, Hughes pressed the button for the top floor. Although both the first team and the U18 coaching staff resided in the same building, it was akin to two separate dining halls. The coaching staff's office floors were distinctly divided. The harsh realities of professional football manifested in myriad ways. Soon, the two arrived at Magath's office. Hughes opened the door and led Su Bai inside. The office was not particularly spacious, cluttered with an array of documents covering the desk. A television opposite the desk appeared to be playing his highlights. Su Bai surmised that the old man Magath was likely anxious about him being swayed by Manchester United, prompting this hurried summoning to persuade him. Please, take a seat, Magath said, glancing at Su Bai with a casual tone. Su Bai confidently settled into a chair. 1 second. 2 seconds. 10 seconds. After he sat down, an unexpected silence enveloped the office. Magath fixed his gaze upon Su Bai, who maintained a stoic expression while staring back at the elderly man with white hair. Ultimately, this silent contest of wills concluded only when Magath conceded. Observing Su Bai's calm demeanor, Magath momentarily acknowledged the little fellow before him. Few young players could endure his scrutiny for such an extended period, at the very least. In this regard, Su Bai was the boldest lad he had ever encountered. A prodigy indeed. If one were to be timid, what merit would they hold as a genius? What assurances were offered by Manchester United? Magath was forthright, cutting to the chase. They promised an increase to 3,000, followed by training with the first team, with a chance to debut in the cup matches. Su Bai's words left Magath at a loss for how to respond. The offer from Manchester United was exorbitant. He dared not negotiate further. Training with the first team posed no issue, but an increase to 3,000? The impoverished Schalke could hardly be compared to Manchester United. While Su Bai might desire it, the miserly manager of the club would certainly object. As for debuting in the cup matches, that was a consideration, as cup games were not his primary focus. After a moment's reflection, Magath adjusted his glasses. Declining Manchester United's offer might be wise. You are still quite young, and there would likely be no opportunity for play. They are vying for a treble, with an abundance of players in the first team, not to mention the plethora of youthful talents in their academy. Your chances of appearing on the pitch are uncertain. However, I can assure you of opportunities in my cup matches. The onus of seizing them rests upon you. Tomorrow, I will promote you to the first team. As for your participation in the league, that will depend on your own efforts. With the evening league match approaching, Magath preferred to avoid complications. He straightforwardly laid out the conditions he could offer. While regarding the salary increase, he deemed it a matter to be resolved by the manager of the Bundesliga. Showing little inclination to involve himself further, uncertain of the response he would receive, Su Bai resolved to decline Manchester United's offer without hesitation. Directly before him, the straightforward Su Bai picked up his phone. "Hello, Mr. Carl, I apologize, but I believe it is a bit premature for me to join Manchester United at this time. Perhaps I shall reconsider after the season concludes. I wish to remain with Schalke for the duration of this season." After exchanging a few polite words, Su Bai terminated the call. "Good lad, head back now. I, Magath, am a man of my word." Observing Su Bai's decisiveness, Magath couldn't help but smile. At the very least, the young man possessed a commendable temperament. After Su Bai departed, Magath chuckled softly and resumed perusing his documents. "Boss, what about this lad's contract?" Hughes asked after watching Su Bai leave. "Reach out to them. Let them know that Manchester United is interested in acquiring him. I am confident they will consider revising his contract." "Understood." With that, Hughes turned and exited Magath's office. Once outside, Su Bai felt as if he were walking on air. He thought to himself, "I truly hit the jackpot this time." Carl had given him no promises whatsoever. This was undoubtedly a case of taking advantage without any investment. The mere thought of it made Su Bai want to shout out in excitement. The first team, and I can be assured of appearances in cup matches. Just that alone is a tremendous gain. At the entrance, Wycliffe stood waiting for him, seemingly anticipating his arrival. "Su, how did it go? Any good news?" Wycliffe inquired with a smile as Su Bai approached. "Indeed, Mr. Wycliffe, the old man informed me that I would be joining the first team, and I shall have the opportunity to play in the cup matches." Su Bai candidly shared this news with Wycliffe. "Congratulations! Ever since your arrival in the U18 squad, I anticipated this day, though I never imagined it would arrive so swiftly," Wycliffe exclaimed, patting Su Bai on the shoulder. Reflecting on the tireless figure he recalled under the moonlight, perhaps it was at that moment that the young man's destiny was set in motion. "Thank you for your guidance," Su Bai replied. "Haha, today is indeed a day for celebration. Make sure to rest well." "Yes, thank you, sir." With those words, Su Bai turned and departed. Wycliffe watched him leave, chuckling to himself, considering how the most disheartened individual in the club was likely the unfortunate Daniel. The newly devised tactics he had painstakingly developed would now be thwarted. With this thought, Wycliffe allowed a self-deprecating smile to escape. As merely an assistant to the reserve team coach, he remained uncertain about his own future. Why worry excessively? There were still numerous matters to attend to. With a sigh, Wycliffe returned to his office. At 9 o'clock in the evening, darkness enveloped the sky as Wycliffe finally concluded his work. He ambled out of the building, ready to head home. However, on the training ground, that familiar figure remained. Chapter 43. First Team Report. Is it time to play in the Bundesliga? After leisurely savoring his coffee, Carl basked in the evening sun. Although Su Bai had been away for a while, Carl was hardly concerned. As anticipated, Su Bai's phone call soon came through. At that moment, Carl was contemplating whether to stay the night and venture to Manchester the following day. After all, this could be considered a business trip, and he ought not to deprive himself of comfort. However, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Su Bai, rather bluntly, declined his invitation. How could this be? He actually rejected Manchester United. The illustrious Manchester United, the finest football club in the world, a club that stands shoulder to shoulder with the likes of Real Madrid and Barcelona. He turned them down. The call had been disconnected, leaving the phone to emit a persistent beeping sound. Karl sat there, bewildered. The coffee cup before him remained warm, yet his heart felt inexplicably cold. Little did the unfortunate Karl realize that his visit to Su Bai was not entirely in vain. At the very least, Su Bai had managed to leverage their conversation to secure a place in the first team. Of course, it was fortunate for Karl that he remained unaware. Had the seasoned Karl known he was outmaneuvered by a mere 17-year-old, it would have been more than just a chilling experience for him. In Yin country, Wang Tao, having concluded the inaugural broadcast, returned home. The Sports Weekly had acquired the broadcasting rights for the home games, but had not negotiated for the away matches. Thus, Wang Tao's responsibilities would only require him to travel to the Land of Chariots once every 2 weeks, which was one of the reasons he accepted this role. Upon landing, Wang Tao hurriedly made his way to the headquarters of the football production department. Today is the weekend, and tomorrow evening marks the live broadcast of World Football. Although he has resigned, he remains involved with the program in the capacity of a contractor. At the very least, the weekly selection and the music editing are still under his purview. He hurriedly made his way to the office, where his team was already hard at work. As the head and host of the show, Duan Xian was also present, intently focused in his office, a habit he had cultivated over the years. "Oh, look who's back from abroad. Did you bring back any blonde beauties?" Upon seeing Wang Tao enter, Duan Xian couldn't help but jest. The two had been colleagues for quite some time, and such banter was commonplace between them. Moreover, Wang Tao had recently faced financial difficulties, prompting Duan Xian to unhesitatingly lend him 300,000. While it was but a drop in the bucket, it deeply touched Wang Tao. "Shut it. If I had any blonde beauties, they'd be for you, you old pervert." Wang Tao chuckled. "Hurry up. Can you get that top 10 ready? Don't delay tomorrow's live broadcast. It's already 10 in the evening. When have I ever made a mistake in my work?" Duan Xian retorted. "By the way, add one more to the top 10. Lao Duan. Let me see where it ranks." As he spoke, Wang Tao pulled out a USB drive and plugged it directly into the computer. "What's this? The big boss is getting his hands dirty?" Duan Xian quipped. "Stop the chatter. Just come over," Wang Tao urged. It was indeed the match I broadcasted in the German 3rd Division. That lad from our country performed astonishingly. You wouldn't believe it. Another hat trick of assists. 6 assists in 2 matches. It's utterly extraordinary. Wang Tao's words piqued Duan Xian's interest, prompting him to hurriedly take a seat at the computer. Soon enough, the screen displayed the remarkable team collaboration goal between Su Bai and Ben Kaishi. From the backfield, Su Bai and Ben Kaishi executed a series of intricate 1-2s and 2-on-2s, akin to a mesmerizing display of skill. Ultimately, Su Bai delivered an exquisitely curved assist that propelled the team to score. Incredible. Is this lad really that formidable? Although it was a collaboration, Su Bai clearly took the lead. Every pass seemed meticulously orchestrated by him. The most terrifying aspect was the quality of his passing. The velocity and force appeared calculated to perfection. That final assist was the crowning touch. Duan Xian's remarks drew others closer. And soon, a group gathered around the computer in silence. Darn it. I had just finished arranging everything, and now this chaos. Tao Gu, you didn't send this yesterday. Why wait until now? Indeed, this could easily rank among the top 3. Both in terms of spectacle and the entire goal's execution. This is going to require a complete overhaul. Thus, within the building of the football production department, a group of dedicated individuals, known for creating the finest football programs in the world, began their sleepless toil. Schalke has lost again. This time, the defeat was by a narrow margin, 0-1. It is merely embarrassing that this time the defeated opponent is Cottbus. This newly promoted team from the last season astonishingly triumphed over the home team Schalke 04 on their own turf. Throughout the match, Schalke 04's offense resembled a tangled mess. The midfield and forward lines were entirely disconnected. The duo of Huntelaar and Ral, one possessing speed and the other skill, failed to breach the feeble defense of Cottbus, which was inexplicably subpar. The disarray in midfield prompted Ral to express his frustration loudly on the pitch. As for the fans, their patience wore thin, especially after witnessing the impressive U18 team orchestrated by Su Bai earlier in the afternoon. The stark contrast to the current dismal midfield was unbearable. From the 17th minute of the match, the home supporters began to jeer their own team. Magath found himself in an even more pitiable position. While the players were met with mere boos, he was directly berated by the fans. After the match concluded, countless supporters even besieged the team bus. Magath was like a rat scurrying for cover, facing the wrath of the fans who condemned him without mercy. Damn you, Magath. The great Schalke 04 is worse than rubbish under your management. After spending so much money, you've acquired a bunch of useless players. Resign. You lack the ability to guide Schalke. You are ruining Schalke. Why not promote the talented young lad from the U18 team? He would perform far better than that waste of space, Bejelab. Resign. Dismiss Magath. Confronted by the on-site reporters, Schalke fans fervently lashed out at their own team. Unbeknownst to Su Bai, who was diligently immersed in training at the club, he continued to push himself tirelessly. After all, the old man Magath had promised him a chance to join the first team. To be candid, given his current skill level, he was far from sufficient for the Bundesliga, particularly with his ball control. A score of 75 might suffice to outplay the rougher characters in the third division, but in the Bundesliga, he would be completely outmatched. Fortunately, there were still a few days left. If he exerted himself, he could reach a 5-point increase, and once he hit 80, he would at least have a foothold at Schalke. In the second league match, Hajuman still did not receive any opportunity to play. Magath insisted on positioning him as a full-back, yet, truth be told, Hau's physique and speed were inadequate for the Bundesliga, which thrived on long passes and aerial play. After 2 matches without a chance to step onto the field, even the ever-optimistic Hao Junmin couldn't help but feel a tinge of concern for his future. On Monday morning, Hao Junmin woke up early as usual. After bidding farewell to Li Qian, he drove his modest little car to Schalke 04. After changing into his training attire, he stood quietly on the training ground. By 8 o'clock, there was still half an hour until the training session began, and one by one, Schalke's players began to arrive. Hi, Hao. Raoul approached with a smile, greeting Hao Junmin warmly. I saw in the newspapers that your little brother had another hat trick with assists yesterday. Absolutely fantastic. Raoul's words took Hao Junmin by surprise. He had spent the previous day sleeping at home and hadn't he even glanced at any newspapers. He was astonished to learn that Su Bai had performed so splendidly once again. Haha, you seem to show little concern for your younger brother. I have watched the match video, and to be honest, he is undoubtedly far superior to Bejelab. Raoul did not hold back, even with Bejelab standing right beside him. This led to an awkward expression on Hao Junmin's face. Bejelab clearly heard the remarks, but upon realizing it was Raoul speaking, he could only feign deafness. Soon, Hughes and Magath strolled toward the training ground. To everyone's surprise, a young man with black hair stood behind them. Raoul maintained a neutral expression, but Hao Junmin looked utterly astonished. Could it be? Is that Su Bai? From today onward, the first team welcomes a new member, as you all should know. Su Bai from the U18 team. Magath stated calmly, turning to face Su Bai. Without hesitation, Su Bai confidently stepped forward, introducing himself. Hello everyone, my name is Su Bai, hailing from Yin country. I play as an attacking midfielder. After his introduction, Magath led the applause. Nodding in acknowledgement, Su Bai joined the team, naturally positioning himself next to Hao Junmin at the back. Meanwhile, Bejelab, who had just been mentioned by Raoul, turned his cold gaze toward the young man who had been proclaimed to be so much better than him. Chapter 44, Magath's tactical explanation. Iska Bejelab, 27 years of age, plays as an attacking midfielder. Last season, he transferred from Ligue 1's Monaco for a fee of €2.3 million, serving as the central figure in Monaco's midfield. Upon his arrival at Schalke 04, he immediately showcased his midfield prowess. Last season, with his assistants, Schalke 04 achieved an admirable 4th place in the league. However, this season has marked a stark contrast. The sluggish Bejelab appears to have been thoroughly analyzed by opposing teams. In the 2 matches that have transpired, whenever an opponent deploys a closely marking defensive midfielder against him, Bejelab instantly resembles a headless chicken. Whether in dribbling or passing, his tendency to hesitate disrupts the team's cohesion. This has led many fans, who once regarded him as a darling of the previous season, to view him with newfound scrutiny. Already in a sour mood, Bejelab could only suppress his frustration upon hearing Raoul's criticism, feeling angered yet powerless. Just as he felt the need to vent his frustrations, Su Bai unexpectedly joined the first team. Consequently, Bejelab naturally directed his discontent towards Su Bai, while the team members applauded Su Bai's arrival. Whether genuinely or out of mere obligation, at the very least, everyone was smiling and clapping. In stark contrast, Bejelab dismissed even the pretense of applause. In his eyes, How could a mere child from the Far East possibly compare to a French league prodigy like himself? The 2 consecutive league losses not only rendered Magath somewhat anxious, but also stripped the first-team players of their usual joviality during training. Given that it was the first training session after the conclusion of the league, Magath refrained from organizing any internal matches. The players engaged in their respective recovery training, while Su Bai quietly observed the first team. The entire first team comprises approximately 30 individuals. Among them, the main players are merely those 11, while the remaining 20, aside from 2 goalkeepers, are engaged in a fierce competition for the limited playing spots available. The most numerous among them are the midfielders. Including Su Bai, there are precisely 5 attacking midfielders. Yet, the seasoned coach Magath has consistently employed a double defensive midfielder strategy, which implies that only one can take the field. The challenge is nothing short of hellish. However, compared to the current vacant-eyed Hao Junmin, Su Bai possesses a slight advantage, as Magath has already promised him playing time in the cup matches. Su Bai, you truly have talent. I was worried whether you could maintain your form in the U18, and now, just a few days later, you've jumped straight to the first team. Upon witnessing Su Bai standing before him, Hao Junmin couldn't help but express his admiration. He had sensed Su Bai's potential during their initial training session, and to his astonishment, the young talent had indeed ascended to the first team in such a short span. Brother Hao, I'm just fortunate, Su Bai replied, feeling a bit bashful in light of Hao Junmin's praise. To be frank, his promotion to the first team felt somewhat undeserved. Yet he refrained from voicing such thoughts to others. As long as he could navigate through these initial days and elevate his ball control to 80, the Bundesliga would likely suffice, and by then, his own abilities would speak for themselves, warding off any criticism. The morning training session concluded swiftly. Following lunch with Hao Junmin at the cafeteria, Su Bai entered the tactical briefing room for the first time alongside the first team. What is referred to as the tactical briefing room is, in essence, merely a conference room with a significantly large television. Su Bai sat at the back alongside Hao Junmin, while the first team regulars occupied the front rows. In the Bundesliga, hierarchy is omnipresent. Lacking the requisite skill means relegation to the periphery, even when merely attending a lecture. Soon, Magath strode into the room, silencing the previously boisterous crowd. The assistant coach promptly activated the television, which displayed footage from the recent match against Koppes, evidently edited for brevity. The previous game was a source of disgrace, a disgrace entirely wrought by your actions. I wish to refrain from further elaboration for our upcoming away match. I hope the issues I have addressed today will not resurface. Firstly, the midfield. For heaven's sake, how many times must I reiterate that the midfield should not be overly intricate? Pass the ball promptly. Why must you delay? Observe here. With that, Magath turned his gaze to the television, while the assistant coach began to play the footage. The scene depicted a counterattack opportunity for Schalke 04. Huntelaar had already made his run, yet the newly received ball by Bjelub was not immediately forwarded. Instead, he opted to halt the ball with his left foot, shifting it to his right before finally looking to pass. This unnecessary delay placed the advancing Huntelaar in an offside position. Upon reaching this point, Magath cast a glance at Bjelub, saying nothing further as he continued the playback. Subsequently, the scene of Schalke conceding a goal unfolded. Nearly an hour was devoted to a meticulous tactical explanation. Magath elaborated extensively on man-marking and the positional movements of each player. Su Bai was genuinely taken aback. To be honest, although he had played football for a considerable duration, he had never before encountered such professional tactical discourse, whether in the Yin country or at Dortmund. Magath's words seemed to unlock a door for him. Many tactical concepts and positional issues that he had previously struggled to comprehend suddenly became clear. Hey, let us go. Su Bai, what are you doing? Noticing that Su Bai was still sitting in a daze, Hao Junmin nudged him. Oh, right. I was a bit distracted. The old man is somewhat rigid. Everyone understands these concepts, yet he insists on reiterating them after each match. However, repeating it seems futile. Take that Bjelub fellow. For instance, his habit of switching feet has become ingrained, and unless he is substituted, who can alter years of entrenched habits? Su Bai nodded in agreement. Hao Junmin was correct. This first team is composed of seasoned veterans. Players like Raoul, to be frank, may even possess a deeper understanding of tactics than Magath himself. For them, such discussions are utterly superfluous. Yet, for Su Bai, this was precisely what he needed. Now, when he is able to deliver exquisite passes during matches, it is entirely due to the system. Without the systematic passing routes, even if he were at the pinnacle of his passing ability, he would remain oblivious to when and what to pass. His greatest flaw lies in his penchant for making preparations in advance. Ever since the system was established, he has been plagued by the worry of what might happen if it were to suddenly vanish. Fortunately, Ma Jiej, this elderly gentleman, serves as his new instructional guide, meticulously elucidating his tactical arrangements from beginning to end. Following this, the team members gradually trickled into the gym to enhance their strength and conditioning. Hao Junmin also joined, but Su Bai found himself bereft of time for such exercises. Clutching the ball, Su Bai once again ventured onto the training field, resolutely continuing his perspiring regimen. 7,576. During his training, Su Bai successfully elevated his ball control attribute to 76. Now, all that remained was to await the next day's grouping for the scrimmage. Just as Su Bai anxiously anticipated the confrontation, Bujilab, recently emerged from the gym, cast a disdainful glare at Su Bai, who was diligently training on the field. Chapter 45, Top 10 in World Football? What is going on? Xiaofeng, what are you doing? I need to check the weather forecast. Why are you fiddling with the channels? Dad, today is Monday. I must watch World Football. Damn it, you little rascal. Every Monday you act like a lunatic. What is the point of watching that trivial game with dozens of people kicking a worn-out ball? You wouldn't understand. I am watching World Football. Not the Chinese Super League, nor the Yin Nation team. Nobody criticizes it. Nobody criticizes? What do foreigners have to watch? There are no Yin people there, so what's the point? Oh, you just don't get it. In a neighborhood of Magic City, within the Yin Nation, Li Xiaofeng, as per his usual routine, snatched the remote control from his father's hands. Soon, the opening theme of Football World resonated through the room. We warmly welcome everyone to tune in at precisely 7:05 p.m. on Monday for the live broadcast of Football World. First, let us delve into the significant happenings in the football realm this week. Like Li Xiaofeng, countless ardent fans across Yin country are gathered around their television sets. Although Yin country may not boast the finest football, it certainly offers the most exceptional football programs in the world. Next, we present the top 10 goals from the global football arena this week. The 10th goal showcases a stunning volley from Paris Saint-Germain in Ligue 1 against their city rivals. One by one, the goals stirred Li Xiaofeng's fervor. Thunderous long shots, magnificent free kicks, and an array of skillful dribbles culminating in breathtaking goals. For football enthusiasts, Football World is akin to the joyous celebration of the new year. Now, onto the third goal. This exquisite team goal comes from the second round of the German Regional Liga. Presented by Schalke 04 U18, football remains the most exhilarating team sport. In the match that concluded last weekend between Schalke 04 and Magdeburg, Schalke 04 U18 exhibited a dazzling display of teamwork. Following a strategic change of play initiated by our young talent Su Bai, the team executed a series of intricate 1-2 combinations with his teammates. Finally, from the right side of the penalty area, he delivered a stunning backheeled pass with his left foot, finding the unmarked left winger. Su Bai's passes traversed the iron defense of Magdeburg like a splendid rainbow painted across the garden pitch. Excitement index, difficulty index, overall rating, 4.5 stars. In this match, our young talent Su Bai achieved a remarkable assist hat-trick for the second consecutive game, leading Schalke 04 U18 to victory against the visiting Magdeburg. Li Xiaofeng was left in a state of disbelief. What is happening? The German Third League? A player from Yin country? Scoring such beautiful team play goals? Most astonishingly, a hat-trick of assists for 2 consecutive matches. Li Xiaofeng was so taken aback that he scarcely noticed the subsequent goals, rushing straight to his room. What was wrong with this kid, who insisted on watching television, only to dash back again? In a frenzy, Li Xiaofeng hurried to his room and swiftly powered on his computer, typing Su Bai into the search engine. Upon hitting confirm, a plethora of information regarding Su Bai flooded his screen. From the breathtaking long-range shot in his debut match, each assist unfolded before him like a vivid tableau. It was then that he discovered the pinned post about Su Bai on the Yin Country Football Forum. The world of football boasts millions of devoted fans in Yin country, and the top 10 plays are beloved by all, especially the exhilarating music accompanying the top highlights. In that moment, a player from Yin country appeared in the most thrilling top 10 plays. Moreover, this goal was a testament to Su Bai's individual brilliance as he orchestrated every pass, directing his teammates' movements with finesse. In the final moments, There was that exhilarating assist reminiscent of a vibrant rainbow. This was in the year 2010, during the era when Barcelona captivated football fans worldwide. Every team yearned for a mastermind akin to Xavi. The emergence of Su Bai served as a soothing balm for countless fans whose spirits had been shattered by the national team's performance. Enthusiastic supporters fervently began to search for Su Bai's name online. Of course, Su Bai remained blissfully unaware of it all, as he was already asleep due to the time difference. With Ben Kaisher still in the hospital, Su Bai found himself alone in the dormitory. Despite his elevation to the first team, his training regimen had not changed in the slightest. After the first team's training concluded, Su Bai dedicated himself to an additional 6 hours of practice, pushing his physical limits until he had exhausted all his energy before returning to his room. At 5 in the morning, he rose promptly, tidied up slightly, and opened the door to resume his training. By 8 o'clock, he had finally accumulated 10 hours of training points. Seizing the opportunity on his way to the first team training ground, he quickly elevated his ball control to 77. At this point, Su Bai's entire being had become data-driven. All his training efforts coalesced into training values, allowing the system to concentrate his endeavors for the rapid improvement of specific attributes. This method was indeed the most efficient way to enhance his skills. Upon arriving at the training facility, Su Bai encountered Hao Junmin. Here comes the superstar. To his surprise, before he could even greet him, Hao Junmin approached him with a warm smile and inquired directly, "What is this, Hao Gu? Do not jest with me. I am hardly a prominent football star. You are perhaps unaware, but last night, Tianxia Football ranked you among the top 10. Several friends from back home have been calling to inquire about you. The folks from Luaning even asked if you would be interested in returning to China. I promptly declined on your behalf." The words of Hao Junmin astonished Su Bai as well. "What on earth is happening? How did you end up on Tianxia Football? It was merely you and that U18 lad collaborating to advance the ball and assist with the goal." Su Bai appeared somewhat incredulous, prompting Hao Junmin to quickly interject. "Oh, that incident. It was just that. How could it warrant a feature on Tianxia Football? I have several other contributions that didn't receive such recognition. Alas, you rascal. They are implying your weight, and yet you are still in the limelight. Do you not realize how many envy you? In any case, on the forums, everyone is extolling your virtues. And there are even comments on the official website of the youth national team urging them to hastily recruit you for the World U20 Championship qualifiers. The old man has arrived. Cease your chatter. He seems to be in a foul mood lately. Do not provoke him." Just as he spoke, Hao Junmin noticed Magath approaching and quickly cautioned everyone. The once chattering first-team players fell silent, standing in formation. At that moment, Magath, with a grim expression, made his way toward them. After 2 consecutive losses in the league, Magath has been enduring quite a difficult time. Reporters have been ruthlessly disparaging Schalke 04, and naturally, as the head coach, he finds himself at the center of the storm. Not only have journalists criticized his incompetence, but even the fans have begun to call for Magath's immediate dismissal. What is most infuriating is his inability to defend himself. Having suffered a defeat to Kapis, what could he possibly say? Should he assert that the fans lack understanding of the game, unaware that losses can have their reasons? 10 laps. There is little more to be said. Observing the first-team players, each appearing utterly listless, Magath commanded this group of stars to commence their most despised punishment on the training ground, running laps. Chapter 46. Bullying Brother San? Su Bai is not inclined to indulge in such bad habits. 10 laps may not seem excessive for professional athletes. Naturally, upon completion, the majority felt a slight weariness. However, for Su Bai, it was a mere trifle. With an initial stamina score of 88, his attributes are commendable even by Bundesliga standards. After the laps concluded, Magath allowed the players a brief respite of 10 minutes. All right, time for scrimmage. Teams A and B remain unchanged. Magath placed great emphasis on intra-team scrimmages. Due to the abundance of substitutes, he would simulate the formations of the upcoming opponents during weekly practice matches. Admittedly, Team B's level lags significantly behind Team A. Yet these training matches at least provide Magath with insights into areas where the A team needs improvement before the actual games. Regrettably, Su Bai, having just joined the first team, did not even qualify for Team B. Meanwhile, Hao Junmin was assigned to the right-back position of Team B, where his playmaking abilities had garnered Magath's high expectations. However, it is rather unfortunate that, perhaps due to his inherent disposition, Hao Junmin has yet to integrate into the team even after spending half a season with them. The training match between Team A and Team B commenced shortly thereafter, proceeding in a manner consistent with previous encounters. From the outset, Team A exerted pressure on Team B. Schalke, not being a footballing powerhouse, possesses limited bench depth, and many players on Team B are merely of Bundesliga 2 caliber. Faced with such opponents, Team A dominated the match effortlessly. Nevertheless, what set this training session apart was the unusual behavior of Bauchalab, the primary attacking midfielder for Team A, who consistently focused his assaults on the right flank of Team B. In the 3rd minute of the match, after receiving a pass from Huntelaar, Bauchalab surged towards the right side, where Hao Junmin was positioned. Upon encountering Bauchalab, Hao Junmin instinctively attempted to reclaim possession. However, with exquisite footwork, Bauchalab deftly nudged the ball forward, allowing it to slip right through Hao Junmin's legs, a classic nutmeg. To be candid, such a maneuver had never been witnessed during training sessions among teammates. This method of dribbling is considered one of the most humiliating. Following this audacious display, Bauchalab provocatively glanced at Su Bai, who stood on the sidelines. As the quintessential good-natured player, Hao Junmin did not allow this humiliation to incite anger. Instead, he turned to maintain his defensive posture against Bauchalab. To everyone's surprise, Bauchalab, who could have easily cleared the ball, chose instead to advance further towards Hao Junmin with the ball at his feet. To speak candidly, placing Sangu in the position of a fullback truly seems rather unfair to him, as Hao Junmin, who has consistently played as an attacking midfielder, possesses notably poor defensive capabilities. Thus, during their second encounter, Bauchalab merely feigned left before cutting right, seamlessly bypassing Hao Junmin, and subsequently delivered an exquisite lofted pass to Huntelaar within the penalty area. Huntelaar unleashed a powerful strike, and the ball found its way into Team B's net. 1 o'clock. It was merely a training match, so there was no celebration. However, it was evident that Hao Junmin's expression reflected a sense of embarrassment. On the sidelines, Magath maintained an impassive demeanor. Yet, Raoul immediately sensed the shift in atmosphere. His gaze, tinged with irritation, fell upon the self-satisfied Bauchalab, prompting Bauchalab to awkwardly retract his smile. In the 7th minute of the match, Bauchalab once again brought the ball towards Hao Junmin, yielding the same result. Collaborating with the team's left winger, Aynan, they executed a simple 1-2 pass. Aynan then delivered a long ball into the penalty area, finding Raoul, who effortlessly headed it into the goal. 2 o'clock. In a mere 7 minutes, Team B had conceded twice, both times due to issues stemming from Hao Junmin's side. Team B's players began to voice their grievances, while Magath furrowed his brow in concern. On the sidelines, Su Bai watched with growing anxiety. Although he was unaware of the specifics, it was clear that the player in possession was intentionally targeting Hao Junmin. Despite the right flank being unoccupied, he continued to exploit the left side. Following this, Bauchalab intensified his efforts, persistently focusing on breaking through Hao Junmin's defenses. All the attacks were directed towards Hao Junmin. 3-0, 4-0. Within a mere 25 minutes, a team had scored 4 goals, all due to Hao Junmin's shortcomings. What on earth is happening? Finally, after the 4th goal conceded, B team's goalkeeper, Matthias Schieber, could no longer contain his frustration and erupted in a furious tirade towards Hao Junmin. Aware of his own shortcomings, Hao Junmin lowered his head in silence. However, Matthias Schieber, seeing Hao Junmin's bowed head, mistakenly believed he was being insulted and stormed towards him. "Are you even listening to me? You from Yin country?" Upon confronting Hao Junmin, he aggressively shoved him. At that moment, teammates rushed in to intervene. Just as Matthias Schieber was about to unleash another verbal assault on Hao Junmin, he was suddenly grasped by the chin. Standing before him was the fiery newcomer from the reserve team. "If you mention Yin country again, I will knock out your front teeth. One word, one tooth." Su Bai's eyes glinted with icy determination as he held Matthias Schieber firmly. For a moment, Matthias Schieber was taken aback. Despite having the advantage in height, he had never encountered eyes that radiated such a chilling intensity. That gaze, it felt as if it could truly end his life. Matthias Schieber faltered, accustomed to bullying the gentle and unassuming Hao Junmin. He found himself at a loss when faced with the fierce Su Bai. "Stop. What do you intend to do?" At that moment, Magath rushed over, surprised to see Matthias Schieber, who seemed to be as helpless as a chick being squeezed by Su Bai. This fellow stands at a towering height of nearly 1.9 meters, yet he appeared utterly intimidated. Nonetheless, astonishment aside, Su Bai had already stirred up trouble on his very first day of training. Magath felt it was imperative to temper this fellow's temperament. Release him. Do you intend to strike a teammate? Upon noticing Magath's approach, Su Bai released his grip. At that moment, Hao Junmin stepped in front of Su Bai, saying, I apologize, boss. This incident is entirely my doing and has nothing to do with Su Bai. Hao Junmin was deeply moved by Su Bai's defense of him, yet upon seeing Magath approach, he felt a pang of anxiety. After all, Su Bai had just joined the first team. If he were to be sent back to the U18 squad for standing up for him, how could he live with that? Matthias Schieber had been spewing vitriol, disparaging others with derogatory remarks. Raul, unable to bear the situation any longer, stepped forward to speak out. Seeing Raul take a stand, Magath found himself at a loss for words. Furthermore, he had observed Hao Junmin being targeted repeatedly, yet as the head coach, what could he say? This was professional football. He couldn't simply instruct the players not to attack Hao Junmin. It was frustrating to witness the chaotic state of team training. Out of sight, out of mind. Magath adjusted his glasses and turned to leave, knowing that the 30-minute scrimmage was nearing its conclusion. The subsequent recovery training would not require his oversight. It is evident that internal issues within the team have come to light. Magath, being an experienced coach, has always adopted a laissez-faire approach towards the factionalism that arises within the squad. In the absence of conflict, how could he possibly exert his authority as the head coach? As Magath departed, the players who had just been huddled together began to turn and leave one by one. Matthias recast a fierce glance at Su Bai before following Bujarab out. Uchida Atsudo from the land of the rising sun initially intended to offer some words of comfort to Hao Junmin. But upon observing that the other first-team players were gravitating towards Bujarab, he seemed to comprehend the situation and halted his steps. Thank you, Su Bai. Haha. Tonight it's on me. Let us have a sumptuous meal to celebrate Su Bai's promotion to the first team. Although Raul had recently joined Schalke, he had endured far more complex power struggles within the Real Madrid locker room. Compared to the dynamics of Schalke, the environment at Real Madrid was truly ruthless. Witnessing the evident isolation of Su Bai and Hao Junmin by the local players, he immediately embraced both of them, declaring, "What are you talking about? Count me in." At that moment, the first team's key midfielder, Gerardo, approached, having keenly sensed the unusual atmosphere within the squad. As a player from Spain, he naturally aligned himself with Raul's faction. The training ground at Schalke was now marked by a clear division, with Su Bai, Hao Junmin, Raul, and Gerardo gathered together, engaged in conversation. Uchida Atsudo followed closely behind Bujelab and a group of local players from the tank country. Chapter 47. Daniel, who could be more unfortunate than I? Boss. It seems the team is facing some issues. After training, Hughes Eve entered Magath's office. Inside, the old man lounged in his chair with his legs crossed on the desk. Lost in thought, noticing that Magath was not engaging with him, Hughes Eve wisely chose to silence himself, organized his documents, and exited the room. For Magath, the current state of the team barely registered on his radar. Ever since leading Wolfsburg to the Bundesliga championship in 2009, Magath had been intent on crafting a squad capable of clinching the Champions League title. However, the higher-ups at Wolfsburg had no such ambitions. After the season ended, they sold off all the key players. Witnessing the avaricious demeanor of the club's management, Magath became disheartened and departed from Wolfsburg, seeking glory with Schalke 04. Presently, Schalke 04 faced significant midfield dilemmas. He required not the traditional type of midfielder, particularly after enduring 2 matches where Bujelab's sluggish ball distribution had tested his patience. What Schalke needed was a player capable of rapid transitions, possessing exceptional passing quality for swift exchanges. In that moment, Magath's mind briefly flickered to Su Bai. But he quickly dismissed that notion. Although Su Bai demonstrated commendable passing skills, he remained rather youthful. If he could endure until the winter break, it was imperative that he sought a midfield player suitable for his style in the transfer market. As for the present, let Bujelab form his factions. He was merely a grasshopper in autumn. On another note, as Raul had mentioned, following the conclusion of training, Raul, Hao Junmin, Su Bai, and Haladu promptly drove to the most opulent Western restaurant in Gelsenkirchen, Billamite Benelong. The establishment's crowning glory was its extraordinarily delectable caviar, albeit at prices that could make one gasp. The 4 of them casually spent 20,000 euros on a single meal, with Hao Junmin and Raul vying to pick up the tab. As for Su Bai, he was so financially strained that he could almost contemplate pawning his own underwear. Thus, he was naturally excluded from such a situation. At the dining table, Raul, The epitome of a gentleman, was engaging and shared some insider anecdotes from the Real Madrid dressing room with Su Bai and the others. He spoke of the Samba faction, the bullfighters, and the youthful contingent surrounding St. Casillas. Like an older brother, Raul imparted his years of off-field experiences without reservation to the three individuals before him. It was only at this moment that Su Bai comprehended the reality. Football was not as untainted as he had envisioned. To truly integrate into the team, one either needed to possess an intimidating reputation and prowess akin to that of Cristiano Ronaldo, or maintain a wishy-washy demeanor like Uchida at Sudo on the pitch. After their dinner, Paladu suggested they visit a nightclub for some leisure. However, Su Bai politely declined, citing his underage status. It was not that he lacked the desire to go. Su Bai was truly reluctant to squander his training points. He had spent nearly 2 hours dining. After hailing a taxi, it was just before 8 o'clock when Su Bai once again found himself at the training ground. In the following days, Su Bai tirelessly repeated his training regimen. The team, once distinctly divided, surprisingly began to harmonize. Of course, this was under the watchful eye of Magath. Hao Junmin remained a member of the B team, while Su Bai continued to be a substitute, one who had yet to see any time on the field. After all, internal practice matches lasted only 30 minutes. There was hardly any time to allow substitutes to play. On Friday morning, Magath announced the 18-man roster for the weekend's match. Naturally, Su Bai, who couldn't even make the B team, was not included. Fortunately, Hao Junmin once again secured a place on the list. During these days, an unexpected incident occurred. U18 head coach Daniel was hospitalized. The cause was not trivial. Upon learning that Su Bai had been promoted to the first team, a furious Daniel was momentarily overwhelmed, suffering a heart attack. This left the players at the training ground in shock. As the ambulance took Daniel away, many players wept in despair. Just as the team began to show signs of improvement, within days, the main attacking midfielder was injured, another had left, and the head coach had succumbed. Upon hearing the news, Su Bai withdrew some money and purchased fruit to visit Daniel in the hospital. However, it seemed that Su Bai's visit only exacerbated Daniel's condition. Daniel, known for his irascibility, couldn't help but reflect on his own experiences when he laid eyes on Su Bai. After 5 days of rigorous training, Su Bai had accumulated a commendable 6 attribute points. Just as he was brimming with enthusiasm, poised to elevate his ball control to 82. An unexpected turn of events transpired. Upon raising his ball control to 80, he was disheartened to discover that the once vibrant green plus sign had vanished. The system promptly elucidated the situation to him. It turned out there were limitations imposed on the allocation of upgrade points. As it stood, Su Bai could only elevate his other attributes to a maximum of 80 as well. Subsequently, he would need to enhance his overall attributes to at least 75 before he could continue to upgrade any single attribute beyond 80. To compound his frustration, the training value required for attributes beyond 80 had effectively doubled. Previously, it took 10 hours to gain a single point, but now it demanded 30 hours. Moreover, the cap was set at a mere 85. Beyond that threshold, the system offered no further explanation. This revelation left Su Bai feeling quite vexed. Wasn't this system merely imposing another layer of restriction upon him? Initially, he had aspired to diligently max out his ball control before augmenting his other attributes. But now he found himself compelled to focus on enhancing the others first. Fortunately, reaching 80 was still sufficient to compete in the Bundesliga. It is noteworthy that the average Bundesliga player typically hovers between 75 and 80, with only the core members of each team surpassing that range. Reflecting on his previous experience with Pro Evolution Soccer 2022, Su Bai distinctly recalled that even Messi's rating was a mere 92, which stood as the pinnacle. With no peer in sight, Neymar's rating is merely 91. In the Bundesliga, possessing an 80 in ball control, coupled with Iniesta's exquisite skill card, he is more than equipped to handle ordinary matches. Youth is on his side, there is no rush. In the blink of an eye, he could reach the pinnacle of attributes, but Su Bai himself feels such a scenario would lack challenge. Admittedly, this sentiment serves as a self-comfort for Su Bai, for who among us does not yearn for effortless leveling, delivering a devastating strike of 999 and showering the screen with loot. With an attacking prowess of 69, ball control at 80, passing at a perfect 100, shooting at 65, heading at 68, set pieces at 6, curling shots at 66, speed at 80, strength at 75, jumping ability at 74, physical contact at 72, stamina at 88, defense at 58, and tackling at 65, his overall evaluation stands at 70 at the tender age of 17. As Su Bai upgraded his ball control to 80, his overall rating ascended to 70. The next step is to determine which attributes require enhancement. There is no necessity to improve stamina. His current strength suffices for the present passing demands. Shooting? Although Su Bai aspires to be a forward, to secure an earlier opportunity in the Bundesliga, he reluctantly relinquished the idea of upgrading his shooting abilities. At this stage, with the aid of a passing trajectory feature, offense can be momentarily deferred. However, it is an enhancement that must eventually be addressed, as this passing trajectory could vanish like a novice aid at any moment. After much deliberation, Su Bai ultimately allocated his remaining 3 attribute points to physical contact. Much like the fierce battles witnessed in the Bundesliga, the scene was a cacophony of chaos and carnage. Without even a modicum of balance, the prospect of Su Bai controlling the ball was nothing short of a fanciful delusion. Ding, ding, ding. With 3 successive notifications, Su Bai had expended all the attribute points he had tirelessly accumulated over the past week. Offense: 69 ball control, 80 passing, 100 shooting, 65 heading, 68 set pieces, 66 curved shots, 66 speed, 80 foot strength, 75 jumping, 74 physical contact, 75 stamina, 88 defense, 58 tackling, 65 overall rating, 70 age, 17 gazing at his newly minted attributes. Su Bai exited the system with a smile. Saturday arrived, and although he was not on the official roster, he was finally able to experience a Bundesliga match live for the very first time. Chapter 48. The debut approaches. The shy third brother as a member of the first team, Su Bai naturally did not require a ticket. Accompanying his fellow teammates, he sat in the stands of the Garden Stadium, viewing the event from an observer's perspective for the first time. It was unclear how the National Football Association had orchestrated the schedule. The first 3 rounds of the league saw Schalke 04 playing entirely at home, followed by 3 consecutive away matches. Nevertheless, this arrangement had its merits, at the very least. Su Bai would have the opportunity to witness the caliber of his first team up close. By just before 7 o'clock in the evening, the Garden Stadium was already brimming with spectators. Despite the team's 2 consecutive defeats, the loyal Schalke fans remained steadfast, waving their flags and fervently cheering for their beloved team. Just now, Ben Kaisi called Su Bai. In the recently concluded DFB Pokal match, Schalke 04 U18, lacking both Su Bai and Ben Kaisi, suffered a humiliating defeat at the hands of Hamburg U18, losing 0-6. Ben Kaisi jestingly rebuked Su Bai for his lack of loyalty, criticizing him for abandoning the U18 team at a critical moment. Su Bai found himself at a loss for words. To be honest, even if he had been present, it likely would not have made much difference. Without Daniel's on-site guidance and Ben Kaisi's collaboration, he alone would have been unable to turn the tide. Hey, isn't that the fiery young lad from the U18 team? Suddenly, a middle-aged man behind Su Bai shouted out, "Fiery lad," glancing around at his teammates. He noticed how Jumin's still sitting on the bench. Was he talking about me? Su Bai turned to look. Haha, Su, you've actually made it to the first team. Haha. I knew our criticisms of that old man Magath would bear fruit. Just last week we were talking, and now here you are in the first team. Why aren't you on the pitch? You're far better than that useless Bujlap. The middle-aged man, visibly excited at catching Su Bai's attention, recounted how he had witnessed Su Bai's dazzling midfield performance in the previous match. He pounded his chest, enthusiastically sharing tales of Su Bai's prowess in U18, while also taking a jab at their own midfielders' lackluster performances in the last 2 matches. Su Bai merely smiled, choosing not to engage further. He was keen to avoid any situation where he might be caught in a scandalous exchange with fans regarding the coach or teammates. The match was about to commence. The Garden Stadium, with its over 50,000 seats, was today a veritable sea of spectators. The fervent atmosphere of the home ground left Su Bai utterly astounded. Such an overwhelming sensation cannot be captured through a television screen. Only by being present in the stadium can one truly experience the exhilarating thrill that even sends shivers down one's spine. Today, Schalke 04 faced Borussia Mönchengladbach, both teams having endured 2 winless matches. On paper, Schalke 04 possessed a considerable advantage over Mönchengladbach, who have been languishing in the relegation zone. The match unfolded accordingly, as Schalke 04 exerted complete dominance over their opponents from the very beginning. They navigated the midfield with remarkable ease, especially against a team that seemed to operate at nearly a second-tier level. Within the first 10 minutes, Bugelab delivered a precise cross from the right flank, and Huntelaar deftly headed the ball towards the goal, outpacing the Mönchengladbach defenders. Although the Mönchengladbach goalkeeper miraculously deflected the shot at the last moment, the alert RAI was quick to pounce on the rebound, marking his first goal for Schalke 04. Following the goal, the former Real Madrid prince gracefully kissed his ring and celebrated towards the corner flag, igniting the stadium with exuberant cheers and raucous shouts. The fans waved their team flags frantically, brandishing their scarves with fervor. In that instant, Su Bai felt as though he had been set ablaze. This is football. This is the true global sport, unrivaled even by basketball. The eyes of tens of thousands were fixated upon the elegant and charismatic figure on the pitch. Su Bai. Like the fervent fans around him, joyfully shouted Raul's name. In a moment of reverie, he gazed enviously at Raul, who was the center of everyone's attention. When would he be able to shine like Raul? Raul's goal ignited a fervent offensive surge for Schalke 04. With no high-pressing tactics to contend with, Borussia Mönchengladbach found themselves trapped in their half, subjected to relentless pressure from Schalke 04. Moreover, the remarkable passing prowess of Bugelab, who was closely marked by the opponents, was on full display. In the 15th minute of the match, Bugelab, after astutely observing his teammates' movements, delivered a meticulously executed lob pass that found the advancing left winger, Annan. Without pausing for control, Annan unleashed a thunderous volley that struck the net like a cannonball, piercing through the Borussia Mönchengladbach goal. Despite this goal, there was no sign of exhilaration on Magath's face on the sidelines. The score stood at 2-0. Shortly thereafter, as the first half drew to a close, Raul added to the tally with a beautifully executed flick, elevating the score to 3-0. With a comfortable lead, Magath opted for player rotations in the second half. Hao Junmin made his appearance from the bench, much to Su Bai's delight, who hurriedly pulled out his old camera to capture the moment. After 2 games on the sidelines, Hao Junmin showcased his offensive capabilities. In the 62nd minute, he skillfully navigated past the Borussia Mönchengladbach right back and delivered a long pass that found Raul, who deftly redirected the ball with a header into the net. A hat-trick. Simultaneously, Sang celebrated his first assist of the season. Following the goal, Raul exuberantly rushed to embrace Hao Junmin, enveloping Sang in his arms. Faced with the multitude of cameras from the sidelines, Sang, caught in Raul's affectionate grasp, couldn't help but feel a tinge of bashfulness. Ultimately, the match concluded in a resounding victory for Schalke. Raul, having performed a hat-trick, graciously invited the entire team to indulge in a night of revelry at the finest nightclub in Gelsenkirchen. Initially reluctant to join, Su Bai was enthusiastically urged by the slightly exhilarated Hao Junmin, who had also secured an assist, to attend. To everyone's surprise, the usually sober Su Bai emerged as the most formidable presence that night, successfully outdrinking the goalkeeper Neuer, renowned for his considerable drinking prowess. This unexpected turn endeared Su Bai to many, as in the land of the war machine, where alcohol consumption is often a badge of honor for successful men. Drinking capacity holds significant weight. Alas, poor Sang was the first to succumb to inebriation. Fortunately, with Su Bai's assistance, they managed to secure a taxi. And by the time they returned home, it was already 2 in the morning. Li Qian, witnessing the utterly drunken state of Hao Junmin, could only shake her head in exasperation. Despite her attempts to persuade Su Bai to stay the night, she ultimately settled for cautioning him to be careful on his way home. The following day, Su Bai, unusually, did not rise early. It was not until 11 in the morning that he stirred, rubbing his head. After a quick bite, he hurriedly made his way to the training ground. After all, Thursday marked the first match promised to him by Magath, the first round of the War Machine Cup. Schalke 04 versus Hannover 96. Just 2 days remained until Su Bai's debut for the first team. Chapter 49. The dawn of the twin stars of the Flame Nation on a Monday morning. The Schalke 04 team engaged in restorative training under the guidance of Magath. The resounding victory over the weekend had fostered a harmonious atmosphere within the squad, dispelling the previous day's tension. Bentaleb, surprisingly, approached Raul in a bid to befriend him. However, Raul remained largely unresponsive, continuing to associate with Su Bai, Hao Junmin, and a few others. Conversely, due to the weekend's revelries, Su Bai unexpectedly found himself growing closer to several teammates, particularly Neuer. A single defeat at the dining table had left Neuer viewing Su Bai in a new light, persistently inviting him for another round of competition. "Boss, how do we handle the cup match on Thursday? Our schedule is quite tight. Once we finish with Hanover, we must head to Frankfurt." Hughes was exasperated as he glanced at the itinerary. Damn the Football Association. What kind of ridiculous tournament format is this? 2 away games. This is utterly exhausting. Magath echoed Hughes' frustrations regarding the association's arrangements. Although he did not place much emphasis on the cup, the significance of the first match loomed large. An early exit could reignite the discontent of the fans that had just begun to subside. "Shouldn't we allow the team a brief respite? Perhaps split the squad?" Hughes suggested, eyeing the vexing schedule. "It seems we have no choice. Completely abandoning the cup is impractical. Let Raul and the others rest, deploy half the starters, and let the substitutes take the field." Magath promptly retrieved the team's roster and began contemplating the starting lineup for Thursday. "Well, Su Bai?" Concerned that Magath might forget his promise to Su Bai, Hughes offered a kind reminder. "I understand. Let him play a half." Magath certainly cannot forget his commitment to provide Su Bai with an opportunity. Moreover, the lad has been spending considerable time training alongside Raul and has shown commendable diligence. Granting him a chance in the cup match is not unreasonable. The pressing question now is whether to place him on the bench or start him directly. The image of Su Bai gripping Matthias Skieber's chin brings an involuntary smile to Magath's face. With that fiery temperament, if he isn't given a starting position, he might accuse me of being stingy. With that thought, Magath promptly inscribed Su Bai's name on the starting lineup. After all, with the first team on the field, handling Hanover 96 should pose no significant challenge. Next, Magath turned his attention to the position of the fullback. What to do about Hao Junmin? To be candid, he cannot compare to the outstanding Uchida Atsudo from Japan in that role. Yet, given that it is a cup match, perhaps, at this moment, Su Bai, engrossed in intensifying his attributes on the field, remained blissfully unaware that he had already secured a spot on Magath's starting roster. After a day and a half of training, by 11 o'clock that evening, Su Bai finally accumulated 2 more points. Without hesitation, he allocated them entirely to body balance. As his body balance reached 77, Su Bai could feel his muscles hardening significantly, though the system's enhancements did not visibly alter his appearance. If one were to slumber and awaken the next day with a surge of muscle, there would be no need for Su Bai to elucidate anything. It is likely he would promptly be summoned to the laboratory for dissection. On Tuesday morning, Magath unveiled the 18-man roster heading to the capital of Lower Saxony, Hanover. Both Hao Junmin and Su Bai were included among the selected players. Upon hearing Su Bai's name announced, Hao Junmin and Raul couldn't help but feel a genuine sense of joy for him, as the team was to embark on a flight directly to Hanover. The morning's training session was primarily of a relaxing nature. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the entire Schalke 04 squad boarded the plane destined for Hanover. After a flight of just over an hour, they landed at Hanover Airport. Speaking of Hanover 96, it is a venerable club with a history spanning over a century. Established on April 12, 1896, the club was initially named Hanover 1896 Club. However, its illustrious history stands in stark contrast to its performance on the field. Since the inception of the Bundesliga in 1963, Hanover has predominantly navigated the waters of the second division for over 50 years. The team's singular moment of glory came in 1992, when Hanover 96 surged to victory, claiming the National Cup and thereby averting the specter of bankruptcy. That year, Hanover 96 achieved the remarkable feat of eliminating Borussia Dortmund, VfL Bochum, Karlsruher SC, Werder Bremen, and Borussia Mönchengladbach, becoming the first second-division club in German football history to lift the DFB Pokal. This remains the sole commendable achievement that Hanover 96 can proudly present. Upon disembarking from the plane, the entire Schalke team boarded the bus sent over by Hanover. Su Bai and Hao Junmin occupied the last row of seats on the bus. Raul, having not made it onto the roster, did not accompany them this time. Consequently, the majority of the team gathered around Bujlab. While Su Bai chose to remain aloof from the commotion, Bujlab chattered incessantly about having numerous friends in Hanover, suggesting that after the match, he would treat the entire team to a delightful evening of relaxation. Uchida Atsudo, with a beaming smile, trailed behind Bujlab. Although he could not comprehend German, Uchida always offered a radiant smile whenever Bujlab spoke. Observing Uchida's sycophantic demeanor left Su Bai feeling somewhat queasy. "Su Bai," Hao Junmin queried, "when do you think you'll get to play in this match? I hope the coach grants you ample time." rather than only letting you on the field in the final minutes. Hao Junmin's mind was consumed with thoughts of whether Su Bai would get the chance to play and how he would perform. However, upon glancing at Su Bai's calm expression, he found himself at a loss for words. After spending a night at the hotel, the following morning, Magath led the players directly to the AWD Arena. Although Hannover 96 was a team in the second division, the AWD Arena was impressively constructed, boasting a capacity of 49,000 and facilities that met Bundesliga standards. Upon arrival at the venue, Magath wasted no time and instructed Hughes and If to announce the starting lineup. Forward, Huntelaar; left winger, Annan; right winger, Plyatzikas; attacking midfielder, Su Bai. Before he could finish speaking, Hao Junmin, filled with excitement, stealthily patted Su Bai on the back. However, while he reveled in his enthusiasm, Su Bai appeared utterly calm. At that moment, Hao Junmin was oblivious to the fact that the normally exuberant Su Bai was rendered expressionless by the sudden voice of the system. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. On your first starting appearance for the first team, the system rewards you with a perfect partner card, unlimited. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Su Bai was momentarily taken aback. The starting lineup from Magath continued to unfold. Attacking midfielder, Hao Junmin. This time, it was Hao Junmin who was left astonished. What? Has the old man changed his mind? How could he possibly allow him to return to the attacking midfielder position? Partnering with Su Bai? Were they truly going to experiment with a dual attacking midfield setup featuring the twin stars of Yin Country? Chapter 50. The exaggerated perfect partner card. In contrast to the elated Hao Junmin, the once jovial face of Bujlab suddenly turned serious. He glanced at the visibly pleased Hao Junmin, then cast a sideways look at Su Bai. With a scowl, he turned away. Damn it. Has the old man lost his senses? Allowing two inept players to start? Although Hannover 96 was weak, they were still a team in the Bundesliga. Could Bujlab's Schalke midfield possibly hold up against them? A useless fullback who had not played a single minute in 3 rounds, paired with a mere U18 rookie in the midfield. The thought made Bujlab smirk coldly. Now, it was merely a matter of watching how these two inept players would be toyed with come match day. After the announcement of the starting lineup, the team's adaptation training commenced. During the practice, there were no competitive matches. Magath merely provided brief guidance to Su Bai and Hao Junmin regarding Schalke's customary style of play. The primary objective in midfield was to maintain a reasonable possession rate while swiftly distributing the ball to the flanks whenever opportunities arose. This was the task assigned to Su Bai and Hao Junmin, positioned as dual attacking midfielders. Plyatzikas and Annan were both swift players for Schalke, complemented by Huntelaar's remarkable positioning ability. Magath's strategy focused on exploiting the wings, even if the midfield faltered. He believed he would still have the chance to substitute key players in the second half to turn the match around. At 7 o'clock on Thursday evening, the first round of the DFB Pokal was set to commence. As the team bus entered the AWD Arena, Magath hurriedly made his way to the pre-match press conference. While the cup competition may seem trivial for Schalke 04, it represented a significant event for Hannover 96, encompassing the entire team and even the city. With promotion to the Bundesliga appearing increasingly elusive, they had concentrated their efforts on the cup in recent seasons. After all, advancing in the cup not only satisfied the fans, but also provided substantial financial rewards through victory bonuses and lucrative broadcasting rights, which were considerable income for Hannover 96 during the season. Furthermore, last season, Hannover 96 reached the quarterfinals of the DFB Pokal, and although they were ultimately eliminated by Borussia Dortmund, it ignited a renewed hope among fans for their return to the Bundesliga. The venerable coach of Hannover 96 has presided over the team for 4 seasons. Although the club has yet to ascend to the Bundesliga, he has managed to maintain Hannover's position in the mid-table of the Bundesliga with minimal investment. Upon the arrival of Magath, who had been awaited for some time, Milmaven graciously greeted him. The media presence was relatively sparse, primarily consisting of local reporters from Hannover. As soon as Magath took his seat, the journalists eagerly raised their hands to ask questions. After acknowledging Milmaven, Magath pointed to a reporter. Good day, Mr. Magath. I am Kevin, a journalist from Hannover Football News. What are your expectations for the upcoming match against Hannover 96? It was a rather conventional inquiry. Indeed, Hannover is a formidable opponent, and this match promises to be quite challenging. However, before Magath could conclude, the reporter interjected, Formidable, you say? Yet I notice you have included 2 substitutes in your starting lineup. one of whom has been abruptly promoted from the U18 youth team. Is this truly your assessment of Hanover as a strong team? The atmosphere of the press conference immediately became charged. The starting lineup had been released an hour prior, and it was evident that the reporter had come prepared. While Magath maintained his composure, the other journalists grew increasingly animated. This was indeed significant news, a Bundesliga team dismissing a Bundesliga rival by fielding youth substitutes against them. With such a title, regardless of the outcome of the match, one can be certain that the click-through rate will be astonishing. Meanwhile, Milne Marvin, who had initially been smiling from the stands, suddenly wore a stern expression. What a fortuitous opportunity. He had been lamenting his unfortunate luck this year, having drawn Schalke directly. Little did he expect that Magath, the old man, had come to extend a helping hand by fielding an entirely substitute team. Hanover 96 now had a glimmer of hope for advancement. Though a twinge of delight flickered within him, the seasoned Milne Marvin knew better than to reveal his emotions, especially in front of the media. He had to embody the spirit of a resilient Hanoverian. This situation was an affront to Hanover 96. Without uttering a word, an irate Milne Marvin stood up and left his seat. The cameras in the hands of the reporters clicked away fervently, capturing the moment. Meanwhile, Magath, still seated at the podium, found himself in an awkward position. How could Milne leave in such a huff over a mere disagreement? Not one to be outdone. Magath also rose to depart, realizing the press conference was turning into a one-man show. The reporters eagerly seized the opportunity, their keyboards clattering in a frenzy. Did Magath insult Hanover 96? U18 players take the field? The disgraceful battle of Hanover 96, first round of the DFB Pokal against U18 Schalke. A flurry of sensational headlines rapidly appeared on various official websites. Thus, what had begun as a rather ordinary DFB Pokal match unexpectedly transformed into a contest of disgrace. Of course, Su Bai and Jun Min, who were diligently absorbing Magath's tactical instructions in the locker room, remained blissfully unaware of the unfolding drama. Thursday evening at 7:45 p.m., the entire Schalke 04 team appeared in the players' tunnel. The players from both teams wore expressions of solemnity before the cameras, accompanied by stirring music. Hand in hand with the ball boys, they strode onto the pitch. However, Su Bai was somewhat taken aback when the moment they emerged. The Hanover supporters in the stands erupted into a cacophony of boos. This reaction puzzled Schmitz, the captain on the field. For Hanover and Schalke bore no animosity towards each other. In fact, the two teams had not even crossed paths in the German Cup over the years. Su Bai, don't be nervous. Just treat it like a match in the regional league. I'll find ways to assist you, Su Min said, trembling slightly as he turned to comfort Su Bai. Yet, upon turning, he realized that Su Bai appeared completely unfazed, instead watching him with keen interest. At this moment, Su Bai silently lamented, wondering who was truly helping whom. After all, they were comrades, and with such a splendid opportunity at hand, Su Bai decisively entered the system. Confirm binding with Schalke 04, number 7, Jun Min. Confirm. With the system's prompt, Su Bai immediately bound the perfect partner card to Jun Min. Simultaneously, Jun Min felt a sudden jolt coursing through him, as though electrified. His previously trembling body steadied in an instant, and his gaze towards Su Bai took on an odd quality, as if he suddenly comprehended the actions and movements Su Bai would soon undertake. What in the world was happening? Likewise, with the activation of the card, Su Bai immediately reacted as if he had been playing alongside Jun Min for many years. The system truly is a remarkable phenomenon. After both teams posed for a group photo, they proceeded to their respective halves. Schalke 04 won the coin toss. Beep. The referee glanced at his watch, communicated with the assistant referees through his earpiece, and promptly blew the whistle to commence the match. As the whistle sounded, Huntelaar swiftly passed the ball to the awaiting Jun Min. Hanover forward Abdelouis charged at Jun Min with fierce determination. In the face of Abdelouis' aggressive approach, Jun Min deftly nudged the ball to his left, evading Abdelouis, who lunged to his right. In that fleeting moment, without a hint of hesitation, Jun Min executed a violin-like maneuver, pulling the ball to the right with his foot. He then elegantly glided past Abdelouis, surging forward. The fluidity of his dribble left Magath, who had been closely observing him from the sidelines, utterly astounded. Not only Magath, but also Hughes, standing beside him, was taken aback. Boss? Has he changed somehow? The way he maneuvered the ball was utterly exquisite. Magath, still trying to gather his thoughts, Couldn't he comprehend when the previously timid Hao Junmin had transformed into such a formidable player? At that moment, Su Bai, who had originally been standing next to Hao Junmin, accelerated and followed closely to his right, charging toward Hanover's defense. Chapter 51, Blitzkrieg? A goal within 29 seconds of the match's onset? A product of the system. Undoubtedly a masterpiece. The perfect partner card not only enhances the synergy between both players but, more importantly, it bestows a remarkable effect that amplifies the bound player's fundamental attributes by 20. In this moment, Hao Junmin, who is advancing with the ball, experiences an unprecedented sensation, akin to effortlessly bypassing Hanover 90 SIXS forward, Abdoulaye. Previously, even if he had entertained such notions, his options would have been limited to a swift change of direction following a direct pass. He would never have dared to feint the towering opponent first. Even more astonishingly, Hao Junmin feels a noticeable surge in his speed. Faced with his rapid approach, Hanover 96 remains vigilant. Their attacking midfielder, Schmiedbach, promptly rushes forward. Unlike Schalke, Hanover 96 faces financial constraints, resulting in a notably small first-team roster. Moreover, many of their players bear the title of versatile, which proves essential when injuries occur and suitable substitutes are lacking, necessitating teammates to fill in. This issue is prevalent among most teams in the Bundesliga, just like Schmiedbach. Although he serves as the team's primary attacking midfielder, he often takes on roles as a defensive midfielder or fullback as needed. Thus, Schmiedbach not only possesses exceptional offensive capabilities but also showcases a defensive prowess that sets him apart from other attacking midfielders. As he swiftly positions himself in front of Hao Junmin, Schmiedbach angles his body to block the passing lane between Hao and Su Bai. This maneuver effectively disrupts Hao Junmin's passing options, while Schmiedbach extends his right foot to obstruct Hao's path as he advances with the ball. Observing Schmiedbach's exceptionally professional defense, Magath couldn't help but furrow his brows. Hanover 96 was indeed proving to be more formidable than anticipated. At this moment, Magath began to feel an unease. Should Hao Junmin lose possession of the ball, Schalke would be fully committed forward, and conceding a goal could dramatically alter the dynamics of the match. If Hanover 96 managed to score early, the outcome of the game could genuinely be in jeopardy. As for the substitutes bench, the previously disgruntled Bujelab, who had harbored some grievances about not starting, now wore a smirk of schadenfreude. He too had not expected Hanover 96 to exhibit such robust defending, truthfully. Even he could have faced difficulties in this situation. As for the current Hao Junmin, it seemed likely he would become the scapegoat for the team. However, just when everyone believed that Schmiedbach would effortlessly seize the ball from Hao Junmin, the latter deftly nudged the ball to the left with his right foot the moment Schmiedbach made contact, simultaneously pulling the ball back with his left foot and executing a swift pivot. This sudden maneuver left Schmiedbach momentarily bewildered, yet he promptly regrouped and charged at Hao Junmin once more. Meanwhile, Hao Junmin exhibited no hesitation, continuing to manipulate the ball with his right foot after the turn, initiating a dribble in midfield. It was as if he were ensnared in a magical dance of love, spinning with an elegance that bewildered Schmiedbach. After evading Schmiedbach, Hao Junmin, without lifting his gaze, delivered a precise diagonal pass to the feet of Su Bai, who had surged forward to meet him just before the ball was played. Su Bai then noticed a vivid red passing route in the system prompt, cutting through the space between Hanover 90 SIX's two central defenders. Beside them, Huntelaar had already begun his sprint. Su Bai positioned himself to receive the ball, with no intention of pausing. He sharply angled his body and struck the bottom of the ball with his right foot, imparting a vigorous spin. The football whirled dramatically beneath Su Bai's foot, bypassing Hanover 90 SIX's defensive midfielder, Sergio Pinto, and surged rapidly towards the back line of Hanover 96. At that moment, the central defenders of Hanover 96, alarmed, began to turn. The reason was clear. The relentless Huntelaar had already darted past them. On the sidelines, Magath raised his arms in excitement. The prolific Dutch goal machine, Huntelaar, did not disappoint. Su Bai's pass was impeccably precise. As Huntelaar surged into the penalty area, he didn't even need to stop the ball. With a deft touch of his right foot, he directed it towards the bottom right corner of the goal. The Hanover 96 goalkeeper, Robert Zieler, who had already committed to the goal, could only watch helplessly as the ball rolled into the net behind him. At that moment, the entire AWD arena fell into a sudden silence. Did the ball go in? Just 29 seconds had passed. What was happening? Countless Hannover 96 fans stared blankly at the big screen, momentarily at a loss for words. Gut geloel. A beautifully executed goal. Both the pass and the final shot were flawless. Hannover 96's defense appeared utterly impotent before Schalke 04. From the land of the rising sun, Su executed an astonishing backheeled pass with the outside of his foot, slicing through the entire Hannover 96 defense. It was a pass of extraordinary genius. On the sidelines, the host house from Schalke's Sky Sports broadcast was celebrating with wild abandon. As an official partner of Schalke 04, they always followed the team's journey, whether at home or away. This magnificent goal particularly thrilled House, who was accustomed to Schalke's lackluster midfield. After the goal, Huntelaar exuberantly rushed towards Su Bai, joined by Annan, Plyazikas, and Hao Jun-min. The group embraced, exclaiming, "Su, that was an incredible pass. Did you see my run? What a genius play." For Huntelaar, Su Bai's assist was nothing short of miraculous. Had it been the sluggish Bundesliga on the bench, his positioning would have undoubtedly been offside, or the pass would have never reached him. He was astonished that this young lad from the land of the rising sun could actually deliver such a ball. Haha, Su Bai, you're absolutely phenomenal. Your first touch was an assist. Congratulations. At this moment, all eyes were on Su Bai. Meanwhile, Magath on the sidelines wore an expression of pure elation, even casting a provocative glance at the bewildered Milne, who looked utterly dazed at conceding a goal merely 20 seconds into the match. This left Milne Marvin somewhat bewildered. What on earth was happening? Hadn't Schalke claimed that they were deploying U18 youth team players and a reserve from Yen country? Were they not intending to forfeit the cup competition? Who were those two individuals on the field, one weaving through defenders like Xavi and the other delivering a lethal lofted ball reminiscent of Iniesta? Goodness, it had to be that Magath fellow deliberately throwing up a smokescreen to confuse me. With just those two touches, it was clear that these two Yen country players were far from novices. Milne Marvin held a great deal of confidence in his own players. Although their offense was lacking, their defense was the cornerstone of their survival at Hannover 96. They couldn't even hold out for a minute. This was absolutely unreal. Chapter 52, The Frantic Match. Su Bai, who directed his plays with a deceptive flair. Magath calmly adjusted his glasses, his hands crossed over his chest. Yet, beneath this facade, his inner turmoil was far from serene. Su Bai's pass had been nothing short of astonishing. Both the technique and timing of the delivery were utterly impeccable. One might even describe it as transcendentally perfect. This was precisely the type of midfielder he had been seeking, with Huntelaar's explosiveness paired with RAL's instinct in front of goal. If only Su Bai could further hone his skills, or even maintain this level, he could no longer contain his mounting excitement. The Champions League was where he truly yearned to showcase his prowess. The Bundesliga? He had already claimed the championship. That held little allure for him now. Only the Champions League could captivate his ambitions. Schalke 04's celebration was brief. Soon, with the referee's urging, both teams resumed their positions on the field. It seems that only a little over a minute has passed. At this moment, the referee, who blew the whistle, also appeared somewhat taken aback. It appears that this match may turn out to be one-sided. With the sound of the whistle, the game resumes. Meanwhile, the commentator, House, has finally gathered the information on Su Bai. Although he correctly pronounced Su Bai's surname just moments ago, he failed to recall his first name. After all, who would deliberately seek out the details of a player from the U18 youth team? Su Bai is a prodigious talent nurtured by our Schalke Youth Academy. In the previous two matches of the regional league, he astonishingly provided 6 assists, compared to the consistently lagging Bundesliga. This young lad from Yin country offers us a glimpse of hope for Schalke 04. As a principled professional commentator, House has gained notoriety for his sharp tongue. He has, on countless occasions during live broadcasts, ridiculed Bundesliga's penchant for adjusting his steps. After the match resumes, Hannover 96, trailing by a goal, sounds the horn for their counterattack. There is no elaborate strategy. Hannover 96's sole approach remains their long-standing tactic of long passes and high balls. The team's attacking midfielder, Schmidt-Bach, receives the ball and immediately executes a long pass, lofting it toward the left flank. Left winger Konan deftly controls the ball with his right foot, then turns and drives directly toward Schalke 04's defensive zone. Schalke's right winger, Plyazikas, quickly follows closely behind Konan, with speed as his forte. Plyazikas sticks tenaciously to Konan's right side, leaving Konan feeling the pressure. No matter how he accelerated, he was unable to shake off the tenacious Poliatsikas, who clung to him like a stubborn adhesive. Moreover, rushing forward was Schalke's right back, Atsuto Uchida. Although Uchida's character left much to be desired, his solid fundamental skills and reliable defensive capabilities compelled Cornen to helplessly pivot with the ball. There was no other choice. Schalke had long accustomed to such flanking assaults in the Bundesliga, and facing a team of Hannover 96's caliber was undoubtedly manageable. In resignation, Cornen had no option but to pass the ball to his teammate, the advancing defensive midfielder, Lao Shi, who had positioned himself behind him, on the sidelines. Witnessing his players struggle against Schalke 04, the silver-haired Milne Marvin grew increasingly agitated, shouting, "Pass it back, pass it back." Upon hearing the coach's directive, Lao Shi promptly returned the ball to the backline. Hannover 96 began to reorganize their offense. However, confronted with Schalke's defense, Hannover 96 clearly found themselves at a loss. After all, on paper, Schalke possessed significantly greater strength than Hannover 96. Today's Schalke midfield presented a refreshing transformation. The national team player, Hao Jun-min, who transferred to Schalke last season, played an indispensable role in the recent goal. Having consistently appeared as a full-back, Hao Jun-min did not anticipate such an impressive performance after switching positions, and it is believed that his display in this match would undoubtedly score him points in Magath's estimation. Following Schalke 04's goal, both teams engaged in a spirited exchange on the flanks for over 10 minutes, particularly for Hannover 96, who trailed by a goal. Their strategy of rapid incursions down the wings was met with unexpected resistance as Magath deployed two swift players on the flanks. Despite their speed and technical prowess, Hannover appeared helpless against Schalke, who were adept even in the Bundesliga. In the 18th minute, Coleman attempted once more to penetrate Schalke's left flank, but was thwarted by the relentless pressing of Pryjasic, who dispossessed him of the ball. After winning possession, Pryjasic promptly passed it to the supporting Su Bai. Su Bai executed a deft turn and surged towards Hannover 96's defensive line. Aware of Su Bai's previous assist, Hannover could not afford to underestimate him. Their defensive midfielder, Lao Shi, rushed forward, and this time, he committed fully, launching a fierce sliding tackle at Su Bai. However, with the ball firmly under his control, Su Bai exhibited remarkable composure. With a swift flick of his right ankle, he deftly redirected the ball to his right. Just as Lao Shi's foot was about to make contact, Su Bai leapt, evading the challenge with agility. Subsequently, he seized the ball and charged purposefully towards Hannover's defensive territory. On the sidelines, witnessing Su Bai's audacious advance, Hannover's coach, Milne Marvin, was thrown into a state of panic, desperately urging his players to close in. At this moment, Schalke's offensive front was not solely reliant on Su Bai. Slightly to the left was Hao Jun-min, on the left flank was Annan, and on the right was Pryjasikas. Additionally, the formidable Huntelaar occupied the forward position. A total of 5 Schalke attackers surged forward with unrelenting speed. Witnessing the ball-carrying Su Bai charging ahead, the defenders of Hannover 96 found themselves overwhelmed and powerless. It was clear that Su Bai was not the only threat. The other players were equally formidable. Ultimately, as Su Bai approached the edge of the penalty area, the central defender Christian Schulz had no choice but to launch himself towards Su Bai. However, at that moment, Su Bai had already discerned the trajectory for a pass. Huntelaar made a decisive forward run, compelling another central defender, Steven Cherundolo, to follow suit. The two wingers were also racing toward the goal, converging rapidly. As Schulz closed in, Su Bai's left foot moved with intent, and his gaze shifted towards Pryjasikas on the right. Alarmingly, the astute Schulz immediately recognized Su Bai's intention to send the ball to the right flank. Without a moment's hesitation, Schulz lunged towards Su Bai's right side. Yet, to his dismay, the cunning lad from the Flame Nation, in a split second of looking right, deftly redirected the ball with his left foot toward the center. This play, deceivingly directing east while passing to the west, was reminiscent of the tricks employed by Ronaldinho. The ball was indeed delivered to the unmarked Hao Jun-min, who found himself utterly unchallenged in that moment. Two central defenders, one marking Su Bai and the other shadowing Huntelaar, stood their ground without hesitation. In a sudden burst of energy, Hao Jun-min unleashed a powerful strike with his right foot upon the football. The contact was impeccable. The ball soared towards the goal like a cannonball discharged from its barrel, with a 20 boost to his base attributes. Hao Jun-min's original shooting stat of 72 was elevated to an impressive 86. This figure undoubtedly reflects the pinnacle of performance in the top 5 leagues. Without a hint of surprise, even as Hannover 96's goalkeeper, Robert Zieler, threw himself desperately in an attempt to intercept. The football grazed his fingertips and found its way into the net. The ball hit the back of the net. 2-0. Google all. Oh dear God. The goal has been scored. 2-0. From the fiery land of Yen, Hao capitalized on a pass from his compatriot, delivering a thunderous shot that altered the scoreline once more. In less than 20 minutes since the match commenced, the formidable Schalke 04 had already netted 2 goals. Witnessing the ball nestling in the net, the commentator House sprang to his feet in excitement. Meanwhile, over 50,000 Hannover 96 fans stared in disbelief at the giant screen. 2-0? Is this the chasm between the Bundesliga and the 2? Bundesliga? Yet, these were 2 players from Yen, a nation often labeled a football desert. Why then does the once mighty Hannover 96 appear so vulnerable beneath the feet of these 2 Yen nationals? Chapter 53. The frenzied Su Bai. Assisting the hat trick, the moment of scoring. At that instant, Hao Junmin found himself momentarily stunned. Although he had scored numerous goals in the Yen Country League, and even for the national team, this was indeed his inaugural goal since embarking on his overseas journey. In a surge of exhilaration, Hao Junmin dashed towards the sidelines, tearing off his jersey in a fervent display of emotion. Unlike Huntelaar, from the moment he set foot abroad, countless doubts surrounded him. Even within his home country, fans harbored little hope for his success. In contrast to Su Bai, he had painstakingly ascended through the youth ranks, progressing from the 2nd division to the top tier of Chinese football. He had made sacrifices, relinquishing a lucrative contract in his homeland to join Schalke 04, where he earned a meager salary incomparable to his previous earnings, all in pursuit of his dream of playing abroad. In that moment, Hao Junmin shouted fervently towards the camera, though he was oblivious to the words escaping his lips, as if he were venting some pent-up emotion. Su Bai and all his teammates at Schalke 04 rushed to his side in celebration. On the sidelines, Magath stared in surprise at the jubilant Hao Junmin. This fellow. One cannot deny that Hao Junmin's performance today was nothing short of spectacular. Since signing him, Magath had harbored high expectations for this reserved and understated individual. However, despite his commendable technical skills, Hao Junmin's reticence bordered on shyness. Consequently, even after half a season of diligent effort, he had yet to earn Magath's recognition. The position originally held by him as the right back has now been entrusted to the newly transferred Atsuto Uchida. Observing the elated Hao Junmin, Su Bai could not help but smile to himself. Little did Hao know that the success he experienced was largely attributed to his own efforts. From that moment onward, the match transformed into a showcase of Schalke 04's dominance in both offense and defense. Throughout the field, Schalke 04 exhibited an overwhelming superiority over Hannover 96. The flanking breakthroughs, which had been their lifeline, were effectively stifled by Schalke's relentless pressure. At the 24th minute of the match, Schalke 04 mounted another assault. Hao Junmin skillfully maneuvered past Hannover strikers Abdeliu and attacking midfielder Schmiedbach in the midfield before delivering a precise diagonal pass to Su Bai. At that moment, Hannover, wary of Su Bai's elusive passing abilities, concentrated all their defensive efforts on him. The team's double pivot, Sergio Pinto and Las, advanced from either side to encircle Su Bai. Not only the double pivot, but the left winger, Corman, also charged forward. A 3-man blockade. On the sidelines, Magath watched with concern as Hannover placed such emphasis on Su Bai. After all, this was the young lad's debut match for Schalke 04's first team. The greatest flaw of young players often lies in their mental fortitude. Frequently, when faced with double marking, they become flustered, unable to execute their actions, and are easily dispossessed. However, Magath's worry quickly dissipated. On the pitch, Su Bai faced the 3-man encirclement with remarkable composure. With an 80-ball control attribute, his footwork seemed transformed, as if he had been reborn. As the first defender, Sergio Pinto, closed in on him, Su Bai first tilted his body to the right, simultaneously nudging the ball to the right with the instep of his foot. This highly deceptive feint led Sergio Pinto to mistakenly believe that Su Bai intended to advance down the flank. Consequently, Pinto instinctively extended his left foot in an attempt to intercept Su Bai's path. However, to his surprise, the moment his foot reached out, Su Bai deftly pulled the ball back. This left Pinto in an awkward position, with his legs spread wide open as if inviting a harvest. Fortunately, at that moment, Hannover's other defensive midfielder, Lauscher, had surged in from Su Bai's left. The previously flustered Pinto could finally breathe a sigh of relief. The fiercely competitive Lauscher was not as accommodating as his teammate. He aimed a forceful kick at Su Bai, determined to halt his advance, regardless of whether he could successfully intercept the ball. Unbeknownst to him, almost simultaneously with Lauscher's attempt, Su Bai astonishingly flicked the ball forward with the tip of his left foot. The ball obediently slipped through the gap between Pinto's outstretched legs. In an instant, Su Bai accelerated, narrowly evading Pinto as he darted past on the left. This flick not only left Lauscher momentarily stunned, but also caught Kellnan, who had just rushed in from behind to encircle Su Bai, off guard. In that fleeting moment, with a flick, a pull, and a deft thrust, Su Bai astonishingly burst forth from the trio's encirclement. Oh my goodness, what a flawless display of dribbling. Glory to the nation of Yen. This is truly a divine gift bestowed upon Schalke 04. What an astonishing display this is. At this moment, Su from the Yen nation dances upon the AWD competition field like an enchanting sprite. It is a 3-on-1 encirclement. My goodness, it's simply unbelievable. In the commentary booth, House is left agape in astonishment. Not only House, but even Magath wears an expression of sheer surprise. This is a debut performance, and to exhibit such audacious dribbling with such ease is nothing short of extraordinary. This fellow. At this moment, Su Bai has yet to cease his performance. After deftly maneuvering past Sergio Pinto, the passing lane before Su Bai abruptly turns crimson. On the left flank, it is a Nan. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Bai channels his strength through his right foot, striking the ball with fervor. Meanwhile, in Hannover's defensive half, witnessing Su Bai's relentless advance past both of their central midfielders, the Hannover center-back is thrown into a state of panic. Simultaneously, Huntelaar makes a swift dash towards the penalty area. This compels Hannover's center-back, Christian Schultz, to desperately trail Huntelaar. Fortunately, having discerned Su Bai's passing tendencies, Christian Schultz positions himself behind Huntelaar, effectively cutting off the passing route between Su Bai and Huntelaar. Particularly upon realizing that Su Bai's pass is a ground ball, Christian Schultz finally exhales in relief. However, in the blink of an eye, Christian Schultz's eyes widen in disbelief. What on earth? This lad from the Yen nation has directed his pass behind him. What sorcery is this? Clearly, he only began to move after Su Bai's pass. Why did this individual have the audacity to pass in his own direction? Was there not a single Schalke player in his vicinity? At that moment, Su Bai's football surged into the Hannover 96 penalty area like a bolt of lightning. It pierced through Hannover 96's defense like a dagger, directly penetrating the small box. Surprisingly, the ball did not find Huntelaar. At this instant, a dark figure emerged before the football. It was number 16, Annan, the left winger of Schalke 04. Annan, who had suddenly surged in from the left flank, faced no interference. With his right foot, he struck the ball with precision, aiming for the far corner of the goal. The football soared like a meteor, finding its place within the net of Hannover 96. Beep! The referee's whistle echoed, pointing to the center of the pitch. The goal stands. Schalke 04 scored their third goal in the 25th minute of the match. 3 o'clock. The young lad from Yen country, wearing a smile, had accomplished an astonishing assist hat-trick in less than 25 minutes during his debut. In that moment, the once boisterous AWD arena fell into utter silence. Chapter 54. Magath's Fishery Tactics. Google all. Annan. What a splendid goal. Annan netted Schalke 04's third goal with a delightful curling shot. Once again, the young talent Su from the Fiery Nation has delivered an assist. A hat-trick of assists. This young lad, making his debut on the German Cup stage, has captivated all Schalke 04 fans with his mesmerizing performance. An absolutely masterful pass. This play even anticipated the movement of Hannover 96's central defender. It deftly glided past him, reaching the most lethal position within the penalty area. Incredible. This is undoubtedly a performance worthy of the top 10 goals of the week in the National League. Suddenly, the serene AWD arena erupted with fervent cheers, a sound emanating from the live broadcast booth where House was situated, not far from him. Schalke 04's coach Magath was left bewildered, clutching his head full of white hair, unsure of how to celebrate. Unimaginable. Is this really achievable by a lad not yet 18? Such composure, combined with technical prowess, especially that final incisive pass. Pure genius. This is true talent. In this moment, Magath recalled that this was merely the third match for the young prodigy. In just 3 games, he had astonishingly racked up 9 assists, a figure that is utterly staggering. Even if Xavi were present, such a frenzied efficiency would be unimaginable. Perhaps, just perhaps, this young man is truly capable. At this moment, a wild thought surged through Magath's mind as he glanced towards Su Bai, who was encircled by Anan and other players on the field. The score of 3-0 seemed to have completely extinguished Hannover 96's will to resist. However, the first goal scorer, Hao Junmin, seemed to be far from satisfied. Following that, Hao Junmin and Su Bai, playing as dual attacking midfielders, began to engage in an array of intricate passing and control maneuvers within Hannover 96's half. In the 35th minute of the match, after a series of 1-2s between Su Bai and Hao Junmin, the latter unleashed a powerful shot from the edge of the penalty area, the ball narrowly grazing the post before flying out of bounds. This moment sent a chill of anxiety through the Hannover 96 supporters present. The complete paralysis of their flanks rendered Hannover 96's attacks directionless. A goal kick taken by their goalkeeper was swiftly intercepted by Schalke, transforming the match into a one-sided display of offensive and defensive drills. At this moment, the disparity in strength between the Bundesliga and the two Bundesliga became starkly apparent. In the 42nd minute, Su Bai delivered another incisive pass just outside Hannover 96's penalty area. A remarkably discreet ground ball found its way to the rapidly advancing Huntelaar. However, this time, Hannover 96's goalkeeper rose to the occasion, putting forth every effort to thwart Huntelaar's shot from close range. Huntelaar turned to Su Bai with an apologetic expression, raising his hand in acknowledgement. As the referee's whistle signaled the end of the first half, Schalke strode into the tunnel with beaming smiles, leading 3-0. Huntelaar, having just missed Su Bai's brilliant through ball, approached Su Bai, wrapping an arm around him as they walked off the pitch together. Su, your performance today was exceptional. That last shot was on me. I am too straight. Otherwise, you would have assisted me for a hat-trick. Embracing Su Bai, Huntelaar sheepishly remarked, "Haha, I could easily assist you with a few more in the second half." At that moment, the team's right winger, Plyatsikas, approached with a playful demeanor. "Su, you're being rather biased. Look, Anan, Huntelaar, and even your own Hao Junmin have all scored, yet I have not received a single decent pass from you. Just grant me one. If I score, I shall treat you to an F Cup tonight. If that isn't enough, I'll offer you two." The somewhat unscrupulous Plyatsikas approached with an ingratiating smile. Such cunning individuals, especially those like Plyatsikas who linger on the fringes of the starting lineup, understand that goals and statistics are their only pathways to prominence. In the midst of fierce competition, an alternative route presents itself, one that no sane individual would overlook. A playmaker capable of delivering such lethal passes is undoubtedly the object of every attacking player's desire to please. However, trailing behind Su Bai, Bujlab wore a countenance darkened by envy. His eyes were fixated on Su Bai, his heart brimming with jealousy. As a midfielder of Bundesliga caliber, he recognized from Su Bai's first assist that the young lad from Yen country, not yet 18, surpassed him in skillful passing. Had he been on the pitch, Schalke would not exhibit the fluidity of attack that they currently enjoy, especially witnessing the once fickle supporters now rallying around that prodigious talent from Yen country. In the locker room, Magath awaited his players with a beaming smile. "Well done, lads. Especially you, Su, what a brilliant first half." The old man, who seldom offered praise, exceptionally gave a thumbs up to Su Bai today. This compliment made Su Bai, sitting among his teammates, feel a bit bashful. Observing Su Bai's reaction, the other players chuckled. Now, for the second half, on come Bujlab and Pel Kruger. Off go Su and Hao Junmin. I want us to maintain our offensive momentum. Let us continue with the first half's tactics. From the midfield onwards, let Hannover 96 tremble at the mere mention of Schalke 04. However, Magath's substitutions suddenly silenced the locker room. Everyone began to ponder the old man's intentions. Although it was a cup match, and it was understood that bringing in substitutes was to conserve the stamina of the key players, especially with the league match looming over the weekend. Bringing back the mainstays Pel Kruger and Bujlab for the second half raised eyebrows. What was this strategy? Many players seemed to have an inkling and turned their gazes towards Bujlab. Likewise, Magath's words made Bujlab acutely aware of the old man's meaning. Was this a bloodletting? An experiment conducted during a cup match? Was it premeditated or a spur-of-the-moment decision? At this moment, Bundesliga had no time to ponder these questions. His heart was filled with a sense of impending crisis. The players who had previously surrounded Bundesliga now cast knowing glances at the seemingly composed Su Bai. After all, he was merely 17. Could it be that he is destined to become the new linchpin of Schalke 04? While this individual has indeed exhibited remarkable prowess, it seems rather implausible to place him on the same pedestal as Bundesliga, considering both age and experience. Unlike the others, however, at this moment, Sangu wore a beaming smile as he embraced Su Bai. Su Bai, good heavens, the old man intends to elevate you. Of course, this remark was made by Hao Jumin in Mandarin. One can't help but wonder how Bundesliga was substituted and without any alteration to the tactical approach. The two exchanged whispers in hushed tones. Magath observed the players' demeanor in the locker room, chuckling softly before turning to leave. Competition breeds vitality. A tranquil fishbowl cannot nurture ferocious sharks. What Magath seeks are beasts capable of seizing a piece of flesh from the elite. Chapter 55. Who could be more unfortunate than I? It must be said that Magath's utilization of the dual attacking midfielders from Yen country was undeniably a highlight of the match. Hao Junmin, who had long struggled to secure a starting position, displayed immense confidence in both ball control and scoring, thanks to Su Bai's influence. Meanwhile, Su Bai completed a staggering 52 passes in the first half alone. It is noteworthy that not a single one of those passes went astray. A remarkable 100-pass success rate. Under Su Bai's orchestration, Schalke 04 delivered the most spectacular performance of the season. Although it was halftime, House, as the commentator, showed no signs of respite. He was tasked with relaying all the data from the first half. In Gelsenkirchen, despite the match being merely a cup game, all Schalke fans were gathered around their televisions, keenly observing their beloved team. This lad is truly remarkable. He embodies the spirit of Schalke 04. I heard this fellow was eliminated by Dortmund, yet here he is, performing splendidly. Dortmund must be regretting their decision terribly. Damn it, why wasn't this guy brought on earlier? Look at those first two league matches. Koppes managed to defeat us. How is it that Magath only now sees the light? That Hao Junmin is impressive too. Last season, I thought he was of little use, but it turns out it was simply a matter of positioning. Now, playing in midfield, his touches are exquisite, and his ability to retain possession complements Su beautifully. If they continue to play like this, there is hope for this season, at the very least. The attack appears significantly improved. Although they are facing Hanover, this offensive display is indeed refreshing. That Su Bai is far superior to that useless Bundesliga. Every time I watch him dribble, I feel a pang of anxiety. He can't seem to execute a single pass. Magath has finally come to his senses. Keeping that fellow off the pitch has made the game considerably more enjoyable. However, in a swift turn of events, the ecstatic fans were soon doused with cold water. For Magath made the bewildering decision to substitute Bundesliga, the very player they had criticized so fervently. Aside from Raul, the lineup was purely that of the previous two league matches. On the sidelines, Milne Marvin watched as Magath suddenly altered the formation. Bringing all the main players onto the field, his teeth clenched in frustration. This damn old man. The score was already 3-0. Did he really intend to push Hannover 96 to the brink? After all, this was Hannover 96's home ground. Very well. If you show no mercy, then neither shall I. Milne Marvin discreetly instructed his assistant coach to relay the message. The boss has declared that Schalke must not be allowed to leave the AWD arena in comfort. Having emerged from the harsh environment of the second division, although the head coach's words were veiled, their meaning was clear to all. With a sharp whistle, the second half of this DFB Pokal match commenced. Being a top-tier team, Schalke maintained tight control over Hannover's flanks, just as they had in the first half. Stripped of their wing play, Hannover 96 found themselves embroiled in a fierce battle in midfield against Schalke. In the 47th minute, Schalke's primary playmaker, Jelanovic, received a pass from the back line and began to venture through the center. However, after only a few strides, Hannover's forward, Abdaleo, charged forward, unhesitatingly colliding forcefully with Jelanovic. A cry of pain escaped Jelanovic's lips as he fell to the ground. Abdaleo was indeed Hannover's formidable striker, though not particularly fast. His greatest assets were his aerial prowess and physicality. Standing at 1.9 meters tall and possessing a robust physique, he could easily excel in rugby as well. With such a physique, he accelerated towards Bundesliga. The force of the collision was unimaginable. Poor Bujlab lay on the grass for a considerable time without uttering a sound. It was not until the referee rushed over to inquire if he required a stretcher that Bujlab finally caught his breath. "I am fine." Although he had been struck severely, Bujlab could not leave the field. This match was crucial for his competition against that lad from Yen Nation. Gritting his teeth, the stalwart Bujlab struggled to rise. However, the unfortunate Bujlab had no inkling that this was merely the onset of his nightmare. Upon regaining his footing, Bujlab executed a free kick that accurately found Annan on the left flank. Yet at that moment, nearly all the defenders from Hanover were congested in that area, rendering any attempt to exploit the wing utterly futile. Observing the lack of space for breakthroughs, Annan deftly maneuvered the ball, passing it to a teammate behind him. After a series of exchanges, the football once again found its way to Bujlab's feet. Faced with the crowded defense of Hanover 96, Bujlab was momentarily at a loss. He could only continue to exchange passes with his recently substituted teammate, Pell Kruger. This exemplified the disparity. Aside from the expansive ball transfers and this futile possession, the clumsy Bujlab had not managed a single threatening shot. Was Magath losing his faculties? Why neglect the outstanding lad from Yen Nation in favor of such a creatively barren individual? After a full 10 minutes, Schalke had failed to mount a single threatening attack. The commentary box was in a state of disarray, with House unable to contain his sharp tongue, much like his remarks during league broadcasts. Meanwhile, on the field, Bujlab was equally fraught with anxiety. He realized that all Schalke fans would inevitably compare him to the fiery young player who had graced the pitch in the first half. However, he was at a loss. He could not comprehend why that young talent could deliver such incisive passes under pressure. He had exerted considerable effort, yet all he could see were crowded spaces in the backfield, devoid of any openings. Moreover, that scoundrel Huntelaar seemed to be conspiring against him, never making a single meaningful run. In the 69th minute, Schalke 04, still pressing forward, yet failing to mount any substantial offensive, finally exposed a vulnerability. Bujlab, who had been tirelessly seeking opportunities with the ball, made a momentary lapse in concentration. The Hanover 96 midfielder, Sergio Pinto, seized the moment and executed a sudden slide tackle. The maneuver was executed with such swiftness that Bujlab scarcely noticed Pinto barreling in from his side. In an instant, the ball was deftly snatched away by Pinto. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed a powerful kick towards the right flank. The Hanover winger, Schlagerlaff, who had been lurking near the center circle, burst forth like an arrow released from a bow. This sudden turn of events sent the entire Schalke team into a frenzy. In the back line, only the lagging central defender Metzelder remained, and he was stationed centrally. To make matters worse, his lamentable speed posed no threat whatsoever to Schlagerlaff. In a flash reminiscent of the Swiftwinds, Schlagerlaff surged into the penalty area of Schalke 04. After deftly maneuvering past the advancing Neuer, Schlagerlaff deftly slotted the ball into the empty net with his right foot. 1-3. After relentless pressure, Schalke 04 was unexpectedly struck by a counterattack from Hanover 96, conceding a goal. On the sidelines, Magath's expression darkened to an inky hue. However, sprawled on the ground, the guilty party for this blunder, Bujlab, could hardly afford to glance at Magath's grim visage. Overwhelmed by despair, he felt a piercing pain surge through his left ankle. It seemed that he had sustained an injury during that recent tackle. Substituted in the second half, he faced relentless and fierce challenges, ultimately leading to his injury. Most importantly, he appeared to be utterly outclassed in comparison to Su Bai. At this moment, a singular thought echoed in Bujlab's mind. Who could possibly be more unfortunate than I? Chapter 56. The misunderstanding. Watching his team concede a goal, Magath, consumed by anger, hurled the water bottle from his grasp, cursing under his breath. "Boss, Bujlab seems to be injured." Already irate, Magath turned to see Bujlab lying on the field, and in exasperation, he slapped his forehead. "Ali Karimi, you go in and replace him." Upon seeing the team doctor shake his head, Magath, resigned, decided to substitute Bujlab. On the stretcher, Bujlab covered his face with his hands, despairing as he was lifted onto the ambulance. A dismal performance. Bujlab showcased his aircraft carrier-like reaction speed to the fullest. Yet, it was his blunders that allowed Schalke to concede a goal. His presence on the field proved to be a calamity for the previously fluid Schalke 04 midfield. Nevertheless, we must extend our best wishes to the injured Bujlab. At this juncture, Schalke 04's sole objective is to preserve the hard-earned victory from the first half. The caustic House shows no pity for the injured Bujlab. Even as he was carried off on a stretcher, House could not refrain from criticizing him. With the defensive Ali Karimi entering the fray, Schalke transitioned from an all-out attack to a strategic defense. The 20-minute match concluded swiftly. Although Hannover 96 exerted every effort to breach Schalke's defense thereafter, they were ultimately thwarted by the formidable backline of a Bundesliga champion. The final score of 3-1 was upheld until the final whistle. Following the match, Magath promptly boarded a flight to Frankfurt with the team. The Bundesliga clash against Frankfurt was set for Sunday evening. The DFB Pokal was merely a secondary concern for Magath. The imminent league match was of utmost importance. With a record of 1 win and 2 losses, Schalke 04 found themselves outside the top 10 in the league standings. The rest of the first-team players also flew to Frankfurt that day. On the plane, all Schalke 04 players were exhausted, lost in slumber. However, Magath and Hughes had no time for rest. With less than 3 days remaining until Sunday, and due to the upcoming match, the players must be granted a half-day of rest tomorrow. Consequently, there is a mere day and a half left to prepare for the game against Frankfurt. Naturally, if we were to adhere to the original formation, this time would suffice. However, the unfortunate injury of the wretched Bujlab has complicated matters. He currently lies in a hospital in Hanover undergoing examination, necessitating that Magath leave the team doctor to tend to him. "Boss, how shall we approach the midfield?" Hughes asked quietly, holding the tactical board. To be frank, Magath found himself at a loss for words. Su Bai's performance in the last match was indeed remarkable. Yet Schalke is not facing a second-division team like Hanover this time. They are up against Frankfurt, who finished 8th in the league last season. Furthermore, this season, Frankfurt has bolstered their squad significantly across all positions. Even Schalke may struggle to withstand the pressure away from home. It remains uncertain whether Su Bai can rise to the occasion. We shall see tomorrow. With that thought, Magath furrowed his brow and fell silent. Observing the old man's expression, Hughes pursed his lips and quieted down as well. 2 hours later, the plane smoothly landed at Frankfurt Airport. Su Bai was roused from his slumber by Hao Junmin. By the time they arrived at the hotel, it was already 2 in the morning. Su Bai and Hao Junmin were assigned to the same dormitory. Upon entering the room, they both collapsed onto their beds and fell into a deep sleep. However, by 6 in the morning, Su Bai instinctively rose from his slumber. Next to him, Hao Junmin, bare-chested, was startled awake by Su Bai's sudden movement. "What are you doing up so early?" Hao squinted at Su Bai, who was swiftly dressing. "Brother Hao, you carry on with your sleep. I must train. Once it strikes 6, I can no longer rest." Given their hotel surroundings, Su Bai had no venue for his practice, so he resorted to performing push-ups on the floor. "What is the point of those push-ups, you rascal?" Hao exclaimed. "Brother Hao, I simply cannot help it. If I do not train, I feel utterly restless." Naturally, Su Bai dared not disclose that these push-ups constituted his training time. He merely brushed it off. Yet, as he persisted, Hao Junmin found himself unable to remain in bed. Witnessing his younger companion's diligence, he realized he too, at just 23 years of age, as a suitable U23 athlete, could not fall behind. Reluctantly, Hao Junmin joined in, exercising on his bed, while Su Bai huffed and puffed through his push-ups. The bed beneath Hao creaked with each movement. By 10 in the morning, Magath summoned the team for assembly. After finishing his workout, drenched in sweat, Su Bai took a shower. He and Hao Junmin exited together, only to find that Neuer and Metzelder were seemingly blocking their path. Neuer, in particular, kept casting curious glances into their room. "Is anyone inside?" Neuer inquired, peering in. Su Bai, taken aback by the question, suddenly comprehended the situation. This was utterly absurd. At this moment, Hao Junmin had also dressed and stepped outside. "Hi, good morning." He greeted Neuer with a beaming smile. Departing from the hotel, Magath led the entire team onto the bus heading to the Frankfurt Commercial Bank Arena. As soon as Raoul spotted Hao Junmin boarding the bus, he joyfully took a seat beside him. "Hao, the match was fantastic. I watched the first half on television." Among the players of Schalke 04, it was undoubtedly Raoul who was most delighted by the impressive performances of Su Bai and Hao Junmin, as these two had become his loyal protégés, particularly in the highly exclusive environment of Schalke 04. Though familiar with such compliments from his idol Raoul, Hao Junmin still felt a tinge of bashfulness. "And you, Su, you are truly remarkable." Raoul smiled as he extended his right hand to shake with Su Bai, who was seated behind him. "If you get a chance to play in the match the day after tomorrow, make sure to deliver a few of those superb passes for me." A distinguished forward cherishes midfielders like Su Bai who can provide decisive passes. Absolutely. Unlike Hao Junmin's shyness, Su Bai showed no signs of embarrassment. Raul's words resonated clearly in the ears of everyone on the bus, highlighting the injury of Bundesliga and Su Bai's stunning performance, particularly with Raul's endorsement. Many who had initially supported Bundesliga began to shift their attention towards Su Bai. Chapter 57. The blood-spitting sports weekly chief the coach arrived swiftly at the Frankfurt Commercial Bank Arena, a venue boasting a capacity of 52,000 seats. Throughout the day, Schalke 04 would be engaged in training within this stadium, having just completed a cup match. Magath did not impose any arduous tasks upon the players, even foregoing the customary warm-up laps. Although the training was of a more relaxed nature, many players found themselves gathered around Magath, who was in discussion with Hughes. Before long, Magath instructed Hughes to bring forth a cart laden with yellow vests. "They're all here," Hughes exclaimed, prompting the players to crowd around Magath. Names were called out: Neuer, Metzelder, Uchida, H. Weeds, Schmitz. Each name echoed, and then came the familiar ones. Ral. Huntelaar. The starting 10 remained unchanged, save for the unfortunate Bundesliga. Finally, Hughes smiled and turned his gaze towards the calm figure of Su Bai amidst the crowd. Su Bai. That call drew the attention of many. Upon hearing Hughes' summons, Su Bai hurried forward to accept the yellow vest, a symbol of being a starter, a starting position at just 17 years of age. And within the prestigious ranks of Schalke 04, in that moment, many faces reflected admiration. Everyone is well aware that Su Bai is merely a fresh-faced 17 years old. The record for the youngest appearance in the Bundesliga belongs to J. Regen Friedel, who dramatically made his debut at the age of 17 years and 194 days as the substitute goalkeeper for Eintracht Frankfurt. He first graced the pitch on March 20th, 1976, and that Bundesliga record stood unbroken for a remarkable 34 years. Now, this long-standing record is poised to be rewritten by a young prodigy from the East. Regardless of his performance on the field, it is certain that after this match, the entire nation will come to recognize that Schalke 04 boasts a superlative talent at just 17 years of age. In the squad, Hao Junmin, who did not secure a starting position, felt no disappointment. Rather, he genuinely rejoiced for Su Bai. Following the announcement of the starting lineup, Magath meticulously guided the key players on their positioning. It was only once Su Bai took to the field that Magath realized this lad was indeed a divine gift. Each of his passes was executed with impeccable precision. Most importantly, Su Bai's passing speed was astounding, characterized by a seamless flow without taking a touch. This aspect was crucial. A striker like Huntelaar, known for his explosive prowess, found himself in perfect harmony with a midfielder like Su Bai. Furthermore, Raul on the right flank was even more impressive, showcasing extraordinary shooting skills coupled with his elusive movement. Observing the 11 players on the field, Magath felt as though he had exchanged a rusty old gun for a powerful new weapon. It appeared that this young talent was indeed far more effective on the pitch than Bundesliga. The skilled opportunist Hughes Yif gazed upon the field, not forgetting to mention the unfortunate Bundesliga. Magath turned to look at Hughes Yif, curling his lip in disdain. Bundesliga? Bah, what a farce. At that moment, far away in the Hanover International Hospital, the unfortunate Bundesliga lay in agony on his hospital bed, enduring the doctor's treatment. Suddenly, he sneezed violently several times. Was someone thinking of him? In Yin country, Duan Xian and the staff from Channel 5 arrived at the airport. It was Friday, and they had to reach the land of tanks before Saturday. The reason was simple. News of the dazzling performance of the Yin country twin stars in the DFB Pokal had already reached their homeland. It was as if an oasis had suddenly appeared in the desert. Thirsty fans were frantically scouring the internet for any information about the match. Unfortunately, without broadcasting rights, even the most diligent fans could only find a few images from the event. In the photographs, Hao Junmin was seen without his jersey, surrounded by his Schalke teammates, along with a few images of Su Bai passing the ball. Even these scarce pictures went viral across Yin country's online platforms. This was not merely the regional Liga. It was undoubtedly the DFB Pokal. Although they faced a team from the two Bundesliga, this was still a premier event in the land of tanks. To continue his assist hat trick in the DFB Pokal, especially with both Yin country twin stars taking the field, was akin to the legendary Premier League derby between Zhang Ji and Sun Jihai, an unprecedented sensation. Brother Xian, are we really going to Frankfurt? Isn't there a Bayern match as well? Assistant Xiao Wang followed closely behind Duan Xian, camera in hand. What is there to broadcast about Bayern? He remarked. The word from above is that Schalke has announced their roster, and both Su Bai and Hao Junmin have made the list. Fans across the nation are eagerly anticipating their Bundesliga debuts. Why would we broadcast Bayern if we're not covering Schalke? Upon hearing Duan Xian's words, Xiao Wang's face lit up with excitement. Brother Xian, do you think we might witness a twin-star scenario in the Bundesliga? I can hardly contain my anticipation. I'm not sure, but both should get some playing time. Su Bai has a better chance, especially since Schalke's midfielder is injured. Duan Xian chuckled. Truly, fortune smiles upon our nation. That injury is perfectly timed. Brother Xian, you shouldn't say that about someone who's injured. Please, I am merely echoing the sentiments of the fans. As a conscientious commentator, how could I ever wish ill upon anyone? Haha, in my opinion, that Labrador fellow would be better off sidelined for the season. The more serious the injury, the better. Otherwise, when he returns, we might lose the precious opportunity to see our players on the field. The two bantered back and forth as they approached the boarding gate. Hey, Brother Xian, isn't that Teacher Wang? Xiao Wang pointed to a slightly plump man wearing a cap and sunglasses. Indeed it is. Hey, you rascal. Upon spotting a familiar face, Duan Xian called out in greeting. Seeing Duan Xian, Wang Tao quickly approached. Are you also heading to the War Chariot Nation to commentate on Bayern? We're off to the War Chariot Nation, but not to commentate on Bayern. What about you? What brings you to the realm of war machines? Upon hearing Duan Xian's inquiry, Wang Tao's visage momentarily displayed a hint of embarrassment. I am here to commentate on Schalke 04. Teacher Wang, what a coincidence. I, along with Xian Guo, are on the same flight. Little Wang's spirits lifted at this revelation, for Wang Tao was known for his generosity. Joining him would undoubtedly offer an opportunity for a delightful meal. Ahem, I still have an hour to wait. Wait a moment. The flight to Frankfurt is about to take off. Do not inquire further, little Wang, haha. Your teacher Wang has signed a contract to commentate on the U19 team of the Regional Liga, and he must board the plane to Gelsenkirchen. Duan Xian quickly grasped the situation. As a playful friend, he could not resist the urge to tease. Go ahead and laugh. Little Wang then recalled a humorous story that had circulated online a few days prior. The president of the Sports Weekly, in a bid to monopolize the broadcasting rights for the Yingwa Su Bai match, spent $1 million to acquire the rights for the U19 team of the Regional Liga, subsequently paying hundreds of thousands to invite Wang Tao as the commentator. However, to his dismay, Su Bai played only one match before ascending to new heights. The president of the Sports Weekly was so enraged that he nearly fainted on the spot. Well then, hurry and prepare for your broadcast. The audience numbers will likely be unfathomable. The competition is truly fierce. Observing the smug expression on Duan Xian's face, Wang Tao could only shake his head in resignation. Returning to his seat, Taozi, I am off. Take your time waiting. Chapter 58, Bundesliga Debut, Triggering Unknown Tasks? Late September 2010. The fourth round of the Bundesliga has officially commenced. In the matches concluded on Saturday, Bayern Munich relentlessly triumphed over Cologne with a decisive 4-0 victory on home soil. Additionally, the formidable Borussia Dortmund secured a resounding 3-0 win against Freiburg. In a surprising turn of events, Werder Bremen found themselves held to a 0-0 stalemate at home by Hoffenheim. Overall, the top teams from last season remained firmly entrenched in the upper echelon after 4 rounds. However, Schalke 04, having signed RAL and invested substantially in several formidable reinforcements, finds themselves languishing in 12th place with 1 win and 2 losses, perilously close to the relegation zone in a league of merely 18 teams. Consequently, the media's attention on Sunday for the 4th round of fixtures was primarily focused on the match between Schalke 04 and Eintracht Frankfurt. At 7 o'clock in the evening, the team buses, laden with players from both sides, gradually arrived at the Frankfurt Commercial Bank Arena. The media was abuzz, keenly anticipating this significant encounter that could impact Schalke 04's standing. The press conference was already teeming with eager journalists. Magath entered the room with a composed demeanor, moving slowly among the throng. Eintracht Frankfurt's head coach, Stefan Baumgart, had already taken his place at the podium. With few head coaches circulating in the Bundesliga, Magath and Baumgart were familiar faces to one another. After exchanging nods, Magath took his seat. As the main figure arrived, the journalists instantly became animated, eager to pose their inquiries. Observing the chaotic atmosphere of the press conference, Magath furrowed his brow, acutely aware of the questions that the journalists were poised to ask. It is now widely acknowledged throughout the Bundesliga that Schalke 04 is enduring a challenging period. The team's performance has been lackluster, and in their most recent match in the DFB Pokal, a key attacking midfielder sustained an injury. Presently, everyone is eagerly awaiting the unfolding of Schalke's misfortunes. Mr. Magath, with your primary playmaker sidelined due to injury, what are your chances against Frankfurt? As anticipated, the first journalist from Frankfurt seized the opportunity to inquire directly. In football, one cannot quantify chances before the final whistle. All I know is that my players will exert their utmost effort against any opponent. To be candid, Magath harbors his own uncertainties regarding Frankfurt. It is worth noting that Stefan HHL managed to guide a team comprised largely of second-division players to an impressive 8th place in the previous season. Both his coaching acumen and the capabilities of his squad cannot be underestimated. Compounding matters, this season, Frankfurt has made significant acquisitions from the 3 relegated teams, securing for key players. In the first 3 rounds of the league, Frankfurt has achieved 2 victories and a draw, remaining unbeaten. Therefore, facing Frankfurt, it is indeed uncertain whether Schalke can emerge victorious. Are you implying that you intend to take a risk by deploying the players from the last DFB Pokal match? This remark elicited a light chuckle from the journalists present at the press conference. In that DFB Pokal match, Schalke 04 oddly fielded 2 players from the national team, who performed admirably, yet they were merely up against Hannover 96 from the 2nd division. Moreover, it is merely a cup competition of little significance. Such matches hold no true evaluative value. The distinction between the Bundesliga and Bundesliga 2 is not simply a matter of a single word. Furthermore, as for the so-called football desert, it is notorious for its lack of football prowess. Relying on them, Schalke is currently facing formidable Bundesliga teams. How I choose to utilize my players is solely my prerogative and is of no concern to you. Magath was evidently incensed by the journalists' unreasonable provocations. He is not known for his patience. He directly confronted the reporter from the Frankfurt Sports newspaper, his expression darkening. The journalists quickly shifted their focus. Mr. Steelerhall, are you familiar with the players from Schalke 04 hailing from the so-called football desert? At that moment, Steelerhall appeared quite awkward. To be candid, the journalist's inquiry was rather vexatious. It was clearly a verbal trap. To claim acquaintance would be to extricate Magath, while to deny, it would merely serve to mock him further. Given Magath's sensitive nature, offending him could prove troublesome, especially in a close-knit environment. The football desert does indeed have commendable players, reminiscent of Yang Chun and Xiao Jiai, who once valiantly represented us in Frankfurt. However, I am not well acquainted with the current players from the football desert within Schalke 04. Steelerhall adeptly navigated the journalist's question, ending the chaotic press conference. Magath entered the locker room with a frown. Victory. I must secure a win in this match. Damn Frankfurt. I wish to make it known that Schalke 04 is not to be trifled with. Upon entering, Magath erupted in a furious roar, observing their coach's fervor. The Schalke players understood that he must have been provoked at the press conference. The once jovial team members immediately straightened their posture. Su, let this detestable group of Frankfurt reporters truly comprehend your prowess. I demand that you seize control of the midfield. Attack. There is no need for defense. I want you to attack. Magath's thunderous admonition unexpectedly ignited the entire team's passion. From that moment on, every Schalke 04 player transformed. As they emerged from the locker room and traversed the player tunnel, not a word was uttered by any of them. Even the Frankfurt players could sense the palpable intensity emanating from the Schalke squad. TV5. Good evening, dear viewers. We are live broadcasting the 4th round of the Bundesliga. The match between Frankfurt and Schalke 04 unfolds here at the home ground of Frankfurt. I am your old friend, Duan Xian. To support the home team, please text A to 106-622-2481. To support the visiting team Schalke 04, please text B to 106-622-2481. Fans who correctly predict the outcome may receive a specially crafted Bundesliga gift package from our production team. Here, I would like to share some good news. In the recently announced starting lineup, our nation's player, Su Bai, has made his appearance. At just 17 years and 59 days old, Su Bai has become the youngest player in the history of the Bundesliga to take the field. The players have entered amidst the stirring music of the Bundesliga. At this moment, the Frankfurt Commercial Bank Arena has transformed into a sea of red. The over 50,000 seats are filled to capacity. The home fans are singing the team's anthem, waving the flags of Frankfurt, cheering fervently for their team. Meanwhile, Su Bai, hand in hand with the ball boy, has stepped onto the verdant pitch of the Bundesliga for the very first time. Ding! The system task has been activated. Bundesliga debut. Task difficulty: unknown. Task reward: unknown. As soon as he entered, the voice of the system echoed in Su Bai's mind, startling him momentarily. This unknown difficulty of the task and the reward is something Su Bai has never encountered before. Chapter 59. This is the Bundesliga of a different dimension. Su, relax. Don't be nervous. Just treat it like that cup match. Seeing Su Bai standing still, Raoul, who was following closely behind, thought Su Bai was anxious. He patted Su Bai's shoulder and said, "Hey, it's not nervousness. I was just lost in thought." "Thanks, Raoul." Raoul's concern warmed Su Bai's heart. In his previous life, Raoul was indeed his idol. As the Prince of Bernabeu, he had always been so elegant and lethal, especially with his iconic celebration of kissing his wedding ring after scoring, a moment that had enamored countless fans. Born in 1977, Raul is now 33 years old. In the twilight of his career, after Real Madrid informed him that they would not renew his contract, he accepted the opportunity to join Schalke 04, who had secured a top-4 finish in the league and qualified for the Champions League last season. In his heart, he still refuses to concede that he is too old to be cast aside. Thus, in a resolute decision to continue proving himself in the Champions League, Raul ventured into the unfamiliar territory of the War Chariot country. Observing Raul, Su Bai silently utilized a perfect partner card on him within the system space. With Hao Juman absent from the pitch, it seemed more beneficial to grant Raul an opportunity rather than waste a card's usage. Indeed, after Su Bai applied the card to bind with Raul, the previously calm Raul suddenly furrowed his brow. The players from both teams quickly took their positions on their respective halves. The referee on the field glanced down at his watch. Beep! With a sharp whistle, the match officially commenced. First, let's review the starting lineups. The Schalke 04 goalkeeper, donned in traditional blue, is number 1, Neuer. The left back is number 13, Schmitz. The central defenders are number 21, Metzelder, and number 4, H. Weeds. The right back is number 22, Uchida Atsudo. The defensive midfielder is number 12, Pearl Krug. And in the attacking midfield position, we have our young talent, number 24, Su Bai. On the left flank, wearing number 40, is Annan, while on the right flank is number 20, Plyatsikas. The forward line consists of number 25, Huntelaar, and number 7, Raoul. Schalke 04 has deployed their traditional 4-4-2 formation. On the opposing side, Frankfurt's starting goalkeeper is number 22, Efferman. The left back is number 4, Mike Franz, with center backs number 23, Russ, and number 24, Young, partnering together. The right back is number 14, Eamon. Operating as a defensive midfielder is number 27, Hermann Schwegler, while the attacking midfielders are number 28, Zavaras, and number 31, Kittel. On the left wing, we have number 10, Halil Altintop, and on the right wing, number 21, Jekus. Leading the attack is number 20, Lord. The home side, Frankfurt, has adopted a rather formidable 4-3-3 formation. Initially, Frankfurt seized possession of the ball. Right from the outset, the home team showed no intention of probing. Forward Lord swiftly passed the ball behind him and darted towards Schalke's defensive line. Meanwhile, Raoul and Huntelaar charged towards Frankfurt's attacking midfielder, Zavaras, from either side. However, the cautious Zavaras had no intention of engaging directly. Facing the advancing Raoul, he skillfully sidestepped and passed the ball to Kittel on the left. Upon receiving the ball, Kittel made a decisive advance towards the central area of Schalke's defense, with Su Bai playing as an attacking midfielder, instinctively following suit. However, at this moment, Su Bai's abysmal defensive attributes were utterly incapable of containing the battle-hardened Kittel. With a deft flick of his right foot, Kittel effortlessly maneuvered the ball while swiftly pivoting. In an instant, Su Bai found himself outmaneuvered. Following this, Kittel pressed on with unwavering determination, charging ahead with great strides. Fortunately, prior to the match, Magath had anticipated Su Bai's almost non-existent defensive capabilities, prompting Schalke's two wide midfielders to position themselves near the midfield, ever ready to engage in defensive duties. Observing Su Bai being bypassed, Schalke's left winger, Annan, immediately closed in on Kittle's side. Undeterred, Su Bai turned and sprinted after them. Faced with the combined efforts of two opponents, Kittle was compelled to decelerate. He deftly nudged the ball behind him with his right foot, seamlessly turning and moderating the pace of his attack. It was evident that Su Bai needed to enhance his defensive skills. After all, in Schalke's 4-4-2 formation, as an attacking midfielder, he bore the responsibility of contributing defensively. Nevertheless, Su Bai was still youthful, and his primary role on the field was to orchestrate offensive plays. Witnessing Su Bai being so easily surpassed, Duan Xian hastily offered an explanation, for at that moment, a considerable number of fans across the nation were glued to their television screens. Once the rhythm was re-established, Kittle, calm and composed, began to gradually advance the ball into the center. Subsequently, seizing the opportune moment, he executed a diagonal pass with his right foot, delivering the ball to Frankfurt's left winger, Halil Altintop. Like many mid-tier Bundesliga teams, Frankfurt relied heavily on simplistic offensive tactics, often resorting to long balls and aerial crosses as their primary strategy. The lightning-fast Halil Altintop seized the ball and immediately surged down the left flank. Meanwhile, Schalke's right winger, Pliaskas, galloped in pursuit with equal fervor. In terms of speed, Pliaskas, hailing from the Werder Bremen Youth Academy, had never feared anyone. After a brief yet intense sprint, Halil Altintop sensed the tenacity of Pliaskas. Realizing the futility of breaking through on the wing, he deftly shifted and relayed the ball to the rapidly advancing attacking midfielder, Zavalas, in the center. Upon receiving the ball, Zavalas did not hesitate, spotting the striker, Lord. Making a penetrating run behind Schalke's central defender, Metzelder, he executed a perfectly timed lofted pass. This delivery was astoundingly unexpected. As Metzelder pivoted, he was alarmed to find that he had lost track of Lord. With the ball descending from the sky, Lord wasted no time, unleashing a ferocious volley. The ball shot towards the Schalke 04 goal like a cannonball. In a moment of sheer urgency, Schalke's goalkeeper, Neuer, launched himself, stretching his right arm to the utmost, and just managed to graze the ball with his fingertips as it threatened to soar past him. This slight deflection caused the ball to narrowly graze the post and fly out of bounds. In just the first minute of play, the relentless assault from Frankfurt had left the Schalke 04 players drenched in cold sweat. Witnessing the breathtaking speed of Frankfurt's advance, Su Bai finally grasped what it meant to experience the Bundesliga, in stark contrast to the third division and Hannover 96. Mid-table Frankfurt in the Bundesliga existed in an entirely different realm. This is merely the mid-tier. What if we consider Werder Bremen? Or perhaps the youthful Borussia Dortmund? Moreover, what about the superpower of the Bundesliga, the world-renowned Bayern Munich? Ah, what a splendid play. The quality of this shot is exceptionally high. The 24-year-old Frankfurt forward, Lode, netted a total of 11 goals last season. Among these, 4 were scored with his head. His keen sense for goal and remarkable heading ability are indeed Lode's defining traits. It appears that Schalke 04 is under considerable defensive pressure in this match. With the formidable Neuer making crucial saves, Frankfurt earned the first corner kick of the game. Inside the penalty area, players from Frankfurt and Schalke 04 jostled closely together. The corner taker, Kittle, upon hearing the referee's whistle, struck the ball fiercely with his right foot towards the near post. Chapter 60. The dream connection between Su Bai and Raul? Kittle's corner, infused with vigorous spin, hurtled towards Schalke's goal. As the ball approached with lightning speed, Neuer dashed out instinctively. Since the day he became a goalkeeper, Neuer has never adhered to the conventional notion of where a goalkeeper ought to position themselves. In his perspective, not only within the penalty area but throughout the entire defensive half, he believes that if he can seize control of the ball at the earliest opportunity, he will undoubtedly rush towards it without hesitation. The ball's trajectory leaned slightly in the direction of the goalkeeper. As the football hurtled towards him at breakneck speed, Neuer anticipated the ball's trajectory, decisively striking it away with a powerful fist before it could reach the advancing Lord. However, just as all the Schalke players exhaled in relief, the ball landed at the feet of Frankfurt's right winger, Jekas, who astonishingly appeared out of nowhere. Without a moment's hesitation and with a beaming expression, Jekas unleashed a fierce strike with his right foot, sending the ball hurtling into the unguarded Schalke net with breathtaking velocity. Googaloo. The instant the ball crossed the line, the DJ at the Frankfurt Commercial Bank Arena erupted in ecstatic shouts. Simultaneously, The stadium ignited with fervor as over 50,000 fans erupted in jubilant celebration. Jekas, elated, sprinted towards the northern stands, where the most fervent supporters of Frankfurt gathered. Upon seeing Jekas rushing towards them, the fans erupted in a chorus of his name. Overwhelmed with excitement, Jekas raised his arms triumphantly, standing proud on the pitch, accepting the adoration of the fans alongside his jubilant teammates. Ah, what a goal! Neuer's approach was commendable. Yet the only lament was the cruel twist of fate that befell this moment. Su Bai stood on the opposite side. Had Neuer merely adjusted the angle of his fist slightly, the ball could have gracefully landed at Su Bai's feet. Up front, Huntelaar possessed the speed for a counterattack. Conceding a goal at the beginning of the match has complicated matters significantly. Witnessing Schalke 04 so effortlessly breached by Frankfurt's attack, Duan Xian could only sigh in resignation. On the sidelines, the team's early setback caused even the previously confident Magath to furrow his brow in concern. Schalke's defense had reached its zenith. Yet such unforeseen circumstances were beyond their control. Who could have anticipated that Neuer would mistakenly gift the ball to the opposition? Nonetheless, in that fleeting moment, Neuer had performed admirably by managing to clear the ball from the penalty area. In stark contrast to the frustrated Magath, Frankfurt's coach, Steeler Hall, wore a broad smile. Just moments earlier, after Lord's missed opportunity, he had cursed, "God damn it." But little did he know that divine intervention was swift. In less than a minute, Frankfurt received such a generous gift. With a beaming countenance, Steeler Hall covertly glanced at his old friend, particularly relishing the sight of Magath's furrowed brow, which only widened his own smile. Relying on a 17-year-old rookie with no Bundesliga experience? One could only wonder what that old man was thinking. Frankfurt's exuberant celebrations persisted for over 3 minutes, only ceasing when the referee urged them to gradually return to their half. Faced with the disheartening situation of conceding a goal right from the outset, the Schalke players wore expressions of deep frustration, particularly Manuel Neuer, who stood resolutely in goal. As the whistle blew, signaling the return to play, both teams retreated to their respective halves. At this moment, Ral swiftly turned and passed the ball to Su Bai, who, in the 7th minute of the match, finally made his first contact with the football. However, just as he received the pass, Frankfurt's forward, Lode, charged towards him with fervor. Hot on his heels was the very right winger, Jekas, who had just scored the opening goal. A double team? At this critical juncture, Magath's gaze was fixed intently on Su Bai as he prepared to receive the ball. It is essential to recognize the immense pressure that came with Su Bai's starting position, not only due to the team's performance, but also amidst the intricate dynamics of divided factions within the squad. Su Bai's selection as a starter clearly indicated that. In the comparison between Labrador and the 17-year-old Su Bai, the choice had ultimately fallen to the latter. This was indeed a high-stakes gamble. If victorious, all would be well. However, should they falter, Magath would not only face the scrutiny of the fans but also the more complex issue of how to manage the returning Labrador. Even if Labrador remained silent, his authority in the locker room would undoubtedly diminish. A coach who loses credibility has but one fate. Not only Magath, but even Frankfurt's head coach, Steele, was closely monitoring Su Bai's every move. He yearned to thoroughly observe the audacious young lad, whom his old friend had recklessly placed on the starting roster, to discern what remarkable talents he possessed. Meanwhile, from the distant land of Yen, millions of fervent fans fixed their eager gazes upon Su Bai. On the field, confronted by the relentless advance of Lord, Su Bai exhibited not a hint of trepidation. With a deft movement, he skillfully maneuvered the ball to his left, effortlessly evading Lord's attempt to intercept. However, at that very moment, Jekas, who had been closely trailing Lord, lunged towards Su Bai's left side. Simultaneously, the thwarted Lord initiated another charge. In an instant, the two of them positioned themselves on either side of Su Bai, resembling a pair of scissors poised to snip. Observing Su Bai caught between them, the team's defensive midfielder, Per Krug, rushed forward in concern to offer support. As this was Su Bai's inaugural appearance in the Bundesliga, just as Per Krug arrived beside Su Bai, the latter sprang into action. Faced with the dual onslaught, Su Bai deftly pulled the ball back with his left foot. Then, with remarkable agility, he flicked the ball to his right using the heel of his left foot. This maneuver allowed him to evade the aggressive lunge of Jekas. At the precise moment the ball was gently nudged to his right, Su Bai tilted his entire body in that direction. This shift caused both Jekas and Lord to press their weight down, effectively blocking Su Bai's right flank. Yet, As their weight shifted, Su Bai astonishingly retracted his entire form, placing the sole of his right foot upon the ball and deftly redirecting it from his right back towards the center. With a subtle touch of his right toe, he propelled it forward. The football obediently slipped past the legs of Jekas, whose entire body was already leaning at an angle to the right. At that moment, Su Bai seized the opportunity to glide past the off-balance Jekas. Krug, who had rushed in to support Su Bai, was left astounded. Not only him. The coach Magath on the sidelines was equally taken aback. As for Stefan Hall, the Frankfurt coach who had previously regarded Su Bai with disdain, his face now bore a look of sheer astonishment. Magnificent. Splendid. A flawless display of dribbling. Su Bai executed an astonishing trick to circumvent Jekas, the very hero of Frankfurt's recent goal. It was unbelievable. In a fleeting moment, Su Bai deftly maneuvered the ball with his heel, performing a dance akin to Iniesta's famous Fritters move. Yet, Iniesta utilized the arch and toe of his foot. Su Bai, on the other hand, relied solely on his heel. This maneuver was undoubtedly unprecedented. Absolutely remarkable. This marked Su Bai's inaugural touch in the Bundesliga, and indeed, his first successful dribble. Simply astonishing. A genius, without a doubt. Duan Xian, witnessing Su Bai's incredible dribbling, was rendered speechless. At that moment, after bypassing Jekas, Su Bai suddenly discerned a red passing route before him. An 85% chance of scoring. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Bai unleashed a powerful strike, propelling the ball directly into the attacking zone. Football resembles a magnificent rainbow, darting swiftly towards the rear of Frankfurt. In that very position, a blue number 7 raced fervently towards the landing spot. With the perfect synergy of his partner's enhancements, RAL seemed to have rejuvenated by a decade. With every stride, he could feel the strength in his thighs that had long vanished years ago. The Frankfurt center back, Russ, had initially been shadowing RAL closely. Before the match, Steeler Hall had personally declared that this old fellow was to be entrusted to him. Naturally, facing such a seemingly simple task, Russ had no reason to decline. However, as he pursued RAL towards the point behind him, he despaired upon realizing that this 33-year-old veteran was nothing like what the coach had described. The acceleration and explosive power exhibited were entirely uncharacteristic of a player in the twilight of his career. At just 28, Russ never imagined he would find himself so thoroughly outmatched by a 33-year-old. Despite exerting every ounce of effort, he was left hopelessly aware that he couldn't even grasp the hem of RAL's jersey. Just at the edge of the penalty area, RAL finally caught up to Su Bai's pass. Faced with the rapidly descending football, RAL hesitated not for an instant, striking the ball fiercely with his right foot. In that moment, it was as though RAI had kicked away all the shadows cast upon him by Real Madrid. Bang! RAL's shot resonated with a thunderous clap. The football beneath his feet, after undergoing a visibly intense deformation, surged towards the Frankfurt goal like a meteor. This exquisite volley, unimpeded, soared directly into the upper left corner of Frankfurt's net. 1-1. Merely 3 minutes after Frankfurt had scored, Schalke 04 equalized. Thanks to the enchanting connection between Su Bai and Raul. Chapter 61. Is Su Bai a liability on Schalke's defense? Magnificent. The ball has found the net. Raul. A spectacular goal, an unparalleled volley. The moment Su Bai passed the ball behind him, the 33-year-old Raul seemed to rejuvenate by a decade. With a breathtaking strike from just outside the penalty area, he leveled the score. Simply exquisite. From the outset, after Raul had passed the ball to Su Bai, he darted towards Frankfurt's back line as if guided by an unspoken connection. It was as if Raul knew instinctively that Su Bai would deliver the ball right to his feet. Moreover, Su Bai executed a dazzling dribble, evading Frankfurt's forwards Lord and number 21, Jekas, before delivering a beautifully lofted pass. This goal was achieved solely through their remarkable synergy. Raul's goal silenced the home fans, who had been vocally celebrating Frankfurt's dominance. Countless spectators turned in astonishment to the large screen at the edge of the field. There, the replay of the recent goal unfolded. The camera captured a young boy from the Yen Nation, his flowing black hair dancing as he glided effortlessly with the ball across the Frankfurt Commercial Bank Arena. Following that, he delivered a breathtaking super assist to Raul. At that moment, the Frankfurt fans remained oblivious to the name of this sudden prodigy. All they could see were the letters emblazoned on the back of his jersey, Su Bai. As before, upon witnessing the ball nestle into the net, Raul gracefully raised his right hand, kissing the wedding ring adorning it. and sprinted towards the visiting Schalke 04 supporters who had journeyed from afar. Meanwhile, the small contingent of 2,000 Schalke fans erupted into a frenzy of celebration. Raul, 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 they chanted, their voices echoing in unison. In that moment, they were undeniably elated. It was not merely Raul's goal they rejoiced in, but the unexpected bloom of a once barren midfield for Schalke. It was surreal, whether it was the dribble or the assist. On the sidelines, Magath, upon witnessing the goal, erupted with childlike exuberance, raising both fists and jumping in delight. Boss, you were right. Su Bai is phenomenal. That play was truly astonishing. Beside Magath, Hughes was equally brimming with excitement. As the assistant coach to Magath, his fate has been inextricably linked to that of his mentor. During this tumultuous period, he is acutely aware of the distress Magath has been enduring. In this narrative, Su Bai emerges as a divine savior, sent to rescue them and rejuvenate Schalke 04. Esteemed fans, the latest updates reveal that Su Bai, with this remarkable assist, has not only shattered the record for the youngest player in Bundesliga history, but has now also established a new benchmark for the youngest assist provider. At the tender age of 17, the record Su Bai has set will undoubtedly be etched in the annals of Bundesliga for a considerable time to come. In this moment, Su Bai stands as a beacon of pride for all of us from the land of flames. Duan Xian, perusing the recent news, found himself at a loss for words. Overwhelmed with excitement. Although it is not the first instance of a player from the land of flames making an appearance in the Bundesliga, nor the first assist. At this moment, he, like countless fans, perceives a glimmer of hope for the future of football in his homeland. RAL's goal has once more leveled the playing field for both teams. The referee swiftly blew the whistle to resume the match. Frankfurt, undeterred, launched a vigorous offensive against Schalke 04, leveraging their home advantage. The relentless pressure from Frankfurt began to weigh heavily on Schalke 04, initiating a siege from the 7th minute onward. Even Huntelaar and RAL found themselves retreating to their own half to partake in the defensive efforts. In the 12th minute of the match, in a series of intricate passes within Schalke's half, Frankfurt's attacking midfielder, number 28 Zaviras, and number 31 Kittel executed a sequence of plays that culminated in Kittel seizing the moment. With precision, he delivered a long ball with his right foot, finding the unmarked Frankfurt right winger, Jekas, on the flank. Jekas skillfully controlled the ball with his chest, made a slight adjustment, and then unleashed a powerful strike with the instep of his right foot. The ball deftly soared over the head of Schalke's left back, Schmitz. Suddenly, Frankfurt forward, Lord, surged in, striking the ball fiercely towards the goal, which was within Neuer's reach. Unfortunately, the shot lacked accuracy, sailing harmlessly into the stands, marking a missed opportunity for Frankfurt. A goal kick for Schalke. Neuer's goal kick landed in the midfield, but just as Su Bai leapt to intercept, Zaviras charged in from behind, nipping the ball away and directing it forward to Lord. Upon receiving the pass, Lord swiftly turned and charged towards Schalke's defensive line. However, after just a couple of strides, he was confronted by Schalke's defensive midfielder, Per Krug, who appeared abruptly before him. Faced with the tenacious defense of Krug, Lord wisely opted not to advance alone, slowing his pace slightly before laying the ball off to the left, where the team's left winger, Halil Altintop, was making an advance. Frankfurt was relentlessly pressing forward, demonstrating an unwavering vigor in their assault. Meanwhile, Schalke's defense appeared increasingly precarious, revealing the issues that arose from their tactical deployment of two forwards, which seemed to diminish their competitiveness in midfield. Su Bai's physique and defensive abilities are indeed his shortcomings. Currently, the most suitable tactical arrangement for Schalke 04 would be a dual attacking midfielder or dual defensive midfielder setup, reducing the number of forwards. This would alleviate some of the pressure on defense. Duan Xian's remarks have made the fans in front of the television realize this. After all, in the eyes of the fans, Schalke 04 is considerably stronger than Frankfurt. Naturally, when compared to the behemoth Bayern Munich, Schalke 04 holds no significant advantage. Yet when juxtaposed with mid-table teams like Frankfurt in the Bundesliga, Schalke 04 is undoubtedly a dominant force, both in terms of performance and heritage. Su Bai's attacking prowess is indeed impressive, but his defensive shortcomings are quite glaring. It often feels as if Su Bai is a liability for Schalke 04 on the defensive front. Could it be that Su Bai's presence is the reason Schalke appears so weak? One commenter exclaimed, "Are you foolish?" Duan Xian has already stated that the primary issue lies with Magath's formations. The dual striker setup enhances the offensive pressure but significantly diminishes midfield competitiveness. Another chimed in. Magath is a championship-level coach in the Bundesliga. Does he not understand the game? In the midst of this debate, many fans from Yen country watching the live stream expressed their opinions. Chapter 62. The youngest goalscorer in Bundesliga history. Frankfurt's formidable offense left Su Bai feeling somewhat helpless. His defensive skills were undeniably lacking, and fortunately, during this period, two wingers continuously provided support, or else Frankfurt would have undoubtedly torn Schalke 04 apart in midfield. While the defense managed to hold temporarily, the offensive front was equally ineffective. The aggressively advancing Frankfurt team effectively pinned Schalke within their own half, leaving them unable to even receive the ball. Under the intense pressure, Neuer was compelled to clear the ball forward, but upon reaching midfield, he found himself at a disadvantage against Frankfurt's towering players due to their superior height and physique. Consequently, throughout the match, Schalke found themselves completely overwhelmed. Even Su Bai recognized this, and Magath had already taken note from the sidelines. Raul. Observing Raul's active pressing and defense, Magath called out to him, gesturing slightly towards the midfield, indicating for Raul to drop back from the forward position to play as a shadow striker to support Su Bai. Raul nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Frankfurt's assault continued unabated. After passing the ball to the left flank, Frankfurt surged forward with full force. In the center, Zaviras and number 31, Kittel, charged directly into Schalke's penalty area. Uchida quickly moved to confront the advancing Halil Altintop. Faced with Uchida, Halil Altintop felt little pressure. He deftly nudged the ball to the left, evading Uchida, before easily pushing past him. The slender Uchida was no match physically for Halil Altintop. Observing Khalil Altintop swiftly surpassing him, a sense of urgency washed over him. He instinctively seized Khalil Altintop's jersey with a vigorous pull. This action caused Khalil Altintop to tumble to the ground. A sharp whistle pierced the air. The referee halted the match and, facing the innocently outstretched hands of Atsuto Uchida, brandished a yellow card. Witnessing Uchida receive a booking so early, Magath on the sidelines could only shake his head in resignation. In the 20th minute, Frankfurt was awarded a promising free-kick opportunity in the attacking third. This position was advantageous for a cross. As Frankfurt's primary set-piece taker, Kittel confidently approached the ball. Meanwhile, within Schalke's penalty area, players from both teams were once again embroiled in a tussle. However, this time, Kittel's delivery from the free kick was somewhat erratic, as it was decisively cleared from the box by Schalke's center-back Metzelder. By sheer coincidence, the ball landed at the feet of Su Bai just outside the penalty area. The closest Frankfurt player to Su Bai, Džekas, charged towards him without hesitation. As the ball soared in his direction and Džekas lunged at him, Su Bai opted not to control the ball. Instead, he deftly nudged it with the arch of his foot towards Raul. Simultaneously, he propelled himself forward, sprinting towards the midfield. At this moment, Frankfurt found themselves in a state of disarray. After all, with their players pushed forward, only the defensive midfielder Perman Schwegler and center-back Russ remained in the backline. As for Schalke 04, Su Bai, Raul, and the forward Huntelaar were rapidly surging towards the Frankfurt defense. Upon receiving the ball, Raul swiftly turned, observing the Frankfurt defensive midfielder, Perman Schwegler, charging directly at him. Raul denied him the opportunity to close the gap. With a deft move, he pushed the ball into the center and maneuvered past Schwegler. Realizing that the cunning Raul offered him no chance for a tactical foul, Schwegler could only helplessly turn and continue his pursuit of Raul. Su Bai charged forward with great determination, and Raul's lateral pass was perfectly timed. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Bai struck the ball with his right foot, sending it diagonally ahead. The pass found Raul once more. It was the simplest yet most effective 1-2 play. The seamless coordination between Su Bai and Raul left the seasoned Schwegler at a loss. At this moment, Raul had already penetrated deep into Frankfurt's half. Su Bai's pass appeared right before him, while Schwegler was desperately trailing behind. Raul himself felt a sense of curiosity. His form was remarkably exceptional today. Whether it was the speed he had previously struggled with or other aspects of his game, it felt as though he had suddenly regained years of youth. In that moment, his legs seemed infused with vigor, each step radiating an inexhaustible strength. After receiving the ball, Raul propelled himself fiercely towards the Frankfurt penalty area. 40 meters, 35 meters, 30 meters. The Frankfurt center-back, Russ, who had been closely trailing Huntelaar, found himself helpless as he watched Raul poised to strike. Relinquishing his pursuit of Huntelaar, He pivoted to confront Raul. This was precisely the opportunity Raul had been anticipating. As Rush charged towards him, Raul deftly nudged the ball with his right foot, sending it rolling past Russ and directly in front of the goal. At that moment, Su Bai had surged into the penalty area, now face-to-face with the goalkeeper. Despite the daunting odds, Frankfurt's keeper, Farman, grit his teeth and sprinted towards Su Bai. On the sidelines, Magath felt his heart leap to his throat as he witnessed Su Bai's clear chance on goal. Similarly, Duan Xian, seated at the broadcast table, felt his heart race uncontrollably. He struggled to suppress the urge to shout, fixated on Su Bai. This was a one-on-one opportunity. If Su Bai could score, he would etch his name in the annals of Bundesliga history as the youngest scorer. In that moment, Su Bai would claim a remarkable array of records: the youngest debutant, the youngest starter, the youngest assister, and the youngest goal scorer, all within a single match. The thought of it was beyond his wildest dreams. Meanwhile, countless fans in Yin country sat anxiously in front of their televisions, eyes tightly shut. They feared that this beacon of hope, the young lad, might squander this golden opportunity. They dreaded the prospect of their flickering flame of hope being extinguished once more by the harsh realities of the game. On the field, facing the rushing goalkeeper of Frankfurt, Su Bai displayed not a trace of panic or anxiety. With a deft movement, he feigned a shot with his right foot, causing the diving Farman to commit to the right. In an instant, he skillfully flicked his right ankle, directing the ball towards his left. With a gentle touch of his right foot, he effortlessly maneuvered past the advancing Farman. Confronted with an open goal, Su Bai delicately nudged the ball with the arch of his right foot, allowing it to leisurely roll into the net under the watchful gaze of over 50,000 spectators at the Frankfurt Commercial Bank Arena. A whistle pierced the air. The referee pointed towards the center, affirming the goal's validity. Chapter 63. Defense remains a significant challenge. Magnificent. Magnificent. The ball has found its way in. Su Bai? Su Bai evaded the goalkeeper and slotted it into the open goal. This marks Su Bai's inaugural goal in the Bundesliga. Incredible! At the moment he faced the on-rushing Frankfurt goalkeeper, Su Bai exhibited no signs of trepidation, executing a remarkably effective feint followed by a precise touch to bypass the keeper. Undoubtedly, he possesses an extraordinary composure under pressure. In scoring, Su Bai declared to the world that he is more than just a playmaker. A new record has been set. Su Bai, having already claimed the titles for the youngest player to debut, start, and provide an assist in the Bundesliga, has now astonishingly become the youngest goal scorer in the league's history. Undoubtedly, after this match, the entire world will become aware of a remarkable new star from the land of Yin, emerging within the ranks of Schalke 04. At the moment Su Bai scored, Duan Xian, who had been suppressing his emotions, erupted into ecstatic shouts. Nothing could be more exhilarating than witnessing a compatriot achieve a goal on one of the highest stages of world football. And in that instant, far away in the land of Yin, the male dormitory of Kyoto University suddenly erupted with thunderous cheers. This match had been heavily promoted by Channel 5 for several days. Although they had touted it as a showcase of the Yin nation's twin stars, only Su Bai took to the field. Nonetheless, this did not dampen the fervor of the Yin fans at this moment. These passionate young football enthusiasts had stayed up late, eagerly awaiting the match that captivated all Yin supporters. Incredible! Incredible! That goal was absolutely stunning. Su Bai is phenomenal. Beautiful. Beautiful. Damn. This is the Bundesliga, and to perform so brilliantly on his debut at just 17 years old. Haha, that was Raul's assist. Su Bai and Raul are really starting to shine together, each contributing one. Such scenes unfolded in numerous locations across the land of Yin. The fans had waited far too long for this moment. Hao Junmin had been with Schalke for over 6 months. As the only Yin national in one of the top 5 leagues, Hao Junmin had kept the fans waiting in anticipation for half a year. Yet, unexpectedly, it was a previously unnoticed 17-year-old boy who emerged triumphantly. With his relentless and fervent performances, he ignited a flicker of hope within the hearts of all Yin Nation fans. For them, Su Bai's emergence felt akin to stumbling upon an oasis in the midst of a vast desert. At that moment, within the confines of the Frankfurt Commercial Bank Stadium, Su Bai, having scored his inaugural goal in the Bundesliga, was overwhelmed with exhilaration. It is worth noting that his lifelong dream had been to become a forward. Had it not been for the unfortunate misallocation of his maximum attribute points, he might have already been wreaking havoc in the Bundesliga. In a moment of uncontainable joy, Su Bai tore off his jersey and dashed towards the corner flag. facing over 50,000 Frankfurt fans who had just been vociferously proclaiming their offensive prowess. As he ran, he bent his knees and executed a sliding kneel. Beneath his flowing black hair, Su Bai performed the bow and arrow celebration, move he had practiced countless times in secret. Raul, Huntelaar, Annan, and Puliasikas quickly joined him, surrounding Su Bai to partake in the celebration. Su, what a magnificent goal. Haha, that shot was simply extraordinary. Su Bai's exuberant celebration elicited a fervent response from the Frankfurt supporters in the stands. Fuck you. Fuck. Various expletives directed at Su Bai echoed throughout the stadium. However, at that moment, surrounded and playfully tormented by his teammates, Su Bai had little time to heed their remarks. On the sidelines, Magath, who had been anxiously concerned that Su Bai might squander the opportunity, erupted with childlike excitement upon witnessing Su Bai's goal. With fists raised, he leapt on the spot, exclaiming, "What a remarkable display of composure! This lad possesses an innate fortitude." Astonishingly, at merely 17 years of age, he remained so poised in the face of such a critical moment. The assistant coach, equally exhilarated, voiced sentiments that resonated profoundly with Magath. The thrill of Su Bai's goal was not solely about the score. It signified the triumph of his audacious gamble, regardless of the match's outcome. Magath's envisioned foundational lineup for the Champions League had begun to take shape. Su Bai embodied the quintessential midfielder he desired, steady, composed, delivering swift and precise passes, and most importantly, possessing an extraordinary field vision that only the world's elite midfielders could claim. The score of 2-1 left the Frankfurt players, who had confidently prepared to dominate Schalke on home turf, feeling somewhat disheartened. They had just squandered a promising attacking opportunity, only to have Schalke seize the moment and score on a counterattack. As the referee blew the whistle to resume play, Frankfurt, now trailing, transformed into a relentless force. They surged forward, compressing their defensive line near the center circle. From the 23rd minute onward, Schalke's situation on the pitch increasingly became precarious. The partnership of number 28, Zavalas, and number 31, Kittel, had been honed over 3 seasons at Frankfurt, proving to be a formidable duo. The two players, exhibiting remarkable synergy and impressive technical prowess, thoroughly dominated Schalke's midfield, leaving them in a state of discomfort. The frail defense of Su Bai proved ineffectual against Schalke's advances. It was not solely his shortcoming. Even Raul and Huntelaar, who joined the defensive efforts, were unable to make a significant impact. Most crucially, as Frankfurt launched a full-scale assault, both fullbacks began to frequently push forward to assist in the attack. This left the flanks, occupied by Annan and Pliasic, hesitant to venture into the midfield to support Su Bai. In the 29th minute of the match, Kittel skillfully maneuvered past Su Bai and executed a precise diagonal pass with his right foot, sending the ball directly to the feet of Džekas on the right flank. Upon receiving the ball, Džekas, confronted by the advancing Schalke left-back Schmitz, deftly propelled the ball forward with his right foot. The ball evaded Schmitz, while Frankfurt's right-back Eimel surged forward, outpacing Annan. He received the ball and sprinted towards Schalke's defensive third with remarkable speed. In an instant, Schalke's right side was breached. Simultaneously, Zavaras, Kittel, and Frankfurt forwards Lord, as well as left winger Halil, launched a frenzied charge towards Schalke's penalty area. The situation was perilous. Frankfurt's beautifully orchestrated flank penetration, initiated from the center, was exquisite. The 28-year-old Eimel possessed a commendable ability to deliver crosses. Schalke must remain vigilant against Frankfurt's aerial threats. At this moment, unmarked near the baseline, Eimel, without a hint of hesitation, unleashed a powerful right-footed strike, directing the ball into the center. The ball traveled at an astonishing speed, accompanied by a slight curve. Its trajectory in the air was distinctly altered. Inside the penalty area, Frankfurt players leaped simultaneously. Likewise, Schalke's central defenders, Metzelder and H. Weeds, along with defensive midfielder Pell, Krug, also ascended towards the point of descent. Chapter 64. Su Bai, this brother is truly dependable when matters arise. He is genuinely involved. Christoph Metzelder, once a pivotal central defender for the national team and a celebrated captain of Borussia Dortmund, despite being 30 years old and experiencing a decline in form, remains one of the most formidable central defenders in the Bundesliga. The cross delivered by Eamon curved gracefully towards him. At the moment of his jump, Metzelder noticed that Frankfurt forwards Lord and Zavalas were also leaping closely behind him. As the players contested for the header, Zavala discreetly tugged on Metzelder's jersey with his right hand. The force exerted by Metzelder caused him to lose his balance just as the ball approached. Without Metzelder as an obstacle, Lord seized the opportunity to make contact first with a powerful header. The force behind Lord's strike was immense. The ball veered sharply and sped toward the goal like a bolt of lightning. Neuer, positioned in front of the net, barely had time to react as the ball found its way into the back of the net. A whistle pierced the air, and the referee pointed to the center circle, signaling that the goal was valid. The moment the whistle blew, the entire Commercial Bank Stadium erupted in fervor. The Frankfurt fans, who had just been despondent over Su Bai's goal, immediately celebrated with exuberance. They wildly waved their scarves emblazoned with the Frankfurt emblem. However, at that moment, Metzelder was incensed. He stormed towards Zavirus, who had turned to join in the celebration. "You coward, resorting to such despicable tactics!" Metzelder erupted, directing his fury at Zavirus, who had dragged him down. Although the referee had not seen the foul in the penalty area, the Schalke players were acutely aware of it. In an instant, H. Pearl and the formidable goalkeeper Neuer rushed towards the referee. "That was a foul. That damned individual pulled Metzelder down," Neuer exclaimed, pointing at Zavirus. Faced with the referee's unjust decision, the players, fully aware of the improbability of a reversal, could not suppress their grievances. At that moment, Metzelder remained next to Zavirus, who feigned innocence, raising his hands in protest. As his teammates converged, the Frankfurt players swiftly approached. Defensive midfielder Permin Schwegler boldly positioned himself in front of Zavirus, declaring, "What do you intend to do, you worthless outcast?" Upon hearing this, the already furious Metzelder was driven into a frenzy. It is worth noting the profound impact of the phrase outcast on a player discarded by Real Madrid. The past that Metzelder, who returned to the Bundesliga after being dismissed by Mourinho, is most reluctant to discuss is his time at Real Madrid. However, Piermingswager's words were akin to pouring salt on a wound, striking directly at Metzelder's vulnerability. "You damned fool, do you wish to be struck?" Old Metzelder grasped Piermingswager's shirt with his left hand, raising his fist, large as a cooking pot, preparing to deliver a knockout blow. The hot-tempered Piermingswager, unfazed, boldly pushed Metzelder's face with his right hand. It seemed they were on the brink of a brawl. At that moment, Su Bai, who had been in the midfield, suddenly sprang into action. Fighting was his forte. When his teammate was embroiled in a conflict, he felt compelled to intervene. His target was none other than Piermingswager, who had just shoved Metzelder. The players from both teams frantically gathered, shoving one another. Just as Su Bai was about to plunge into the fray, a figure seized him from behind. "Don't go in there, you have a yellow card," Raoul exclaimed, quickly whispering in Su Bai's ear. Upon hearing this, Su Bai realized that his celebratory antics had already earned him a yellow card. Another would spell trouble. Seeing Su Bai regain his composure, Raoul breathed a sigh of relief. Beep, beep. Recognizing the escalating situation, the referee blew his whistle. Without hesitation, he charged into the crowd, pulling a red card from his pocket. First, he confronted Metzelder, who had raised his fist, and then immediately turned to confront the incoming Piermingswager. Both sides bore equal consequences. Once the two red cards were issued, the previously impulsive players from both teams quickly regained their composure. Especially as they observed the referee searching for the next target to penalize, the players promptly dispersed. On the sidelines, Magath, witnessing his team concede a goal and being reduced to 10 men, erupted in fury. However, despite his indignation, he refrained from approaching the fourth official to voice any complaints. At that moment, he had no desire to be the scapegoat and risk being sent off unjustly by the referee. Alas, Metzelder lost his cool. It was indeed a foul committed by Frankfurt. Yet Zavirus was cunning enough to shield himself from the referee's view during the infraction. The referee was, without a doubt, unable to see the actions of Zavirus's hands. Since the goal had already been counted, Metzelder had no reason to dwell on it any further. Moreover, Su Bai, you already possessed a yellow card. Why so reckless? Fortunately, Raoul was prudent enough to remain alert. Youthful exuberance led to such folly. In situations like this, one should avoid the crowd, much like Uchida, who remained unobtrusive in the corner. His approach was entirely detached, embodying the right attitude. Duan Xian, while watching the slow-motion replay, couldn't he help but adopt a sarcastic tone. Haha, Teacher Duan, I suspect you are being ironic, but I have no evidence. Su Bai, this brother, is truly reliable. When matters arise, he is indeed steadfast. Haha. Teacher Duan is right. It's all because Su Bai is still young. However, if youth were devoid of impulsiveness, how could it be called youth? Unlike the small nest, he has mastered the art of restraint. In the entirety of Schalke 04, the only one lacking action is Uchida, who shows no intention of mingling with the crowd. This is what one might call a clear-headed individual. I wonder what Su Bai would have done had he charged forward just now. With his slender frame, he likely wouldn't withstand a punch from Pierre-Michel Lassaga. Yet, that's not always the case. Sometimes, physical stature doesn't determine the outcome of a scuffle. Alas, it is a pity that Su Bai has already secured so many firsts. Had he rushed in, he could have garnered a red card, thus claiming the record for the youngest red card in the Bundesliga. My goodness, you upstairs are rather ruthless. Haha, indeed, you've reminded me. Su Bai's achievement collection is already impressive, the record for the youngest yellow card in the Bundesliga. In the 35th minute of the match, due to the conflict, both teams were penalized with one player sent off each, bringing the player count to 10-10. The score stands at 2-2. Once again, it can be said that both teams have returned to the starting line. Observing their players entering the tunnel, Magath and Steelerhall immediately began to reorganize their strategies. For Schalke, Huntelaar was substituted for defender Sergio Escudero. Conversely, Frankfurt made no substitutions, merely repositioning their attacking midfielder, Zavialas, to take up a defensive role. This is shaping up to be quite a spectacle. It is a duel between the single defensive midfielder and the single attacking midfielder, as Su Bai confronts Kittel. With this tactical shift, both teams intriguingly adopt a single attacking midfielder setup. Chapter 65. At the tender age of 17, already commanding Schalke? Observing the players from both teams positioned in their respective halves, the referee once again blew the whistle to signal the resumption of play. Raul turned and passed the ball to Su Bai, who, instead of immediately distributing it, surged forward into Frankfurt's defensive territory. Confronted by the first Frankfurt forward, Lord, Su Bai, with his ball control elevated to 80, remained unperturbed. With a deft flick of his right foot, he nudged the ball to his left. And upon noticing Lord charging towards his left side, he swiftly redirected the ball to the right. In an instant, the alternating movements left Lord completely off balance. Having easily bypassed Lord, Su Bai continued to stride forward with determination. To create more space for Su Bai's advance, Raul had already penetrated deep into Frankfurt's backline. With one less player in midfield, Frankfurt promptly withdrew their two wingers to the center to better contain their opponents. Seeing Su Bai effortlessly evade Lord, Frankfurt's left winger, Halil Altintop, immediately sprinted towards him. However, just as he approached, Su Bai executed a graceful lofted pass, delivering the ball to the rapidly advancing Annan on the left flank. The retraction of the wingers left Frankfurt's flanks wide open, presenting a golden opportunity. Annan immediately surged towards the back line of Frankfurt, spurred on by an unwavering determination. Meanwhile, Su Bai dashed towards the left flank without a moment's hesitation. The intensity of the match had certainly escalated. Even with one player sent off, both teams pressed forward with reckless abandon. For the fervent fans, such a contest was truly exhilarating. Annan possessed not only remarkable speed, but also exceptional dribbling and passing abilities, which contributed to his steadfast dominance on the left wing for Schalke 04. However, just as Annan was relentlessly attacking the right side of Frankfurt, the right winger, Jekas, closed in on him and tripped the accelerating Annan with a swift kick. The incident occurred at the same level, prompting the referee to simply halt the play without issuing a yellow card or any reprimand to Jekas. Witnessing such a promising offensive opportunity thwarted by a foul, and the referee's lack of disciplinary action, left Magath on the sidelines seething with frustration. Following this foul, the match descended into a series of interruptions, devoid of any fluid passing. As players attempted to carry the ball, they were met with immediate fouls from their opponents. Within a mere 10 minutes, the referee had blown the whistle 6 times, with each team committing 3 fouls. Thus, as the referee's whistle signaled the end of the first half, the players from both teams ambled into the tunnel in small clusters. In the dressing room, Magath still bore the marks of lingering anger. After a moment to collect himself, he quickly gathered the tactical board. So, in the second half, we shall advance from both flanks, initiating our attack from the sides. Of course, you shall control the rhythm of the match. When the pressure in the central defense intensifies, simply draw the play to the wings. Annan, you and Przezikas must balance your responsibilities in central defense, while also making proactive runs forward. Remember, Su Bai will deliver the ball to you. All you need to do is exploit the open spaces. The two fullbacks are to remain firmly stationed in the back line. Do not venture forward. As tactical discussions ensued, Magath began to elaborate extensively. Su Bai listened intently to all of Magath's strategic directives. However, the others regarded Su Bai with a mix of surprise and admiration, noting his serious demeanor. They heard a pivotal statement: "You control the tempo of the game." This essentially entrusted the entire Schalke 04 team to Su Bai. How old is he? 17? The most astonishing aspect is that this is his debut match in the Bundesliga. To be expected to take command from the outset? How much faith does the old man have in this young talent? Particularly, those substitutes who have yet to see playtime cast envious glances towards Su Bai. The 15-minute halftime break was fleeting. Even as the staff urged Schalke to take the field, Magath continued his fervent discourse. The upcoming half promises to be a formidable challenge for Su Bai. The pressure on him as a sole attacking midfielder is immense. Not only must he orchestrate the team's offensive maneuvers, but he also stands as the first line of defense against adversaries. Although Su Bai's defense may be lacking, I firmly believe that the best form of defense is indeed a robust offense. As long as we can suppress Frankfurt on the attacking front, the probability of securing victory in this match remains exceedingly high. At the very least, in terms of forwards, Raul undoubtedly surpasses Frankfurt's load by several tiers. Observing the players from both teams return to the field, Duan Xian hastily devised a strategy for Su Bai, albeit Su Bai remained oblivious to it at that moment. With a sharp whistle from the referee, the second half of the match commenced. Upon hearing the signal, Raul immediately turned and passed the ball to Su Bai behind him. Before charging forward, Su Bai received the ball without hesitation, deftly maneuvering to pass it to the right to Pulikiasikas. Load, who had just rushed forward to seize the ball from Su Bai, could only watch helplessly as Su Bai sprinted past him. Pulikiasikas, not lingering on the ball, swiftly lifted his head upon receiving it, and seeing Su Bai had already positioned himself in front, he promptly advanced the ball to Su Bai once more. At this moment, Frankfurt's attacking midfielder, Kittel, quickly closed in on Su Bai. Simultaneously, Halil, the left winger for Frankfurt, who had been preparing to assist Pulikiasikas, redirected his path directly towards Su Bai. During the halftime break, Frankfurt did not remain idle. Hall had clearly stated that the focal point for the second half would be this young midfielder from Yen country. No matter the means, as long as they could contain him, the scales of victory would undoubtedly tip in favor of Frankfurt. In the blink of an eye, a duo from Frankfurt materialized before Su Bai. Kittel immediately pressed his body against Su Bai, without any ostentatious maneuvers, despite not being particularly robust himself. Kittel felt an overwhelming confidence as he attempted to use his physique to block Su Bai. However, to his astonishment, the seemingly frail young man from the Yen Kingdom was far from as fragile as he had anticipated. No matter how much force Kittel exerted, Su Bai remained utterly unyielding. What on earth was happening? At that moment, Halil Altintop, who had rushed to Su Bai's side, was oblivious to his teammate's surprise. He swiftly extended his long leg, bypassing Su Bai, aiming to hook the ball. Just as he was about to make contact with the football, Halil found himself momentarily stunned. He had not expected Su Bai to perform a sudden stop, deftly pulling the ball back with the sole of his right foot. This abrupt maneuver caused Kittel, who had been exerting himself to overpower Su Bai, to lose his balance and tumble to the ground. Halil, now in a state of panic, disregarded his fallen teammate and turned with all his might, attempting to regain his footing. But just as he pivoted, Su Bai sprang into action once more. The young man from the Yin Kingdom, with a grace reminiscent of a violinist, elegantly drew the ball to his left side, allowing it to glide smoothly past him. As the formidable Halil Altintop struggled to regain his footing, Su Bai executed a sudden change of direction, leaving him utterly off balance. Yet, Su Bai did not cease his dazzling display. In a fleeting moment, he deftly pulled the ball to his left, nudging it forward with his left foot, and effortlessly maneuvered past the prostrate Kittel. Exquisite. Su Bai. This dribble was nothing short of a dream. After using his body to shield Kittel, he abruptly halted, evading a double team, and with a movement as graceful as a violinist's bow, he glided around the turning Halil Altintop. Before him lay a vast expanse of opportunity. In that instant, a striking red passing lane materialized before Su Bai. With an impressive 87% chance of scoring, he wasted no time. His right foot connected forcefully with the bottom of the ball. Like a shooting star, The ball surged towards the right side of Frankfurt's penalty area. It bypassed the entire Frankfurt defensive line. Having engaged the defenders on the left flank, Su Bai had drawn all the attention to that side, leaving the current position unguarded. As Magath had remarked, the ever-ready Annan was now racing towards that spot. On the sidelines, Magath, witnessing Su Bai's ability to deliver such a perfect pass under pressure, clenched his fists in exhilaration. Now, all that remained for Annan was the frantic goalkeeper of Frankfurt rushing towards him. This is a chapter dedicated to reward you. As long as you praise me, I shall continue to reward you. Chapter 66. The entrance of Hao Jun-min, the fiery twin stars of the Bundesliga. For all goalkeepers, the most daunting challenge is the one-on-one situation. This face-off against a professional striker, even for the world's elite goalkeepers, presents a success rate of less than 10%, unless one is up against players who tend to shoot directly at the goalkeeper in such scenarios. Annan remained utterly composed as he faced the frantic advance of Frankfurt's goalkeeper, Efferman, with a calm demeanor. He skillfully aimed at the bottom right corner of the net and executed a delicate chip shot. The ball gracefully curved past Efferman, striking the post and ricocheting into the goal. Magnificent. Splendid. The ball has found the net. Just as the second half commenced, Schalke 04 managed to score, reversing the tide of the match. Annan seized the opportunity after receiving a dreamlike pass from Su Bai, delivering a flawless chip shot that nestled into the bottom right corner of the goal. The pass from Su Bai was nothing short of exquisite. He brilliantly attracted the entire Frankfurt defense with his individual skill, threading a deadly assist through the tightest of spaces. Such vision is simply astonishing. After bypassing his marker, Su Bai, without any glance upwards, instinctively directed the ball to the unmarked left flank. Clearly, he had meticulously observed Annan's run prior to the attempt to dispossess him. An unparalleled awareness of the game. With 1 goal and 2 assists in a single half, it is nothing short of miraculous. At merely 17 years of age, Su Bai is already making waves in the Bundesliga. It's simply astonishing. The moment he scored, Duan Xian erupted with excitement in the live broadcast. Haha, incredible. That pass was absolutely phenomenal. A single player taking on the entire defense. Such a pass is truly, wow, absolutely brilliant. From now on, I shall be a devoted fan of Su Bai. With this level of talent, it won't take a full season for him to be courted by a top club. Indeed, that pass, that vision, he is undoubtedly a world-class midfielder. Let us hope a major club snatches him up soon. Schalke 04 cannot afford to let such a prodigious talent slip away. It must be my beloved Red Devils. Under the guidance of the legendary Sir Alex, young talents flourish. Just look at how Cristiano Ronaldo evolved into a global superstar in a few short years. Su Bai is destined to be the next great star. Nonsense. He should join our illustrious Chelsea. The Blues are the true cradle of genius. Enough talk. Bayern has already negotiated with Schalke. The transfer will be finalized shortly. This is just the first match. Let us not get ahead of ourselves. While I do have high hopes for Su Bai, discussing major clubs at this stage is premature. He needs at least 2 or 3 seasons to hone his skills. The above comment is spot on. Moving to a top club now would likely result in sitting on the bench. It would be wiser for him to solidify his position at Schalke, gaining experience in the Champions League over the next few years. On the pitch, after scoring, Annan exuberantly dashed towards the corner flag to celebrate. Su Bai, Raoul, and others joyfully joined him in the celebration. Su's pass was absolutely exquisite. I knew without a doubt that he could deliver the ball beautifully. Upon seeing Su Bai, Annan was so exhilarated that he lifted Su Bai into his arms. At that moment, on the sidelines, Magath was as joyous as a child, exuberantly waving his fists. Su Bai's pass was astonishing. Even Magath had not anticipated that Su Bai could retrieve the ball in such a situation, and more remarkably, he did so without even lifting his head, effortlessly sending the ball forward. This is talent, the innate gift that a great midfielder must possess. In stark contrast, on the other side, Frankfurt's head coach, Steinhall, was seething with rage, having thrown his water bottle to the ground in frustration. Damn it. I told you to keep an eye on that lad from Yen country. Are they lifeless? Can't they manage to intercept? We made it abundantly clear during halftime. And yet these worthless players still cannot handle this slender fellow. Observing their coach's furious demeanor, the Frankfurt players lowered their heads in shame. Particularly, the Frankfurt attacking midfielder, Kittel, stared blankly at the slender youth from Yen country, who had just caused him to stumble with a mere step back, his eyes filled with confusion. How could he possibly pass the ball to that location under such circumstances? Kittel had been closely marking Su Bai, and yet he sent the ball flying without even glancing up. Did he not need to observe? Was that a spontaneous pass? Or sheer luck? The lead in the score made Frankfurt increasingly anxious as the game resumed. Frankfurt launched a relentless assault down the flanks against Schalke, whose defenses appeared momentarily flustered by the fervor of their opponents. Following a shift in the scoreline, Magath, recognizing the precarious position, instructed Schalke to retreat defensively. In the 52nd minute, Frankfurt's winger, Halil Altintop, skillfully maneuvered past Atsuto Uchida on the left flank and delivered a left-footed cross into the penalty area. The astute Lord managed to connect with the ball first, but Neuer, positioned impeccably, swiftly intervened, clearing the ball with a powerful punch. In the scramble to reclaim possession, Subotic and Kittel raced towards the ball's landing spot, yet Kittel, positioned ahead, reached it first. With a deft flick of his right foot, he turned and unleashed a powerful shot. The strike was executed with startling immediacy, leaving everyone in the penalty area momentarily stunned as the ball hurtled towards the goal. Fortunately for Schalke, Kittel's eagerness for speed compromised his accuracy, and the ball sailed over the crossbar, eliciting gasps of disappointment from the fans. On the sidelines, Magath watched the heart-stopping moment, drenched in cold sweat. Following this near miss, Frankfurt's momentum surged, their attacks becoming increasingly formidable. In the 63rd minute, they returned to their strategy, once again targeting Uchida, who, burdened by a yellow card, was hesitant to engage aggressively against the swifter Altintop. It was evident that Uchida was struggling to cope with the situation. Observing Uchida's performance, Magath turned his attention to Hao Junmin, who had been warming up on the sidelines. Magath summoned Hao Junmin over and urged him to keep a close watch on Halil Altintop. Do not hesitate to make robust movements. A yellow card is acceptable. Just defend against his crosses and stay close to him. After whispering a few words to Hao Junmin, Magath immediately substituted him in for the underperforming Uchida Atsuto. The moment eagerly anticipated by the fans had arrived. In the 65th minute, Schalke 04 replaced the disappointing Japanese player Uchida Atsuto with Hao Junmin. The fans from the land of Yen were thrilled to witness both stars appearing simultaneously on the Bundesliga stage. Let us wait and see what unfolds. In the live broadcast, upon seeing Hao Junmin take the field, Duan Xian was filled with excitement. It is noteworthy that the simultaneous presence of two players from the land of Yen in the Bundesliga had never occurred before. This was not merely a Bundesliga match for the fans. It was something far more significant. Indeed, here they are. Magath is quite generous. He truly respects us fans from the land of Yen. Go, Hao Junmin. Although you may not be as formidable as Su Bai, you are our pride. So play with confidence. Exactly. Let us go. Su Bai can collaborate more with Hao Junmin. How exhilarating. This night has been worth the wait. After half a year, we finally have Hao Junmin, and unexpectedly, we have a duo. Meanwhile, at the Frankfurt Commercial Stadium, the dynamics of the match remained unchanged despite Hao Junmin's entry. Although Hao Junmin's confidence has significantly increased due to his performance in the previous match, without the perfect partnership of his teammate, his abilities can merely be likened to that of a Bundesliga substitute. Fortunately, Halil Altintop has been charging down the left flank for quite some time, and his declining stamina seems to alleviate some of the pressure he previously imposed on Hao Junmin. In the 75th minute of the match, it appeared that Eintracht Frankfurt was experiencing physical fatigue after prolonged attacks. Neuer, having just intercepted a feeble long-range shot from Frankfurt, swiftly threw the ball to the right flank where Hao Junmin had just entered the fray. On the sidelines, Magath waved his hand, signaling the long-awaited counterattack for Schalke 04. Chapter 67. What is that thing flying from the horizon? Receiving the ball, Hao Junmin surged forward with determination. As a full-back, his responsibilities extend beyond mere defense. Having just come on as a substitute, he was eager to participate actively in the offensive play. As Hao Junmin advanced, Frankfurt's left winger Halil Altintop immediately rushed towards him. However, Hao Junmin had no intention of forcefully breaking past him. Noticing Su Bai, who had retreated slightly to offer support, Hao Junmin deftly sent a diagonal pass to Su Bai with his right foot before continuing his forward run. Seeing Hao Junmin sprint past him, Altintop quickly turned to chase back, anticipating the passing lane between Su Bai and Hao Junmin. Initially, Su Bai intended to return the ball to Hao Junmin. However, witnessing the cautious Halil Altintop promptly abandoned the notion. As he turned with the ball, Su Bai surged forward with determination. Halil Altintop, slightly disheartened by Su Bai's wariness, observed the unfolding scene. At the very moment Su Bai received the pass, Schalke 04's left flank player, Annan, along with the forward Raul, swiftly turned and advanced without hesitation. Su Bai nudged the ball slightly ahead, then deftly pushed it with his right foot, delivering it to the awaiting Plyatzikas on the right flank just before the approaching number 31, Kittel, could intervene. Simultaneously, he evaded Kittel and rapidly pressed forward. Unfazed, Kittel resolutely pursued Su Bai, determined to keep a close watch on the fiery youth from the Yen Nation, as shouted by Steil Hall from the sidelines. Initially intending to pass the ball to Su Bai, Plyatzikas, upon noticing the relentless Kittel at Su Bai's side, abandoned that plan. He nudged the ball forward with his right foot and took off with it himself. As a prominent winger for Schalke, Plyatzikas possessed formidable offensive prowess. Facing the immediate challenge from Frankfurt's defensive midfielder, Zaviras, Plyatzikas remained composed, deftly maneuvering the ball to his left with his right foot, evading Zaviras, and then sending it forward with his left foot. He skillfully bypassed Zaviras, executing a remarkable dribble. Furthermore, as Zaviras was outmaneuvered, the midfield and defense of Frankfurt have become an open expanse. The lightning-fast Pulisikas, without a moment's hesitation, took a bold step forward, charging directly towards Frankfurt's defensive zone with the ball at his feet. Observing Pulisikas' swift advance, Kittel, who had been following Su Bai, was thrown into a state of panic. He quickly turned his horse around, exerting every ounce of strength to race towards Pulisikas. Meanwhile, Pulisikas had already cast a glance at Su Bai. As Kittel approached him, Pulisikas, without uttering a word, deftly nudged the ball to the left with his right foot. The football curved gracefully past the charging Kittel, rolling towards Su Bai's direction. Now, let us rewind a moment. On the right flank, Hao Junmin, after passing the ball to Su Bai, had been sprinting forward with unwavering determination. Uncertain whether he would receive the ball, he gritted his teeth and propelled himself forward with relentless vigor. Ignoring the commotion in the midfield, his singular focus was to advance. In no time, Hao Junmin had reached the edge of Frankfurt's penalty area. After glancing to his left at Su Bai, he inexplicably plunged into the penalty box. At this moment, Su Bai intercepted Pulisikas' pass, instinctively nudging the ball forward with his right foot. Suddenly, a vivid red passing lane materialized before him. The trajectory of this pass was aimed towards the right flank. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Bai struck the ball fiercely with the outside of his right foot. With Su Bai's explosive power, the football visibly deformed upon impact. Bang! The shot resembled a direct cannon blast. However, just as the football soared over the defensive line of Frankfurt, it executed a sudden and sharp turn in midair, propelled by a fierce spin. Remarkably, the ball curved sharply and flew towards the direction of Hao Junmin, who had already plunged into the penalty area, relentlessly pressing forward. "How go?" Su Bai shouted. This exclamation halted Hao Junmin in his tracks. Instinctively, he turned his head. And at that very moment, the football fortuitously struck him squarely on the forehead. Su Bai had struck the ball with nearly the force of a shot. In an instant, Hao Junmin's mind went blank. What had just occurred? It felt as if something had descended from the heavens. After the ball collided with Hao Junmin's head, it rebounded sharply. The Frankfurt goalkeeper, F. Hermann, who had rushed towards Hao Junmin upon seeing the ball curve, was momentarily stunned. The football had struck Hao Junmin's head first, and then, in an astonishing trajectory, it ricocheted past him. In despair, F. Hermann turned his head, only to witness the ball soaring over him like a rainbow, directly entering the upper right corner of the net. Beep! A whistle sounded. The referee pointed towards the center circle, declaring the goal valid. Splendid. Magnificent. The goal is scored. Hao Junmin. The moment of madness has arrived. Can the fans of Yenghua contain their excitement? This marks the first instance of a Yenghua connection in Bundesliga history. Through their seamless collaboration, the two Yenghua players have helped Schalke 04 secure a crucial goal. Su Bai's pass was executed to perfection. It was akin to painting the most exquisite rainbow across the Commercial Bank Stadium. At the end of that rainbow stood Hao Junmin, who had already surged into the penalty area. Remarkably, Hao Junmin did not even attempt to strike the ball. It simply sailed past the advancing Frankfurt goalkeeper and nestled into the net. Splendid. This marks a new chapter in the history of the Chinese players in the Bundesliga. It also signifies Hao Junmin's debut goal in the Bundesliga, and furthermore, it is Su Bai's third assist in this match. A hat trick of assists. Incredible. Su Bai has shattered records for the youngest scorer, the youngest assister, and even the youngest to achieve a hat trick of assists. The annals of Bundesliga history are now indelibly marked by the legacy of the Chinese players. Witnessing the ball soar into the net, Duan Xian was utterly ecstatic. He screamed in the live stream as if to release years of pent-up frustration. Remarkable. Sangu, you are phenomenal. Haha, a debut goal. Assisted by Su Bai? This is unbelievably exhilarating. I cried out of excitement. My dog didn't cry. I made it cry, but I wonder how much a rabies vaccine costs these days? Will it die if it doesn't get vaccinated? Haha, this is fantastic. Su Bai's pass was so precise, not just Sangu. Even your dog could score with that assist. Hey upstairs, stop with the jokes. I'm too excited right now, and you're making me laugh. In the Frankfurt Commercial Bank Stadium, the first to react was Ral, who excitedly rushed towards the dazed Hao Junmin, who had been caught off guard by Su Bai's brilliance. Poor Hao Junmin, still in a state of shock, suddenly found himself confronted by a towering figure clad in blue. Without any further ado, Ral skillfully tackled Hao Junmin, landing atop him with ease. Seeing Ral initiate the celebration, Annan generously followed suit, leaping onto the pile. Shortly thereafter, Puliaki Kass and even Su Bai joined in the exuberant frenzy as a group of ecstatic Schalke players formed a chaotic heap in the Frankfurt penalty area. On the sidelines, Magath could barely contain his excitement upon witnessing the goal, his face flushed with exhilaration. Boss, your substitutions are simply extraordinary. How scored just minutes after coming on? What an incredible decision, remarked Hughes, unknowingly showering praise. As an assistant coach, offering appropriate praise to the head coach can significantly benefit the team. Upon hearing such words, the already exuberant Magath immediately cast a proud glance towards Stahlhall. Especially upon witnessing the latter's furious demeanor, even retreating to the substitutes bench. This sight only heightened Magath's excitement. Chapter 68. What on earth is this treasure chest? Gradually, Hao Junmin's consciousness began to resurface. Although his mind was still clouded with thoughts of what had flown in from the horizon, was it birds or clouds? The collective gasps of the crowd swiftly yanked him back to the unforgiving reality. Hao Junmin's frail frame struggled to withstand the overwhelming presence of the towering figures around him. Raising his head, he noticed Raoul, drenched in sweat, yet wearing an exuberant smile. Hao, you're incredible. Brother Hao, that was amazing. Your first goal. You must treat us tonight. Well, this part need not be translated. Su Bai was speaking in Chinese. First goal? At that moment, realization dawned upon Hao Junmin. Did it mean he had scored? Was that not a bird or a cloud just now? It was a football? He had indeed scored. With this thought, his battered body, which had endured so much, suddenly trembled with exhilaration. He had waited far too long for this day. Half a season, countless days and nights. Finally, that day had arrived. Hao Junmin envisioned the celebratory scene he had long fantasized about after scoring, but it appeared that the celebration would be somewhat different than he had imagined. After some time, the teammates gradually rose, still lingering in the moment. The sole reason for this was the referee, who had come over to urge them along. The players from Frankfurt had been expressing their grievances for quite a while. Soon enough, the match resumed. However, Schalke 04, having established a 2-goal lead, had no intention of pursuing further attacks. All Schalke players, including the forward Ral, retreated into their own half. Frankfurt, having relentlessly pressed for nearly 80 minutes, had reached their physical limits. Consequently, in the final 10 minutes, the score remained unchanged. With a sharp whistle from the referee, the 4th round of the Bundesliga, featuring Frankfurt at home against Schalke 04, came to a close. The match ended with congratulations for Schalke 04, who triumphed with a score of 4-2 in this crucial encounter. Similarly, accolades are due to Su Bai, who achieved a remarkable 1 goal and 3 assists, earning him the title of the match's best player. Thus, Su Bai's record as the youngest player continues to grow. Furthermore, we must celebrate Hao Junmin, who scored his maiden goal in the Bundesliga. Although this ordinary Bundesliga match has concluded, the journeys of Su Bai and Hao Junmin are still long and promising. May they carry the hopes and aspirations of all fans from Yen Nation as they carve out their futures in the Bundesliga. Indeed, as soon as the words were spoken, the technical statistics team on site swiftly identified the best player of the match, Su Bai. Unsurprisingly, he was crowned the best player of the match. On the field, Su Bai, who had been interacting with his teammates and Schalke fans who had come to Frankfurt, heard the name announced. Haha Su, congratulations. Your first match and you've been named the best player. You are truly remarkable." Upon hearing his name, his teammates gathered around him to offer their congratulations. Su Bai felt a tinge of bashfulness as he looked at their well wishes. Although he usually had a thick skin, the sensation of being celebrated like a star was undeniably quite exhilarating. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Bundesliga debut. Task completion level. SSS. Congratulations to the host for receiving an equipment treasure chest reward. Su Bai was momentarily bewildered. What on earth? Isn't this a live-action system? Shouldn't it involve points or skills? Why is there an equipment reward? What purpose does this serve? However, seeing so many cameras focused on him, Su Bai stifled the urge to access the system and open the treasure chest. The live broadcast from Yinghua continued. Su Bai stood by the sidelines, receiving the small trophy for being the best player of the match awarded by the Bundesliga. Haha, amazing. Su Bai is incredible. Debut, numerous records broken, and a trophy. This is undoubtedly the work of a chosen one. While Japan has Hideto Shinakak, our Yinghua has finally produced a Su Bai. Haha, Su Bai is only 17 years old. Following a normal developmental trajectory, his achievements will surely surpass those of many. Regardless of what the future holds, I now find myself invigorated every weekend with the prospect of staying up late. When will the next match arrive? I can hardly contain my anticipation. Observing Su Bai, who was awarded the Best Player trophy, even at the late hour of 2 o'clock in the morning, the fans remained exuberant. For many, this was their first experience witnessing the ceremony for the Best Player. Of course, this was also facilitated by the fact that Channel 5 could delay the broadcast. Yet, even with the match concluded, the majority of fans were reluctant to turn off their televisions, as the highlights of the entire game would follow. They could once again relish Su Bai's extraordinary performance. This concludes our live coverage of the match. I am your old friend, Duan Xian. Until next week, everyone. Turning off the camera, Duan Xian smiled as he removed his headphones. Gentlemen, let us find a place to celebrate. Tonight, in light of our joy, I shall cover the expenses. An elated Duan Xian was unusually generous. Under normal circumstances, such arrangements would only be made by Wang Tao. At this moment, with excitement radiating from him, Duan Xian suddenly recalled his encounter with Wang Tao at the airport. I wonder what that fellow is up to. Speaking of Wang Tao, who was hired by the Sports Weekly, he had just concluded a broadcast of the German Third League on the other side of the country. Cursing under his breath, he disconnected his earpiece. Damn it. Only 47 viewers for comments, and they're all about how miserable I am. Tao Gu. Should I find a place tonight as per usual? Upon noticing his boss's discontent, Xiao Wang quickly approached. Drink? What the hell is there to drink? Buy a plane ticket back home. Damn it. What is this nonsense? In contrast to Wang Tao, who was also witnessing the painful score of 4 o'clock from the sidelines, Daniel, whose recently recovered body seemed to show signs of relapse, was in a state of despair. It was tragic. Schalke 04U18, missing both Bin Kaisai and Su Bai, had been utterly reduced to their original form. Throughout the match, Daniel could only utter the same familiar phrases. Halim, you worthless piece of trash. How could you possibly pass the ball like that? Damn you. Fuck. At that moment, the one who missed Su Bai the most in the entire U18 team was Halim, who had returned to the starting lineup only because of Su Bai's departure. At least when Su Bai was present, no one had berated him so harshly. At the Frankfurt Commercial Bank Stadium, Magath gazed at the score of 4-2 on the big screen, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. He noticed his old friend Steeler approaching and, with a sense of pride, he remarked, "You old man, when did you find such an impressive young talent? Congratulations on your victory. But you better be careful. Such a promising player shouldn't be poached by Bayern this winter." In the face of Magatha's pride, Steeler had no intention of allowing his old friend to revel in happiness for long. Indeed, the moment he shook Magatha's hand and heard his words, the smile on Magatha's face vanished instantly. Haha, it seems true. This fellow's release clause must be quite affordable. Upon releasing his grip, despite the loss, Steel Hall turned away with a gleeful smirk and strode directly into the player tunnel. The contract for Su Bai seems yet to be amended. A buyout fee of 500,000 can allow any team to snatch him away during the winter transfer period. Hughes, standing beside Magath, clearly heard Steel Hall's taunt and quickly alerted Magath. I am aware. Damn it, those blood-sucking vampires in the club's upper echelons are exceedingly stingy. After uttering this, Magath furrowed his brow and followed suit into the player tunnel. Given Su Bai's performance today, the situation had become dire. Chapter 69. You devious old man. Although victorious in the match, Magath found no joy in the moment. Steelhall's words pierced his freshly ignited heart like a dagger. Bayern Munich? To Magath, they represented nothing less than the marauders of the Bundesliga, shameless brigands, even the very embodiment of all the male factions within the league. The team that had orchestrated the miraculous triumph of Wolfsburg was subsequently ravaged by the insatiable Bayern, leaving naught but scraps behind. He could not erase the memory of the very next day after he had assured the Wolfsburg executives that he would lead them to at least the Champions League semi-finals the following season. The team's star striker and key defensive midfielder were both sold to Bayern Munich. From that moment onward, Bayern Munich became the team he loathed most, a club that treated the entire Bundesliga as a self-service supermarket, taking whatever they desired at will, thus becoming an indelible nightmare for him. Chief, who will accompany us to the press conference? Observing the furrowed brow of Magath, Hughes also glanced at his watch and remarked, "It's nearly time, yet the players are still chattering excitedly in the locker room. Why is our head coach standing outside, lost in thought?" Hughes's words jolted Magath back to reality. Initially intending to bring Su Bai along to the conference, Magath quickly reconsidered. One must not reveal their wealth too openly. It's best to keep Su Bai from becoming too famous. With this thought in mind, Magath promptly swung open the locker room door. "Raoul, tidy up. We are heading to the press conference." The players, who had been playfully teasing Su Bai about facing a multitude of reporters for the first time, were suddenly taken aback. The post-match press conference was a special recognition for the best player. Fame brings what? Wealth? Beautiful women? Luxurious cars? High-end luxury goods? Why then was Su Bai the best player, not chosen to attend? Magath felt it inappropriate to elaborate in front of so many. After speaking, he closed the door decisively. Raoul turned to comfort Su Bai, saying, "Su, the old man truly cares for you. Young players should have limited exposure to the media. This is for your protection. Focus on your training, and soon, you will have your chance." "Yes, I'm fine." Su Bai was hardly concerned about the interview. His mind was occupied with thoughts of his treasure chest rewards, leaving little room for the press conference. Soon after tidying up, Raoul followed Magath towards the post-match press conference venue. However, before they even reached the entrance, an unusual commotion echoed from within the room. Raoul was momentarily taken aback. This was merely a typical Bundesliga match, yet it seemed an abundance of journalists had gathered. Upon entering, he was astonished to find the room teeming with individuals. Save for a solitary podium, the eager journalists, appearing ravenous for information, surged forward at the sight of Magath, thrusting microphones in his direction. "Mr. Magath, could you elaborate on that player from the Fiery Nation?" "Mr. Magath, we understand that this young talent emerged from the U18 youth squad. But having only played 3 official matches, do you possess any further insights?" "Mr. Magath, why isn't Su Bai attending the press conference?" Although the journalists called out to Magath, it seemed their sole focus was on Su Bai. Raoul, observing Magath's furrowed brow, began to feel perplexed. Why did the old man appear so displeased? They had secured a victory. And with a prodigious talent like Su Bai in their ranks, one would expect him to be in high spirits. Once Magath and Raoul took their seats, the frenzy among the journalists intensified. Fortunately, the commercial stadium quickly dispatched additional security personnel, and with their presence, order was gradually restored. After restoring order, Magath casually pointed to a journalist. "Hello, Mr. Magath, I am Hanks, a reporter from Munich Sports News. I am delighted to have the opportunity to conduct the first interview with you." Upon hearing Munich, a sense of unease washed over Magath, causing his expression to appear even more awkward. He nodded cautiously. "I would like to ask you, Mr. Magath, about a matter that has captured the attention of all fans. Your player, the one who has achieved 1 goal and 3 assists, the young talent from your country. Su Bai, could you share your thoughts on him? After all, the fans of Schalke 04 are quite unaware of when such a remarkably talented midfielder emerged." Gazing at the expectant Munich journalist, Magath hesitated for a moment, then pursed his lips and took the microphone. "What? Remarkably talented? No. You all have misunderstood. This individual is not a prodigious player at all. He is quite mediocre. Very mediocre, indeed. Aside from being a decent passer, his physical attributes, speed, technical skills, and even his shooting, his fundamentals are utterly lacking. Due to Labricka's injury and the absence of other midfielders, he was merely called up as a temporary substitute. The only genius at Schalke is the injured Labricka. This young man, Su Bai has far too much room for improvement. His performance in this match was merely a stroke of luck. He is truly quite ordinary. Having uttered these words, Magath finally exhaled deeply. However, the originally chaotic scene fell into an unexpected silence following his remarks. It was not just the journalists. Even Raoul, seated beside him, cast a disdainful glance in his direction. What was happening? Shouldn't there be a look of sudden realization instead? Everything felt rather peculiar. I had just laid bare all of Su Bai's shortcomings. Yet the reporters seemed utterly bewildered. Of course, they must not have comprehended. Magath cleared his throat and continued addressing the microphone. Su Bai is merely 17 years old. He requires ample time to acclimate to the pace of the Bundesliga. Internally, Magath mused. Have you understood my words, you Bayern marauders? This lad is just 17. Still a minor, and it will take years before you can poach him after I've molded him. Just 3 years. By the time he turns 20, you may take him. I implore you, grant me these 3 years. One match cannot define his potential. He needs more time to enhance his skills. Having said that, Magath finally pushed aside the microphone. Yet, the journalists appeared to maintain the same expression, as if to say, you cunning old man, I believe you not. Indeed, the sports reporter from Munich, who had just posed a question, seized the microphone. Mr. Magath, do you imply that Su Bai, at the age of 17, has achieved a remarkable record of 1 goal and 3 assists, especially against Mr. Steil's fiercely competitive Bundesliga team? Most crucially, are you suggesting that such performances stem from his inability to adapt to the Bundesliga's tempo? If he were to adapt, would his performance be even more extraordinary? Upon hearing the reporter's words, Magath nearly fainted. It was all over. This was a complete disaster. Tomorrow. No, it should be immediately. The entire world would know that I, Magath, possess a super genius. Recently, there have been numerous malicious 1-star reviews. I earnestly beseech the readers who have reached this point to grant me a 5-star rating. Your evaluations are crucial for this book. If my writing falters, you may amend it, but at the very least, it would help preserve a rating of 9. 2. Thank you sincerely. Chapter 70. Ferguson's Dream Puzzle in England, Manchester. And Carl has been exceptionally melancholic lately. Ever since his return from the land of chariots, he has remained in a state of discontent. As a scout for Manchester United, he has unearthed a multitude of promising talents over the years. Although few have made it to the first team, at the very least, those he discovered in the youth ranks were undoubtedly gifted players. With Sir Ferguson's esteemed name attached, no one has ever been able to escape his persuasion, except for that lad from the fiery nation. Contemplating Su Bai, and Carl's frustration surged, especially upon seeing the newspaper before him. Marca, as the best-selling football newspaper across Europe, Marca not only covers La Liga, but also features sections dedicated to every major league. At this moment, within the Bundesliga section, a colossal photograph dominated nearly a third of the page, showcasing none other than that lad from the fiery nation who had turned the tables on him. 1 goal and 3 assists. He was the catalyst behind all of Schalke 04's goals, continuously shattering records for the youngest appearances, youngest starts, youngest goals, youngest assists, and even the youngest hat-trick of assists, as well as numerous other Bundesliga records including the youngest yellow card. It is undeniable that this young prodigy has risen to prominence. The newspapers have meticulously chronicled all of Su Bai's match records at Schalke, even detailing how he was cast aside by Dortmund only to be seized as a hidden gem by Schalke 04. Mr. Anker, who has witnessed Su Bai's performances firsthand, possesses a far deeper understanding of the player than what is conveyed in print. Upon receiving a call from the club in the morning, informing him that Sir Ferguson wished to speak with him, Anker realized it must pertain to Su Bai. The previous day's match, coupled with Magath's post-game praise, had elevated Su Bai to the epicenter of global football discourse. For Ferguson, a collector of young talent, the emergence of such a stellar midfielder was an opportunity he could not afford to overlook. Though Cristiano Ronaldo had departed for Real Madrid, Ferguson had no intention of retiring just yet. He aspired to forge the 3rd generation of a super Manchester United, and what he needed most at present was an engine to drive the team forward. Mr. Anker, the sir is ready to see you, announced the young secretary with a smile. Thank you, replied Anker, though his mind was preoccupied, wholly uninterested in why the old gentleman favored such superficial company. Her smile, it seemed, bore an insincerity that was almost nauseating, perhaps tinged with a hint of schadenfreude. Turning away, Anker timidly rapped on the door of Ferguson's office. The world is well aware of Ferguson's tempestuous temperament. Even David Beckham had once faced his wrath. For a scout like myself, dealing with my own failures is hardly a trivial matter. Come in. Upon hearing Ferguson's response, and Carl cautiously opened the door. Have a seat. The silver-haired Ferguson, wearing spectacles, did not even lift his gaze as he invited Carl to sit down. Above the old man's head hung a grand portrait of the entire team, a cherished memento featuring a youthful David Beckham, the ginger-haired Scholes, and Giggs. Perhaps for the old man, this photograph represents his proudest achievement. Akama just called me. That lad from the 3rd division has made his debut in the Bundesliga, and he's performed admirably, hasn't he? It seemed Ferguson had finally wrapped up his previous tasks, setting down his pen and looking up at Carl. Indeed. And Carl, observing Ferguson's gentle demeanor, let out a sigh of relief. At least the old man was in a good mood today. Last time you mentioned that boy had turned you down? I didn't pay much attention to it. What exactly transpired? The previous night, Ferguson received a call from Akama, who inexplicably showered him with congratulations, leaving Ferguson quite bewildered. After some time, he realized Akama was referring to the young lad he had recommended to Manchester United, who had just delivered an astonishing debut performance in the Bundesliga. In Akama's view, it was utterly predictable that Manchester United would send scouts to unearth a talent from a 3rd division youth team. Until Ferguson heard that the young lad from the Fiery Nation had declined Manchester United, the excited Akama on the other end of the line awkwardly hung up. However, Akama's words sparked a sudden interest in Ferguson. The old man, for the first time in ages, opened his seldom-used computer and searched for match footage of Su Bai. Particularly after witnessing Su Bai's no-look rainbow assist down the right flank, the old man was so exhilarated that he accidentally dropped his teacup. Throughout his decades at the helm of Manchester United, he had nurtured countless exceptional talents, the winged maestro Giggs, the superlative midfielder Scholes, and even the world's finest, Cristiano Ronaldo. Yet, in his heart, there was only one individual of whom he was truly proud, David Beckham, snatched away by that wretched Victoria. The pinpoint accuracy of his passes and the revolutionary free kicks that initiated the era of the bending ball were indelible memories from his managerial tenure. Manchester United experienced a golden generation and a renaissance with Ronaldo, and though he had aged, his spirit remained youthful. In an era where everyone extolled Barcelona's possession play, Sir Alex Ferguson was determined to topple them from their pedestal. However, his team still lacked a crucial piece of the puzzle, a component capable of orchestrating all the elements. The moment he witnessed Su Bai's exquisite pass, Ferguson felt a stirring in his heart. It seemed he had discovered his coveted chip, the engine of Manchester United. Up front, there was the explosively dynamic Rooney, with Nani on the left flank and Valencia on the right. Indeed, yes, sir, that lad stated. Observing the hesitant demeanor of Carl before him, Ferguson's expression grew somewhat displeased. Have you once again issued a plethora of empty promises? Ferguson's words made in. Carl, already anxious, lower his gaze instantly. Go forth, carry my sincerity. Should he join Manchester United, I am prepared to offer him a starting position, provided he proves capable. Furthermore, matters concerning the contract, signing fees, and such can receive unreserved approval. The genius clause poses no issue. If negotiations falter, remain at Schalke. Having uttered these words, Ferguson lowered his head to resume reviewing the documents on his desk. There were no excessive remarks, and his tone remained remarkably gentle. However, upon exiting Ferguson's office, Carl was drenched in perspiration. As a scout for Manchester United, he relished the most leisurely yet comfortable occupation, with a salary that was the highest across the British Isles. He cherished this role. Facing the secretary, who still wore a professional facade, and Carl seized the newspaper from the desk and turned to exit the office. Hey, book me a ticket to the land of the charioteers. Now, immediately. Chapter 71. The great sale of Pinduo Duo awaits. Rise and shine. Su Bai. How Junmin called out to the still slumbering Su Bai. Is it time already? Su Bai opened his eyes, reaching for his phone on the bedside to check. Goodness, it was already 11 in the morning. Recalling the wildness of the previous night, Su Bai rubbed his still somewhat dizzy head and sat up. I told you not to show off, yet you insisted on doing so. Hao Jimin chuckled at Su Bai's disheveled appearance. Alas, the team has won. And Raul is so elated that he insists on treating us. We simply cannot refuse. After the match concluded yesterday, Raul had taken it upon himself to host a gathering, leading all the teammates to the largest nightclub in Frankfurt. Upon arrival, Neuer had loudly proclaimed his desire to engage in a friendly competition with Su Bai, insisting that his previous loss was solely due to having not eaten enough. Thus commenced a spirited contest between the Schalke goalkeeper and the newly ascended Schalke midfield prodigy, both of them raising their bottles and diving into the revelry. They continued drinking until a group of blonde ladies made their entrance. Concerned that Li Qian might discover something amiss upon their return home, Hao Junmin, fearful, swiftly took Su Bai by the arm and made their escape back to the hotel under the pretense of needing a bathroom break. "I'll tidy up first. We must head to the airport by midnight." With that, Hao Junmin turned and departed, seizing the moment as Hao Junmin left. Su Bai finally had the opportunity to check the rewards from the system. Entering the system with practiced ease, he found the treasure chest for the task rewards lying patiently before him. Eagerly, he clicked open the resplendent golden chest. Ding dong. "Congratulations, host. You have acquired protective iron undergarments. Iron underpants. Item level, silver grade. Special effect 1. The most vulnerable part of a man requires ironclad protection. With this, you shall no longer need to worry about injuries to your delicate areas. As hard as iron shall become your motto." Item effect 2. Although this pair of iron underpants appears rather unremarkable and is somewhat uncomfortable to wear, it is rumored that those who don them often experience unexpectedly fortuitous luck. Su Bai was utterly bewildered. Iron underpants? What on earth is this? Is the system jesting with him, presenting him with a pair of iron underpants to wear? How could he possibly face others while clad in such attire? Fortunately, Su Bai soon discovered that a new icon had appeared in the originally simplistic attribute panel. A gentle click revealed the iron underpants before him, and instantly a virtual model resembling him manifested alongside the icon, with the iron underpants occupying their rightful place. Observing no other alterations, Su Bai exited the space with a look of disappointment. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the entire Schalke team returned to the club, and Magath promptly announced the dissolution of the team, along with a day off. Wait a moment. Just as Su Bai was about to head back to his dormitory for a well-deserved rest alongside the others, Magath called out to him. Once everyone had departed, Magath straightforwardly laid his cards on the table. "Su, I have arranged matters with the club to increase your salary and secure a better living arrangement for you. It is rather inappropriate for a first-team player to still reside in the player dormitory." Magath wore what he believed to be his most gentle smile as he spoke to Su Bai, with his already somewhat wrinkled face. This smile made Magath resemble a rather unscrupulous figure. "No longer, Chief. At present, I find myself quite content. The restaurant is conveniently close, and the training ground is not far either." Su Bai is not foolish. Having just delivered a commendable performance, the old man is now overly solicitous, undoubtedly fearing that I might depart. Though this contract yields a modest income, it grants me my freedom. The 50,000 euros in liquidated damages is, to be frank, a guarantee of that freedom. Observing Su Bai feigning ignorance, Magath found himself at a loss. As the head coach of the Bundesliga champions, it was beneath him to humbly plead with Su Bai not to leave, expressing his need for him. "With nothing further to discuss, I shall take my leave." Noticing that Magath had fallen silent, Su Bai turned and departed. Magath offered a bitter smile as he retreated to his office. While others could afford to rest, he found no such luxury. The matter of Su Bai's contract loomed over him like a sword, and until it was resolved, he could not find peace. Fearing that he might awaken to find Bayern had sent a check for 50,000, and Su Bai would be gone. Unexpectedly, as Magath opened the door to his office, he was greeted by a familiar figure, the team manager of Schalke 04, Janis. "Ah, I knew you would come to the office. Yesterday's match was spectacular. Schalke has not executed such beautiful attacking play in years. Did you know? The club executives are eager to reward you and the team handsomely. Signing you was undoubtedly the best decision for Schalke. With you on the team, Schalke 04 is sure to regain its former glory." Upon seeing Magath, Janis displayed his professional smile and commenced his flattery. "Do not waste your thoughts. That lad is merely feigning ignorance, with no intention of altering the contract." Magath, with the intuition of a seasoned manager, can easily deduce why the elusive Janis has graced his office. Clearly, he has witnessed Su Bai's remarkable performance and seeks to manipulate the situation by renegotiating Su Bai's contract, hoping to reap substantial profits in the future. What? Do not jest. Felix, that fellow is merely 17 years old. What does he comprehend? Is this a matter pertaining to his agent? If that is the case, it is quite manageable. Simply provide me with a contact, and I shall handle it. Observing the perplexed expression on Magatha's face, Janus too found himself in a state of bewilderment. Logically, one would expect that a young player like Su Bai, after a stellar performance, would have his contract eagerly revised by the head coach. However, the situation appears far less optimistic than anticipated. That lad has no agent. He is entirely on his own, residing in the team dormitory, earning a meager weekly wage of merely over 100. Most importantly, the insufferable fact remains that his buyout clause stands at 500,000. Damn it, 500,000. I could personally finance his departure. Observing Janus's self-assured demeanor, Magatha's ire truly ignited. Enraged, Magatha erupted in a furious roar. While his outburst failed to elicit any response from Janus, the figures of 500,000 euros pierced his heart like daggers. 500,000. A prodigious talent who just orchestrated a hat trick of assists in the Bundesliga, and Schalke dares to demand such a price. This is more enticing than a free cut from a prized rose. Well then, shall I go and negotiate? For the sake of money, Janus disregards his own dignity. It should still be possible, right? Observing Magatha's lack of response, Janus hurriedly exited the office. He knew where Schalke's dormitory was, but over the years, he had never ventured inside. The clear blue sky seemed to mock him. Just as Su Bai reclined on his bed, he heard the familiar ringtone of his phone. Rising to check, he saw it was a familiar face, the Manchester United scout, Anchor. What business could this fellow have? Knock, knock, knock. Dear Su, are you there? This is Janus, the manager of Schalke. Glancing at his phone and then at the still ringing door, Su Bai reluctantly got up. What on earth was happening? Everyone seemed to be converging. Chapter 72. The world lacks top midfielders. Su Bai first opened the door. At the threshold stood Janus, smiling at him while he held the phone. Internally, he felt a twinge of displeasure. After all, as the team's manager, he had personally come over, yet this young man was taking a call. Did he possess no basic manners? Mr. Carl, I apologize, but I have a guest. May I call you back shortly? What? You came all the way from Manchester? Hearing this, Janus panicked. What was going on? Manchester? He had traveled a long distance specifically for this. This must be an attempt to poach. The displeasure that had just graced Janus's face vanished in an instant. He immediately appeared to have donned a different visage, even exhibiting a hint of obsequiousness. After concluding the phone call, Su Bai finally welcomed Janus into the dormitory. The place was quite modest, one might even say shabby. After a brief survey, Janus nonchalantly seated himself on Ben Cushy's bed. The cramped quarters afforded little space for seating. Su, the match yesterday was absolutely spectacular, a performance worthy of genius. Su Bai smiled faintly, choosing not to engage in conversation. From the moment Janus arrived, Su Bai discerned his ulterior motives. It wasn't he just him, even Anchor, who had just called, harbored similar intentions. Observing Su Bai's silence, Janus felt a twinge of awkwardness. After all, he was the manager of Schalke, and had never proactively discussed matters like these, especially in a player's dormitory with a mere 17-year-old. The last time he had taken such initiative was during negotiations with Real Madrid, resulting in the acquisition of Ral and Metzelder at no cost. However, tempted by the allure of financial gain, Janus set aside his pride. Su, I represent the club and would like to discuss contract matters with you. Your performance in the last match was outstanding, and thus, the club has unanimously decided to offer you a raise. Furthermore, we will arrange accommodation for you. In short, the club will ensure all your logistical needs are met. Given your current performance, residing in the player dormitory is rather beneath your stature. Flattery without cause. Observing Janus's insincere smile, Su Bai recognized that he was merely attempting to deceive him. Mr. Janus, I find myself quite content with my current life. Being youthful, I believe I am not yet at the stage to fully indulge in leisure. I aspire to reside at the club, as it would allow me to dedicate more time to training. Su Bai's words were not mere platitudes. Living right by the training ground would be ideal, especially with someone preparing meals for him. For someone eager to hone his skills, it is indeed a perfect arrangement. However, this posed a dilemma for Janus, as Su Bai's unexpected approach was rather unconventional. Typically, when a manager adopts such a humble demeanor, one would expect the youth to express gratitude, perhaps even willing to sacrifice anything for the club. Yet here was this young man, remarkably composed in the face of what should be a substantial raise. Money, was he truly indifferent to it? Well, very well then. At the very least, your salary must see an increase. Otherwise, The notion of Schalke offering their midfield cornerstone a mere 100,000 weekly would surely invite ridicule. Your annual earnings ought to reach at least €1,000,000 to be deemed reasonable. I will consider it, sir. With that, Su Bai cast a glance toward the door. Janus, feeling restless, managed an awkward smile before rising to his feet. All right, I won't disturb you any longer. Once the door closed behind him, the smile vanished from Janus's face. That cunning young man was clearly aiming for something grander. Meanwhile, Su Bai began to contemplate his own future. Although he had not considered a transfer at this moment, he understood that Schalke was not a place for permanence. Whether it is the investment in the team or the aspirations of the club's upper echelons, their expectations are merely to hope for the Bundesliga championship. As for the Champions League, it is likely that not only the executives have not contemplated it, but even the fans have not given it much thought. This illustrates the stark contrast between a modest team and a footballing giant. There is no urgency to amend the contract, which is most advantageous for Su Bai. At present, the reins of the transfer are entirely in his hands. Wherever his next destination may be, it solely depends on his own wishes. As for financial concerns, once his abilities are elevated, the decision will ultimately rest with him. With this thought in mind, Su Bai rose, tidied himself up, and made his way to the training ground once more. His physical balance has yet to reach 80. Once he achieves that milestone in the coming days, he intends to enhance his defensive skills. These past few days have indeed been rather stifling for him. As for the world of football on Monday, there is no news more electrifying than Su Bai's performance on the Bundesliga stage. The world of football has never been devoid of top-tier forwards. However, exceptional midfielders are a rarity, especially those capable of dictating the pace of the game and delivering incisive passes. The possession-based style of play exemplified by Barcelona has left the world somewhat at a loss as to how to respond. If one cannot overcome them, then joining them seems the only option. Consequently, the elite clubs across various leagues have begun to experiment with Barcelona's style of play. However, no matter the extent of their trials, they cannot quite grasp the essence of Barcelona's possession game. It is a fact that not every team is fortunate enough to possess a mastermind like Xavi. The emergence of Su Bai has, however, illuminated a path for all the major clubs. Within the edifice of Bayern Munich, head coach Louis van Gaal meticulously examined the match footage provided by the technical department. Sir, this marks Su Bai's inaugural official Bundesliga match. His performances in the German Cup and the Regional League have been nothing short of exceptional, stated the technical director, Eisenkos, standing before Van Gaal's desk. Behind them, the large screen displayed various passing trajectories of Su Bai. To facilitate Van Gaal's analysis, the technical team had meticulously edited the video. Out of Su Bai's 127 passes throughout the match, only 2 were unsuccessful due to teammates' errors. Every other pass was executed flawlessly. Furthermore, what is most remarkable is that each of his passes was the most optimal choice given the circumstances at that moment. Eisenkos, pointing at the screen showcasing Su Bai's passing directions, wore an expression of disbelief. Our conclusion is that this individual is a prodigy, at least in terms of passing. His talent is unparalleled. He can be regarded as a world-class elite. However, he also has his shortcomings, a lack of physicality in duels, sluggish speed, and virtually non-existent defensive capabilities. With that, Eisenkos stepped aside, remaining silent. Van Gaal had been fixated on the large screen from the very beginning, frequently fast-forwarding or pausing the footage. His gaze gradually intensified with fervor. Sir, I have ascertained through special channels that this player has signed the most basic professional contract with Schalke, and his buyout clause is merely 500,000, announced Michael, who was responsible for transfer matters. Michael spoke with utmost seriousness, yet his words elicited laughter from everyone present, including the typically solemn Van Gaal. 500,000? Is that even money? Go ahead, make arrangements privately. I trust he will not refuse Bayern Munich. Meanwhile, not just Bayern, but within the Dortmund club office, situated in the same city as Schalke, roars of frustration echoed from the manager's room. Damn it, I am now the laughingstock of the world, do you understand? I have delivered a superstar right to the doorstep of our fiercest rivals. Chapter 73. Poor Anchor, thwarted once again. Anchor hurriedly arrived in Gelsenkirchen, only to be met with disappointment as Su Bai's phone remained perpetually unanswered, no matter how many times he tried. He sought to enter the club directly to find Su Bai, but the bald, portly guard at the entrance would not permit him entry. Poor Anchor could only wait forlornly at the club's gates for Su Bai to appear. As a Manchester United scout, He had never experienced such humiliation. Yet, recalling Ferguson's words, Anchor swallowed his pride, reminding himself that everyone has their burdens to bear. After all, it was all for the sake of survival. It was not until after 5 in the afternoon that Su Bai, utterly exhausted from training, returned to his dormitory and noticed the 30 missed calls on his phone. Upon checking, he realized they were all from Anchor. Suddenly, it clicked that he had seemingly promised to meet him. He hurriedly returned the call. "Oh, dear Su, good afternoon." Initially, Su Bai had anticipated that Anchor would express his grievances, as it is commonly said that foreigners are punctual. However, upon hearing Ankar's amiable tone, Su Bai couldn't help but smile. It appears that, regardless of the endeavor, true strength remains paramount. To earn respect, one must surpass others. It is not sufficient to merely fawn over the notion that the air abroad is fresher, as if that would grant one a sense of belonging. "My apologies, Mr. Carl. I went to train and forgot my phone. Thank you for your patience." "Not at all. I just arrived myself, haha. Are you available?" "I'm at the entrance of the club." Feeling somewhat embarrassed after glancing at the 30 missed calls, the already fatigued Su Bai reluctantly donned his attire and sauntered out of his room. "Shelton, did you capture it? Is that the lad from Yen country?" "I got it. That's him, haha, big news. I've checked, and this fellow is Anchor, the esteemed scout from Manchester United. He has been waiting outside Schalke for 4 hours. Finally encountering the prodigious talent from Yen country. This headline is bound to be sensational. Inside a black sedan parked at the entrance of Schalke, a pair of young individuals, armed with cameras, excitedly shouted as they captured the moment of Anchor and Su Bai's meeting. Paparazzi exist in every corner of the globe. Unlike the gossip surrounding female celebrities, fans in the War Chariot Nation are more intrigued by the personal affairs of star athletes, which has given rise to numerous paparazzi who thrive on covertly documenting the lives of these sports icons. In recent days, the most talked-about figure in the realm of armored vehicles is undoubtedly Su Bai. However, since his return to the club, he has not ventured outside, leaving the eager journalists at a loss for opportunities. Unbeknownst to him, as Shelton and his companion decided to chance upon the club's entrance, they unexpectedly captured a sensational scene. Come, let us follow them. Oblivious to the fact that their meeting had attracted the attention of reporters, Su Bai and Anchor greeted each other. The moment Anchor laid eyes on Su Bai, he embraced him warmly, exclaiming, "Su, I have always told you, you are undoubtedly a genius. After just one match, your name has reverberated throughout Europe." Unconsciously, he showered Su Bai with extravagant praise. When it comes to conversational skills, Anchor far surpasses Genis, who is preoccupied with thoughts of financial gain from his office. "Thank you." Su Bai, possessing a rather thick skin, recognized the flattery but accepted it without hesitation. "Haha, Su. You are unlike any other individual from the Flame Nation I have encountered. You are truly an honest person." Observing Su Bai's shamelessness, Anchor could only manage an awkward smile. "Let us go. I have reserved a CAF for us, where we can have a proper discussion." After hailing a cab, the two swiftly arrived at a nearby CAF. "Su, let us be straightforward. Your talent is far too exceptional to be squandered at Schalke 04. This place lacks the environment to nurture champions. Remaining here to waste your gifts serves no beneficial purpose." The English are known for their directness, devoid of any circumlocution. As soon as he took a seat, Anchor candidly launched into his discourse. "Last time, you turned me down, and I completely understand your perspective. After all, my previous assertions were somewhat one-dimensional. However, this time is different. I come bearing the earnest intentions of Sir Ferguson. Sir Ferguson has conveyed that if you join us, a pivotal position will be yours. Should you manage to secure your place, you will serve as the cornerstone for the new lineup. In comparison to Schalke 04, Manchester United undeniably surpasses them in financial resources, influence, and even historical prestige. Moreover, Sir Ferguson has made the extraordinary decision to activate the genius clause for your participation. Even without prior national team experience, you will be eligible to play. Regarding the contract, the path is clear. The annual salary will undoubtedly meet your expectations. Compared to Schalke 04, I firmly believe that the conditions presented by Manchester United are beyond what they can offer." After an extensive and somewhat convoluted presentation, Anchor finally concluded his outline of Manchester United's terms. Most of it was a direct representation of Sir Ferguson's sentiments, yet the cunning Anchor had polished the narrative slightly. After all, whether Su Bai accepted the offer or not would significantly impact his own livelihood. Upon hearing Ankar's words, Su Bai was momentarily taken aback. Initially, he had assumed Ankar's visit would mirror that of Janice, seeking to capitalize on a bargain. However, according to Ankar, Manchester United genuinely seemed to be extending a sincere invitation. This was unexpected. He had only played one match, and although Ferguson was known for his considerable wealth, it was hard to believe he would place such importance on him. What Su Bai was unaware of was that, over the past decade in the football world, while forward superstars have emerged in abundance, the midfield has seen a stark scarcity. Among the active players, when discussing elite midfielders, only the Italian maestro Pirlo, the Brazilian sensation Kaká, and the once magnificent Ronaldinho, whose form has sharply declined this season at AC Milan, remain. Kaká, however, cannot be classified as a traditional cerebral midfielder. His standout quality lies in his striking ability. Beyond that, only Pirlo stands as the singular embodiment of a top-tier midfielder. The significance of a premier midfielder to a team is self-evident, particularly when considering a prodigy like Su Bai, who at the tender age of 17 has exhibited an astonishing aptitude for passing. Previously, his anonymity in the regional Liga was due to the insufficient intensity of the matches, but that has now changed. His ability to orchestrate a hat-trick of assists in the Bundesliga, showcasing an overwhelming offensive talent, marks a notable transformation. Even Sir Alex Ferguson, far across the English Channel, harbors great hopes for Su Bai's future. It is no surprise that esteemed coaches like Magath and Ferguson aspire to have him under their tutelage. As Su Bai hesitated, uncertain of how to respond, his phone rang again, startling Ankar. Embarrassed, Su Bai nodded slightly and answered the call. "Hello, is this Mr. Su Bai? I am Mathus, a scout from Bayern Munich. I wonder if you have time for a private meeting with me? Rest assured, our discussion will remain confidential. What is going on?" Su Bai glanced at Ankar, feeling a bit awkward. Manchester United is still at the negotiation table, and now here comes Bayern? When did prestigious clubs become so inexpensive? Haha, did you capture that? They seem to be having quite a pleasant conversation. Let's hurry and disseminate this news. Manchester United is poaching talent. This is intriguing. As Sheldon, hidden in the corner, excitedly drove towards the newspaper building with countless photographs of Su Bai and Anka smiling brightly in his camera. Chapter 74. What is Su Bai to you? Su Bai did not meet with the so-called Bayern scout. After all, the unfortunate Anka was still seated before him. However, the sound of his old phone was rather loud, making it evident that Anka could hear the scout's words clearly. This rendered the atmosphere somewhat awkward. Just moments ago, Anka had disparaged Schalke, claiming it was incomparable to the illustrious Manchester United. Well, what about now? When discussing history, Bayern certainly outshines Manchester United. So I reiterate, Manchester United's sincerity towards you is unwavering. Once you nod in agreement, they will secretly provide you with a signing bonus, and it will be a substantial amount. Anka grew anxious. The inclusion of Bayern made him realize that his competition would undoubtedly increase. However, I am genuinely enjoying my time at Schalke. I have no intention of transferring this season. Reflecting on the last time he outmaneuvered the unfortunate Anka, Su Bai felt a pang of conscience and decided to be honest. In his mind, he needed to continue solidifying his prowess this season. At the very least, the attributes required for the midfield position must be elevated. Furthermore, the overall rating should exceed 80. Offensive values, defensive metrics, foot strength, and shooting capabilities all need to be enhanced. He cannot merely rely on the system's red line values to navigate through life. I understand. Su, I am not pressuring you to leave Schalke immediately. We can privately draft a contract, allowing you to join Manchester United at the end of the season or during the winter break. Ankar no longer harbors the hope of directly acquiring Su Bai. His only aspiration now is to secure an agreement with him, even if it is merely verbal. I comprehend Manchester United's sincerity, and I will contemplate it. If I decide to transfer, you will be the first to know. After saying this, Su Bai stood up and left. Ankar wished to retain Su Bai, yet his hand, suspended in midair, fell helplessly to his side. He had expressed everything that needed to be said, even mentioning a signing bonus that he had no authority to promise. However, observing the young man's attitude, it was evident that he was indifferent to money. With this thought, Ankar resignedly sat down. Waiter, bring me a bottle of red wine, and remember to provide a paper bill. Life is akin to shearing a sheep. Recalling Ferguson's words, Ankar sighed in resignation. Perhaps this would be his final opportunity to reap the benefits from Manchester United. Upon returning to the club, Su Bai resumed his disciplined training regimen. To avoid disturbances, he turned off his mobile phone. Meanwhile, an explosive piece of news suddenly emerged online. The supernova of Schalke, Su Bai, has recently sparked considerable interest after clandestinely meeting with a Manchester United scout. This revelation has sent ripples throughout the football community. Within Magatha's office, frustration boiled over. Damn it. I knew it. Useless. A mere 50,000. And that old man Ferguson snatches Su away. Those damn vampires will soon have cause to weep. Magatha's furious tirade drowned out any concern for eavesdroppers outside. Boss, Su Bai's phone remains unreachable. Hughes, who had made numerous attempts to contact him, lamented. Mr. Magath, I have more news. Bayern has also made their move. They haven't met with him yet, but there have been private discussions with Su Bai. The sudden intrusion of this information felt like a cruel twist of fate. Exhausted and defeated, Magath slumped into his chair. Is it really that urgent? We've just played one match. Damn it. As the atmosphere grew increasingly despondent, Hughes seemed to have an epiphany. Boss, we may have a solution. What if we ask how to try and persuade him to stay? Hughes's suggestion rejuvenated Magatha's spirit. Although Su Bai currently resembled a tempting morsel placed at Schalke's doorstep, ripe for the taking by any club, if they could exert enough effort to win him over, even the mightiest of rivals would be rendered powerless. Quickly, fetch Hal. I need to speak with him. No, I shall call directly. In that moment, Magat clutched at the lifeline as if it were his last hope. Have you sought out those formidable women? Come here, let me try. Why do you sleep like a dead pig the moment you return home? Something is amiss. Look into my eyes. Do you dare deceive me? Why won't you gaze at me? Have you ceased to love me? What? Your eyes reflect my absence. You truly no longer love me. I have been by your side since I was 16, enduring all these years. When you were without money, I toiled to support you. Do you possess no conscience? Bah, do not think to placate me with a handbag. Am I so materialistic? This Hermes bag is merely a discounted, off-season item. Indeed, you have stopped loving me. Oh, a new model has been released. Move aside, do not obstruct my view of the bags. Where did you find this magazine? It appears quite decent. Hao Junmin, observing Li Qian's restored smile, reluctantly donned his trousers. Why is everyone so domineering? Must a gentle disposition be met with such subservient love? Taking the train to Lasha. The phone rang. Hao Junmin glanced at his mobile, astonished to see it was Magat. This was an unprecedented occurrence. Li Qian, who had just been perusing a fashion magazine, also leaned in with keen interest. Who is it? Is it that formidable woman? What nonsense is this? Hao Junmin glared at Li Qian. It is Mr. Magat. With that, Hao Junmin promptly answered the call. How? Can you locate Su Bai? His phone has been turned off. Regarding his transfer, I hope you can persuade him well. In my team, he is the core, unequivocally. It is far too premature for him to transfer now. At the very least, he is not suited to join another team this season. There is no position for him at Manchester United or Bayern. If he goes, it would merely be a waste of time. Rather than languishing on the bench, he would be better off staying at Schalke, where I will devise a tactical plan tailored specifically for him. After a lengthy monologue, Magath finally concluded. Hao Junmin was left in a state of shock. He had just taken a nap, and now everything felt different. Is Su Bai transferring? Into Manchester United, no less? What is going on? Didn't they just play a league match together yesterday? At this moment, Li Qian hurried to the computer and booted it up. A barrage of explosive news appeared on the screen, particularly the photograph of Su Bai engaged in an enthusiastic conversation with Manchester United scouts outside the club. There were also images of the two meeting clandestinely in a CAF. The headlines were alarmingly sensational. Schalke trader, Su Bai's departure to Manchester United is a foregone conclusion. And Manchester United welcomes the second talented player from Yin Nation. Compared to King Dong, Su is the true genius. Hao Junmin hastily rose, intending to leave, as Magath had assigned him numerous tasks. However, Li Qian suddenly called out to him, Don't rush off just yet. I have a question for you. Hao Junmin, taken aback by Li Qian's unusually serious demeanor, halted his steps. Dear, this is a significant matter. I know it's significant. I just want to know, what does Su Bai mean to you? Teammate, friend, fellow countryman, or something else? Hao Junmin was momentarily taken aback. Chapter 75. Brother Hao, has your sister-in-law received an education? Hao Junmin stumbled out the door, his mind clouded by Li Qian's words, leaving him somewhat at a loss for how to respond. His acquaintance with Su Bai was indeed brief, both in duration and depth. Yet, He could not deny the profound sense of belonging that surged within him upon first encountering a compatriot speaking Mandarin and sporting a mane of black hair in this foreign land. Such a sentiment had never been experienced back home. This junior, however, exhibited little of the humility typical of his age. During their first meeting, he was merely a U18 substitute. By their second encounter, he had boldly joined the first team for training. What followed was a debut that included a hat trick and assists, prompting the head coach to call him and express intentions to devise tactics centered around him. Furthermore, news of his exploits spread like wildfire across the nation. Manchester United? Bayern Munich? Such aspirations are dreams that countless professional players dare not even envision throughout their careers. Yet this young man achieved it all in just over a month. This junior was indeed a challenge to his elder's reputation. Hadn't the entire country of Yin been teasing him about it? People are inherently different. Some score through skill, while others rely on sheer tenacity. Driving his old Volkswagen, Hao Junmin sped toward the club, only to find that after knocking for an extended period, Su Bai was genuinely absent from the dormitory. This fellow hardly had any friends. With a sense of confusion, Hao Junmin proceeded downstairs. How? Looking for Su? He has gone for training. It's been quite a while. The dormitory manager kindly reminded Hao Junmin. Thank you. After expressing his gratitude, Hao Junmin hurriedly made his way to the training ground. Sure enough, at the training field, the familiar sound echoed. Despite being drenched in sweat and panting heavily, that fellow continued to relentlessly practice the most monotonous fundamental skills. After a considerable wait, Su Bai finally noticed Hao Junmin sitting at the sidelines. Oh, Brother Hao, what brings you here? Are you here for training? Why aren't you in your training gear? Seeing Hao Junmin, Su Bai quickly rushed to the edge of the field. Wow, you little rascal are slacking off here, unaware of the chaos outside. Old Ma is frantic. He called me saying he couldn't find you. Observing Su Bai's calm demeanor, Hao Junmin felt somewhat speechless. What's up? Is the old man eager for something? When no one is around, Su Bai dared to jest like this, youthful exuberance. Haha, I'll let it slip. You have ulterior motives concerning old Ma. Come on. I reckon not just old Ma, the entire team has designs on you. Stay away. All right, on to serious matters. The old man wants me to dissuade you from going to Manchester United. There's no place for you there, and it would merely waste your time. However, those were the old man's exact words. I initially planned to advise you, but when I was leaving, your sister-in-law asked me, what do you mean to my brother? I pondered for quite a while, unsure of how to respond. But just now, I finally figured it out. Did you know? From a young age, I struggled academically, and my parents, observing my lack of aptitude for studying, enrolled me in a sports school to practice athletics. At that time, excelling in athletics could at least earn me some extra points for the college entrance examination, and with a bit of family support, I could secure a place in a decent university. However, as I was training, my coach suddenly suggested I switch to football. Do you know why? It was because I was too shy, to be frank, lacking the courage for such competitive events. The coach felt I lacked the necessary passion. Yet, unexpectedly, once I began training in football, I excelled. From the very start, I was the best player in the city, endowed with exceptional talent. And I transitioned directly from the municipal sports school to the provincial team. After that, my life became a triumphant melody. At that time, I realized I was a genius. Incomparable to anyone else, a standout among my peers. Subsequently, I joined the provincial youth team and caught the eye of a professional club. During that period, I harbored a dream of leading the much-criticized national team to glory in Asia. To be honest, during those years, I encountered several remarkable teammates, especially in our youth national team. You remember the 2005 World Youth Championship, don't you? Back then, under the guidance of that old man Klaus Schlappner, our unique strengths were fully unleashed. There was Chun Tao in midfield, Zhu Ting as a forward, Zhao Shuri as a defensive midfielder, as well as Gao Lin and Feng Xiaoding. We, a group of young individuals, truly made our mark, at the very least, during that World Youth Championship. The world became aware that the youth team of our beloved Yin Nation was not to be underestimated. In those days, we were singularly focused on venturing abroad to pursue our dreams, aspiring to become the harbingers of Yin Nation's football renaissance. However, as you are well aware, subsequent events took a different turn. Each of us, bound by stringent contracts with domestic clubs, faced offers that seemed to drive foreign teams away in sheer disbelief, resulting in none of us achieving success abroad. Gradually, within the Chinese Super League, everyone transformed. It was not that they lacked the desire to venture out. Rather, They were shackled by their contracts, rendering them unable to escape. By the time they regained control over their destinies, they suddenly realized that their abilities had stagnated. I arrived at Schalke at the age of 23. Although not particularly old, my achievements are rather modest, at best serving as a benchwarmer for Schalke. Yet, you are different. Little White. To speak candidly, seeing you now reminds me of the group of us back in 2005, boasting in our dormitory. Chen Tao proclaimed his ambition to become a midfielder akin to Zidane, dazzling with his passes to feed the forwards. Zhao Shiri, after scoring that astonishing long-range shot, basked in his glory for several days, declaring his intention to become Yin Nation's own Eshin, delivering explosive long-range strikes to rescue the team. But that was 5 years ago. The words we spoke then now seem almost laughable in hindsight. Our strength has yet to transcend even the confines of Asia. Now, regarding your sister-in-law's predicament, I have found the answer. What do you mean to me? Perhaps a glimmer of hope. No, it should be the hope of our group from 05, at the very least. We have all envisioned, even in our dreams, stepping onto the fields of Manchester United or Bayern Munich. Haha, I digress, damn it. I have carried forward the words of the venerable Magath, yet my thoughts align with your sister-in-law's. Follow your heart, regardless of the choices you make. We both stand by you. Su Bai listened intently to every word spoken by Hao Junmin. What does a dream signify for an individual? Those who have not traversed the harsh realities may assert that with effort, dreams will inevitably come to fruition. However, upon reaching the age where one can truly command their own destiny, one might discover that dreams are merely illusions. How, what's the matter? Has your sister-in-law discovered what transpired that night? Damn it, don't say such things. Your sister-in-law just scrutinized me. Fabricating stories could be perilous. Aha, how? I won't be leaving just yet, nor will I renew my contract. Schalke lacks the ambition to claim the championship. It feels as though I am tethered to the team merely to fetch a good price. I shall wait until the season concludes to reassess my path. Very well. Proceed as you wish, and disregard the opinions of others. Observing Su Bai jesting, Hao Junmin could not help but chuckle as well. Initially, he was concerned that Su Bai might become somewhat lost due to the circumstances, yet unexpectedly, during this period, he found himself on the verge of tears from his own words. By the way, how did my sister-in-law attend school early on? Wow, your sister-in-law is a graduate of a reputable finance university. What do you mean by did she attend school? Haha, I was just asking, which finance university? What did she study? Su Bai seemed to recall something. What is the matter? Why do you ask that? Seeing Su Bai suddenly inquire about his wife's education, Hao Jimin was taken aback. I suddenly had a thought. Since I don't have a manager, why not let my sister-in-law acquire a junior manager's certification? She could sign us both. I'm utterly exhausted from this. Hao Junmin was left speechless. What on earth? Is there really such a way to take advantage of the situation? I've been toiling to enlighten you, to feed you motivational platitudes, and here you are. Thinking about your sister-in-law? I've said a lot. I hope everyone doesn't scold me. Once things settle down, I will provide more updates. Chapter 76. Raoul. How? Do you also experience that kind of comforting sensation? After bidding farewell to Hao Junmin, Su Bai arrived at Magath's office. He was unaware that his meeting with Anchor would be exposed by the media. Although this was not a significant issue for him, it was somewhat inappropriate from Magath's side. After all, engaging in private discussions with other teams during the season is a serious taboo for professional players. Nevertheless, Su Bai felt no apprehension, as Schalke had offered him such a meager contract in an effort to save costs. Currently, various teams are eager to take advantage, and one can only say that Schalke is reaping the consequences of its own actions. He does not possess such a deep-seated compassion as to foolishly hang on to Schalke 04. Should Magath and Schalke direct their ire towards him for his contact with other teams, even considering sidelining him, he would promptly call Anchor. According to his assertion, while starting positions are not guaranteed, given his current prowess and rate of improvement, it would take no more than 6 months for him to secure a starting role at Manchester United without any difficulty. However, when Su Bai knocked on Magath's door, he soon realized how unfounded his concerns had been. Upon seeing Su Bai, the once slouched Magath immediately straightened in his chair. Su, you're not here to bid farewell, are you? Do not put your faith in that old scoundrel Ferguson. He is merely here to exploit the situation. I have devised a detailed strategy for you. In the next league match, you will be our sole offensive linchpin. I will assign a defensive midfielder to safeguard your efforts. You need only focus on orchestrating the play. Magath rambled on like a forlorn woman abandoned, which only intensified Su Bai's initial embarrassment. "Boss, I had no intention of leaving. That anchor is the scout who approached me last time, and I turned him down. This time, he specifically came to meet me. You know how shy I can be. I easily feel awkward, so I agreed to meet him." Su Bai's words finally eased Magath's concerns. "And what of the contract?" The manager stated that he would consider the contract, but his current focus was solely on this season and the aspiration to clinch the championship alongside Schalke. Su Bai's words ignited a fervor within the old man's heart. The Bundesliga title, this was the very reason he had joined Schalke. It is noteworthy that, in its century-long history, Schalke had never once secured a championship. Elated, Magath grasped Su Bai's hand and led him to his desk. Upon exiting Magath's office, Su Bai felt a sense of bewilderment. For some inexplicable reason, the old man was particularly loquacious today, completely unlike his usual authoritative demeanor. He even elaborated on the tactics he had been meticulously studying lately. Undeniably, Magath's strategies provided Su Bai with a refreshing perspective. In preparation for the challenging weekend match against Werder Bremen, Magath resolved to liberate Su Bai's offensive prowess by implementing a new 4-2-3-1 formation. He positioned the dynamic Huntelaar on the left flank while placing Ral in a central role. This formation balanced offensive and defensive responsibilities on the wings and introduced a protective central midfielder, Baumjohann, whose sole purpose was to strengthen the defense, thereby fully unleashing Su Bai's potential in the center. This tactical shift served to alleviate Su Bai's frustrations stemming from the team's defensive struggles, as he could now focus solely on his attacking capabilities. At 5 o'clock on Monday afternoon, Schalke 04's official football website announced the latest updates. The emerging star of the team, Su Bai, has no intentions of transferring and will remain at Schalke 04. This announcement has swiftly dispelled all rumors surrounding his potential departure. The fans, who were ready to protest at the club's entrance, have also calmed down. However, such superficial news is merely a ruse to placate the naive Schalke supporters. Clubs interested in Su Bai are well aware that while he has not declared a desire to transfer, he has also refrained from committing to a contract extension with Schalke. At the very least, Anker, who is still residing in a hotel near the Schalke club, has yet to receive a dismissal notice from Manchester United. Over the past 4 days, Su Bai has continued with his monotonous training and routine at the club. During this period, he has managed to accumulate 5 attribute points. Observing his attributes, Su Bai decisively allocated his points, raising his balance to 80. His statistics now read: attack 69, ball control 80, passing 100, shooting 65, heading 68, set pieces 66, curved shots 66, speed 80, foot strength 75, jumping 74, physicality 80, stamina 88, defense 58, tackling 65. With an overall evaluation of 71 at the age of 17. The enhancement of his balance has also slightly increased his overall rating. He allocated the remaining 3 points entirely to defense. Although Magath has devised a protective strategy for him, he does not wish to be merely a system player. Despite a defense rating of 61 that remains abysmally poor, he is confident that within a few weeks, he will completely shed the days of being treated like a mere wooden post. On Friday afternoon, Su Bai, along with the entire Schalke team, boarded the plane bound for Bremen. The match on Sunday is poised to be a formidable challenge for Schalke 04. In contrast to their previous opponents, Eintracht Frankfurt, Werder Bremen stands as a genuine powerhouse in the Bundesliga. Established on February 4, 1899, Werder Bremen boasts a rich history spanning over a century. Unlike Schalke, which has yet to claim a Bundesliga title, Werder Bremen has celebrated the triumph of being crowned champions on 4 occasions. Though Bremen may not possess the financial clout to recruit renowned stars like Bayern Munich or Borussia Dortmund, they are renowned for their astute talent identification. In the realm of the Bundesliga, apart from Borussia Dortmund's slightly superior youth training system, Bremen has predominantly relied on its youth squad as the foundation of its team. From the youth level, Bremen instills a unified tactical approach and a tenacious playing style in its players, enabling a seamless transition to the first team. While there may be variations in individual skill levels, the overall strength of the team remains largely unaffected. Thus, a saying in the Bundesliga holds that only Werder Bremen is immune to the impact of player injuries, as they can swiftly assemble a new team. On the plane, Su Bai, Hao Jun-min, and Raul sat in a row. The recent buzz surrounding Su Bai's potential transfer elicited no particular reaction from Raul. In his view, if Su Bai possessed any foresight, he would refrain from hastily pursuing a transfer at this juncture. As for the end of the season, at the end of the season, he might very well retire, and then he would have no control over it. At present, his sole interest lies in recapturing the state he experienced during the last match. Su, I have been feeling rather peculiar lately, you know? When you passed me that ball in the last game, I felt as though I had been rejuvenated by a decade, with remarkable changes in both speed and other aspects. However, after the match concluded, that sensation mysteriously vanished. I even took the time to have my personal physician conduct a comprehensive examination, but to no avail. My body remains as it has always been. Upon hearing this, Hao Junmin exclaimed, I felt the same way during the last cup match. Raul, did you experience it too? At first, I had this electrifying sensation coursing through my entire being. I also felt a significant transformation during that match. Previously unused dribbling skills came to me effortlessly. And how can I describe that feeling? It was quite mystical and incredibly pleasurable. Ah, indeed, you are my good friend. You too experienced that delightful sensation? It is truly remarkable. I just wonder if we will both feel that spark during this match. That youthful sensation is simply splendid. Su Bai found himself feeling somewhat awkward while observing the two. What on earth is going on? How is he supposed to utilize this card in the upcoming match? Chapter 77, The Clash of Old Timers, 33 versus 33. Upon arriving at the hotel in Bremen, where Schalke was accommodated, Hao Junmin, lying in bed, continued to ponder that extraordinary sensation he had felt. Brother Hao, stop overthinking it. Have confidence. Just treat the Bundesliga like the World Youth Championship of your. Back then, you played fiercely against the national youth teams, effortlessly dribbling past anyone on the wing. Now, in the Bundesliga, you're facing players who haven't even made it to the national youth squad. What's there to fear? Su Bai's words seemed to open a window for the perpetually troubled Hao Junmin. Wow. Su Bai, you're absolutely right, he exclaimed. Damn it, I was a standout winger in the World Youth Championship 5 years ago. Chuckling, he added, all right, time to sleep. Tomorrow the coach will announce the starting lineup, and Su Bai, just wait for me to unleash my prowess. Watching Hao Junmin, blissfully unaware, drift off to sleep. Su Bai couldn't help but reflect. Sometimes, a touch of foolishness brings genuine happiness. At 5 in the morning, Su Bai rose as usual to do push-ups, with Hao Junmin skillfully following suit. During this period, Su Bai's presence had fully integrated Hao Junmin into the rigorous training regimen. It must be said, this intense exercise was indeed beneficial for the 23-year-old Hao Junmin, particularly enhancing his lower body strength, as his sister-in-law could surely attest. By 9 in the morning, Su Bai opened the door to the familiar scene, but this time, in addition to Neuer and Metzelder, Raul had also joined the eavesdropping crew. We are merely engaged in physical training. Despite his naivety, Hao Junmin sensed the misunderstanding among his teammates. Upon hearing his explanation, Raul chose to trust him, nodding in agreement. The Weser Stadium, which accommodates 42,800 spectators, is situated not far from the hotel where Schalke is staying. In less than a 15-minute drive, the Schalke team bus arrived at the venue. Due to prior communication with the facility, this training session was conducted in complete secrecy. After all, Magath intended to implement his new formation, and he did not wish for Werder Bremen to gain any foreknowledge of it. As soon as they disembarked from the bus, a horde of frenzied journalists descended upon them like ravenous hounds. Even before the others had exited, Magath found himself besieged at the bus door by reporters. Mr. Magath, what are your thoughts on the private communications between Su Bai and prominent clubs such as Manchester United and Bayern Munich? Will the team take any disciplinary action against Su Bai? Mr. Magath, media reports suggest that Su Bai's weekly wage remains over 100,000. And that his buyout clause stands at a mere 500,000. Is this true? Mr. Magath, will the young talent be unable to take the field due to the transfer turmoil? Confronted by the relentless barrage of questions, Magath chose to remain silent and uninterested. After a brief moment, he instructed the security personnel to disperse the journalists, allowing his team to enter the stadium promptly. Earlier on their journey, Magath had already stated that no player was to engage with the media. Consequently, despite the journalists shouting themselves hoarse, not a single member of the Schalke squad halted their stride. Particularly, upon disembarking, Su Bai felt a wave of anxiety wash over him as he met the insatiable gazes of the reporters. Once inside the stadium, Magath wasted little time on pleasantries. Huang Lai Su Si Fu directly announced the starting lineup. There were no surprises. In recent days, Magath had extensively practiced in new formation. The only alteration was at the right-back position, where Hao Junmin, who scored in the last match, replaced Uchida Atsudo. Subsequently, Huntelaar was shifted to the left flank, while Annan was withdrawn, allowing Baumjohn to take on the role of a midfield enforcer. Other positions remained unchanged. Schalke had been utilizing the 4-2-3-1 formation for several days. Magath had not conducted any training matches on the field, focusing instead on rehearsing the protective collaboration between Baumjohn and Su Bai. It must be said that the defensively robust Baumjohn resembled a midfield bulldozer. Standing at 183 meters, he may not be exceptionally tall, yet he is undoubtedly a muscular powerhouse. Although Su Bai could not ascertain the extent of his physical balance attributes, the explosive musculature suggested that his balance would be at least 90 or above. With such a formidable shield, Su Bai felt considerably safer. After a full day of practice, Su Bai joyfully earned another training point. Without hesitation, he continued to invest in his defensive skills. Far away in Yinghua, Channel 5 has been exceptionally busy lately. This is due to the dazzling performance of Su Bai and Hao Junmin in the last match, which set a midnight viewership record for the Bundesliga broadcast. Consequently, Channel 5 redirected all its broadcasting resources towards Schalke 04, even opting not to air Bayern's matches. On Friday, Duan Xian and his team traveled directly to Bremen. On television, the Fifth Channel has devoted an entire week to promoting this significant Bundesliga showdown, creating an atmosphere as if Schalke were destined for victory. The impact of this promotion is undeniably evident. The fanbase in our country is vast, particularly those eager to witness their players compete in the Bundesliga. Consequently, the advertisements during that evening's match commanded exorbitant prices, with Li Ning, Meters Bonwei, Ichuan, and Del Wei fiercely vying for mere seconds of airtime. For the fans, that Sunday evening was an occasion that absolutely warranted staying up late, especially since October 5th coincided with a holiday period. On that day, countless supporters were already positioned in front of their televisions by midnight. Good evening, dear viewers. Welcome to the live broadcast of the fifth round of the 2010 to 2011 Bundesliga season. I am your old friend, Duan Xian. As per our usual practice, to support the home team Werder Bremen, please text A to 106-622-2481. To back the visiting team Schalke 04, text B to 106-622-2481. Fans who correctly predict the outcome may receive a special Bundesliga gift package from our production team. Now, Schalke 04's bus has arrived at the Weser Stadium. As we can see from the footage, the stadium is already filled to capacity. Werder Bremen has maintained an unbeaten record in the first 4 rounds of the league this season, achieving 3 victories and 1 draw, currently placing them third in the standings. Meanwhile, Schalke 04 has quietly ascended to the 6th position following their recent victory. The two teams appear to be evenly matched in strength. For those newly following the Bundesliga, they may not be familiar with Bremen, but the name Claudio Pizarro should resonate with many fans. Born in 1977, Pizarro began his career at Bremen, later moving to Chelsea and Bayern, before returning to Bremen. Despite being 33 years old this year, he has demonstrated remarkable scoring efficiency in the first 4 rounds, netting 3 goals in 4 matches, an impressive feat for a veteran of his age. As for this match, it remains uncertain whether Raul will take the field for Schalke 04. Should Raul continue to start, it would create a dramatic spectacle between the two teams. It is noteworthy that Raul is also 33 years old, raising the question of which aging frontline will ultimately prevail. In the locker room, Magath did not deliver an impassioned speech to galvanize the team. As the time approached, he merely reiterated a few key points for Baumjohann to keep in mind, before giving the players a gentle pat on the back to send them onto the field. In the players' tunnel, Su Bai and Hao Junmin stood together, quietly awaiting their turn to enter the game. However, the players from Werder Bremen on the left occasionally turned to glance at their own side, resembling a scene from childhood where a school bully sought his older brother for support before a fight. Su Bai, you must be cautious. It seems the Bremen side has set their sights on you. Hao Junmin naturally sensed the scrutiny from Bremen's players. Haha, it's all right, brother Hao. We are not without support, right, John? Su Bai said, giving a playful pat to the somewhat naive Baumjohann standing beside him. Rest assured, Su. Should anyone dare to lay a hand on you, I shall ensure they face dire consequences. Not merely 2 broken legs, but 3. Upon uttering this, John shot an indignant glare at the Bremen players. His words instantly ignited laughter among the Schalke players. For John, who had previously seen little opportunity to play, Su Bai's presence was akin to a divine intervention he had long implored for. With his rudimentary skills and lack of passing ability, he paled in comparison to the more adept Per Kruger. The offensively minded Magath had never contemplated a dual defensive midfield strategy, resulting in John's complete absence from the pitch in the first 4 rounds. Unexpectedly, the refreshing breeze from the east awakened his previously withered spirit. For John, Su Bai represented his worth within Schalke. Anyone who sought to harm Su Bai would have to contend with him first, for if Su Bai were injured, his own chances of playing would vanish as well. Upon this reflection, John turned with deep affection to Su Bai and uttered a heartfelt thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed viewers in front of the television, we are live from the 5th round of the 2010 to 2011 Bundesliga, featuring the match between Werder Bremen and Schalke 04 at the home ground of Werder Bremen. The players from both teams have taken their positions on the field. Let us first present the starting lineups. The home team, Werder Bremen, has designated their starting goalkeeper as number 1, Wies. The left back is number 16, Michael Silvestre. The central defenders are number 3, Petri Passanen, partnering with number 29, Mertzacker. The right back is number 8, Clemens Fritz. The double pivot consists of number 44, Bargfried, and number 22, Torsten Frings. The attacking midfielder is number 14, Aaron Hunt. The left winger is the promising young talent, number 18, Felix Kroos, while the right winger, a recent acquisition from the Dutch League's 20, is the new star, number 7, Arnaud Tadic. Leading the attack is the veteran forward, number 24, Claudio Pizarro. The home side, Werder Bremen, has opted for a traditional 4-3-3 formation. On the other side, clad in their traditional blue kits, Schalke 04 has made significant alterations to their lineup. Their starting goalkeeper is number 1, Neuer. The left back is number 13, Schmitz. The central defenders are number 21, Metzelder, and number 4, H. Weeds, while the right back is number 14, Houjimin. Double defensive midfielders, number 12, Per Kruger, and number 35, Johan, who is making his debut this season. In the attacking midfield position, we have our young talent, number 24, Su Bai. On the left wing, number 25, Huntelaar. On the right wing, number 20, Plyazikas. Leading the attack is number 7, Raul. Schalke 04 has deployed a brand new 4-2-3-1 formation. At this moment, the referee on the field is glancing at his watch, silently awaiting the signal. With a whistle, the match officially commences. Upon gaining possession, Werder Bremen does not launch a direct assault on Schalke right from the start. After all, Bremen's coach, the 49-year-old Thomas Schaaf, is acutely aware that his team, with an average age nearing 30, is most vulnerable to fatigue. Therefore, their strategy is to draw the opponents into their rhythm, much like a cheetah lying in wait within the tall grass. They aim to deliver a lethal blow in the briefest of moments after ensnaring their adversaries. On the sidelines, Magath raises an eyebrow in surprise as Werder Bremen, despite playing at home, does not initiate an aggressive attack right away. Bremen forward Claudio Pizarro calmly passes the ball to the trailing attacking midfielder before leisurely making his way towards Schalke 04's defensive line. Receiving the ball, Bremen's attacking midfielder, Aaron Hunt, swiftly dodges Raul's attempt to regain possession and deftly lays the ball off to his left side teammate, Felix Kroos. Born on March 12, 1991. The young Felix Kroos hails from Rostock's Youth Academy. With remarkable speed and exceptional breakthroughs, he faced the aggressive Schalke right midfielder, Plyazikas, without resorting to blind advances. Instead, he composedly pulled the ball back and passed it to his own defensive midfielder, Torsten Frings. He then circled around Plyazikas, proceeding at a measured pace towards the flank. This momentarily left Plyazikas perplexed as he pursued Frings, while also worrying about the advancing little Kroos behind him. However, should he turn around, Frings would encounter no pressure at all. Just as Plyazikas hesitated, Frings deftly nudged the ball forward and unleashed a powerful kick towards the path of little Kroos, who had just maneuvered past him. Simultaneously, the previously lethargic Werder Bremen squad seemed to receive an unspoken signal, instantly accelerating as if a cheetah were launching an assault on its prey, swift and fervent. The veteran Claudio Pizarro, who had been meandering in the front line, surged boldly into Schalke's penalty area. Receiving the ball, little Cruz wasted no time and charged towards Schalke's right flank. Observing the frenzied advance of Cruz, Hajuman quickly adapted to the familiar surge and sprinted towards him. The sudden acceleration of Werder Bremen is a testament to the meticulous training under Thomas Schaaf over the past decade, transforming the entire team into an exceedingly harmonious machine of cooperation. Such instantaneous acceleration necessitates an extraordinary level of harmony within the team to ensure that the formation remains cohesive. The 4-3-3 formation is particularly well suited for this all-out offensive and defensive style of play. As Hajuman made his entrance onto the field, still warming up, one could only wonder if he had the capacity to contend with the Bremen's wing wizard, Klein. Observing Klein's advance towards Hao, Duanshian instinctively sought to provide support. Recognizing that this was Hao's inaugural start in the Bundesliga, in his eyes, Hao's mental fortitude was his most significant vulnerability. Little did he know, however, that moments before the referee's whistle, Su Bai had already activated a perfect partnership card for Hao. Initially, Su Bai hesitated over whom to bind the card. But upon glancing at Raul, who seemed to be waiting for a sudden resurgence of youth, he promptly decided on Hao. Raul was not someone to be casually bound. An occasional binding could suffice, but a continuous one might raise suspicions. Thus, for the sake of prudence, it was safer to bind the somewhat gullible Hao. With a 20 enhancement to all attributes, Hao faced the frenzied assault of Klein without a trace of trepidation. He swiftly positioned himself, allowing his left shoulder to dip slightly. And as he made contact with Klein, his left foot rapidly intercepted the direction of the advancing ball, executing a deft hook. In a mere moment of confrontation, Hao effortlessly extracted the ball from Klein's feet, leaving the latter momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated that the seemingly frail individual from Yen Nation before him could so effortlessly seize the football. However, before long, young Cruz swiftly pivoted to reclaim possession. Yet, Hao Junmin denied him this opportunity. The moment he gained control of the ball, he deftly flicked it with his right foot, launching a long pass towards the unmarked Su Bai in the center. The ball hurtled towards Su Bai with tremendous speed. At that moment, Su Bai had already discerned the flawless trajectory of the pass on his system. Faced with the descending ball, he opted against stopping it, and, with remarkable finesse, executed a volley that struck the ball with great force. Su Bai's kick sent the football soaring like a cannonball towards the right flank of Bremen's defense. In that very position, Huntelaar, who had been lurking on Schalke's left side from the outset, sprang into action. The ball evaded all the Bremen defenders who had pushed forward, compressing the entire defensive line. Chapter 79. A piercing arrow from Su Bai inside the raucous bar in Gelsenkirchen. Numerous Schalke fans, bare-chested and adorned with tattoos, stood exhilarated before the television screen. Recently, the days for these die-hard Schalke 04 supporters had been a tumultuous roller coaster. Following the fourth round, where Schalke displayed an exquisitely fluid attack, these fans found themselves utterly restless, unable to sleep through the night, especially after witnessing Su Bai dominate the midfield. The Schalke supporters seemed to suddenly glimpse the prospect of Bundesliga glory. But that is the Bundesliga championship. From their grandfather's generation to the present, they have now reached middle age, and many still clutch their children tightly while steadfastly supporting Schalke 04, a club that has never claimed a Bundesliga title. This recent performance by Hao has been commendable. His defense is clean and sharp, far superior to that of the Japanese player. Indeed, the players from the Land of Fire have shown their worth. I recall Yang Chun from Frankfurt, and that master of direct free kicks from Koppes, who could score directly from corners. What a sight it was. I still believe that the fiery nation's Su is the most formidable. His passing is exquisite. Just a few days ago, there were rumors of Manchester United and Bayern Munich attempting to recruit him. Thankfully, the club managed to retain him. That news almost gave me a heart attack. I feel the same. If he were to be snatched away immediately after making his debut, I would certainly resort to smashing the club's windows. Wow. Heavens. Oh my God. Suddenly, within the bar, which had been relatively quiet, erupted into a cacophony of ecstatic shouts. A group of burly men stood up, celebrating in a frenzy. Countless bottles shattered on the floor with a series of explosive crashes. Meanwhile, the bar owner remained indifferent, even joining the frenzied fans in the destruction of the bottles. At that moment, far away at the Weser Stadium in Bremen, a lethal pass from Su Bai swiftly reached Huntelaar's feet. With his exceptional speed and striking ability, Huntelaar hardly needed to adjust, facing the frenzied assault of Werder Bremen's goalkeeper. Number 1. Weiser, a powerful right-footed strike erupted forth. The ball soared through the air like a shooting star, swiftly finding its way into the net behind Weiser. When he turned to glance at the goal, the ball had already rolled out from the net. Magnificent. Exquisite. The goal has been scored. Just 1 minute and 41 seconds into the match, Schalke 04 shattered Werder Bremen's defenses with a lightning-fast attack. Huntelaar wasted no time capitalizing on Su Basic's lethal pass. A decisive strike. The efficiency was astounding. From Hao Jianmin's interception to Su Basic's impeccable lofted pass, culminating in Huntelaar's goal, less than 7 seconds elapsed. With merely 2 touches of the ball. An unbelievable connection. Particularly remarkable was Su Basic's assist. From near the center circle, he executed an astonishing aerial pass with unparalleled finesse. Su Basic single-handedly tore apart Werder Bremen's formidable defense. Witnessing Huntelaar's clean and precise finish, the commentator, Duan Xian, erupted with exhilaration. Meanwhile, in the stands of the Weser Stadion, over 40,000 fans, who had fervently rallied behind their home team, found themselves momentarily stunned, their eyes wide with disbelief. It was too sudden. Schalke's goal arrived with such rapidity that it left them momentarily disoriented. Numerous Bremen supporters continued to wave their team flags in a reflexive gesture. However, the players celebrating fervently on the field at this moment were not from the home team, but rather the players of Schalke 04 clad in blue jerseys. After scoring, Huntelaar did not rush to the sidelines or the stands. Instead, he sprinted straight towards Su Bai. Upon reaching Su Bai's side, Huntelaar excitedly knelt on one knee and gestured for Su Bai to place the right foot he had just used to assist him upon his knee. One by one, teammates rushed to join Su Bai and Huntelaar. Seeing Su Bai's somewhat bewildered expression, Huntelaar lifted Su Bai's foot with his hand and began mimicking the act of polishing shoes. At that moment, countless journalists on the sidelines turned their cameras towards Su Bai, who stood at the center circle. The shoe polishing celebration. Those familiar with Serie A undoubtedly recognized this unique celebratory gesture. During the 1997-1998 season, in the first round, Inter Milan staged a comeback against Brescia with a score of 2-1, thanks to 2 astonishing long-range strikes from Recoba, while Marrero famously polished Recoba's shoes, becoming a celebrated anecdote in football history. The act of shoe polishing has come to symbolize a pinnacle of acknowledgement for a striker's skill. Yet, for the scorer to perform such an act for the assister is a first in the world of football. Haha. Su Bai's extraordinary assist has evidently won over Huntelaar completely. For an exceptional forward, a playmaker like Su Bai is undoubtedly a treasure. With Su Bai's assistance, Huntelaar has scored his inaugural Bundesliga goal. On the sidelines, Magath was overjoyed. At this moment, he cast a glance at his players on the field before turning his attention back to the big screen, where the replay of the recently scored goal was being showcased. Su Bai's pass was simply breathtaking. With that one touch, Su Bai's remarkable vision was undeniably on display. In this moment, Magath experienced a mix of exhilaration and concern. While that pass had resulted in a goal, it also sent a signal of genius courtship to all the elite clubs around the world. A 17-year-old midfield prodigy, and he was available for merely 500,000. Come, experience the exhilarating sensation of discounts at Schalke 04's marketplace. Haha, incredible. Su Bai is phenomenal. That pass was, simply put, stunning. Did you see the mesmerizing synergy of the twin stars from Yen Country? Hao Jianmin's interception was truly exquisite, sharp, and decisive. A goal born from the creativity of Yen Country. It's simply beyond words. Hao Jianmin has really awakened. That interception was seamless. And he immediately sought out Su Bai. The synergy is just delightful to behold. This is what football is all about. It's utterly exhilarating. A sight to relish, like an arrow piercing through the clouds, meeting 1,000 troops head-on. Meanwhile, in the distant Yen Country, countless fans glued to their televisions erupted in ecstatic cheers at home. For those who had stayed up late, the performances of Su Bai and Hao Jianmin were the greatest reward. The score of 1 o'clock boldly illuminated the big screen by the sidelines. Moments ago, the veteran Claudio Pizarro of Werder Bremen, who had been nestled within the Schalke 04 penalty area, now fixed his gaze intently upon the star-studded Su Bai. That pass was undeniably exquisite. The coach's words rang true. This young lad from the East is unlike any midfielders Bremen has encountered before. In comparison to Huntelaar or RAL, this boy is indeed Schalke 04's most formidable asset. Each touch of his possesses the potential to alter the scoreline. Although Werder Bremen had prepared thoroughly for Su Bai in recent days, they were unprepared for his very first touch to be an assist of such audacity. The match had only just begun. Keep an eye on that lad. Approaching his teammate, the defensive midfielder Bargfried, Claudio Pizarro remarked coolly, "Understood, Captain. I will make that young man aware that this is not Gelsenkirchen. This is the Weserstadion of Bremen." Beep. With the referee's whistle, the match resumed. Unlike their previous cautious approach, Werder Bremen, now trailing, launched an all-out assault on Schalke 04's defense right from the start. Chapter 80, the major issue in the center. Messi astonished? The 4-2-3-1 formation heralded a significant transformation for Schalke, allowing them to respond more proactively against opponents pressing forward. The fervent counterattack from Werder Bremen has commenced in earnest, unleashing a relentless barrage against Schalke. Unlike the wing play tactics employed by many, Thomas Schaaf chose not to focus his team's strategy on the flanks. After meticulously analyzing Schalke's previous match, Schaaf astutely identified vulnerabilities in their central defense. Observing his players relentlessly assaulting Schalke's middle, he cast a cold glance at Magath, who stood not far away. Although Magath had added an extra defensive midfielder in an attempt to rectify his team's central weaknesses, the new formation lacked the time required for effective integration. Unlike a traditional playmaker such as Subotic, the 24-year-old Werder Bremen midfielder Aaron Hunt, born in 1986, possessed exceptional rapid assault capabilities. Within Schaaf's tactical framework, Hunt's role was that of a piercing dagger aimed directly at Schalke's midfield. When faced with the immediate advance of Subotic, Hunt deftly nudged the ball to the left and accelerated past him with effortless grace. Despite Subotic's display of tenacity, his inadequate defensive skills rendered him ineffective. Even when closely trailing Hunt, in a moment of exuberance, Hunt, noticing the lack of viable passing options, audaciously flicked the ball backward and executed a flamboyant turn. This maneuver left Subotic, who was tightly marking him, grasping at air. Just as Subotic attempted to pivot, the flamboyant Hunt brazenly began to perform a bicycle kick right in front of him. This provocative gesture ignited a wave of irritation within Subotic. Su Bai was not one to be easily bullied. Just as he was preparing to retaliate with a playful kick, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Observing his beloved companion being treated like a mere target, Baum-Johann could no longer stand idly by. With his long strides, Baum-Johann launched himself at Alan Hunter, who was still showing off in front of Su Bai. With a resounding thud, Alan Hunter was sent sprawling to the ground. Both he and the ball toppled by Baum-Johann's fierce charge. Su Bai watched in trepidation at the ferocious demeanor of Baum-Johann. This was indeed an overwhelming display of force. Just moments ago, Alan Hunter had been boasting arrogantly, but now he writhed in pain upon the grass. The collision prompted the referee to halt the match. However, the earnest Baum-Johann exhibited no further aggression. The referee merely offered a gentle reminder, and that was the end of it. Yet, seeing that no card was issued, Alan Hunter, who had been feigning injury, quickly rose to complain. His teammates from Bremen gathered around the referee, chattering incessantly as they condemned Baum-Johann's actions. "Fear not, Su. You needn't worry about defense. I shall handle the dirty work." Baum-Johann, unfazed by the surrounding commotion, approached Su Bai and tenderly patted his shoulder, offering comfort. In that moment, a wave of warmth enveloped Su Bai's slightly bruised spirit, especially upon meeting Baum-Johann's earnest gaze that conveyed an unspoken understanding between them. In the 7th minute of the match, Werder Bremen was awarded a rather unfavorable free kick. Aaron Hunt, the designated taker, opted not to deliver the ball directly into the penalty area but instead passed it to the right winger, Marco Arnautovi. Upon receiving the ball, Arnautovi took a few strides forward before returning it to the advancing Aaron Hunt. Bremen continued to dominate the central area against Schalke. Defensive issues persisted. Although Su Bai's attacking prowess was indisputable, Bremen had resolutely identified the central zone, where Su Bai operated, as their focal point for penetration. Despite Magath's arrangement of a double pivot formation, the most pressing concern lay in the coordination between the number 2, Perkayarger, and the number 35, Baum-Johann, who was making his season debut. It is crucial to understand that a double pivot configuration demands a high degree of synergy among teammates. Unlike the relatively straightforward collaboration required between two central defenders near the penalty area, the defensive responsibilities of the double pivot are considerably broader. Without adequate integration, the double pivot may inadvertently become counterproductive. As if to confirm this concern, Bremen swiftly exploited the gap between Perkjaer and Baumjohann. Aaron Hunt, upon receiving the ball, immediately turned and surged towards Schalke's defensive line. Baumjohann, without hesitation, surged forward as well. However, just as Baumjohann approached Hunt, the latter deftly used his left foot to nudge the ball to the left, passing it to the on-rushing holding midfielder, Torsten Frings. Then he darted directly behind Baumjohann. In a typical formation with two defensive midfielders, one of the other midfielders would position themselves near their teammate, ready to offer support as their companion advanced. However, Baumjohann surged forward with such speed that he left Perl-Kruger with no opportunity to react. A simple 1-2 play allowed Torsten Fink to swiftly deliver the ball to the exuberantly advancing Aaron Hunt. Meanwhile, Schalke's other defensive midfielder, Perl-Kruger, was still occupied with guarding the left flank. In an instant, Schalke's right side was penetrated by Werder Bremen. On the sidelines, Thomas Schaaf, witnessing the effectiveness of his tactics, excitedly rushed to the edge of the pitch, his fists clenched, a fervent flush appearing on his face as he awaited the moment of his strategic success. The lightning-fast Aaron Hunt quickly reached the edge of Schalke's penalty area. At this point, Metzelder, who had been closely marking Claudio Pizarro, had no choice but to abandon his post and rush towards Aaron Hunt. The cunning Aaron Hunt had been anticipating this moment. With a deft touch of his right foot, he nudged the ball forward, deftly bypassing Metzelder and placing it at the feet of the unmarked Pizarro. The 33-year-old veteran from Bremen seized this golden opportunity, directing the ball towards the net with his right foot, aiming for the space behind Neuer. Despite Neuer's desperate dive to intercept the ball, it slipped past his fingertips and rolled into the net, brushing against the post. Beep! The referee's whistle sounded, and with a raised right hand pointing to the center circle, he signaled that the goal was valid. At this moment, the once tranquil Weser Stadium erupted as if ignited by a tremendous explosion. Gulu. Claudio Pizarro. The stadium's DJ unleashed a thunderous roar. All the Werder Bremen supporters in the stands celebrated with fervor. The goal-scorer Pizarro leapt over the advertising boards, diving into the ecstatic crowd of fans. In an instant, he was engulfed by the jubilant throng. Alas, a goal conceded. I knew it. The collaboration between the two defensive midfielders in the center would lead to complications. I never anticipated that Bremen would penetrate so swiftly. Baumjohann rushed this play too eagerly. He should have communicated with Perkrug beforehand. This is the root of their lack of synergy. Witnessing the lead slip away within mere minutes, Duan Xian wore a bitter expression. Oh dear, teacher Duan, your jinx is formidable. You utter a word and a goal is conceded. Haha, this isn't the first time, have you not noticed? Whenever teacher Duan warns Schalke, they inevitably concede a goal. The jinxing attribute has been activated. Damn, this is hilarious. It's still a matter of central defensive issues. There's no other way. Superb offense comes at the cost of relatively weak defense. No worries, the match has only just begun. Do not rush. Su Bai, if you wish to impose a minimum consumption, I shall not press the matter further. Just assist in achieving a hat trick. One might exclaim, do you think the Bundesliga is run by Su Bai? To wish for a hat trick is simply asking for the impossible. Meanwhile, while all the fans from the Yen Nation lament the goals conceded by Schalke, far away in the bullfighting nation, the illustrious Messi of Barcelona sits in his luxurious mansion, his expression one of astonishment. Chapter 81. The Tactical Maestro. Thomas Schaaf. Upon witnessing the goal, Thomas Schaaf raised his tightly clenched fists in exultation above his head. He had succeeded. Utilizing the central penetration techniques they had diligently practiced over the past days, he had pierced through Schalke's defense. Schaaf cast a triumphant glance towards Magath, particularly noting the furrowed brows and the bitter expression as Magath leaned on his chin in despair. On the field, the earnest Baumjohann approached his teammates with an apologetic demeanor. It's all my fault. I should not have rushed forward so eagerly. Yet, in response to the pitiful Baumjohann, Perl-Kruger bore no semblance of reproach. Having gradually risen from the bench, he understood the intense desire to make a mark upon first entering the pitch. He recognized that this blunder might cause Baumjohann's debut performance to deteriorate further. Thus, the usually stern-faced Perl-Kruger unexpectedly smiled and patted Baumjohann on the shoulder. It's all right. We have merely drawn the match. We are not at a disadvantage. Baum, do not blame yourself. It is truly my inadequacy. It matters not. We shall press on and secure another opportunity. Su Bai stepped forward, gently patting Bao Myohan on the shoulder. Witnessing the comforting gestures from his teammates stirred an unexpected wave of emotion in the burly Bao Myohan, nearly bringing him to tears. As the referee urged the players to resume, the match quickly recommenced. Schalke 04 did not hasten their offensive. After all, under Magath's current strategy, the team's attacks were fundamentally orchestrated by Su Bai, with the midfield coordination being paramount. However, just as Su Bai received the ball, an unforeseen incident unfolded. Claudio Pizarro, upon the referee's whistle, lunged fiercely towards Su Bai. In the very moment Su Bai received Raul's pass, Pizarro charged at him with unrelenting force. Like Bao Myohan, Pizarro also refrained from any extraneous actions, yet he showed no restraint. In an instant, Su Bai was sent sprawling onto the pitch by the robust Pizarro. Beep. The referee was compelled to halt the match. Similar to Bao Myohan's prior foul, Pizarro faced no repercussions, not even a caution from the referee. How could such a malicious collision escape a yellow card? The referee's decisions are indeed open to scrutiny. Nonetheless, judging by the officiating standards from the first half to the present moment, it seems the referee has been rather lenient regarding physical contact in this match. Although the Bundesliga has long maintained such customs, in recent years, the national team has gradually undergone a transformation, shifting from a reliance on long passes to a more technical style of play. Consequently, instances of utterly meaningless fouls have become increasingly rare within matches. However, Su Bai ought to exercise caution. Pizarro's foul indicates that Werder Bremen has come prepared, as Duan Xian aptly observed. Magath's already tense expression intensified as he discerned Bremen's intentions to employ fouls as a means to interrupt Su Bai's momentum. These fouls, neither too harsh nor too lenient, served solely to disrupt Schalke 04's offensive rhythm, and from this moment, the game began to unfold in fits and starts. In the 26th minute, Su Bai received a diagonal pass from Bao Myohan and executed a deft pullback turn to evade the advancing Pizarro. Yet, he was immediately confronted by Werder Bremen's attacking midfielder, Aaron Hunt, who launched a fierce tackle. Although Hunt aimed for the ball, upon making contact, he inadvertently brought Su Bai down. The referee interrupted the match once more, as Hunt's right foot had directly collided with Su Bai's right leg. Despite Su Bai possessing an injury immunity card, the pain was inescapable. Crumpling to the ground, he clutched his calf in agony. At this moment, the Schalke 04 players erupted in protest. Huntelaar, who had just scored, was incensed to see his teammate in such distress and rushed towards Aaron Hunt, seething with anger. "What the hell do you think you're doing?" he confronted Hunt. Alan Hunter stood up abruptly, his forehead colliding with Huntelaar's. "What do you intend to do?" In an instant, players from both teams rushed to surround Su Bai, shoving one another. The referee hastily blew his whistle and positioned himself between the players, recognizing the escalating tension. He promptly brandished a yellow card at Alan Hunter for his earlier foul, while also addressing the provocateur Huntelaar with a warning. Each side received equal reprimands, though the referee's cautionary measure seemed belated, as the atmosphere of the match had already ignited with fervor. After a brief recovery, the fallen Su Bai rose and rejoined the fray, while both teams commenced a display of fouls along the flanks. In the 30th minute, Werder Bremen's attack down the wing was thwarted by a foul from Plejasikas. By the 35th minute, with Bremen's offense yielding no results, Pizarro resorted to his old tactics once more, tripping Su Bai as he received the ball during Schalke's advance through the center. The seasoned Pizarro quickly expressed to the referee that his actions were unintentional, narrowly escaping a yellow card yet again. In the 39th minute, after passing the ball to Plejasikas on the right flank, Su Bai witnessed Schalke surge forward. However, Bremen's left winger, Felix Kruse, unhesitatingly tackled Plejasikas from the side, making solid contact with the latter's right ankle. The referee issued a yellow card to the offending Kruse, while simultaneously signaling for a stretcher to carry Plejasikas off the pitch. On the sidelines, Magath, witnessing the unfolding of the match, expressed his frustration by complaining to the fourth official. However, such grievances proved entirely futile. After the team doctor assessed Plejasic's injury, he helplessly shook his head at Magath. In his despair, Magath was compelled to substitute Plejasic with Uchida at pseudo, simultaneously repositioning Hao Junmin from right back to right winger. Right winger. In the Chinese Super League, Hao Junmin had consistently played this role. In terms of defensive prowess, I believe Hao Junmin's contribution to the offensive front is far more significant. Now, We await to see if a synergy develops between Hao Junmin and Su Bai in the attacking third, if they indeed find harmony. Piasik's injury could turn out to be a blessing in disguise. As a professional commentator, Duan Xin possesses the remarkable ability to unearth silver linings from misfortunes, instilling hope in the hearts of fans. Haha, teacher Duan, your words are rather harsh. I recall you previously mentioned that Laborlator's injury paved the way for Su Bai. And now it's the unfortunate Piasik. Laborlator? I've heard he is still in a hospital in Frankfurt. I wonder how he'll feel upon his return. Pfft. His name is not Laborlator, you internet trolls. It's Bugelab. The Laborlator is indeed more memorable. Hao Junmin's advance into the attacking front is truly exciting. But Bremen is relentless. Ever since they scored, the match has been disjointed, and Su Bai has been hesitant to even touch the ball for every time he does. Bremen responds with a foul substitution. It seems that Thomas Schaff of Werder Bremen is indeed a tactical genius. Since they cannot contain Su Bai's passes, they have resorted to preventing him from passing altogether, resorting to subtle fouls that leave him powerless. As he surveyed the Bremen players who constantly kept him in their peripheral vision, Su Bai wore a look of exasperation. Since his first assist at the start of the match, he had endured a torturous 40 minutes. Each time the system indicated the optimal passing route, Bremen would preemptively disrupt his play with a foul. The most bothersome of all was the defensive midfielder, Philipp Bargfried. As soon as Su Bai crossed the halfway line, Bargfried would invariably attach himself to Su Bai's side. Born in 1989, Bargfried, despite standing at a mere 1.74 meters, possessed a physique far more robust than one might assume. Su Bai had found it impossible to shake him off. Moreover, Bargfried's agility was remarkable, and his defensive prowess was impeccable. To be candid, with Su Bai's 80 control, it felt utterly futile to attempt to evade him. Every time Su Bai advanced to the midfield, he was met with Bremen's double coverage and fouls, leaving him with no opportunity to pass forward. The first half concluded in such a rhythm, resulting in a 1-1 draw between Schalke 04 and Werder Bremen. In stark contrast to the relaxed expressions of the Bremen players, the Schalke team wore furrowed brows, each player deep in thought. Ral found himself in the offensive zone, yet he did not manage a single shot on goal. Su Bai was effectively neutralized, causing Schalke 04's attack to lose its direction entirely. Although Huntelaar exhibited commendable aggression on the left flank, he truly struggled with passing and combining plays with Ral. Upon entering the locker room, Magath wasted no time in addressing the tactical board. Do not merely wait. Su, try to minimize your ball possession. It is best to release the ball with a single touch. Do not think about making direct assists. Bremen is primarily focused on your forward passes. You need to elevate the team's rhythm. Moreover, Huntelaar, when you drift to the flanks, your role is not to score. You must learn to collaborate with Ral. Magath's words suddenly resonated with Su Bai. Ever since he became accustomed to the passing routes in the system, he had always opted for the path that promised the highest probability of scoring. This had rendered his passes in the offensive zone particularly lethal. However, after being specifically targeted in this match, he realized why everyone claimed that football was not an individual sport. Both Huntelaar and Ra had become overly reliant on his passing, and not just them. The entire Schalke team had adopted a stance of waiting for his passes. Being marked meant that Schalke 04 had effectively been immobilized, akin to a luxury car without an engine, visually appealing yet utterly incapable of movement. Passing routes are not limited to a single path. They are dynamic in nature. What does dynamic mean? It signifies an existence filled with randomness. There is not merely one way to score a goal. A pass with a low success rate simply indicates the likelihood of that particular pass resulting in a goal. However, if one were to attempt to direct the ball through alternate routes, it is possible that more opportunities, even direct paths to scoring, may emerge. Upon considering this, Su Bai's previously furrowed brow relaxed instantly. In the distant land of Spain, while idly fiddling with the television remote, Messi, who was broadcasting a Bundesliga match, accepted a cup of water handed to him by his girlfriend. Leo, what about that intriguing player you mentioned earlier? Antonella inquired as she nestled in Messi's embrace. Oh, the pass at the start was quite remarkable, but thereafter it became rather ordinary. His ball control is mediocre and his speed is lacking. That kick was likely just a stroke of luck. Observing the passionate gleam in the eyes of the woman he adored, Messi promptly switched off the television. He was merely somewhat surprised by that Bundesliga player's singular pass, unbeknownst to Messi, in the subsequent Champions League. Soon, the players of both teams resumed their positions on the field. Magath gazed intently at his disciples, his expression grave. Although he had spoken at length during the halftime break, he remained uncertain whether his players had absorbed his words. He now harbored a tinge of regret over his hasty tactical adjustments. The instability of the double pivot, coupled with Su Bai's immobilization, had left Schalke at a distinct disadvantage. He understood that the cunning Thomas Schaaf had prepared more than just this. Since he is capable of identifying the flaws in his formation, his counterattacks will undoubtedly be relentless. Beep. With the referee's whistle, the second half of the match commenced. Raul promptly passed the ball to Su Bai behind him. Pizarro, as in the first half, charged directly towards Su Bai. However, before he could near Su Bai, the latter swiftly turned and passed the ball to Baumjohn behind him. Pizarro remained undeterred, pursuing Baumjohn with determination. The moment Baumjohn received the ball, he was momentarily bewildered. What was happening? Why had Su Bai passed the ball to him? Everyone on the team was aware of his poor dribbling skills. Give it to me. Yet. It wasn't long before Su Bai raced to Baumjohn's side, calling for the ball back. Upon receiving the ball, Su Bai confirmed his suspicions. Among the passing options that had just appeared before him, the one with the lowest scoring probability was indeed Baumjohn behind him. After receiving the ball, the previously available passing routes in the front line were entirely refreshed. As expected, each time he passed, the passing routes within his system would randomly change. With this realization, a smile crept onto Su Bai's lips as he surged forward towards Werder Bremen's midfield. Upon crossing the halfway line, Werder Bremen's midfielder Bargfried rushed towards him in a hurry. However, Su Bai did not wait for him to approach. He simply sidestepped and passed the ball to the right to Hao Junmin, then surged ahead. At this moment, the passing routes before Su Bai began to shift continuously, while Bargfried found himself in a rather uncomfortable predicament. Although the head coach had stated that his primary task for this match was to closely monitor Su Bai, the reality was that Su Bai appeared to be completely off the ball at this moment. There was no one to mark. On the other hand, Hao Junmin, who had received the ball, was resolute and undeterred. His confidence had soared, having been buoyed by Su Bai's earlier deception. And with the remarkable enhancement from his perfect partnership card, Hao Junmin surged forward down the left flank of Bremen as if he had unlocked a new level of prowess. Felix Kruse, the right winger from Bremen, who had been trailing closely behind Hao Junmin, was struck with terror upon realizing that the player who had just been in front of him had vanished. Looking up, he saw that Hao Junmin was nearly at the edge of the penalty area. Confronted by the advancing Bremen left-back, Michael Silvestre, Hao Junmin deftly flicked the ball to his right. As Silvestre shifted his weight to the left, Hao Junmin quickly retrieved the ball, executing a swift ankle movement that sent the ball to his left side. In that instant, he glided past Michael Silvestre with ease. In the path of the ball that Hao Junmin had expertly redirected, Su Bai awaited, under the influence of the perfect partnership card. Their synergy had increased by a remarkable 100. From the moment Hao Junmin initiated his breakthrough down the flank, Su Bai had remained steadfastly to his left. Hao Junmin's dribbling had drawn the entirety of Bremen's defensive forces, and that final pass was akin to the finishing touch of a masterpiece. At this juncture, Su Bai was presented with two enticing passing options, marked by red lines. To the left, Raul with an impressive 89 chance, and to the right, the path through Michael Silvestre, offering an 87 success rate. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Bai adeptly struck the bottom of the football with his right foot. Accompanied by a fierce spin, the ball soared over the heads of Werder Bremen's defenders, number 3 Petri Passanen and number 29 Per Mertesacker. Behind them, Raul had already positioned himself at the landing spot of the ball. With his right foot taut, Raul unleashed a powerful strike before the ball could touch the ground. Without any spin, the football shot forth like a cannonball, hurtling towards the goal defended by Wies. In an instant, the ball zipped past Wies and nestled into the corner of the net. Beep. The referee's whistle pierced the air, his right hand gesturing towards the center circle to confirm the validity of the goal. Just as the second half commenced, Schalke 04 had Raul to thank for altering the scoreline. 2-1. Chapter 83. Schalke is not solely reliant on Su Bai. The goal is scored. Magnificent. The connection between Bai and Raul. What a splendid pass. Raul did not squander Su Bai's exquisite assist. With a breathtaking volley, he transformed the scoreline. Schalke 04 regained the lead. The breakthrough by Hao Junmin was equally impressive, with his no-look cross epitomizing the essence of the entire attack. Transitioning from a fullback to a wing midfielder, Hao Junmin showcased his offensive prowess. Meanwhile, Su Bai's delicate lob was the crowning touch. This goal was simply stunning. Raul's strike immediately sent the commentator, Duan Xian, into a frenzy of excitement. However, what was rather unexpected was that Raul, who had just scored, wore a frown, devoid of any semblance of excitement. He didn't even perform the most rudimentary celebration. No, that wasn't right. It was indeed perplexing. Where was the thrill? The first to rush to Raul's side, Su Bai, observed his calm demeanor with bewilderment. What was going on with this brother? He had just scored, yet appeared utterly unfazed. Had he become so accustomed to scoring that he no longer felt exhilarated? Meanwhile, Hao Junmin, unburdened by such thoughts, leaped from behind and playfully mounted Raul. On the other side, Huntelaar came rushing over as well. Only upon seeing his teammates gather around did Raul finally raise his right hand, beginning to kiss his ring. On the sidelines, Magath, witnessing the early goal, was so elated that he jumped up in delight. Scoring right from the start, wasn't that a testament to his prowess as a remarkable coach? This lad has truly had an epiphany. In such a brief time, he has learned to exploit the space created by his teammates. Under your guidance, boss, this young man's progress is indeed astonishing. Beside them, the ever-composed Hughes nodded in agreement, fully convinced. The once boisterous Weser Stadium fell into a profound silence, completely subdued by Raul's goal. Just like the beginning of the first half, Schalke consistently managed to rewrite the scoreline with their lightning-fast strikes. Despite their team clearly having the upper hand, how could it be that after merely a halftime break, Schalke, without making any adjustments, managed to score yet again so swiftly? In contrast to the slightly disheartened fans, the once relaxed demeanor of Werder Bremen's head coach, Thomas Schaaf, evaporated in an instant. This young player. He fixed his gaze intently on Su Bai on the field. He could hardly believe that someone of such tender years could possess such exceptional match-reading capabilities. He had meticulously devised strategies to counter Su Bai, and the first half had yielded promising results. Yet, after merely a halftime break, had this young prodigy suddenly gained enlightenment? This lad hardly touched the ball. The moment it reached his feet, he would promptly pass it, then await the opportune moment to strike. At just 17 years of age, it seemed implausible that he could exhibit the on-field improvisational skills typically reserved for seasoned veterans. Even if Magath had spoken to him at halftime, it was inconceivable that he could drastically alter his playing style in such a short span. One must recognize that changing an individual's playing style requires considerable time. How could anyone transform so dramatically in a mere 15 minutes? Nevertheless, glancing at the scoreboard reflecting their deficit, Thomas Schaaf could no longer afford to dwell on tactical nuances. It was time to attack. Gesturing fervently to his despondent players, he urged his team to launch a vigorous offensive against Schalke 04. As the match resumed, the trailing Werder Bremen exhibited a newfound vigor. Their previously sluggish pace suddenly invigorated. The defensive midfielder, Bartfried, who had been tasked with marking Su Bai, abandoned his assignment and surged forward, initiating an offensive thrust into the opponent's half. Having already savored success through the central route, Werder Bremen remained determined to exploit this avenue further. In the 49th minute of the match, Bremen's attacking midfielder, Aaron Hunt, skillfully maneuvered past Subotic and delivered a clever diagonal pass to the advancing Bartfried. This time, Baumjohann first exchanged a knowing glance with Perkruger before making his advance. Faced with Perkruger, Bartfried was not bold enough to treat him as he did Subotic. Without waiting for Baumjohann to arrive, he swiftly redirected the ball with his left foot to the right flank, where Arnautovic awaited. Arnautovic seized the opportunity to push the ball slightly forward before accelerating into a sprint down Schalke 04's left side. Simultaneously, Bartfried, Aaron Hunt, and the ever-watchful Pizarro, who had been lurking in the attacking zone, surged into Schalke's penalty area. Although Bremen primarily focused on penetrating through the center today, they did not abandon their long-standing strategy of exploiting the flanks. Born in 1989, Arnautovic, at just 21 years of age, began his career in the Eredivisie, where his remarkable season of scoring 5 goals and assisting 9 in a league renowned for its attacking prowess earned him a transfer to Werder Bremen for a sum of 10 million euros this summer. With his exceptional speed and technical skill, particularly his precise long passes, he required no acclimatization period to secure a starting position as the right winger in the talent-laden Werder Bremen squad. Confronted by Schalke 04's left-back Schmitz, who pressed him immediately, the young Arnautovic merely nudged the ball to the right and utilized his explosive speed to outpace Schmitz effortlessly. At an astonishing speed, Schmitz was unable to grasp Arnautovic's jersey. On the sidelines, Magath grew anxious. "Focus on the center," he shouted, regardless of whether his players could hear him. Meanwhile, Werder Bremen had gathered 4 attacking players within Schalke's penalty area. Without hesitation, Arnautovic, having evaded Schmitz, struck the ball fiercely with his right foot. The ball soared swiftly toward Schalke 04's penalty area. Danger. After conceding a goal, Bremen launched a vigorous counterattack. After maneuvering Schalke's defense through the center, they swiftly shifted to the flanks. The 21-year-old prodigy exploited his powerful breakthrough to penetrate Schalke's frail wing defense. In the blink of an eye, Arnautovic's pass reached the penalty area. The ball's landing was slightly behind, precisely where Bremen's lethal forward, Pizarro, awaited. Metzelder and Pizarro both leaped to meet the ball. However, as it entered the penalty area, the intense spin imparted a slight curve. This subtle deviation prevented Metzelder from seizing the first touch. Pizarro met the ball with a thunderous header. The football streaked towards the goal like a meteor. Pizarro watched with exhilaration as the ball was propelled from his head. Upon contact, he knew it was a certain goal. The force and angle were such that no one could possibly save it. Not only he, but at that moment, over 40,000 Werder Bremen fans in the Weser Stadium also leapt to their feet in excitement. They clenched their fists, drawing in deep breaths as if preparing to roar in triumph following a goal. On the sidelines, Magath appeared hesitant to witness the unfolding drama. A header so close and powerfully executed seemed destined for the net. Meanwhile, Thomas Schaaf had already begun to raise his fists in celebration. Metzelder, unable to secure the critical touch, turned away in self-reproach. At this critical moment, Chapter 84, Su Bai creates the perfect tiki-taka. Scientific research indicates that the fastest human reaction time is approximately 0.25 seconds, while specially trained goalkeepers can respond in about 0.1 seconds. The duration of a blink ranges from 0.2 to 0.4 seconds. Yet, within such a fleeting time frame, even the Werder Bremen fans on the sidelines hadn't had the chance to blink. Neuer, stationed in front of the Schalke goal, dramatically extended his right fist, deflecting the ball out of play. Pizarro had just jumped and was still descending. Remarkably, Neuer managed to parry the ball away. What a magnificent save. A save for the ages. Neuer. My goodness. Unbelievable. Neuer, on the goal line, astonishingly denied Pizarro's close-range header. It is hard to believe. Such a certain goal was thwarted. The great Manuel Neuer. At just 24 years of age, Manuel Neuer has saved Schalke 04. In this moment, Pizarro instinctively covered his head, unable to fathom the scene unfolding before him. How could such a header have been parried? Meanwhile, within the penalty area, Neuer, having deflected the ball with his fist, faced Pizarro, roaring in exhilaration. Dominant, frenzied, even somewhat intimidating. In that moment, Neuer resembled a deity descended from the heavens, utterly unstoppable. His teammates from Schalke, Metzelder, H. Weeds, and Pearl, could not contain their excitement, rushing towards Neuer to engage in a celebratory chest bump. At times, a breathtaking save can invigorate a team's spirit more than a goal itself. Not only Pizarro, but also Thomas Schaaf, who had been poised to celebrate with his fists raised, wore a mask of disbelief. His previously raised hands awkwardly fell to his sides. The over 40,000 Werder Bremen fans in the stadium turned in astonishment towards the big screen, which was replaying Neuer's remarkable save. Even in slow motion, they could scarcely comprehend that someone could react in such a brief span of time. This was a feat beyond human limits. In the 55th minute of the match, Werder Bremen earned the first corner of the second half. Although Arjen Hunt's corner was of commendable quality, Pizarro, hindered by Metzelder, failed to generate any force with his header. The ball was swiftly claimed by Neuer in front of the goal. In the 56th minute, Schalke 04 regained possession, initiating their attack. Neuer first tossed the ball to the right flank, to Atsuto Uchida. The cautious Uchida refrained from recklessly advancing with the ball, instead passing it to the returning Hao Junmin on the wing. At the very moment Hao Junmin received the ball, Pizarro charged forward. Faced with the on-rushing Pizarro, Hao remained remarkably composed. He deftly flicked the ball to his left, evading Pizarro's outstretched right foot. Following this, he skillfully pulled the ball back behind him, prompting Pizarro to swiftly shift his weight in preparation for another attempt. However, at that precise moment of pulling the ball, Hao nudged it slightly forward, causing the committed Pizarro to lose his balance. Without any hesitation, Hao utilized his left foot to steer the ball towards the sideline, and smoothly turned to accelerate down the right flank. What a magnificent display. Hao Junmin's confidence is evidently soaring with each touch. Just look at him. In less than half a year, his technical prowess has undergone a remarkable transformation. Most importantly, he has gained a newfound sense of self-assurance. Our players often lack this essential confidence. As Hao Junmin advanced with the ball, he soon spotted Werder Bremen's attacking midfielder, Aaron Hunt, charging at him once more. This time, Hao chose not to take on his opponent. Instead, he positioned himself to pass the ball to the left, where Su Bai was making himself available. Unfazed, Aaron Hunt swiftly pivoted and sprinted towards Su Bai. However, Su Bai had no intention of attempting to bypass him. As Hunt approached, Su Bai quickly shifted the ball to his rear, finding Per Kruger, and simultaneously turned to run toward Kruger's left side. Observing Su Bai's decisive pass, Aaron Hunt had no choice but to redirect his pursuit toward Per Kruger once again. Upon receiving the ball, Per Kruger evidently discerned Su Bai's intention to advance. Without hesitation, he deftly nudged the ball with his right foot, returning it to Su Bai. In a mere 3 seconds, Alan Hunt darted about like a frantic fly. Utterly unable to grasp the fluid interplay between Su Bai, Hao Junmin, and Per Kruger. Meanwhile, the other Werder Bremen players, noticing Su Bai's intent to orchestrate play from the midfield, surged towards him with determination. As the head coach had remarked prior to the match, if they could obstruct Su Bai's passing, Schalke would resemble a toothless tiger. However, the now enlightened Su Bai had no intention of allowing them close proximity. Upon receiving Per Kruger's pass, Su Bai swiftly distributed the ball once more, this time to his teammate Baumjohann behind him. In a moment distinct from the others, Su Bai, upon witnessing Baumjohann gain possession, seized the opportunity while Pizarro remained momentarily disengaged and maneuvered past the oncoming Alan Hunt to request the ball. Baumjohann, though somewhat simple-minded and lacking in attacking prowess, responded without hesitation to Su Bai's call, relinquishing the ball. Once, twice, thrice. From this juncture, the match transformed. An astonishing scene unfolded at the Weser Stadium, leaving all spectators in disbelief. Su Bai flitted about like a mischievous sprite. The once tightly marking Bagfried was alarmed to discover that he could no longer contain this wily lad from the land of fire. This crafty young man was everywhere, transitioning from the backfield to the midfield, traversing the left flank to the right. The entire pitch was alive with his presence. Though he did not take a single step, he expertly maneuvered the ball through countless passes in a remarkably short span of time, advancing it directly to the edge of Werder Bremen's penalty area. 30 uninterrupted passes. Su Bai was akin to the tip of a compass. While the ball may have traversed various locations, its true focus remained steadfastly at his feet. What a splendid display of possession play. Every pass executed by Schalke 04 was imbued with purpose. Commencing from the right flank, Su Bai orchestrated a continuous exchange of passes, skillfully manipulating the entire Werder Bremen defensive line. It had already reached 30 passes. The ball returned to Su Bai's feet once more. Initiated by Hao Junmin, Su Bai engaged in intricate passing sequences in the midfield and defensive areas, consistently positioning himself to receive the ball immediately after each pass. Prior to receiving the ball, he would meticulously plan the trajectory of his next move according to the system's guidance. With a single touch, he left his marker, Bagfried, in a state of frustration. Utterly helpless. Upon receiving a return pass from Huntelaar, Su Bai spotted Hao Junmin surging down the right flank. Without pausing the ball, he deftly struck the bottom of it with the exterior of his right foot. The ball obediently soared into the air, sailing over the heads of Werder Bremen's central defenders, Petri Passanen and Mertzacker. As it spun through the air, the football painted a magnificent arc in front of Werder Bremen's goal. Meanwhile, Hao Junmin, who had surged forward on the right, found himself unmarked. In a moment of panic, Werder Bremen's goalkeeper, Wies, rushed towards Hao Junmin, disregarding everything else. Not only Weiser, but also Petri Passanen and Mertzacker, all defenders from Werder Bremen, madly charged towards Hao Junmin. The left back from Bremen, Michael Silvestre, who had been following Hao, even threw himself to the ground from the side in an attempt to block Hao's shot. However, Hao Junmin did not wait for the ball to land. With a swift sweep of his right foot, he sent the ball to his side. In that position, Raoul was completely unmarked. Hao Junmin, with a selfless pass, delivered the ball to the unguarded Raoul. Faced with an open goal, Raoul pushed the ball with his left foot. Beautiful. The ball is in. It's in. Magnificent. 3-1. Hao Junmin's assist. Raoul scores his second, A remarkable goal, an absolute display of Barcelona-style possession, a flawless tiki-taka. After an astonishing 32 passes, Schalke finally saw Raul slot the ball into the empty net. This is undoubtedly a top 10 goal of the week. Without a doubt. So exquisite. Su Bai, with his own strength, connected the entire Schalke 04. Incredible. At this moment, the goalscorer Raul excitedly rushed towards the selfless Hao Junmin. Chapter 85. The match is not over yet, and you're already dreaming of the Champions League? How? Thank you. Ral opened his arms wide and embraced Hao Junmin fervently. Just moments ago, Hao Junmin had the opportunity to strike the goal himself. Yet, in a display of selflessness, he chose to pass the ball to Ral. Clutching Hao Junmin, Ral felt a surge of emotion, although he had received passes from many. This kind of altruistic camaraderie felt truly invaluable. On the sidelines, Magath was already grinning from ear to ear. He realized that Su Bai had grasped his words from the halftime talk, but he never anticipated Su Bai could execute it to such an extent. It was utterly astonishing. This was Barcelona's signature tiki-taka, the most popular style in world football. Many teams have attempted to replicate it, yet to this day, none have truly mastered Barcelona's tiki-taka. They lack Xavi, Iniesta, and Busquets. To his astonishment, this tiki-taka had emerged on the Bundesliga stage, and astonishingly, it was manifested by Schalke 04, a team that had never once clinched the Bundesliga title. The most terrifying aspect of it all was that it was accomplished solely by one individual, a 17-year-old rookie who had played less than 10 professional matches. A prodigy. In that moment, Magath found himself at a loss for words to describe Su Bai. However, his joy was short-lived, as his heart sank once more. Damn it. Such a talent, worth only 500,000. I can only keep him for a year at most. Meanwhile, on the other side, Werder Bremen's coach Thomas Schaaf wore a bitter expression. He had not anticipated that the tactics he devised would be perfectly countered by this young lad before him. He realized that perhaps from this moment onward, facing the Schalke players celebrating within the penalty area, his team had completely lost the courage to continue competing against Schalke. 3-1. Although only 50 minutes had elapsed in the match, I firmly believe that Schalke's victory is assured. Su Bai's coordination has proven invaluable. He has become the driving force behind Schalke 04. Tomorrow, no, perhaps after the match concludes, Schalke 04's performance will undoubtedly attract the attention of major football clubs. The UEFA Champions League group stage is imminent. In Group B, Schalke 04's sole rival is the French team, Lyon. Given the current form of Schalke 04, advancing from the group stage poses no issue whatsoever. Perhaps Schalke 04 will emerge as dark horses in this edition of the Champions League. The Champions League is the true battleground for testing star players. I wonder what performances Su Bai and Hao Junmin will deliver on this grand stage. Watching the replay repeatedly, Duan Xian himself is filled with anticipation. After years of commentary, having narrated countless Champions League matches, he finally looks forward to calling a match featuring players from Yin country. And perhaps even two together. This is the Champions League, the pinnacle of professional football. Damn, incredible. That goal was absolutely electrifying. Haha, 30 shots. What does that even mean? And Su Bai alone accounted for a significant portion of them. Amazing. Ah, the Champions League, a stage where our compatriots finally have the opportunity to participate. Not merely as fringe players, but perhaps, in the future, Su Bai will find himself in a contest against the likes of Xavi and Iniesta. It is not only Barcelona. There are also Real Madrid, Manchester United, Chelsea, Bayern Munich, Inter Milan, and AC Milan. Just the thought of it is exhilarating. Alas, it has only been 50 minutes, and the Champions League is still a week away. How can you all be so impatient? A week? Huh. That merely means there is much to anticipate. I cannot bear the wait any longer. Champions League comes swiftly. I yearn to witness Su Bai executing a deadly pass on the grand stage. On the field, Schalke's celebrations persist. However, in the stands, many scouts present are growing restless. Although Schalke has clearly stated Su Bai's lack of intent to leave, everyone understands that Schalke 04 cannot retain him. Thus, prior to this match, scouts from La Liga, the Premier League, Serie A, and even League One had already gathered here. They must observe Su Bai meticulously to ascertain his true worth. At this moment, they behold hope, a glimmer of potential capable of vanquishing the titans of the football world. And this hope requires merely a release clause of 500,000. A young talent with superlative midfield potential, no elite club can resist his allure. Even if it were 5 million or more, the temptation remains irresistible. In the eyes of the elite, Su Bai is not only of immeasurable value on the field. The vast and suffocating market of Yen Nation behind him is what truly captivates the affluent clubs. This is a supermarket of over 1 billion people. Consider the Houston Rockets, who flaunted a newfound fortune after acquiring Yao Ming. Which team wouldn't feel envious? And that is merely the NBA. Football is undeniably the foremost sport. If a prominent or even core player from Yen Nation were to join one of these prestigious clubs, the allure of advertising revenue and jersey sales alone would be irresistible. Moreover, the prospect of a young talent capable of orchestrating the entire team and delivering crucial passes at pivotal moments is simply tantalizing. Before the eyes of over 40,000 silent Werder Bremen fans, eager scouts excitedly dialed their phones. Just as Thomas Schaaf anticipated, trailing by 2 goals. Especially after conceding in such a devastating manner, the blow had utterly shattered Bremen's morale. Upon resuming the match, the frenetic attacks from Bremen had vanished without a trace. In the 54th minute of the match, unwilling to surrender, Bremen initiated a counterattack. Alan Hunt began to weave his magic in midfield. He effortlessly maneuvered past Su Bai, then surged forward with the ball. However, this time, Baumjohann did not grant him a moment's reprieve. The fervent Baumjohann executed a wild sliding tackle, directly taking out the ball from under Alan Hunt's feet. Without a hint of hesitation, the swift Baumjohann rose and promptly passed the ball to Su Bai. Receiving the ball, Su Bai executed a precise long pass, delivering it to the advancing Hao Ju-min on the right flank. However, Werder Bremen responded with a sliding tackle of their own. In the 59th minute, Schalke utilized patient ball movement to penetrate once more to the edge of the penalty area. Yet this time, Bremen denied Su Bai the opportunity to receive the ball. Mert's tackle came crashing down on Su Bai within the box, prompting the referee to issue a yellow card to Mert. This allowed Schalke 04 a free kick in the attacking zone. As the designated primary free kick taker, Huntelaar struck the ball, which soared high into the stands. Initially, Huntelaar contemplated letting Su Bai take a chance, but upon recalling his own lackluster free kick prowess, Su Bai sternly declined, stating, "This is your opportunity. I am not one to be greedy." Touched by Su Bai's serious demeanor, Huntelaar nodded appreciatively. A player with precise passing, remarkable talent, and, above all, a selfless heart. Truly a great and pure individual. The match resumed with the same intermittent rhythm as the first half, yet Bremen, trailing behind, grew increasingly anxious. In contrast, Schalke 04 flourished as they played with growing brilliance. Su Bai's presence was felt throughout the stadium. As the team consistently centered their play around him, the frantic, reckless pursuit by Bremen players began to deplete their stamina. In the 71st minute, after executing a 1-2 with Huntelaar in the attacking zone, the latter unleashed a powerful shot that skimmed the post before going out of play. And from that moment onward, the age disadvantage of Bremen has finally manifested itself. Under the relentless pressing and assault, Bremen, already lacking in physical prowess, has succumbed entirely. Schalke 04 has officially taken command of the match. Chapter 86. The Annihilation of Bremen. The unbelievable Su Bai. Incredible. Who would have thought that within the ranks of Bundesliga teams, one could witness such a flawless execution of tiki-taka? It is well known that the tiki-taka strategy is believed to have originated during Johan Cruyff's tenure as coach of Barcelona from 1988 to 1996. Later developed by Louis van Gaal and Frank Rijkaard, and subsequently adopted by other La Liga teams. Since 2008, Pep Guardiola's Barcelona has perfected the tiki-taka approach. It was also from 2008 onwards that the Spanish national team, modeled after Barcelona, swept across Europe and the world. This tactic, which seamlessly blends aesthetics with practicality, has undeniably made a remarkable contribution to the evolution of global football. Duan Xian gazed in admiration at Schalke 04's performance on the field from the 71st minute onwards. Having fully adapted to Su Bai's single-core model, Schalke 04 commenced their dazzling display in the attacking third. Su Bai, with his extraordinarily precise passing, orchestrated the entire Schalke 04 team. Even the unassuming Baumjohann began to weave through the midfield with surprising agility. Meanwhile, the once relentless pressing from Bremen has completely dissipated as they struggle with fatigue. Right behind Su Bai, Bagford returned to his half, perplexed by the frail youth from the Yen Kingdom. Since the onset of the first half, the boy had been incessantly running, yet he appeared as vibrant as ever. In stark contrast, Bagford felt as if his legs were laden with lead. Observing his teammates drained of energy, Thomas Schaaf on the sidelines decided to substitute both Bagford and Torsten Frings. However, such changes proved futile, as Schalke 04 continued their possession play unimpeded. For a full 6 minutes, despite Werder Bremen's relentless efforts to regain the ball, they failed to even make contact with it. In the 77th minute, Su Bai seized yet another opportunity. A deft lob passed over Bremen's right back, Clemens Fritz. The swiftly advancing Huntelaar received the ball and delivered a precise cross to Raul, who executed a sliding shot before the goal. The ball once again found its way into Wies's net. 4-1. With Raul's goal, the match lost all suspense. Acknowledging the inevitable, Thomas Schaaf retreated to the bench, exclaiming, "This is simply outrageous." Meanwhile, on the other side, Magath and Hughes stood in stunned silence. Even Magath found it hard to articulate his emotions at that moment. The young player from the Yen Kingdom was nothing short of extraordinary. He had introduced a tactic to his team that was nearly impossible to replicate worldwide. Unlike others, Magath was acutely aware of the playing styles of all his disciples. Just like those of Pearl and Krug, this player is a right-footed individual, and Su Bai consistently delivers the ball with impeccable precision, rolling it perfectly within his right foot's reach, requiring no adjustments whatsoever, not even the most basic of steps. Not only is this true for Pierre Krug, but even Baumjohn, whose proficiency with both feet is equally lacking, finds himself enjoying the exquisite sensation of Barcelona-like ball control as Su Bai skillfully regulates the ball's velocity during passes. It is utterly astonishing. Each player receives the ball in the most comfortable and advantageous manner, requiring no effort on their part. It feels as if they are merely engaged in routine passing drills, simply extending their feet to return the ball. From the trajectory to the speed, Su Bai has mastered every aspect. It is unimaginable how Su Bai manages to accomplish all of this. In the 83rd minute of the match, Su Bai and Hao Junmin executed a flawless 1-2 combination down the right flank. Hao Junmin, pulling towards the byline, delivered a deft horizontal pass with his right foot. And within the penalty area, Huntelaar made a sudden run and converted the opportunity effortlessly. 5-1. This marks Hao Junmin's second assist. Schalke 04 had scored 4 goals within the first half, thoroughly dominating Werder Bremen. With the emergence of the 5th goal, Schalke 04's offensive onslaught finally subsided. The two teams symbolically consumed the remaining time in the midfield, and with the referee's whistle, the match concluded. This is the final score. 5-1. A result that countless individuals could scarcely envision before the match. Schalke 04 has astonishingly triumphed over Werder Bremen on their home turf. Raul completed a hat-trick. Huntelaar scored twice. Su Bai and Hao Junmin collectively secured 4 assists. As the match concluded, Thomas Schaaf helplessly shook his head and rose to approach a somewhat dazed Magath on the sidelines. Congratulations, you have discovered a prodigy. Though not well acquainted with Magath, Thomas Schaaf graciously offered his congratulations. Thank you. Magath, still recovering from the whirlwind of the match, was momentarily taken aback. While others might have merely perceived Su Bai as the orchestrator of the team's play, he understood there was far more to it. He still couldn't fathom how one individual could deliver passes with such exquisite precision. On the field, the victorious Schalke 04 players gathered to express their gratitude to the traveling fans who had accompanied them to Bremen. Su, your performance was truly magnificent. It is no exaggeration to say that your passing is the finest I have ever witnessed, bar none. Raul, embracing Su Bai, couldn't help but extol his praises. Having experienced many a great player, including Zidane, Beckham, Guti, and even Xavi and Iniesta, he chuckled, where does one find such talent? Su Bai felt a tinge of embarrassment at Raul's accolades. This resounding victory was invaluable for Schalke 04, who desperately needed points. Shortly after returning to the locker room, Raul was summoned by Magath to attend the post-match press conference. From being a cast-off at Real Madrid to becoming Schalke's leading scorer, and even achieving a hat-trick in the Bundesliga, Raul rightfully earned the title of Man of the Match. Upon entering the press conference venue, reporters eagerly raised their hands, brimming with excitement. The match presented an abundance of compelling narratives. Not only did Su Bai continue his extraordinary performance, but another player from Yen Nation, Hao Junmin, also began to shine. Even more sensational was Raul's resurgence in the Bundesliga, marking a remarkable revival in his career. This multitude of storylines held an irresistible allure for the journalists. Mr. Magath, you employed 3 Asian players in this match. This is unprecedented in the Bundesliga and perhaps even in Europe. Do you have a particular fondness for Asian players? Mr. Magath, how are the discussions regarding Schalke 04's contract renewal with Su Bai progressing? Mr. Raul, how would you assess your 3 Asian teammates? The reporters fervently waved their hands, clamoring to voice their inquiries. Upon hearing a question not directed at him, Magath, in a burst of enthusiasm, promptly passed the spotlight to Raul. Thank you. Returning to the previous question, Mr. Raul, could you please evaluate your 3 Asian teammates? What is your impression of their abilities? The journalist directly inquired, while all eyes turned to the superstar who had netted a hat-trick in the Bundesliga. Atsuto Uchida is an exceptionally talented fullback. His defensive skills are solid, and his ability to assist is commendable. As for Hao Junmin, Hao Junmin is undoubtedly the most bashful individual I have ever encountered. Despite his commendable skills on the field, he consistently exhibits a cautious approach to his game. However, ever since he scored his inaugural goal, he has truly begun to showcase his talent. At merely 23 years of age, he remains an exceptionally young player. If he continues to persevere, I firmly believe he possesses the ability to establish himself within a formidable Bundesliga team like Schalke 04. The journalists, in their fervor, relentlessly clicked their cameras, eagerly capturing the moment. When a superstar offers insights about his teammates, it becomes sensational news, while it is widely acknowledged that such commentary is often embellished. Within the entire Schalke squad, only Raul holds the stature to render such evaluations. He is, after all, the Prince of Real Madrid. And what of Su Bai? Observing Raul's tantalizing pause, the journalists raised their heads in silent anticipation, awaiting his next words.